in this morning qualifying session.
Johnny Palmer then getting to experience this for the first time. It is Felix Luding behind the wheel of the multicoloured Audi. There is a spotter guide as well, which the guys at Creventic and Race Spot.tv have come up with, and that is available via the Creventic E-Racing site. This is a white with blue and red livery on the Sim RC, the duo racing by Sim RC. And just ahead of that, the dark green car is... Now, which car was that with the red and white stripes on the roof? That's another one that we've seen recently. Is that the Viper Nisa E-Racing car? I think it might be. Yes, it is,
yeah,
Ruben Wong. Just making life very easy for us, by the way. All the TCR cars have numbers that start with 1. All of the GT4 cars, the Cayman, Porsche Cayman GT4s, the 718 cars, their numbers start with a 4. The 911 class, guess what, start with a 9. And the GT3, the top class, they all start, they're all just 2-digit numbers. So anything under 100 is one of the cars. JP, your thoughts so far as we're seeing these cars? Plenty of room for Monza for this single category qualifying.
Yeah, and that's obviously going to help massively with the TCR class. As Bruce says, about 10 cars in this division, so track space shouldn't be an issue. But I did notice just a moment or two ago, 1 or 2 had found other cars, so it might be a question to just give up some of the time in this short, sharp qualifying in order to force some time between you, because, well, it's a toss-up between whether you want someone as a towing mate around this Monza circuit with so many long straights, or whether you want that clear air in front of you to pick out your reference points for breaking into those tricky chicanes. But iRacing, I'm sure, has factored in the useful nature of a car ahead of you, and the fact that tows you along and buys you precious tenths of seconds. So
you definitely want to tow.
You definitely want to tow. Okay, well,
yeah, the ideal situation is to have someone who is exactly the same speed or slightly quicker than you, about half a second in front of you to begin with, because down the long straights you'll pick up 0.2, 0.3 each time, and they'll drag you past their own speed. So the tow is very strong, particularly, oddly, the tow is least effective with the GT3 cars because they are more aero, but these things, boxes, you get a huge pull.
And Bruce, we've heard drivers telling us that the tow on the long straights, again, we're basing this on the Nürburgring, but there's a couple of very long flat-out blasts here at Monza, comes from quite a way back as well.
Yes, what we've seen, actually, particularly in the TCR class, is the fact they hunt in, you might have 4 running side by side, nose to tail, whatever, and then suddenly 2 cars further back, they get towards the Dottinger Höhe, and then suddenly they've caught the end of this big gaggle of cars, and they're just towed onto it, sucked onto the rear bumper, and 4 becomes 6, and we as commentators do not complain about that situation. So certainly tow in the TCR class is massive, and Nick, quite right to point that out.
So it's a relatively long lap here, but it is still Felix Luding on top of the pile with a 2 minutes .410. Niklas Born for Autorama Motorsport. There's another team that you'll know the name by Wolf Power. That's the 112 car. Just 0.08 seconds, 87 seconds of a 0.087 of a second behind, which I don't talk for a living, isn't it? Mark Danish for Zorg Rennsport Esports TCR, a further second back, so it's 176, 112, 133 and 111. Sandro, in fact, as I say that, Emil Salberg for Lestrup Racing goes through into 4th position in the 110. So nice and tight, and quite a lot of these cars, Johnny Palmer, deciding to go it alone, despite what Nick Damon has been saying.
That's the surprising thing, because having spoken to a racing driver, in inverted commas, Nick Damon, very few of them are, but I just wonder whether that's because it's a 11-car field, and actually it's quite tricky to find somebody out there on 5 and a bit kilometre circuit. So the bright green and purple car now just heading out of the right-hander with a second of the Lesmos, and now down towards the Ascari chicane, where everything closes in on you, the tree line and the barriers as well. there's very little runoff here at Monza, so I can understand why there was so much damage picked up by particularly the 62 car earlier on today. And no, he agreed. There were other cars involved, as you well pointed out, in gravel traps and things, but the first few laps of the race are going to be nightmarish potentially. I mean, you look at some of the big races that happen for real at Monza. For instance, the GT3 race that happens there early on in the season, April time, and first chicane, that's not bypassed on the first lap, and I'm assuming it's not going to be in iRacing either.
No, indeed not. Joe Bradley and I have had some long discussions about tactics there early on. Nick Damon, let's have your thoughts then as this qualifying session is winding down for TCR. Oh, now we do have a bit of drafting here. How much of the curbs can you use round the track? So let's follow this group of 3 at the moment in the middle. Zorg Rensport, Mark Danish in second. And it looks like Felix Luding has just dropped in behind there, the pole sitter. Heading down to the first chicane. How much of the second chicane? How much of the curbs are you able to use around the far side of the circuit?
Well, certainly on the entry curb, you can take all of it up to the point where you get a slowdown penalty, which is delineated by having your wheel the wrong side of the little orange marker that there is on that one.
Right. Okay.
For the right-hand turn, if you take enough curb to get the off track, you probably damage the car because it's massive. So you actually want to take you want to take a bit because it's quicker, but you get to the point where taking more and stealing time actually is damaging the car.
Ascari, coming up to Ascari now for Mark. What about this one? Talk us through it.
Well, what you see there is the sausage curves. The sausage curves are lethal. This one here, on the third exit, that one, if you ride that sausage curve, will take you off, and you will have effectively got a 50-50 chance of spearing into either the barrier on the left, or if you're very lucky, turning around and spearing into the barrier on the right.
Okay. Down to the parabolic, where's your braking point in a GT3 car there? End of the curve?
Just after 100.
Right, okay.
Right round, and then you want to drift the car out to the outside, take it onto the green, so you ease it out, then you fire up in a straight line and take the inside line down the straight onto the pit wall. Don't expect me to be doing this, but I'm actually driving, by the way. I know what I should be doing. But when you get to the first chicane, is a nightmare. It's a really unpleasant corner. We've all decided we don't like it, so we're agreeing with the Grand Prix drivers. But you're piling as fast as you can go. In a GT3 car, you're braking probably around the 150, just after 150.
Well, Paul, you were watching Felix Luding there in the duo by Sim Race. Sim RC, and he's just gone to the top at 2 minutes, 0.410. The top 3 are now separated by 0.087 of a second, and there is a bit of drafting going on. The yellow and black car has just come out, and that, Bruce Jones, is got to be one of the favourites. We've seen that team do very well in the past.
Yeah, Liepert, top team, but I just noticed him pop out of the pits, and he had one aim, and it was to get out into this gaggle of cars. And in fact, being placed third in a line of 4 cars is absolutely fine. He's not too close to the back of the 1112, the Autorama car, which is third fastest at the moment. But if he keeps it in the right place, he's going to benefit massively, particularly as they leave Ascari. And again, if they heeded Nick's advice and don't clout the curb in the third part of the corner, because as we saw a lap ago, when it spits you wide, you've wrecked the best straight you have here, best straight for a toe, all the way down to Parabolica. And again, if you keep it sweet, you might be right for another toe down to the first chicane. But Sandro Petrozziello in the Liepert car, 4th fastest at the moment, but he came out exactly in the right position.
Exactly where he wanted to be. The 133 is the Zorg Rensport car leading that quartet. The liveries are superb. It's the Hankook 24-hour series by Creventic in E-form, the virtual version of Monza. And Johnny Palmer watching the E version of this racing for the first time. And it's quite easy to suspend your disbelief, isn't it?
I'm there already. Bruce said it was going to take me 5 minutes. It's barely taken me 2 minutes. And it's more fun seeing 4 cars all together jostling for position as well, definitely, as the RV Zorg Rensport car then stays out. The car coming in, I think, was the Autorama Motorsport machine, yes, of Nicholas Bourne, bailing out of that, interestingly, still with some time on the clock. So
and
3
he
cars
didn't improve. Emil Solberg improved last time around, 6th position. Xander F for Teamwork Motorsports. It's still 176 duo by Sim RC from Zorg Rensport by that tiny margin, 0.060 of a second. And then another 0.027 of a second back is Autorama, mid-class Born in the 112. The 111, Sandro Pietrosiello, excuse me, for Leipert, the yellow car, is fully half a second further back. I mean, that's eons in this kind of racing, and now is second in that queue, but maybe not quite quick enough, close enough to pick up the toe from Mark, although he got a good run through the first of the left-handers on the far side of the circuit, and is now trying to close in. Beautiful dappled light heading up to the Ascari chicane underneath the crossover from the old banked circuit, which is accurately modelled in the background there. Over the curbs, right over the curbs for the Avias Org Rensport 133 car, Mark Danish. And now onto that run, and they're all using, JP, all of the runoff right there.
Yeah, but also being careful not to drop all four wheels over the white line, because track limits again will be closely observed as they are in real life. I noticed that a lot of the cars in the TCR category choosing to straight line the main straight as much as possible, as two cars there looking to go side by side as the Avia Zorg Rensport car dives off to the right hand side and into the pits. So Leipert Motorsports yellow and black car of Sandro Pietrosiello then heads down towards the first of the chicanes and hard onto the brakes, then into the Rettifilio, and that will be the only car, I think, of the four that we had a couple of laps ago. But it is still Felix Luding who is fastest. The car is in the pits, the 176 from Duo Racing. Zorg Rensport's Mark Danish also now out of the session in the 133 machine, but second fastest, crucially. And as Mark and the rest of the team decided, that's probably about enough. As heading now through the Parabolica is the car that I was trying to identify earlier on, 177, the Spa. I'm not sure how to say that team name correctly. SPAA05.
It's the people who do the panels on the side.
Yeah, okay.
The illuminated panels on the side of the car in the real world.
Gotcha. Well, their TCR Racing Team machine is very easily spotted, which is the purple and the green livery, 177. And Spa A05, therefore, are where in the standings, 8th fastest. Although that car now being shown in the pits with Davy van Hoogevoort last to be at the wheel. So session drawing to a close, and yeah, we've got now the results of that 10-car field in the TCR category.
Duo by Sim RC by the amazingly large margin at the end, courtesy of Felix Luding, cracking in a 1:59.808 to pull out 0.6 of a second right at the end over Zorg Rensport, who have a fractional margin over Autorama, 0.027 of a second between second and third. Outside of the front row will be Furry Monza E-Sports with a 2 minutes 6.53. Peter Huvenaz getting that in at the end ahead of Leipert Esports in the 111, and then it's Lestrup, then Teamwork, then Sparo 5 TCR, then Energy Driven Motorsports. That's your top 10 for TCR. And straight away, because we can of course not have to wait too long before anyone comes out, because you don't have to do a slowing down lap. That's something else you have to get used to. Things happen much quicker at the end of sessions.
Yeah.
And we've got the Caymans. Now they all start, the GT4 cars start with a number 4 on them, so stand by for action here. The Porsche 718 Cayman, which is the newest shape of that car in real life, originally launched, remember, with a 4-cylinder engine, although the race cars, the GT4 cars, always held on to the previous generation flat 6, and indeed ultimately there is now a flat 6 installed in the middle of that little Porsche coupe, a 4-litre flat 6, which is brand new architecture for the Cayman. This is the previous generation engine though in these cars, which is the, they say I should have looked this up, but I think it's the 3.6, check that, 3.8 V6 flat 6, buried deep in the middle of the car on the 718. I can tell you, having looked for an engine on a Boxster and a Cayman for quite some time, I've still never found one. You can open obviously you open the front up, there's nothing there because it's a boot.
Yeah.
Then you open what I thought was the engine cover, which is behind, on the Boxster is behind the passenger compartment, a strict two-seater, and oh, it's another boot. So obviously there's a removable panel behind the seats. Nope. No. I can vaguely see something that looks mechanical if I stoop and look underneath, but it's got an engine cover underneath it. And I know there's something in there because when you turn it on, it's unmistakably a flat 6 in there somewhere.
Just very, very flat.
Very, very flat, very, very low. Superb piece of packaging. Nick Damon, whilst we're waiting for some times to come in for the GT4s, 1:59.808 from the TCRs. That's pretty good.
That's a great time. That's what 12 seconds off, 12 and a half seconds off what probably went up pole for GT3. Very, very quick indeed. I mean, interesting what the GT4s do. I mean, theoretically they are quicker than the TCRs, and certainly on this track they should be, because their major strength comes in the fact they have a lot more power, so they can get a higher top speed. But these cars are cumbersome in the corners. I drove one of these at Silverstone 12 hour a few weeks ago, and they're a cumbersome car. And to get them to not be cumbersome, you have to run a very edgy setup. So my guess is that it would mostly be struggling to get the thing to feel anything apart from like a big heavy road car through the chicanes. But then when you get on the wide open spaces, you can enjoy the 400 horsepower.
Bruce Jones, a small but perfectly formed GT4 class, and we've seen plenty of excitement in esports at various venues that you and I have covered together with these cars, very evenly matched, and again some good team names here that real world followers of the Hankook 24-hour series will know straight away.
Yeah, again, we saw in the TCR class, we saw Duo, they've got a car in the Cayman class, that's GT4. We've got Sorg Rennsport, NKPP Racing, Leipert, Munkhoff. We've got names that we know and love and have watched over the years, almost a decade now in Creventic Racing. And again, it's this combination of teams that are put together especially for events like this by sim racers to compete, and then real world teams keeping their drivers fresh. John, you probably do more esport commentating than anybody. These drivers sometimes are doing 3 or 4 races a week, and some even do 2 or 3 races in a day, all from the comfort of the room downstairs at home with the blacked out windows, and certainly keeping them sharp.
Well, indeed, and we saw that, didn't we, in the Nürburgring 24 Hours a couple of weeks ago, when Max Verstappen, who's part of the Red Line organisation in esports, driving a Cup car, which will be qualifying next, he'd been doing the official Porsche Super Cup session that day, and effectively then jumped straight from that race into his stint round the Nürburgring. And the advantage, Bruce, of course, in doing that in the same way as the race spot.tv commentators do, is you don't have to jump on a plane or into a car or into a helicopter to cover thousands of miles in between the checkered flag of one race and the green flag for another.
Yeah, and he wasn't alone in doing that, because I remember the Turkish racer Ayhan Şengüven did exactly the same. He was right at the sharp end of the Porsche Super Cup iRacing series. Then he hopped in at the Nürburgring, though he got it slightly wrong, did he not, John? Down towards the end of the lap, just clipped a curb, and was going very well. But brush yourself down and look to see what you can register in the next few days. I mean, these drivers are going to be super, super sharp, and it will help them, I would suggest, keep not just their driving skills, but their engineering brain ticking over.
Yes.
Because the teams want the feedback.
Well, fastest time early doors set by Tom Valentini, and that's a name that you'll have heard us mention before, but he's now been usurped by Yannick Danish. Now remember, we had another Danish earlier on in the TCR category. I'm led to believe they are brothers. What I haven't looked to see is if they are sharing driving duties across the 2 cars that they are using.
Not that I've seen.
No, Sasha Berger is the other car.
You're only allowed to be in one car in this event.
Okay, thank you, Nick. How was the driver's briefing, by the way?
Yeah, it was quite useful because they had to explain because it's a much more complex penalty situation than you normally have in iRacing. iRacing tends to do a penalty based on incidents which are caused by going off track, or by spinning, or by having a crash. Off track's 1 point, a spin or out of control is 2 points, and a crash is 0 to 4, depending on how they or contact judge it. But but any of the contacts are going to be individually assessed by the stewards, so that won't count towards your overall point count, and they will then apply, if necessary, a penalty, and that penalty has to be taken at a separate pit stop. So it's it's a bit more complicated because you have to tell them you're going to take the penalty, and they can then program iRacing to hold you at your box for the extra amount of time. So it's a bit more complicated because they want to have a proper. Because let's be honest about this, it is a very good point that going off track and normally losing time rather than gaining time in most places, which you get a +1 for, isn't quite the same as wiping someone out entirely, which you only get 4 points for. So it's they're trying to take away that anomaly. I think the key point would be to keep out trouble the first few laps, and then probably they'll get more lenient because obviously the accidents look really bad initially, and then you realise, that just happened.
That just happened. You sounded like a driver again now, Nick. You know that, don't you?
Yeah. I'm watching these Porsches going around. I think the GT4s are good cars. Basically, the GT4, as the name suggests, is a slower GT3. So they're slower all around the track than the GT3. So they're actually quite easy to overtake because you know what they're going to do. It's much harder to get past the TCRs, even though they are obviously a couple of seconds even slower because they're making their speeds in completely different places.
So Nick Damon, John Hindhaugh, Johnny Palmer and Bruce Jones on duty today. At RSL_studio, hashtag RSL Monza 12H. Hashtag RSL Monza 12H. Istvan Beloch has programmed the camera positions, which are very realistic indeed. We've said this before, Bruce, about coverage in the sim world. The key, I think, and I think this is where RaceSport.tv have got it absolutely right, as well as our colleagues under Drew Adamson at iRacing that we work with on the IMSA Pro Series. There is so much to choose from in terms of the infinite number of camera angles, but actually replicating the TV camera angles is probably not the worst thing, and in some ways less is often more.
Yeah, it can be. You'd have to be an absolute genius and a clairvoyant to be able to predict, with the infinite choice of cameras, which one to go to next. And I think people are accustomed, if they haven't been to Monza or any circuit, of the traditional camera angles, and it sort of helps them know where the car is at the course of a lap.
Yeah.
Because if it's showing an angle that people have never seen before, it's quite nice for us. But I certainly think it anchors your understanding of where a car is, what they have to do further around the lap, and also just looking at one of the cables, wallowing over the curbs. It just shows the cars doing what they have to do, and Nick Dave is absolutely spot on. These might be quick in a straight line, but they're big, heavy cars over the curbs. And I'd say the camera angles right now are pretty much spot on.
So coming just over halfway through now, Tim Claessens for Munkhoff Racing, ahead of Duo, then Zogren Sports, then Leipert. That has a familiar ring to it, JP.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it's just like real life, isn't it? And the names that do well in real life Corentic racing, no surprise to see them at the sharp end, but also one or two of them exploring different categories, which is fun to see, because I don't remember Leipert taking part in TCR racing in the past. They've done the Lamborghini SPX category, haven't they? And we've seen them in other divisions as well, in the Porsches, I think, as well. But good to have the yellow and black car represented in, well, each of the two classes we have seen so far in qualifying. Munkhoff Racing, a regular from the Netherlands in their Cayman GT4 Club Sport, and Zogren Sport, as we've mentioned as well, the 433 and 434 cars. So now 10 GT4 cars, all Porsches, quicker than the fastest TCR time, which was set by Duo in the earlier session.
1:57.501 is a new provisional pole by Tom Valentini for Duo by Sim RC. He was just sitting in behind the Munkoff car. Wonder if he just got a little bit of help down the run towards the Parabolica. But Valentini now on pole provisionally from Munkoff, from Zorg Rennsport, from Leipert. Fair point well made from JP there. But Nick, I suppose a bit like yourselves in the RSL Powered by Morpho team, swapping and changing cars, or indeed adding another car, is just a question of making sure everybody's got that who's going to be in your team. It's not like you've got to go knocking on the door of AMG and get the guys to sell you one and indeed find the funding for it.
Well, no, exactly. I mean, it's a case of, anyone can have any car. You just need to buy them for $11, and as long as all your team have all the same car, then you can run it, and that's the glory of the whole thing. We'll race 4 or 5 different cars in a week. Obviously, we spend most of the time in the Mercedes, and it was, though admittedly we did really choose the Mercedes because it is the standout car in a normal Creventic event. I think we've found that the Ferrari probably is slightly faster at the track, but it's not an issue we're going to worry about because we're just about staying on the island. But yeah, I mean, it is one of the great things about sim racing is it is a great way of getting to experience some of the tracks with some of the cars as close as you'll ever do without actually having to spend £1,000 a lap. It's $11 forever. And the tyres are free.
Tyres are free.
Yeah.
I remember in this championship having a discussion about whether we were going to get another couple of sets of tyres for the race or reuse them, and whether the budget was there for that, interestingly enough. So coming to the end of the 718 qualifying, and Zorg Rennsport go to the top now, JP, Yannick Danish. So it's tight though, a tenth, 2/10, so less than half a second between the top 4.
Yeah, and that's really promising for the race, isn't it? As you say, Marian Hansel must be wondering what on earth Marian has to do there to close the gap. Just 0.4 of a second puts that car 4:10 from Leipert on the second row, and alongside the Munkoff racing car. It's a bigger gap then back to the 5th fastest machine, which is Maxime van der Hoeven for Heli APK Racing. But pretty tight right behind that, actually. So a jostle for first, second, third and fourth. And then the second division, if you like, is between car 464 of Heli ABK, PG Motorsport.nl, which is Tim de Vries, who actually bails out of the session now in the 477. But there's only a 1/10 of a second between, or 1/10.5 between those two cars, and 3 further tenths back then to the second of the Zorg Rennsport cars. But Yannick Danish still fastest with a 1:57.347 set on the previous lap.
Valentini, his best lap last time around was a 57.4, so that in that window, and he's on another good lap here. Will Valentini finish the lap? The Munkoff racing car has quit out. No, I think I saw Valentini quitting out there. Leipert in the pits. So Danish then with the 57.3 looks to be on pole position. Then it's Duo, then Munkoff, then Leipert, then Heli ABK Racing, then PG Motorsport.nl, then Zorg Rennsport's second team, then Team Virage in 8th, third in 9th. We're only a second and a half away in the top 10, by the way, which is extraordinary. Confirmation then that Yannick Danish takes the GT4 honours for Zorg Rennsport. 1st and 7th for Zorg Rennsport teams, with Philip Hagenart just 1.3 seconds away from his teammate. Duo will share the front row with Zorg. Then it's Munkoff and Leipert, Heli ABK, PG Motorsport, and the rest of the teams there. Zorg, Virage, Ferda and Virage Engineering, with the whole of the 10-car GT4 field then separated, JP, by just a second and a half.
Yeah, and those margins got closer and closer as the session went on. One or two realising they probably wouldn't be able to improve, and their sessions came to a close earlier on. Already, cars are out for the next session. Oh, there's carnage at the first chicane. And these are cars just leaving the pits, it looks like.
They've done a lap already. They started them a lap ago.
Yeah.
So that was the first run for a quick time, and
Correct.
3 Porsche 911s colliding through the second element of the first chicane. Not a great start to a quick lap there at the Rettifilio.
What effectively happened is that the 978 car of Jackson, the Herven speed lover car, was much more confident on the brakes than the car in front of him,
which was the Glenn Van Parijs MRS GT racing car, the 980.
Tapped him, and then that caused them both to spin off and collect the third car. Then I think a fourth car joined the party, and so Jackson Verhoeven has just gone and got a new car, which is a great thing about sim racing. You've ruined
so
that
you can
one.
still do that in qualifying.
Yeah.
So you just quit out and reset everything, but you'll have to do another warm-up lap, Nick.
That's true. Yeah, he'll lose 5 minutes or so in doing that. But yeah, if you've got the car damaged, there's no point. But yeah, that was a simple misunderstanding of not everyone brakes at the same point, especially not on the first lap.
How long has it taken the tyres to come up to temp here, the Hankooks here this weekend?
It's not actually. It's pretty good. They're horrible for the first lap, but luckily, because you haven't got anything, you've got 2 chicanes initially, you're braking in a straight line, and that tends to mean if you don't get silly with the power on the exit, you're okay, because it's the biggest problem with the tyres not having enough grip when you're going through fast corners. So the Lesmo is not a massively quick corner, so the problem doesn't really come. The first corner that really tests them actually is the exit of Ascari, when you've already done 3.5 miles, and then the second lap it's pretty good, and third lap it's fine. So it's not the same as it has been, where you can take 5 laps to get them up. So that is a positive. But yeah, obviously then you have to have the racing brain engaged in the first couple of laps just to be very careful on the throttle.
One of the cars involved in that Rettifilio incident was limping through the Parabolica, so clearly I didn't spot the number, but whoever controlling that car choosing not to dive out of the session and repair the car instantly, because it looked very misshapen on the rear left, and possibly one of the wheel on that side of the car, the rear left, steering in a completely the wrong direction. So that'll get back to the pits. They may well decide to press the reset button there.
49.7 by Lurk Hartog for NKPP Racing by Baz Cooten.
Yeah, this is the problem. These cars are too quick.
Says a GT3 driver. Well, there's not a lot of air on them. I mean, but this is real life. Bruce, we've seen this with the Porsche GT Cup cars. How many times have we sat in a race week at, say, Dubai, or indeed anywhere around the world, and said, you know, if we had the money, if we dropped the Euro millions, we'd buy an old Cup car and use one of these, because they're bulletproof, they're very quick in a straight line, they've got big fuel tanks. These cars, I reckon, a well-driven one of these, Bruce Jones, will be leading in by the time all the GT3 cars have stopped at the end of the first hour.
Probably so. I mean, you always feel that they get 28 hours of running in a 24-hour race. They're always out on the track. They're just phenomenal cars, but I'm surprised we don't have more than 6 of them here. So when 4 of them got together right at the start of this qualifying session, I was thinking, what are you doing, guys? These are cars that are supposed to be here all the way to the end in today's 12 hours race. But at the moment, only 2 of them have set competitive times. But great cars to go racing in. iRacing or in the real in the flesh, but certainly, and with the mix of tracks you have that prevent it put in front of you, why wouldn't you want to go racing in the real world in one of these?
Porsche Lorient Virtual Racing, Gillian Fisher out on his lap at the moment. Not easy cars to drive though, Nick. Not in the real world, and not in the online world either. Fairly analogue cars. All right, they have paddle shifts nowadays, but ABS and traction control options, which you can have in the endurance spec of the cars in the real world, but it's the typical still with the engine way back on the back wheels.
Yeah, I think if you like a 911, then you'll be hopping into those. But it's not really a car which you can go from a GT3 into a TCR and then suddenly in the front wheel drive and rear wheel drive. Oddly, the rear engine is more of a change of style, obviously, because it's a completely different application of throttle and even application of brakes. So I think you kind of have these Porsche experts, and that's why you've got 6 of them. You know, I think if you look at it, you think, oh, there's 4 classes. What should we go in? This one was never considered. Because it's a tricky little thing to get going. But once the guys who know it, as you can see, are very, very fast.
Yeah, and the other thing you've got to bear in mind is how much the car's moving around on the track, because if you're clutching the curbs at the second chicane particularly, I mean, I love the mechanics with this game engine because it adds the weight of the car visually and how much it takes to manhandle the car through a tight chicane like that, over the curbs, and then the sorting out it needs to do afterwards as well. Hit the throttle hard, but the car may not be level on the ground at the time.
987 coming up to Ascari now as Luke Hartog goes back to the top for NKPP Racing, having just been lost his spot at the top for the MRS Sim Racing 2 team. Nicholas Labish and Glenn Van Padish both had their turn at the top for the two MRS Sim Racing teams. But Felipe Fernandez-Leza, real world race union driver, and he's coming round in the 987 to complete his lap. See where that puts him as he comes across the line. It's going to be competitive. 49.9. That is good enough to put him where? Where did he jump up to there?
I think he was completing an outlet, John, because he was delayed earlier in the session.
Yeah, it's gone up to third. So that was the Race Union 12-hour team up at third with a 49.953.
Oh, and then he spins.
Yes.
Doesn't matter though. Just have to come back. Just have to drive all the way back. 0.64 of a second between first and second. Nicholas Laubish with Bodeman Kuster in second place for Baz Kuten's team. Then Race Union, then MRS Sim Racing, their primary team, then Speed Lover. Haven't mentioned Jackson Verhoeven, the 978 car, Porsche Lorient, the Porsche dealer from the Atlantic coast of France in Brest. And the other thing to notice here, JP, and you'll be seeing this, is the amount of time that's being spent on these liveries.
Oh yeah, I mean, yeah, some of them award-winning, aren't they? And I think to get the car looking right is half the weekend solved already. And some of them carrying the sponsors that they would do in real life as well. I love the detailing of, for instance, the Belgian flag on the rear wing of that particular Porsche, or is it? Let's have a look. 978. Yeah, the Belgian's flag for Speed Lover, of course, which those cars carry in real life as well. So it is about taking as much of the livery that we're used to from, for instance, the Dubai 24 hours, or indeed the Monza 12 hours, which is still due to take place a little bit later on in the year, by the way, in July. And translating that livery onto your virtual car, and many of the teams doing a cracking job at that.
Had a long chat with Andy Blackmore about that. Andy, the legendary graphic designer and livery expert, who's got some classic liveries to his name in the real world. He's been learning some new skills as well and translating that into a number of different platforms, notably for Turner Motorsport and one or two others in the, I think he had 5 or 6, memory serves, Nick Damon, in the last IMSA iRacing.
Well, I think he had half a dozen. Yeah. I mean, the livery was something that was very much front and centre from the original concept of the event. They wanted to make sure there were liveries. There is an overlay pack. So, for example, all the cars have the proper Creventic sponsors. So you look that every single one has the same. The trees for organisation, and there's about 4 or 5. Sponsors
and the right windscreen banner and things like that, the Hankook decals, yeah. So once you then had that overlay, then you could design your car around it. But yeah, so it's exactly like it would be. Creventic have taken this and done the Creventic thing and made it a Creventic e-race, and it's been great to see the cars develop, because obviously we've been practicing all during the week and they've had all sorts of different liveries or no livery, and then as of yesterday all the packs are uploaded and suddenly you're racing against people with the correct colours, which is good, because you begin to work out who you want to avoid. Just like the real world, you soon spot them and you know who's coming up behind you. There'll be a few teams. Are you utilising spotters, Nick?
There are auto spotters, yeah. So you've got an auto spotter. There's a couple of versions of that who will tell you where cars are to your left, your right. There's a more advanced one who gives you information on lap times, whether you're gaining or whether you're losing. But yeah, there is a spotter who will tell you what's going on left and right. Remember, most people with a normal sim rig will only have a single screen, so you don't have particularly good peripheral vision, especially to the right. So you do need someone telling you the car to your right-hand side, because you won't always see it.
Yeah, right rear quarter panel is always the nightmare. It's worse in some cars than others in the real world. The Ferraris in particular always had a very big blind spot there. It's in the GTEs and the GT3s. Also quite a low car as well. So coming through to the end of our penultimate qualifying session, Nicholas Laubish back on top for MRS Sim Racing 2, now down to 149.5. That's not hanging around. And these cars, once we get into race mode, these cars are going to be nibbling around the back of the GT3 field in the early laps, no doubt in my mind at all. And certainly with the larger fuel tank and the better fuel mileage on the Cup cars, Johnny Palmer, just as we've seen in Hankook 24-hour racing in real life, IRL, then these cars could well be leading in the early hours.
They could, yeah, quite conceivably. We see it often at the Nürburgring for the VLN now NLS races with the SP7 cars, because their pace, particularly down the straights, is so much better sometimes than a GT3 car. And yeah, around this place, Monza, with the long straights, then the lack of aero is a real help for these Porsches. They're now starting to gaggle together as well. So this took its time in the TCR
about a minute to go
qualifying session earlier on, whereby a lot of drivers decided to do the session on their own, and then they started to clump together a little bit. Well, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe even 5 cars occupying that same bit of straight now, leading up to the Parabolica.
Decent crowd for the qualifying today. Now remember, this is the 28th of March, so social distancing wasn't required at that point, so that's all fine in the early running here. And
if in Italy, I think it possibly was.
It certainly was in Italy.
Was it? Well, not here.
Not here.
Everybody's been tested. It's fine.
If you watched the good overhead shot a second ago, where if you can see the screens where the Porsches went off at the exit of the Sky, and 2 or 3 of them kicked up some dirt. Now the problem with that is they all got an off track, and if you get an off track, it means your lap doesn't count, which is obviously in the qualifying rather important, because that one's wiped off.
Laubish goes through 149.251 and stretches his gap at the front of the field to 0.2 of a second from the NKPP Racing by Baz Kooten.
This will be their last lap. The GT3s are rolling now, because they're getting them rolling immediately in the back of these guys.
And who's qualifying for the 62, the mighty 62?
Mighty 62 got Darren in the car. Darren Wood is qualifying. He's got the qualifying setup on, so it's either going to be absolutely brilliant or in a barrier.
And how different is your qualifying setup then, Nick? Are you just trimming it all out?
No, it's much edgier setup. It's designed to get better rotation, but yeah, you can't hang on to it for an hour.
Okay. MRS GT will be on pole for the 991 class Porsche Cup cars. Then it's NKPP Racing by 0.2 of a second. Another half a second further back is Third Race Union. Then MRS Sim Racing's primary team, actually, so they've got both their teams on the front 2 rows. Then Speed Lover, then Porsche Lorient a little bit off the pace, but in the race, of course, it'll all be about consistency. We're live from a virtual Monza and the Hankook 12 hours. This is part of the Hankook 24-hour series, the Creventic series, and the GTs are running. The GT3s, the top category cars, are rolling out on their warm-up laps. Keep an eye open for, again, some big names here. We've already got a couple of the Audis in team formation as they head out onto the far side of the circuit, and that's a bit of team tactics, I'm sure, there early on. And watch out for the AMG GT3 number 62.
Yes.
That's the Team RSL powered by Morpho. Joe Bradley, Nick Damon, Ben Constant-Duras, voices you're used to hearing. And in fact, Nick joining us at the moment. Darren Woods qualifying that. Simon Herring who is the 5th member of that team. They'll be on pole position by a second and a half at the end of this. Team WRT are the two Audis in white, black and green colours, slightly different colour scheme for WRT. Mirko Bortolotti, the second of those two cars in the number 1 machine. The number 2 Belgian team is the Ken Gulbrandsen driven car, I think, is taking the qualifying duties for that car.
Behind them is the Red Camels car, which is the Ferrari of Rick and Luke Breukers, who, going into this, I would say are probably around about the favourites. I wasn't sure how fast Luke was, but the annoying thing is he's just as quick as his brother.
Well, Luke will tell you, in the real world, he's quicker than his brother.
But yeah, so there's a lot of good teams. Certainly, yeah, this Audi with Mirko Bortolotti has Kenton Cook as a teammate, so they've got a couple of great drivers we've seen in the IMSA series. So yeah, you kind of understand the enormity of the challenge of 3 commentators and 2 a flight handler and a mechanic.
What's the rules about having pro drivers? Do you have to have, or can you only have a certain amount of pro drivers, or are sim racers encouraged? How does that work, Nick?
No, drivers are free, but I think there's a maximum of 5 hours by any one driver. It might be strict.
Bruce Jones, early running, coming round to complete the first flying lap for E-Team WRT, and clearly team tactics being employed here, Bruce.
It's uncannily real. In the real world of the GT World Challenge, you could guarantee WRT would always put their cars out together, always put them out right at the start of the session. Very clever indeed. They may swap round in a lap or so, but doing everything right. We've already had a spinner. I noticed first time down to the first chicane, one of the Reiter Engineering Mercedes went for a bit of a whiz, but certainly very realistic indeed, and exactly the tactic they needed.
Bortolotti to the top, 47.6. Ahead of Red Camel, Rick Breukers, a 47.6 as well, 0.018 of a second, then 0.2 further back to it was Fabrice Cornelis who was behind the wheel of the second WRT Audi, the number 2 car. Team Speed Monkeys, Julian Hanses in third for Ferrari. He's just another 0.023 back, then 0.2 back to Optimum Motorsports and Chris Zirkling, then Nick Madsen for FAC Auto Tech. These are all real-world names. It's fantastic, isn't it? E-Sport Team Black Falcon, Phil Ellis back 0.6 of a second, and he's only 7th position. Louis Nasser for Reiter Engineering, 0.7 off pole. Also 0.7 Team iRacing, young Sam Neary qualifying the Mercedes there. Look at Toz Arto, the RS Racing Ferrari, 0.8 away from pole. Very, very tight indeed in that top 10. 0.8 between pole at the moment and 10, and the bright orange Ferrari leading a gaggle of cars with Rick Breukers doing qualifying, and he's pulled out of the way to ensure, I think, that he doesn't give somebody a tow.
There'd been a kerfuffle at the first chicane.
Yeah, you saw that as well, did you, Nick?
So something happened with one of the Audis, not both the Audis, which resulted in Rick also stopping. So this lap was going to be. So I'm not quite sure what caused that. Rick, as you say, decided he didn't want to be involved in towing the ABBA car along, which has got a pretty good lineup, because outside of Sam, it's got Adam
Christodoulou
car as well, yeah. And
is it Tom Onslow calls the other
I think Tom's in the car. Yeah, Tom's very, very quick. Tom needs, having raced with Tom during the week, he needs to perhaps be a little bit more on track every lap rather than most of the laps.
Oh, hang on. Can we just spin that back and play it again? Nick Damon giving Tom Onslow a call, driving critique. JP.
No, he's very quick.
Virtual driving
critique. He's very quick, but I think
the car goes faster on the track. Is that what you're trying to say?
Well, I think he was doing 12. He did 12 laps in qualifying, of which 4 counted.
Yeah, okay, yes. Well, there are 1 or 2 other drivers in the real world that you can sort of lay that claim against him.
Very true.
In the real world, he's obviously one of
what I mean is
endurance drivers.
You're exploring the extremities of the track, and then you really nail it in literally the last lap possible. I mean, Matt Griffin is often guilty of that in European Le Mans Series sessions. We never think he's actually going to pluck a time out of the session, and he does it on the final lap, having pushed the track limits like crazy till then.
Paul Sitter, guys. It's a 1:47.188 for the Atlas BX Motorsports. This is the South Korean team, although Stephen Cho is flagged as a Canadian, but it was Ji-Mun Kim who has done the time, and they've got a couple of arms in the semi-pro in that. Go ahead.
With a 46.9 this morning in the morning conditions, which I think, whilst track would be better, no one's getting a tow at that point. So
well, let's see what this lap is for the three cars that have been towing each other around. Any change for Rick Breukers, still his first lap, 1:47.6 showing. Just waiting for the time to come through. He must have been off track.
I think he was.
Must have been off track. No time recorded, so it doesn't update. So Rick will be disappointed with himself there. Atlas BX, then the two WRT teams, and Fabrice Cornelis has gone ahead of Mirko Bortolotti. Then it's Red Camel, then it's Team Webheads. Tom Dillman up into 5th position ahead of Speed Monkeys, then Optimum, then FAC, then Zorg Rensports, then Black Falcon. Phil Ellis in the top 10 at 10. Now 1.2 seconds, 1.1 seconds between 1st and 10th. Bruce Jones, just like the real thing, this is exactly what we'd expect to see at Monza. Very tight indeed.
Very tight indeed. Has come to my attention that Gumin and Kim and Fabrice Cornelis, the top two drivers, are sim racers. They're not real world racers. So again, at the start of this year, with a lot of real world racers coming across, they're at a disadvantage. And the tweaks and twiddles, but looking at Gumin Kim, the Korean, really using the curbs, but very, very tidy off it for Atlas BX. That's why he's 0.4 of a second clear. May I suggest that's a very large margin in GT3. We've got just under 6 minutes remaining, but the others have really, really got to get their acts together.
Let's ask Hugh if he can try and pick up the 62 car for us. This is purely self-promotion for Nick's team. As
car looks great.
Well, that's we want to see the car looking good. Team Webb heads to second. Dillman just goes up into second position and has now cut the deficit to the leader back to 0.367 of a second. So we're going to keep our eye open for the number 62 out there. See if we can pick that up. Darren Woods is currently 19th in class. Still has a couple of Porsches, 3 Porsches times to get better. Coming across the start-finish line now in the red, white and blue of RSL. And thanks to the responsible adult for allowing the logos to be used.
That was my best time, 49.7.
49.7. Is that about right? Is that what you're expecting?
Yeah, 49.3. Now, the interesting thing is that...
talk us around the lap, Nick, while you're watching this.
Yeah,
I'm watching on... I'm also watching on the actual iRacing, and the iRacing has what's called a spec effect, which actually makes the car colours pop. So it's actually a sort of a metallic red. So this is a little bit duller. Is he now? Where is he actually? He's coming up to the second chicane. So you can take a lot of that one, stay off this one. You put the power down as hard as you can, and you're coming into the first of the Lesmos, and you get down to about 50 brake, and you want to take it as close to the barrier as possible. And then you see that bit of pavement there. That's where you put the power on, so you can go accelerate there and not go and pick up a one-off on the left. This is tricky because it's really key, the second Lesmo, because you get that wrong and you lose the speed all the way up the straight towards the Verlianti.
How's the vision over that long bonnet, Nick? And how? Yeah, I know you can move your point of view up and down a little bit.
That's really important, actually. The horizon movement is really key, because Monza's a relatively flat track. It's reasonably easy, but running this thing at Road Atlanta is really hard because you've got a narrow window, and so you have to make sure if you don't have it in the right place, you actually can't see the down dale on the uphill. So it is a key point, that vision situation. It is modelled, of course. You don't get an ability to, with iRacing, you have to sit in the driver's seat. You haven't got that multiple positions you have on a PlayStation game where you can sit on the roll bar or anywhere else. You have to be in the driver's seat.
He didn't get the 149, by the way. That must have been blown lap. He's still sitting on the 150.133, and I noticed he was being quite circumspect on the curb, so maybe he realises that. Goes through again. He was right up the inside there underneath the white line on the start-finish straight. Does that take you out of it as well, Nick?
No. There's no. The track limits are not in the pit entry at all. They're quite. It is very, very, very tough at this track all around the chicanes. They're not having any monkey business around the chicanes. You've either got a massive sausage curve to kick you off, or you've got a slowdown penalty. If you get a slowdown penalty, you don't get an instant point. So if you cut too much chicane, depending where it is, you'll be told to slow down by 1 second, 2 seconds, or anything up to 5 seconds if you blast through the first chicane and take off the cones. So you've got the slowdown penalty. An off-track in the race it doesn't do anything to you apart from bring up the ticking counter, which will eventually lead to a penalty.
Right.
But in qualifying, it takes the lap away. So it's
bit of grass being thrown onto the circuit by Tom Dillman there, and that will stay there. I don't think we're going to clean the track between qualifying and the race. This looks a decent lap, Johnny Palmer, in the Team Webhead, second at the moment for the Ferrari.
Tom pushing hard, wasn't he, through turns 4 and 5 at the Variante della Roggia, and now exiting the Ascari chicane, the 3-element left, right, left, and then that part of that part of the track so crucial because it determines your top speed heading down to the Parabolica. Just to dab on the brakes, then to settle the car, and then to ease it through this ever-opening curve of Parabolica with the resplendent Monza start-finish straight coming into view, and Tom Dillman will cross the line for Team Webheads. He's dropped to third, I noticed. That car was up to second not too long ago, so one of the E-Team WRT Audis has got back ahead, and therefore onto the front row to join Gu Min Kim in the Atlas BX Motorsports Ferrari. So looking like Ferrari, Audi, and then Ferrari, followed by the second of the WRT R8 LMSs.
47.8 it was last time round for Dillman. That was his best time, JP, but as you say, we've got Atlas, WRT2, WRT1, Red Camel ahead of him at the moment, and those gaps beginning to go out a little bit. It's still only 7/10 between first and fifth position.
Yeah, although one or two of my timing screens seem to have frozen there.
Yeah,
so I'll go by the one on the iRacing screen with the Atlas Ferrari so far fastest, and the WRT Audis are going to switch
back out
positions.
Again, yeah.
Yes. And I noticed Rick Broikers, who his Ferrari disappeared as well partway around a lap. He's not had a particularly happy time of late with track limits issues, and of course he was balked with one of the WRT Audis that went back into the pits.
That's interesting there, as the two WRT cars I think have swapped over there. Yes, they have, but interesting. What happened there was the Team 2 WRT car was giving Mirko Bortolotti a tow, and then as he went through at the Parabolica, he quit out into the pits so that nobody else could get a tow from him. I mean, that's tactics that you can only do in the sim world, but I'm pretty certain that's what he did. Very interesting.
It's a lot of forethought and a lot of thought just to gain a position at the start of a sim race that lasts 12 hours. If you're in the top 3 or 4, you're okay. I think anything mid-pack, but I think anything mid-pack's going to be more of an issue, because it's really, the first couple of laps is completely about staying out of trouble. It's not really about getting a break or making a lead, because you've got so many different drivers and so many hours in between. But obviously they have their complete race heads on, and this is what they do. They think there's an advantage in doing that, and that's what they're going for.
At RSL_studio, use the hashtag RSL Monza 12H, where got the checkered flag out, but of course if you're on a lap and it looks like you're going to improve, you'll stay out there. Speed Monkeys, another green and black Ferrari coming through the Ascari chicane and onto the back straight effectively up towards the Parabolic. He will be getting a little bit of a tow from that bright red Audi right in front of him.
Philip Weber worthy of note as well in his Ferrari, because he's just popped up into third position for Duvo by SimRC GT3. So 3 different teams now represented in those top 3 slots.
Dash for the line for Team Speed Monkeys, gets it pulled over to the left hand side. Will definitely be getting a tow from that Audi ahead, and you can see it visually as they cross the line. Oh, did he have to lift there as the Audi did slow down? It was the number 88 bright red Ferrari that was right ahead of him, and that may have just cost him a little bit of time. The car collection, red liveried car. And did then Sim Monkeys improve? No, did not. Did not. So, after 4 15-minute qualifyings, look at the Ferraris at their home circuit. The Tifosi will be out in force. Only 3 German cars, 2 Audis and a Mercedes AMG in the top 10. Atlas BX Motorsport by, in the end, 0.2 of a second from the first E-Team WRT. Then Duo split the 2 Audis with their Ferrari 488. Team Webheads joining the second Audi on the second row. Check that on the inside of the third row of the grid, with Tom Dillman. Then Ferry Monza E-Sports. Then Red Camel, Team Speed Monkeys, 7th and 8th. RS Racing and E-Sport Team Black Falcon make up the top 10, but incredibly close, not even down to a second. In fact, the second will take us all the way to 14th position with Car Collection, Reiter, Optimum, FAC Auto Tech. Lots of the German brands there with Audis and Mercedes. Then another Ferrari, Zorgren Sport again. Car Collection in their more traditional colours in 16th position. The green, Team ABBA Racing, Mercedes AMG, then Fun M Motorsports, BMW, that's the best of the BMW, Sicily and Leipert for the top 20. Just outside the top 20, then we've got Tibbet, Reiter, Earl Bamber Motorsport in there in the AMG, then MRS GT, EB Motors, and 26th for Darren Wood, 2.6 seconds off the lead. What do you reckon to that, Nick Damon?
A little bit disappointing. We hope to be in about 21st, 22nd, but it doesn't matter. There's 12 hours to go, and more important, there's the first corner to go. We have the grid's already counting down. It's 2 minutes and 50 seconds before they knock up the dummy grid. Just so you know, I'm on second, so it'll be an hour, and yes, it's slightly nervous, really. See, I'm just sitting there in a room.
And it's Joe Bradley starting, is it?
No, it's Darren starting now. He decided to start the qualifying driver. I'm on second and Joe's on third.
Right, we're going to let you go, Nick. Thanks very much indeed.
Cheers.
Just in case you have to be ready. Yeah, just in case anything happens. It's cheers, mate. We'll speak to Nick Damon later on. It's a function of sim racing that you have to be early, possibly even ready, possibly JP, even earlier than you would in the real world, in case your driver has a problem with a connection or has a rig issue or something like that. The GT4 category was settled earlier on, so Grensport taking pole there, and in the Porsche 911 class, which whizzed past there as we were saying goodbye to Nick, it was MRS Sim Racing that took pole position, and in TCR the pole position going in our first 15-minute qualifying session, duo by Sim RC. A couple of minutes before we get underway, Bruce Jones, your thought about qualifying. The cream rose to the top, didn't it?
It really did, but what's absolutely clear, you need an Audi, or most notably at Monza, you need a Ferrari at Monza. Mercedes sort of really did tumble down the charts, never really had it, but Nick keeps saying it, and I say I'm feeling nervous on behalf of Nick and the crew. I can just feel that tension mounting, but maybe the Mercedes would be good through the course of the race, and the BMWs as well might challenge in the GT3 class, but what would the Tifosi want? Ferraris at the front end at Monza. What have they got? Exactly that.
Yeah, absolutely agree. At RSL_studio, if you'd like to get in touch with us, use the hashtag RSL Monza 12H. Hello to Miza, who says, thanks for the coverage. I'm missing real life racing, but this is a help big time. It will be a rolling start. JP, you've not seen this before, but note we do have a Porsche safety car that will lead the teams around. And what I forgot to ask Nick, are you still there? No, he's rung off. I forgot to ask if we will have any safety car interruptions. I don't think we will in this race. I think it'll be handled by yellow flags if there are any incidents. So rolling start with the safety car, you'll see the lights will go on the Porsche 911, and again, we won't have to have a full lap, but that does mean, JP, that into the first chicane, it's going to be very cold tyres.
Yes, certainly. I do enjoy the gridding up process, though, in iRacing. It takes an awfully shorter time than it does in real life, and one or two are arriving quite late on parade. You think there's a gap there, but then it's very quickly filled. Right, the pace car is starting to move, as are those two cars then on the front row. One a Ferrari, one an Audi. And Ferrari's then backing up very strongly behind. Another question for Nick later on in hour 3 is, he said, you know, there was a toss-up between whether they went with a Mercedes or Ferrari. Ferrari clearly quicker. I just wonder whether it takes more skill and poise and finesse to extract the pace out of a Ferrari. Are you more likely to throw it at the scenery more so than the Mercedes?
That's a good point, and we've had a number of people talking to us about being consistent in the longer races. And when you've got a team that is a team of mixed ability, let's say, like gentleman drivers, much like the real world, the Mercedes, the AMG GT3 is recognised, I think, by gentleman drivers as being an easier car to be consistent with over a long period of time. All right then, the whole fields are gridded up. There is 12 hours on the clock. It will start counting down once they cross the start-finish line. We're live from a virtual Monza on the 28th of March when the real race was meant to happen. The sunshine is a welcome addition. The safety car dives off at the last moment, and Human Kim for Atlas BX is in control of the field in the mostly white Ferrari. To driver's right, the green flag is out, and we start the countdown. A fantastic start by the pole sitter, and here come the hordes of Ferraris. Red Camel in there as well, but that dropped back a little bit. Rick Broikes was rather caught napping just a little bit there. Team Webheads in the mix earlier on, and I can't believe it, but the first 5 or 6 rows have certainly got through the first chicane. The Rettifilio, there is in the middle of the field in the Porsche 911 category. Somebody turned around, and that's caused all kinds of carnage. Some of the GT4s caught up in that as well. And here comes the and at the front of the field, and is the that was good driving by Rick Broikes, and that's Philip Weber in the duo car, who was turned around into the Variante della Regia. And just after I was telling everybody that they'd been doing a good job, it all went bonkers. Still with cold tyres, I would think. There's a Porsche in there as well up the field.
Weber's Ferrari crabbing really badly, though. It's missing its rear screen as well that goes over the engine, and not sure whether he was nerfed into that or whether it was of his own making. But Philip Weber, having performed so well late in the day in qualifying to get 3rd position, is now trailing its way round on this first racing lap back to the pits.
And look how far up the field the Porsche Cup class cars have got as well, JP. That's extraordinary. The 980 was right up amongst the mix there as the leaders, and there's the 991 as well. That's up into that lead of its class for the black and yellow car, but well in the battle with the GT3 cars, and the 2 leaders now with a huge lead after the conflagration that went on behind them. And so it's Atlas from E-Team WRT, that's a Bortolotti car, in 2nd. Then Rick Broikes up to 3rd, ahead of the 2nd E-Team WRT, the number 2 car. Team Webheads down to 6th, Car Collection 7th, RS Racing in 8th position as they went across the line this time. Bruce Jones tidy, and then not so much.
How true to life would you like it, John? Exactly how it would be in the real world. Just a little bit of a touch down at the tail of the 55 car group through the first chicane and second. You really had to feel for the driver, Philip Weber, of the duo car. When you lose your rear screen, the screen over your rear engine cover, if you will, on the Ferrari, it's not normally your fault unless your car's going backwards. So he was given a clout from 3rd or 4th place. People behind did really well to cover it, but actually, all in all, cold tyres here at the end of March. I think a very, very good job from the field. I feared far more carnage, I must say.
In the Cup cast. It's all already mixed up with the TCRs coming through in the GT4 class, excuse me, but the Avia Zorgren Sports Audi has managed to pick its way through the carnage, and right on its tailpipe Leipert in the 111, and they now have the added complication, Johnny Palmer, of having to pick their way through the field. That's third and fourth, excuse me, in TCR. Team Avia, Zorgren Sport and the Leiport car.
Yeah, and now a scenario, of course, which hasn't been faced, well, since the start of qualifying, whereby you're finding other cars out on track with you and judging those speed differentials where, for instance, the Caymans can overtake the TCRs. Actually, the two Audis, the RS3 LMSs, are doing incredibly well to stay up with those two Cayman 718. So the speed differential there, not that great. And a fair bit of overlap then between the two lower categories. Remember, 4 represented in the race: GT3s, GT4s, which are the Caymans, the Porsche 911s, the 991 class, 6 of those, and then the TCRs towards the rear of the field. So over 50 cars in the eSports Monza 12 hours, taking place at the end of March, despite us being 2 months on in reality. But glorious conditions. Going to be a little bit chilly, I suppose, in places. As
lovely,
a good move there, I think, for the lead in TCR, because yeah, the positional lights. You know, I was taking experience there from real life in that the positional numbers don't update until we get back to the start line usually, or at least a timing sector split. And therefore 0-2 still displayed on the side of car 176, despite having taken the lead at the first chicane.
Yeah, and you're spot on there, JP. Anything with a 1 on it is a TCR. Anything with a 4 on it is a Cayman GT4 car. 9 is the 911s if the numbers start there. And of course, anything with a double-digit number is the front of the field. This is the best battle on the circuit at the moment, is it, for the lead-in class? And again, they've got the issue of a GT4 car, Bruce Jones, right in there. So Autorama then dropped down to second position, and it looks like that Audi's getting a bit of toll from the Cayman as they run up towards the Ascari chicane. Bruce Jones.
Well, the TCR Audis, clearly, you know, they have a lot more downforce. And so through the first part of the Lesmo and the second part, they really gobbled up the Porsche Cayman. Now, when it gets to the faster, straighter bits, when they come out of the Ascari chicane, it should go the Cayman's way, but handier over the curbs, the Audis are. They came down to earth out of the Della Roggia, the second chicane, but through the Lesmos, the way they took chunks out of the Porsche Cayman just showed the different capabilities, these cars. But then once you get on the long run down to the Parabolica, the Porsche starts to pull clear again. But then, of course, who has more downforce? Who takes the Parabolica better? Of course, it's the TCR cars. But then they get out onto the start-finish straight. What happens? The Porsche pulls away. But great little cat-and-mouse battle there.
Live on RS1 for audio, if you're not going to be able to sit in front of a computer and watch the video stream all day today, take us with you. Get us Bluetooth to your car if you're doing some Saturday shopping, all within safe social distancing, of course. But you can take the race with you all through today. It's the Hankook 12 Hours of Monza. Creventic Racing in the virtual world with Racespot.tv and Radio Show Limited providing you with the voices today. Johnny Palmer, Bruce Jones and me, John Hindhoff. 5th and 6th, Team WRT. Audi in the white, black and green. Then behind another Audi, it's the all red car collection motorsport car. Through the Parabolica onto the start finish straight. Behind them is RS Racing, the number 7. And they're about 9 seconds off the lead. This is a great battle. Everybody seems to have settled down just a little bit. Be interested to see if anybody made the pit stops and had to do any repairs. Webhead's right in the mix further back down the field. Tom Dillman losing a position to the number 78 AMG as he was trying to fire his way down the inside. So Dillman then losing out to Right Engineering's number 78 car. It was Louis Nasser who qualified that car and started it. Tom Dillman for Team Webheads, GM Littman in that car later on. But that's the problem, isn't it, JP? That carries over from the real world. If you're in a battle and you make a move, and somewhere like Monza, where momentum is so important, you get offline, you get your Hankook tyres dirty, you're a sitting duck for the cars behind you.
Yeah, and especially at the start of the race where everyone is bunched very closely together, nobody's going to let you back into the train. So effectively, I mean, it's like a NASCAR move. You get railroaded out of the battle, and then it's a question of finding the next gap, but that might be 4 or 5 car lengths further behind. So these positional errors can be very, very costly, particularly early part of the race. I know it's all about staying on the lead lap in the early stages and staying out of trouble, but you want to retain track position where possible as well, and that's where the similarities again are just superb, comparing virtual racing with the real thing. Very, very close indeed. Just a short track this, as we've said. It's relatively flat around here at Monza. Fairly simple layout, although classic, of course. But there's nowhere to hide, really.
No.
And with it being just over 3 miles long, you know, you're going to find traffic pretty quickly, particularly in these GT3 cars, catching the slower, in inverted commas, not very slow at all, machinery out there, like the TCRs and the Caymans.
Guys, I'm really glad we've just caught the number 88 car collection Audi, because that started outside the top 10. I was about to say it's up to 6th, which is astonishing. It's kept out of trouble, but Fabrice Cornelis has just been picked off. They're both sim racers, but the WRT Audi is falling down the order, but only because the 88 is coming forward. This, so far, to me, over the first handful of laps, has been the drive of the race. Not just keeping out of trouble for car collection motorsport, but showing massive attack. So that's a bit. So well done, the director, for picking him out. It's flying. It's Andreas Fink.
But that WRT Audi that you mentioned, Bruce, has got a well-mangled rear end. He's obviously been involved in one of those initial skirmishes. It's not really affecting the pace of that car, though. But to just compare 88, the rear of the 88, with the WRT, which has been heavily remodelled for that 5th place, now 6th place car.
Yeah, right in behind them in 7th, Luca Tosato for RS Racing Ferrari, then Christopher Zirkling, Optimum, then Colin Carisani for eSport Team Black Falcon, and then Louis Nasher for Writer Engineering in 10th position. They're all there, and right behind that, was that the ABBA car in there as well? The bright, no, that's, excuse me, I thought I saw a flash of bright green. So these cars battling for 7th on down over, make that
the Black Falcon car that's in the bright green,
yes,
John?
Correct, yes.
Now, John, one thing I want to bring up is the fact, and we've seen this in the digital NLS series, is the fact that when cars are damaged, the teams have to choose when to get, or indeed if to get the damage repaired, because it comes with a time penalty when they make a pit stop. But if it's not troubling them too much, and maybe at Monza it doesn't as much, doesn't work the cars as hard as it does at other circuits, but for now, maybe the WRT2 entry with Fabrice Cornelis with that rear damage, they're just deciding to live with it as it is. Let's see what happens at the pit stop.
If it's not affecting his top speed too much, I think they'll leave him out there. But there's definitely some remodelling. It's not how it came out of Audi Sport Customer Racing. And Chris Renke will be virtually rubbing his hands in glee at the thought of selling some Audi R8 LMS bits. Right rear corner looks like it's been remodelled. Keep an eye on that, and I'll quickly run you through the class leaders as well. In the Porsche 911 category, that is in 20th position now for Luke Hartog, who was a little bit further up the field there, and that car leads its class for NKPP Racing. In the 718, that's the yellow and black class, the machine, the 991 number in the 991 category. It was a bit further up the field earlier on, but the GT3 car's now got into their strides and has got through. But very sensible driving on the yellow and black car, JP, which is, it looks like it's just rolled off the truck, and that's of course exactly what you want in these. Well, you want it as far through the race as you can get it like that.
Yes, you do, but it's always tricky to keep a car in that sort of condition for half a day effectively, and out of the Ascari chicane using every bit of track available, all 4 wheels over the white line there. I know there's that little access road that you can use as well for the bit of extra grip, but hopping over the grass mound there just before it, which has really unsettled the car, but now out of the Parabolica goes the NKPP entry.
Yeah, and he's got a decent gap, has Luke. Look to the second place in class, which is Felipe Fernandez-Laser in the Race Union 12-hour car. The car directly behind him is actually a GT3 car, as the Race Union car just comes on to the start-finish straight now. That's second in the Porsche class, and third in that class is Greg Vranix in the MRS Sim Racing number 980. If we drop back a little bit further as they're coming across the start-finish line now, we can pick up the battle in the Porsche 718 GT4 category. 4 seconds between Tim Claessens in the Munkoff racing car. Leads Yannick Danik in the Zorg E-Sports, Zorg Rennsport car. The 421 again looking pretty straight, so avoided all those shenanigans early on and has eked out a substantial 4-second lead to the Zorg blue and white car in second. He's got his hands full, Yannick Danish, with Tim de Vries for PG Motorsport.nl in the grey and red car, and that is a battle for position. A bit further back, the Audis were running very well in TCR and got well into some of the faster runners. Leading at the moment, Jürgen Frank in the very distinctive duo by Sim Racing TCR car, mainly white but with some red, blue and a black rear 3/4 on that car. And Jürgen leads by 2 seconds, 2.5 seconds, let's call it, to Autorama, Miklas Born, and Mark Danish, the Zorg Rennsport cars, another 3 seconds further back. So that lead pack has been broken up and has already got GT3 cars coming through it. And there's a whole bunch of GT3 cars at the bottom end of the field who've clearly had some issues at the start. Speed Monkeys, Team Johnson Consulting, duo by Sim RC's GT3, Atlantis Speedworks, which we haven't mentioned, they're in the pit, so they must have had a big. Brian Ortiz has taken that car. Nick Westphal for MRS is in the pit and has been for a while. Swiss team is in the pits, and Tibbet Racing in the pits as well. And we haven't seen Pro Assist, Team Simone and Team Gonzalo either, so they may well have already called that a day, and they are, as I say, well down on the rest of the field with half a dozen cars there at the bottom of the field, 5 cars at the bottom of the field who've been in the pits for quite some time. So here comes the GT3 runners through that TCR battle. That is Team Abbott. Oh, getting held up. Sam Neri had to use the brake pedal there, and that's really killed his speed on the run up the straight to the Parabolica, and WRT able to go round the outside and doesn't get that done. That's the damaged WRT car, isn't it? That's right in the mix there, JP, onto the start-finish straight.
Yes, it is, and I think actually it's the Black Falcon.
It is Black Falcon. That's twice
again.
I've done that. Bruce has told me once. Now you've told me. It might stick in the next 11.5 hours.
We can but hope. The number 4 car then being driven by Colin Carasani, gaining a position on the damaged Audi, but that was more about position on track rather than the fact that the Audi's going any slower than the cars around it. And 3 more, including 2 Mercedes and a Ferrari, through next, one of which of those Mercedes is a Reiter engineering car and being driven by Lewis Nasser, it looks like. So battling away with Christopher Zirkling there in the Optimum by Simza Esports Mercedes, with Luca Tozzato just ahead.
Yeah, and just as I've mentioned, Team Abba, I'll tell you that Adam Christodoulou started that car, not Sam Neri, who qualified it, and they're sitting at the moment in 21st position, 3.5 seconds behind Darren Wood in the 62 Mercedes AMG GT3. That's the Team RSL powered by Morpho machine, which is leading by 2 laps now, that 62 car, and will be for the rest of the race. I've been promised that if I do that, I will be rewarded handsomely by the team.
Okay.
Yeah, fastest lap by Team Morpho last time around, 5 seconds quicker than everybody else. They're not going to get any any special treatment at all. There's the Morpho powered car sitting in behind the 991 Porsche, which leads its category. That's Luke Hartog in NKPP. Now that's going to be an interesting one because that Porsche is very quick indeed, and already coming up to lap some traffic. So the NKPP car may be making a slight hole in the air. Right, let's go to the front of the field. Joo-Min Kim for Atlas BX, the Korean entered team, leads it out, but he's being closed down a half a second now. Had a decent lead earlier on, but Mirko Bortolotti's brought the Hankook tyres in now on that second place car, Bruce Jones, and we've seen, haven't we, how light on their loafers the Audis are. So that's been a very good opening 10 laps from Bortolotti to stay out of trouble and now to gradually bring himself back to the leader.
Well, trouble was the opposite as he gets chopped across the bows going to the first part of the Lesmos. But the first two, don't forget, Joo-Min Kim and Mirko Bortolotti were clear of the trouble at the second chicane on the opening lap. It was those in behind in third, fourth and fifth place that had to sort out. That's when the damage happened to the second WRT car. But apart from the problem going around and lapping that Mercedes there, it's all been about Bortolotti looking for the moment. But now, of course, you've got the variables of the traffic as they come up and lap the TCR cars. And, oh dear, the troublesome Mercedes was behind and is now in front of poor old... well, the battle there, that's just what you don't want when you're sorting your way up front. I thought it was in front of Bortolotti, but in fact it wasn't. It was just behind. But a big, scary moment for the rest of the pack.
Getting lapped the Team Johnson car. That was one of the E-Solo sponsored car. So we've seen those guys running the RCZ, a Peugeot for many years, and then they changed cars to, I think, a TCR car, didn't they? They got themselves into, and now playing in the GT3 category, but lost either on the downshift or under braking there. But no harm, no foul, other than to a little bit of a raise of heartbeat from the driver of the number 15.
I think it was right in front of Tim Klassens, though, who leads his class in the Porsche 718 division, the GT4 part of the race. So 4:21, having had a 5.6 second lead over Yannick Danish, that's come down to 4.8 now. So large margin, somewhat compromised by something not of his own making, which was a Mercedes entering stage right there at the Ascari chicane.
Still a fabulous battle for sixth on down. Colin Carasani for eSport Team Black Falcon in the black and green, and right up his tailpipes at the moment, Fabrice Cordelis in the E-Team WRT Audi R8. That's the damaged car, but still competitive. Then a little gap back to Luca Tozzato for RS Racing, and with more traffic up ahead, maybe an opportunity for the 7th place car to put a move on that bright green and black machine. But Bruce Jones, what I'd forgotten, of course, is how quickly we're going to get into traffic here. So used to watching the long track of the Nordschleife, where it takes half an hour or so for us to start thinking about traffic, but it's going to be like this from now till the end of the race for these guys, so they're going to have their wits about them all the time.
100%, John, but also just looking at the Team Johnson car that had its off-track moment, its bonnet is slightly raised at the front, again showing that issue of damage you can have inflicted by yourself on others, or vice versa, in this case by just running off the circuit. So it's about, as Nick Damon said before the start of the race, keeping it clean. And for all the drivers, the 55 drivers who started this race, getting through the first lap was the first thing. But as you say, after about 4 laps, they were suddenly starting to overtake the TCR class cars, and it's going to be busy for the rest of the race.
Fantastic attempt to go down the inside, all the way along the pit straight, side by side, through the first chicane, and finally the AMG goes through. Oh, and there's a problem for RS Racing. Luca Tozzato, he was very slow coming out. Well, can you miss a gear on these sequential boxes? But certainly something went wrong there, and Tozzato lost positions to Chris Zirkling in the bronze, and is that almost a khaki colour with the bronze accents on it, and right up Zirkling's aerofoil is the blue and white. That's Louis Nasher of Reiter Engineering. They're just putting a lap on that Johnson Team Ava solo car as they go through. Ahead is the other Reiter machine, the other Black Falcon machine rather, and Fabrice Cornelis, who is still having their battle. So plenty of action going on here, JP. People finding someone to race with, and this is where the concentration comes in, driving this close, and something that Bruce and I have talked about for a long time. Actually racing close in sim racing is even more difficult than it is in real life, because there's always a tiny bit of latency, a bit of lag, and you don't want to be as close as, rubbing wheels and tyres here, because you might be a little bit further over than you thought you were.
Yeah, and then your reaction time obviously is compromised massively as well, because it really depends on, first of all, how quickly the images are being portrayed to you, and then you've got the human natural reaction as well. So yeah, you always want to, I suppose, just build in that extra bit of margin when you are sim racing, and that's where the guys like Gyu-Min Kim at the head of the order, who are so used to that, their skills really do come to the fore, because he leads the race by 0.3 of a second. But how about the battle between Black Falcon and the E-Team WRT2 car? Colin Carasani and Fabrice Cornelis battling for 6th and 7th then, and every opportunity there, the WRT car taking a sneaky look up the inside, actually to the outside there into the Della Roggia chicane, the second of the two, and the two Mercedes in the background, I just wonder, are getting a little closer perhaps. Christopher Zirkling bringing Luis Nasser with in there.
Yeah, agreed, JP, absolutely right. I've had conversations with real world drivers who have been then talking to people who know the sim world, and anything you can do to optimize and reduce that latency, including getting a monitor with a faster refresh rate. Yeah. So not using a normal quote-unquote television, even if you're plugged into it through an HDMI port, get a proper big monitor, and the latency drops a little bit. And all of that, when the only cue you've got, of course, JP, is visual. You're not feeling anything, you're not feeling the G-forces, so the only cue that you've got is visual. So that hand-eye brain matrix has got to be at its absolute optimum to be able to do this close racing. And Bruce, you and I have seen it on the Nordschleife plenty of times, where we are just, I mean, most people can't drive around the Nordschleife without falling off on their own, and we've had 5, 6, 7 car battles, and we're seeing exactly that sort of concentration and skill level here at Monza. We've said many times before that the environment may be virtual, but the competition and the talent and the skill is certainly very real indeed.
John, we've sucked in through our teeth many an occasion, and it is the real thing. But yes, some of the drivers from who moved over to try sim racing this year while waiting for the metal to get back on track, it's taken them a couple of races, but certainly the sim races are just so on it in terms of how and where to place their car. Much braver in the earlier races, but I think I would venture to say that that's all starting to change as the regular races are just getting accustomed to how to do it. And anytime I look at the screen right now, it's absolute proof of that. They're really learning their craft.
Monza E-Sports right in the mix with that distinctive yellow and black colour scheme on the AMG. And right ahead is FARC Auto Tech. Michael Schlacks ahead of Marti Fulgencio. FARC Auto Tech, remember, FAT. You'll remember Bruce Jones, the FAT cars at Le Mans many years ago.
One of the standout teams at that time, not just in, well, of course, they did every form of support race for Le Mans as well. But again, great to see these names standing the test of time. And yes, memories get etched. You start to lose the particular years you saw them competing, but they were there in the support program as well as the real thing. So yeah, great name.
Bruce Jones, Johnny Palmer, John Hindhoff on duty at the moment. Nick Damon is waiting for his stint, and then we'll have him back later on, and we'll cycle through the whole 12 hours of this race. Still the Atlas BX team ahead of Mirko Bortolotti for ET WRT. It's absolutely nip and tuck right throughout the field at the moment. And the key thing here, Johnny, in this Hankook 12 Hours of Monza is pacing yourself. Battle for second, by the way, now in the 991 Porsche Cup class. And that is Felipe Fernandez Laser. And alongside him at the moment, 987 and 989, Nicholas Laubich, who's been coming forwards he was down in fourth the last time I looked, so that's an improvement for that car, JP, and it looks like he's gone through. He has indeed.
Just pulled off an outstanding move around the outside of the first bit of the Rettifilo chicane. Yeah, so that was more about out positioning Felipe Fernandez Laser there in the Race Union car. They were door handle to door handle in the middle portion of the Rettifilo, and finally then as the track swung to the left, 989 takes second position. They're both trying to hunt down Loic Hartog though for NKPP in the yellow and black car, and that's quite a bit further up the road, talking 6 seconds pretty much now, because Hartog is scampering away in his 911 GT3 Cup car. But a tantalising battle for second and third. One of the TCR cars.
Don't forget, Johnny.
Yeah, go on.
Johnny, don't forget that Hartog was the one that had all his ducks in a row on the opening lap. Suddenly, that yellow and black Porsche was not just leading the class in the 991 Cup class, but was halfway up the GT3 order. Every gap must have opened for him while it closed on the others. And the driver making progress here up into second place, Nicholas Laubich, was on pole in the class. He clearly had the opposite fortune on that opening lap, but having seen the way he just picked off another position there to go past Felipe Fernandez Laza, who's nobody's fool, shows that he's very much on it, but he's going to have a telescope to see the yellow and black NKPP racing car, because Hartog is way clear, but certainly making a move now there. Nick Laubich stepping his way forward.
At RSL_studio, if you want to get in touch. Adrian Michael Rees, hello AMR, says, just dawned on me, such is the capability of online racing and online communications, how possible would it be to directly talk to a driver while he's in the car, much like how Peter Brock and Dick Johnson did in Aussie touring cars many years ago? That's absolutely possible. I'm not sure very many of the drivers would want to do it, because they are absolutely immersed in what they're doing, AMR, and they're probably also listening to the automatic spotter that the simulation provides them, and possibly even their team manager as well, in terms of how they're doing on their tyre wear, how they're doing on their fuel run, etc, etc. As these two Porsches battling for second and third now, Yannick Danish for Zorg Rennsports, go through a cracking scrap in the GT4 battle as well. So plenty of Porsche action and flat six cracking through the air. That was Tim de Vries and Yannick Danish battling for second and third in the GT4 category, as through went the 911 class, and now they've got to make way for the very Italian flagged Audi, which is running in 22nd in class. That's Fabio Mangani for EB Motors. So I think that's the 99 car, is it? Yes, it is. So a relatively sensible start then, gentlemen, as we've just gone through the first half an hour of the race, getting a few fastest laps, a couple of cars in the pits as well. 414 into the pit lane, and that was Soren Jonsson with problems into the pits. Davy van Hoogenvoort has entered the pits as well for the 177 Audi team. So these are very much early stops. You'd expect, from talking to some of the drivers, just on about an hour, a little bit less than for the GT cars, a bit over an hour for the Porsches, for the 911s, round about the same for the GT4s. Bruce?
Well, the driver of the race is a BMW Z4, goes straight on it. The first chicane is definitely Andreas Fink. That car collection number 88 Audi is now up to third place. Not so long ago, he did well to get up to sixth, but he started outside the top 10. And his next target, Mirko Bortolotti. He was quicker than Bortolotti last time around. Bortolotti, I think, was slightly tripped up going around a back marker because he's fallen to 1.3 seconds down on Human Kim. But Andreas Fink, Audi number 88 for Car Collection Motorsport, he is the star of the race so far.
Great battling side by side by the two Caymans. Third Autosport, Lance Bergstein. Absolutely quality stuff. Battling with the Hell ABK Racing, Anthony Beckman. And they were side by side for at least a couple of corners. Glorious stuff to watch. Oh, and a spin. Oh, for third place. That's Tim de Vries. Now, did he jump or was he pushed? I have to say, I'd looked away from the screen for just a moment there to the timing screen. And there's oh, he's had big damage. Big damage on the front of that 718 Porsche. De Vries, who was in third place. Mark Lurchkin for Leipert's just gone through in that blackened yellow car. He's lost the bonnet of that car. Thanks, Hugo, who's working hard cutting the pictures. So keep an eye. He was battling for position with the blue car. And does he hit the Audi? Oh, I couldn't see whether he hit the Audi or just what Nick Damon was saying earlier on. If you take too much of that first curb going into Ascari, Johnny Palmer, it pitches you into the wall from the onboard. Let's see if he got close to the TCR car.
Yeah, it's a question of whether there was contact made with the Audi or not.
Yes.
Yeah, there was, but also his line was compromised anyway. He was going in there full chat, expecting to be able to run out wide, and of course there was an Audi there occupying the very bit of track that he wanted to go to, so that pitched the car into a spin, and that's the distance from the edge of the track to the tyre wall is nothing at all. So boot cover missing from that Cayman now. He was battling with, well, very close to Yannick Danish, I think, for second position. That was the blue and white car that he was virtually neck and neck with, going for a move up the inside of the Audi to maintain no traffic between those two, and has lost out big style. But he stayed out, interestingly, so choosing not to pit at this stage. The car's still, well, able to punch out reasonably decent lap times, and a question of riding this storm until their first scheduled pit stop maybe.
Yeah, he tried to, you're spot on, he tried to pinch the corner and tighten his line, but he was already up on the sausage curbs, and that just spun the car around. He's back at the scene of the crime now, next lap around. Hello to Jay Mooney Racing, tweets at RSL_studio. GT Endurance Racing round Monza with the RSL studio team, just the fix I needed. And hello to James Foster as well with the Lola logo on his Twitter feed as well. Hello James, nice to know that you're tuned in as well. JP, what's going on track?
That was the battle between the two Mercedes that were 9th and 10th for a while. They got up to 7th and 8th, but the second of the two, the Reiter car, now just slapping the side of one of the Porsche Caymans through the second bit of the Ascari chicane. The Cayman went for a burn and then across the grass, and it was the 78 Mercedes of Lewis Nasser who was the offender there. Don't think giving him the required space. Chance to call it again, and Nasser still hadn't got ahead of Christopher Zirkling. This is for, well, now showing as 8th and 9th positions. And yes, the Reiter Motorsport Mercedes alongside the Cayman, and sideswipes it somewhat, pitches it into a spin, and out onto the dirt it goes.
Yeah, now, was that one of the Zorg Rennsport cars, the 434? Not sure.
Didn't identify the Cayman, I have to say, but it might well have been, yes. Let's just see whether the paint scheme tallies with that.
No, it's a 494. I did say a 4 on the end. So it's the 494, the Virage E-Sports car.
Yes.
Now, is it tracking straight? I think it is. So the side swipe has put a bit of dust on the car through the gravel trap. But I think, other than that, I'm just looking to see if it's running in a straight line and hasn't got any suspension damage. Might have got away with that. Soren Jonsson, by the way, in the 414 in that category, has now left the pits. after some problems that required a reasonably long stay. So that car back out onto the circuit. New fastest lap in the Porsche 911 category with a 150.756 and 22nd overall for Loic Hartog. And he is hassling some very quick cars indeed. Right ahead of him now, Team iRacing and Adam Christodoulou. Relatively new, Adam, to sim racing, and looks like he's starting to lose grip at the rear end of that AMG GT3. Maybe
that car's carrying some damage though, because the bonnet of that car is slightly raised just above the grille. Just reading about Loic Hartog, who does some real-world racing as well. Took part in the Dubai 24 Hours last year, 2019, when he had only been 16. Yeah, because he's had a birthday since then, so he's now 17, but born in October 2002. Is that even possible, Loic?
He's not allowed to race, he's too young.
Yeah, I think it is, but clearly very, very impressive for virtual racing as well, because he continues to extend the gap for NKPP Racing in that Porsche 911 class.
I have been actually corrected in virtual reality by a real Paul Truswell.
Okay.
I was talking about FARC Autotech. Not to be confused, he says, with FAT, France Allemagne Turbo Express, which was the sponsor of many cars, including the Brunn 962 at Le Mans in the 1980s. Whereas FARC Autotech is a Swiss automotive firm. So not at all the same people, as that car is looking somewhat pre-loved at the moment. I probably just shouldn't have mentioned it in the first place, as it's had an awful run there. It was already damaged as it came in with a gaggle of cars. Where's that? That's coming into the second chicane, the Rettifilio, isn't it? As he comes down. Did he get alongside the Ferrari? Ferrari turned in. The blue, and gets hit again and again. Oh dear. Thank you, Paul. Best wishes, mate. And keep yourself safe, won't you? Yeah, it was the 26th place Ferrari that rotated there. Can't have been. But anyway, Tuswell to straighten things out at RSL_studio to point out all the rest of the mistakes I made. There will be more, I promise you. Now I've managed to get the Black Falcon and the Abacar sorted out in my head.
John, one thing I want to throw your way. I've been talking about the progress of Andreas Fink, the 88 Audi, but what I haven't been talking about is that Mirko Bortolotti's had about 3 rather poor laps. I was just watching the timing intervals, but if he had a poor lap, he'd sort of make it up the next lap to race leader Gumin Kim. I thought that's the traffic going one way and then going the other, but Bortolotti is now 4.3 seconds down on the race leader. Before it was 1.5 seconds towards 2 seconds thereabout, but he's only a similar margin ahead of Fink. So that's number 1 Audi is not having the best of times just now, but looking as it goes out of the third chicane down the back straight to the Parabolica, he's got no traffic around him, so at least he can put in the sort of lap time he ought to be able to do. But the red Audi in the background is getting larger in his mirrors,
and that is the car with whom he is fighting at the moment. He's just put a lap on the red, white and blue Ferrari that sits in behind him. But that car collection, bright red machine, is the next car back. That's the 88 car, and then there should be a bright orange Rick Breukers driven red Camel Ferrari. So Ferrari, Audi, Ferrari, Mercedes for the top 6. Still only 15 seconds between the top 6, so no real breathing room. And Robin Monster right in the wheel tracks of the bright orange red Camel Ferrari that Rick Breukers has under his control at the moment as they head up to the Variante della Roggia, the second chicane, if you will. Fairly simple looking track, Monza, across the start finish line down into the Rettifilio, right very tight right, super tight left, which is more than 90 degrees, and then heading towards the Curva Grande, slightly more open entry to the Variante della Roggia, turns 4 and 5 effectively. Then the two Lesmos, 6 and 7. The little kink from the second Lesmo down towards the Variante Ascari is barely a corner, although it does have a name, the Curva del Seraglio. Then Ascari, quick entry at turn 8 across the curbs, but just the right amount of curbs. Through the middle at 9 and then 10, then onto the run down to the Parabolica, which is tight and opening out. You've got to get the entry right, and then you've got to be prepared to ride the white line on the exit. Here's Robin Munster prepared to do that. He opens out his hands and goes all the way and over the green paint and the red, white and green painted curbing on the outside, but he's not gaining on Rick Brightness as they cross the line and head back down towards. I'll be interested to see if he goes all the way down to first gear for the Rettifilio. He's right on the soft rev limiter there, so he was getting a little bit of a tow. Down to second, yes, down to first, snatches first just before he turns in. Short shift into second, all the way up the rev limiter into third, fourth, just from the middle of the road then for the Curva Grande. Now, look for the 100-metre board on the right-hand side on the top of the Armco. Down through the gearbox again into Variante della Roggia. That's second through there, so that just goes to prove how much quicker it is. Up into third, snatch fourth before the first of the Lesmos. Down to third. You have to be patient there. Watch for the little road on the right-hand side. That's where you can get back on the throttle. Fourth back down to third, all the way up onto the green on the exit. It all happens so quickly, JP, doesn't it? And it's all about being absolutely millimetre perfect here to carry as much momentum through the corners that break up the straight. Because every corner here pretty much leads onto a straight.
Yes.
A long straight, a significant straight.
And is so crucial for that very fact. But also it's about where you're catching the curbs and then also where the car is being vaulted into the air, because it's pointless hammering the throttle if the rear wheels have yet to hit the deck. So it is about being at one with the car, and that's more difficult to do in this type of racing when, as you said, you're not getting the feeling through your backside. You're staring at, in the main part, one single screen, so no sense of really peripheral vision either, and about getting the rhythm of the track. And it may be that after you've done 10 laps or so you are pretty much there. Others though will take a little bit longer, but it is about just kind of riding the waves a lot of the time, particularly in these really tight twisty chicanes. Ascari, very, very rewarding in my experience when you get it right. And also in terms of a track, a decent lap time, because it's so important then to get a good speed on that long straight that leads to the Parabolica. Because you've got to be hitting the Parabolica at the optimum speed, just grazing the brakes to take the top end of the speed off, but you want to maintain momentum through that everlasting right-hander, which does gradually open. Speaking of cars leaving the ground, the Audi RS3 there hammering the second bit of the Della Roggia chicane, and well up on two wheels, which must have caused a scare for the Ferrari that was right behind it on track.
At RSL_studio if you'd like to get in touch with us here at our Global Broadcast Centre. Bruce Jones, Johnny Palmer and me, John Hindhaugh, for this opening stint. We'll welcome Nick Damon back once he's done his run in the second of those two cars there. Darren Woods pulled himself up from 20th, and he could be going up to 17th here down the inside into the first of the chicanes. That's a lovely manoeuvre, but he's going to be hung out to dry. There's a little bit of contact as he drops down to 18th position again, having a great battle with the Reiter Engineering. Maxime Prodol on the blue and white AMG GT3. Now Darren, keep that car nice and pristine. Don't be rubbing the RSL logos off that machine. Red, white and blue, of course. Oh, he has lost a bit of ground. Now, but the worry there will be that he's picked up a bit of steering damage with that little side-to-side contact. This is the battle for 17th and 18th in GT3 through the It's the second of the Lesmores, isn't it? As they head up towards Ascari.
He should have an advantage, John, because I just noticed the rear wing of the Reiter Engineering Mercedes up in front is a little bit crimped. So he should be able to gain a little bit here or there, but you don't want a GT4, the 718 Cayman between the two of you when you get to the Ascari chicane. So unfortunately that didn't work the way for the Team RSL car, but he's going to be able to pull past that down the straight and have to do it all over again to catch up with Maxi Prodal.
Had a really good lap the previous lap to get on the back. Best of a 150.190, 151.3 last time around. Fastest lap of the race, by the way, 148.4 by the leader, the Atlas BX Motorsport car. Still Loic Hartog leading in 991 for the Porsche class, the Cayman GT4s, Tim Claessens for Munkhoff and Duo, and Jürgen Frank in the 176, still the leader there. BMW, Fun-M Motorsports. One of the few BMWs here, but with the classic BMW Motorsport striping on that car, mostly white with a teal colour on the outside. But there is not a car that those stripes have been on down through the years that hasn't looked the better for them being on there. It is a classic. The M Sport stripes, much like the Martini livery for me, it can't spoil a car, JP.
No, certainly not. And yeah, looks great with the added teal as well.
Yeah, I like that.
Movement in the background was a Ferrari dealing with some traffic.
That's a battle for position there.
Yeah, so the Fun-M Motorsport car being tailed by Niklas Schneider for Zorg Rennsport Esports crew. Just half a second, probably less than that now as we near the end of this lap. There are two other BMWs at least that started the race. Nick Westphal's example from MRS Sim Racing is currently in the pits. That's also a Z4, as is the Tibbet Racing car, driven by Simon Tibbet right now, down in 53rd position. But this is by far the best of the Z4s in terms of position.
Now, that's one of those BMWs sitting. Now that is. Oh, that's Webheads in the pits. Now, what's happened to those guys? So they've dropped well down.
Yeah, Tom Dillman in 47th.
And now 4 laps off the lead. Also still in the pit lane, the Ferrari 48 GT3 is the Team Sononi car. 23rd in class there is the Tom Dillman car. That's the white with blue. And that's Dillman actually just coming off the... Is that just coming off the jacks there?
Riccardo Agostini has brought the RS Racing Ferrari in. Now, I don't know whether that's a routine stop for car 25. Yeah, it is a bit early.
Not that early, in fairness, but...
It really depends on how long the car's been there already, because it is tumbling down the order. But yes, I have a number of others. Philip Weber's car, which was damaged on the opening lap, wasn't it? The Duo Racing car missing the rear screen for his Ferrari, number 76.
I'll take that back. I think the Agostini stop the RS Racing car was a genuine stop.
Okay. Right, well, real genuine stops.
Here we go.
4th, 5th, 6th, they all in off the track. Breukers, etc. Monster and Carissini. So there we have them in the pits. Now
fuel first. Yeah, fuel first takes about 30 seconds. It's about the same for 4 Hankook tyres as well. Then obviously the down through the pit lane. Rick Breukers in the orange and black Ferrari, which in that colour scheme and with the black around the air intakes at the back has a bit of a McLaren-esque look about it.
See that?
But it is a Ferrari 488. Behind him is the black Falcon car. Dirk Müller getting into that car. That's the green Mercedes, and between them there was another Ferrari as well. Sicily's in, Leipert's in, Earl Bamber Motorsports in, Ferry Monster E-Sports in. And we're being tortured with the smell of cooking as well.
Yes.
So
wish I was.
This is the sorry, Bruce. Team ABBA Racing in as well. Breukers, it looks, is staying behind the wheel. Yes, he is. It's one of the joys of e-racing. We don't have to wait for the cars to come across the start-finish line. We know that Rick has stayed in that car. Loic Hartog goes through into 11th position for the NKPP Racing by Bas Kouten. That's the leading Porsche. Here comes the leader into the pits now. Never been headed. Will drop into the first pit stall, having just gone past the number 76 Ferrari, Atlas BX, then with a fairly simple colour scheme. Duo by Sim Racing was sitting in behind him, and who else has come in? Second place, Bortolotti's in as well. Andreas Fink has taken over the second of the car collection car. Park Si-kun is going to take over the Atlas car. Bortolotti, I think, is staying at the wheel of the one car. Cornelis staying behind the wheel of the second of the WRT cars, the number 2. Andreas Fink, as I say, is going to take over the 88 car from Bertolotti, from his teammate. Nasser staying in the Reiter car, Zirkling staying in the Optimum car. Leader goes up to get the Hankook tyres.
Now, this is possibly a question for Nick in a little while, but how do the game mechanics work for a pit stop? Does the simulation take over the car's control when you hit the pit lane, or is it a driver's job to actually find the stall?
You have to find the stall and hit your marks.
Do you?
Yeah, but you don't have to navigate around cars in the pits, because it can get very busy. So the cars in the pits are actually ghosted. The
Looks
driver...
like we've had a fairly big change of order in the pits, because the car collection Audis come out first. So Andreas Fink came in from third, about 10 seconds down on the race leader. He's been followed out by Mirko Bortolotti, who stays second, but in that rotation it's not been good, because Park Si-kun has only just now come out of the pits. Much longer pit stop for the number 11 Ferrari that led the way.
And of course what we're seeing here, Bruce, is something we never get to see in Creventic Hankook 24-hour series racing. Normally fueling in the pit lane. We haven't had to have the guys drive to a fuel stop.
Haven't they adapted well?
That's a potential
So Robin
add-on,
Monster
isn't it, for iRacing in the future?
Robin Monster.
A satellite fueling area. I'd like to see that incorporated in the game somehow.
And of course the real world Nürburgring Langstrecke series, the new name for VLN NLS, is going to operate an extended pit lane for its first race. So instead of having cars sharing a pit box, they'll still fuel in the pit lane, but then they have to drive all the way into the paddock and have their tyres done in front of their own awning. And there's a one-way system in the paddock.
Wow.
So it's split up the fuel and tyres as Creventic do, but they've left the fueling in the pit lane because that's where the fuel pumps are. But the tyres will be done, or at least that's the proposal at least, to get NLS back on track in the real world, which I think is very interesting. Go, Bruce.
It sounds like it's one task too many for some drivers. You think the potential for failure? I wasn't paying attention. That's not good enough, I'm afraid.
Where's my awning? I've used all my brain up just getting the car round and back to the pits. I've got no clue where the awning was.
All this looks the same.
We were the second row, the first row. I've pulled them in front of me, pit lads. Why haven't you started servicing me? That's not us. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, that was your team from last year.
Oh, yes. Into the pits, the leader from the 991 Cup class. In behind a very damaged BMW, which is...
That's the MRS T Racing, number 14.
Yeah,
been there for a long time.
They've just done a driver change as well in that car. So, look, Hartog comes through. Didn't take the lead of the race. I just wondered whether the 991s would be quick enough to get ahead. And they haven't gone quite as long as I thought they would go either. I thought they might go over an hour. And we're just on an hour now since we started the race. So I thought they'd go a little longer. New Hankooks for the Porsche. Second place cars in as well. That's Felipe Fernando Laser coming in. Here's the third place car. Marvin Otterbach in Race Union has worked his way up then. Will take over that second place car. Gregory Vranks has come in for MRS Sim Racing. So who stayed out in the Porsche 911 Cup class? Answer, Nicholas Laubisch. Yeah, MRS up to 7th position, going a lap longer than their competition there, Bruce. That's something to keep an eye on.
Yeah, he'd moved up to second place in class. He was the one that obviously had a bad first lap, was picking his way up. We saw him go from 4th to 3rd and 3rd to 2nd, but still he had a 20-second deficit. So maybe by staying out in 989, 7th place overall, looking absolutely fantastic out on the circuit for MRS. this is a chance for him to claw back a few seconds from the NKPP Porsche that still leads that class. But a recovery drive right from the outset.
And remember, when we see the 62 car come out of the pits. Oh, in fact, Nick's aboard. Nick is aboard. 19th position for the number 62. So Darren Wood did the qualifying in the first stint. And we'll be speaking with Nick later on. New fastest lap of the race in the Porsche 718 GT4 class for Tim Claessens, coming to the end of his stint for Munkoff Racing. In comes Laubich, 1 lap more than his competition there as he pulls to a stop. Behind him, the 978 of Jackson van Hoven, the Speed Lover car, is getting service. Also in from that category, the 911 Cup car class, is Glenn van Parijs for MRS Sim Racing.
One thing I think really needs to be picked up on, I pointed that Andreas Fink come in from third place and emerged from the pit stop in first, but Bortolotti didn't go from second to second because Robin Monster, the Ferry Monster, was quicker in his Ferrari in the pit lane, so he's into second place, 2 seconds down on the race leader. And so certainly I think that the tactics that led to speed in the pit stops might have ramifications later in terms of how much fuel they put in. Was it simply getting the lead of the race that counted for Andreas Fink and Robin Monster? But certainly they've changed the order at the top end. So
just on an hour completed, so spot on where we thought it would be for the GT3 cars. Didn't think the 911s would go a little further through then to retake the lead. I'm just checking that for a moment. Yes, look, Hartog, who stayed aboard the class-leading NKPP Racing by Baz Kooten Racing. Nicholas Laubich gets out now, and did he get out in second? I think he did. Yes, he did, and he's right in front of Nick Damon. So Nick Damon's the next car back on warmer tyres, and right in there with Nick is the EB Motors GT3, and Marvin Otterbach in the Race Union 12-hour entered Porsche there. No, Nick, did he get oh, I thought he got pushed there by Robin Monster. That was the second place car coming to put a lap on Nick Damon, but Damon's got away with it, and there's carnage behind him.
Yes. Wow, so Mercedes off at the second chicane, a Ferrari, and they're going to have another nibble as well.
That was the second place car. That was Monster. Robin Monster, and Bortolotti then has got through that kerfuffle. So what happened here? The Ferrari, the bright red Ferrari, so did they... Nick Damon was further up the road, so it wasn't as close as I thought to Nick. Oh, just a complete miss of the braking area by...
Nick comes through now, doesn't he?
Yeah, Nick's about to come through.
Nick.
Yeah, no, that isn't... No, that was Jonsson from the Team Ava solo car. That car's been in the pits a long time, and then that'll have done the rear suspension. That will have done the rear suspension. I thought that had happened right behind Nick Damon, but it didn't. My apologies there, but that was very poor driving by the Team Eva solo car. They were never making that corner, Johnny Palmer.
The Mercedes certainly wasn't, no, and yeah, it would have needed another 100 metres or so of track to slow down sufficiently for the second chicane. So Mercedes and a Ferrari off track briefly, and then they both had a nibble of each other coming back on again. I think that was more about not really knowing where each other one was. Just realising he wasn't going to make the corner, so try and just squirrel its way up the side of the Ferrari, and unfortunately took that car out not once but twice.
Yeah, it's just damage, big damage to the Mercedes. At this point, the Ferrari might have gotten away with it a bit, but then there's a huge shunt on the left rear quarter that undoubtedly will have caused some damage there. And coming through and having to avoid all that, Rick Bruegers going up to 5th position there as he passed the stricken Ferrari, excuse me. So car collection, Andreas Fink lead from Mirko Bortolotti in second. The gap is about 5 seconds. Then there's 10 seconds back to Atlas with Paxi Kun behind the wheel. So the bright red Audi then leads the race. So was that then, was all that happening in the battle for the lead?
No, that was the battle for third place.
Right, got you. So that was the red. It wasn't the red.
The car in second place was Ferry Monster, the Ferry Monster Ferrari that got clonked not once but twice by the Mercedes.
Yeah.
And the Mercedes was lap traffic, wasn't it, I think?
Correct.
Yeah, and that was the one that got it wrong at Ascari earlier in the race and had been sporting bonnet damage. I'm afraid for Søren Jensen, hasn't been a dream race, and for those around him, it hasn't been that wonderful either, unfortunately.
So, major incident there. One of the leading lights in the early part of the race has got damage. We'll have to see whether that comes back to the pits. Monster has pitted. Robin Monster's pitted and is outside the top 20 already. So Nick Damon has gone from 20th to 17th in the opening stint, opening 3 laps of his stint.
Team will be very pleased about that.
Yeah, very good.
Good start. So Fink versus Bortolotti now separated by just under 5 seconds.
Keep an eye on that.
34 laps done, and Car Collection then leading with their number 88 car. Quite a battered Mirko Bortolotti E-Team WRT Audi, second place car number 1, and then Park Si-Kun, as you mentioned, for Atlas BX Motorsports. That Ferrari is in third. And
being caught, Johnny, by Rick Breukers at a decent rate of knots as well, by a full second last time around, albeit with Rick having to negotiate his way past that kerfuffle. But that is going to be a battle for third place very quickly indeed. It would seem that Park Si-Kun is not quite as quick as his teammate. A 48.4 that car has done, and that was the fastest lap of the race as Andreas Fink and Mirko Bortolotti picked their way through traffic. The bright red Ferrari is the leader. The white, black and green Audi R8 is in second place, and they were both on the run down to the Parabolica at the same time. Leader will come through to click off lap 35 in a second. Fink then has cleared that traffic for the moment, but he'll have some more. There'll be more along in a minute, no doubt. Well, precious few incidents, Bruce Jones, in this opening hour. I have to say, I expected, much like the Virgin Australia supercars here at Monza a few weeks ago, to have cars flying through the air at the first time of asking down at the first chicane. That didn't happen, and there was contact at the second chicane, but precious little further incident after that. And now this race really settling in for what we have come to expect, which is a sprint race that just happens to be running into another sprint race and another sprint race until the 12 hours is up. Oh, leader made a mistake there. Leader made a mistake.
I think that was the leader. Oh, yes, going back onto the circuit out of the chicane, up to the Lesmos they go. Sorry, yep. But that was a mistake. So Mirko Bortolotti, who's been half a second a lap down in that slightly battered Audi. I was about to come on to the point that you just don't want any damage because it manifests itself for a long time. But suddenly a gift for Bortolotti, 5-second disadvantage to first place has come down to half a second.
He's taking the lead
up the inside. So poor old Andreas Fink has haunted himself with that moment at the Rogia.
Has he got damage that we can't see? He was lapping a couple of TCR cars, which are not exactly in pristine condition. But now, having said that, neither is Bortolotti. He will have dirtied his tyres up by going off the track. Oh no, there's a bent rear wing. There's a bent rear wing on the leader. So there has been, on the left-hand rear of that car, there has been some contact damage. And I have to say, I didn't see that earlier.
Well, have you seen the nose of the Audi, the TCR car, the red one? It's very, very battered indeed. I wondered if he clouted him at the chicane, got ahead on the track, and has just been repassed by the erstwhile leader. But Andreas Fink, you're quite right, left rear wing damage. Now,
that may have some aerodynamic damage. What we can't tell you, of course, is what's going on underneath that car and how it's handling. Looks like Fink has got the bright red Car Collection Audi back up to speed again, but it will have dirtied its tyres. He will have lost grip by going across the grass, and there's not the same kind of grip off the track as there is on it, even in these dry conditions. Remember, this race being staged on its original weekend, one of the joys of iRacing is we can turn the clock back to the weather conditions in March. Right, let's have a look.
No rear wing damage at the moment.
That was the start of the lap.
Yeah.
So
okay,
that's
he's
fine.
catching Zander F. That's the one you need to
Correct.
look for. The red Audi ahead of the red Audi. The TCR car Zandareff for Teamwork Motorsport. I think they're the two that are going to have contact here.
So
the race leader is the red Audi. Go, John.
Yeah, car collection in the red Audi. Andreas Fink, excuse me. So he's got a decent run through the Curva Grande, and flash of the lights, I would expect. Pulls out. That's all good. That's all good. Oh my goodness. Well, we've seen that before, Bruce. The TCR car turning into the rear quarter panel. Absolutely no blame attached there to Andreas. Complete brain
It was
phase.
tight, but he still had the right of way to gut the inside. I'm afraid that was a moment of inattention from the TCR driver Zandareff, and the consequence is the loss of the lead for Andreas Fink, who, don't forget, has fought his way in the first stint and a half from somewhere outside the top 10 on the grid up to lead this race. 5-second advantage. Now he's back in second.
And the problem there was not just the tap from the TCR car, JP. It spun him off to the right, and there was quite heavy contact with the Armco.
There was, and that's what's buckled the rear wing, and as you say, may have done untold damage as well to internal bits of the Audi. Although, I have to say, it's keeping pace with Mirko Bortolotti pretty nicely, and getting so close to the Audi at times that it could start to haul it in by virtue of that toe that you get so often around this Monza track.
By the way, new third place, while we were finding out what happened to the erstwhile leader, Rick Broikes has overhauled Park Sekun for Atlas. So Red Camel, that bright orange Ferrari, now up into third position, and only 9.6 seconds away from the battle from the lead. Now, he didn't take... Oh, yes, he did. He took a full second out of them last time around. I will opine at this point, gentlemen, that the bright orange car is in better shape than the two cars battling for the lead, which are showing a few battle scars. Now, he's got some traffic to get through. Rick Broik is on the second part of a double stint here in the Red Camel.NL Ferrari. That's going to take some getting used to. I suppose it's just down the road from his normal Lamborghini, isn't it? But there's no love lost between Lamborghini and Ferrari.
No. And
now there's one car that may be sporting a bit of damage. It's car number 62. Nicholas Dateman's just done a lap which was 15-16 seconds slower than the previous one.
He's dropped out to 21st.
62, but
yeah, you're right. Well, good spot, Bruce. He's dropped from 17th to 21st position in the 62 Team RSL, powered by Mofo. Mofo, long-standing little racing league that's been going on for a while, where Nick, Joe Bradley, Ben Constanduris and their other team members all normally in competition with each other. Well, there's Nick picking his way back through traffic, and that's Marvin Otterbach, who's third position in... Oh, no, it's not actually. No, but it is one of the Porsches. Nearly gets a clip from the number 911. That's Jeremy Mazuret in the Lorient backed Porsche. Well,
he gets any damage and he can fix it. He's the one who's the chief mechanic for Porsche Lorient, Jeremy Mazuret.
Excellent.
But talking of damage, yes, you can see there's damage to the front end, the bonnet on the Mercedes. Nick Damon can't claim it wasn't his work because he was at the wheel at the time. Might have been caused by someone else, but he's certainly rather slow on that previous lap.
Let's put this out here for our Twitter audience as well, at RSL_studio, at RSL_studio. What is Nick's racing driver book of excuses going to be for the drop of 4 positions and the slight damage to the team car? Dog ate my homework. Pink fluffy.
No, you see, Nick's heard too many excuses from drivers over the decades, so he'll come out with one which is completely honest. That's the beauty, you see. Put an interviewer, a commentator into a car, they will be honest.
Or will he lean heavily on the fact that the opening part of the stint was so flawless and he gained positions? And this is just a natural karma of motorsport, isn't it? You know, you have a good start to the stint, it's going to go wrong at some stage. And that's where we're at now. I think he actually dodged a bullet, though, going into the Ascari chicane a moment or two ago, because that could have been, race ending potentially if those two cars had not understood what each other was doing. And those are the decisions that these guys are going to have to make, every single lap, with slower cars to sneak by with ever closing gaps. Another good time coming at the sharp end of the GT4 category with Tom Valentini in his number 476 Porsche 718 for duo That's now the fastest time in the GT4 class.
Fantastic overtake by Riccardo Agostini a second or two ago in the RS Racing Ferrari. That's the one with the tricolore on the racing stripe over the top of the car. Went past Adrian Fruworth in the car collection blue and white. That's the normal car collection colours. The second car is in the red colours that they have run in the past in the real world, and that car at the moment sitting in second position. That was the battle for 13th and 14th. Agostini then in that patriotic colour scheme. Meantime, battle for third and fourth in the TCR class. Autorama, Miklas Born, who's been in since the start of the race, as has Sandro Petroziello for Leipart E-Sports Yellow. He's in third, Autorama in fourth in the red, white and grey car. Possibly getting a little drag down towards the parabolic. Little brush on the brakes, settle the car down. Front wheel drive, 300 and plenty horsepower out of these TCR cars, which have turned in real life and into endurance racing, and in virtual racing into a very handy endurance package. And in the right conditions, as Bruce pointed out earlier, in the twisty bits, the bodywork gives a lot of downforce, but therefore a lot of drag. So you do get a draft on these cars from something like 2 seconds back. We were hearing from the drivers earlier in the e-racing season. But massive bang for the buck for a factory-built race car. Through Curva Grande then. Maybe a slight mistake by Niklas Born. He's just dropped away for a moment. Heading down towards the second chicane. Big touring car slap of the curb on the entrance of that in the middle. Both of them getting on the two wheels. Not really troubling the right-hand side. Hankook's there as through comes the Ferrari GT3 car and just has to lift for a moment into Lesmo, but it hasn't affected this battle. Oh, nice run through Lesmo too by the fourth place Autorama car as they head up the long drag, slightly uphill for the first part towards the Agostini chicane.
I love this throaty burble though of the little 2-litre turbocharged engine.
Ascari chicane, sorry.
Ascari chicane, yeah. But all of the cars in the TCR category, the Audi, so with the Volkswagen engine in real life, therefore. But the simulation sounds of that engine, just brilliant. I could listen to that all day.
We often go, a lot of people will wax lyrical about a variety of different platforms and how good they look. But for me, obviously I'm a radio guy at heart, and still, the noise that we get from iRacing, if you aren't looking at the pictures, if you're just sitting with the audio somewhere, and there will be people doing that on RS1 at the moment, no doubt in my mind at all that it's absolutely indistinguishable from the real thing.
Yeah.
Across all of the variety of the cars. It's absolutely extraordinary. Even to that little soft burble on the limiter before you shift up on the TCR cars.
Yeah.
It's extraordinary attention to detail. And iRacing have got some new cars in the pipeline as well, which we're sworn to secrecy about. But certainly some new GT4 machinery, I'm hearing, that will be coming soon. And a couple of prototypes, new prototypes as well, that I'm hearing. The guy's working very hard indeed. It is not, as you might imagine, the work of a moment.
Certainly not. No.
Laser scanning the car is one thing, but what is really important is getting the actual data from the race teams. And the newer the car, the less willing some of the race teams are to do that, because of course it's, it's proprietary information.
But I also love
find
the stuff
quite interesting.
that's relayed through the suspension, the dampers, and that, that indication of whether a car looks heavy and cumbersome or not, or slightly more nimble like the TCR cars, and that's just been nailed for me in the game mechanics with iRacing. Sorry, Bruce, go ahead.
No, I agree, but in fact, where I was heading, you were starting to intimate about pitch and yaw and all those things. I'd think it'd be so funny if they did some mid-1960s Americana. Imagine a Lincoln Continental Town car wallowing its way over the curves. Obviously, they'd have no data to go on that because they were never race engineered, as far as I recall, but that would be a challenge.
Yes.
There are some classic cars that you can go out and use, and they are, to say they are a handful is somewhat of an understatement, with the suspension travel, etc. At RSL_studio now. Just getting this from Teamwork Motorsport, which was the Audi that was involved in that incident with the race leader Andreas Fink earlier on. Teamwork tweeting the race leader turned in on their driver, which was Alex in that car, and spun himself around. Alex said he's sorry it happened, but it wasn't his fault. He hadn't cleared our car and just turned in. So cutting back across to try and get back on the racing line is what Teamwork is saying, tweeting us here at RSL_studio. Thank you for that. 11th and 12th having a scrap at the moment. That's AMG Mercedes versus BMW. And the Fun M Motorsport with Sims Motorsport, Esports, excuse me, gets a lovely run out the final corner and gets through. That's a change of position there. Wonder if they're on better tyres, because they seem to have loads more grip coming out the final corner. Now, oh dear.
What's the matter?
Nick Damon's disappeared.
Oh, has he?
Yeah. Nicholas
Okay.
Damon. Oh, no, he's not. He's still there. He's still there. 21st position.
21st, yeah.
Yeah, 53.2 last time around. Why is he not on that screen then? Oh, yes, he is. That's fine. There he is. Little bit of a dent in the bonnet. That'll need a bit of virtual gaffer tape when it comes in. It's exactly where the real Mercs bend their bonnets as well. How many times have we seen that, JP? And Bruce, you'll have seen that in the pits many times with the AMGs, with the bonnet just separating from the front cowling. The BMW tends to do that as well, just requiring a sheet of gaffer tape the next time it's in the pit lane. But Nick settling down to a decent pace there again now, after whatever befell him when he dropped those 4 places. Bruce Jones.
Yes, again, as soon as you started talking about the Mercedes bonnet, another one came into the background of the shot, sporting exactly the same thing. Maybe it's down to the incredibly long bonnet shape. Maybe it's more prone in terms of flexing when you get a frontal impact. But so many of the cars in the GT3 class bearing the 3-pointed star have that little kink and crimp in their bonnet. And as we've seen over the years in the pit lane, is just how many times the mechanics do a quick job fixing the bonnet, and it's quick rather than a good job, and next time around it's another roll of gaffer tape as they do a more fulsome job. But don't forget, the previous model, the SLS, always had the problem with the doors, those gull-wing doors that would never quite shut.
Yeah.
And certainly once the car took a bit of a torsional twist, that was often the key problem. It wasn't the bodywork, it was the doors on the old shape.
Didn't we see one was that before your time at Bathurst, on the warm-up lap for Bathurst, having to park next to a warm-up lap for qualifying, it must have been for Bathurst because it was daylight, having to park next to a marshal's post and have them slam the door for him because he couldn't reach and didn't want to undo the belt.
Yeah, gone too far up, so as you say, just out of the reach of the driver, and had to get a bit of outside assistance. Cayman's battling once again and heading now towards the second of the Lesmos, so and the second of those cars well out wide into the gravel trap, and a big plume of dust is the result. Now I'm just trying to work out, that's the 7th place car in class, which is Anthony Beekman in the 464 car, and therefore 464 was
it was with Further Autosport was the other one. Lance
Bergstein. Okay, yes. Yeah. So Bergstein was already ahead anyway, and Beckman for Heli ABK Racing in the 464 has now lost an awful lot of ground. 3.4 seconds goes to 5.5 seconds. Just shows how much, what is a relatively tiny error into the second of the Lesmos can then really blow up to be a huge problem in terms of a delay.
We're about to have a change for second place, gentlemen. I think that Rick Broeker's now on the tail of the battered tail, don't forget, of Andreas Fink. Fink had a better run past a couple of class cars through the second Lesmo, but Rick Broeker's has the pace. He's went from fourth to third, going past Park Si-kun. Now he's got that red car collection, the damaged car collection Audi, right in his sights.
And not a mark, by the way, other than a bit of tyre debris speckling the bright orange paintwork on that Ferrari, and that, as Bruce Jones rightly says, is key. The excuses are being suggested for Nick Damon. Let's get a couple in now. Right Turn Lover says he will claim that he was braking to avoid a blinking TCR car in the second Lesmo. Marco Barensvaart in the Netherlands says probably his in-car CD froze while he was listening to Eurovision. Quite like that, actually, knowing Nick, he might use that one. Certainly. And Stephen Wilkinson says, trying to get tyre data from manufacturers for my dissertation at uni was challenging, to say the least, so getting full car data will be virtually impossible. Still that battle for third place, and Broeker's being brilliantly patient there, Bruce Jones. Could have threw it down the inside coming up to that Cayman, but the risk versus reward with still 10.5 hours plus to go in this race. No point in doing this. He's halfway through his second stint in that Ferrari. That was maturity from a man who's young in years but very, very experienced in racecraft.
Yes, every time you see Rick, he's being super cautious. And don't forget, a lot of the cars around him, including the car that's leading the race, Mirko Bortolotti, are sporting damage. As we say that one of the TCR Audis spins and then rejoins almost into the path of another car just behind Rick Broeker. So being sensible, closing in yet again on Andreas Fink. It is a question of time, but you know, it bears repeating. One of the mantras every team boss would have had to the team, needs these teams today, is keep your car the shape that it leaves the pits. And a lot of them failed to do that on the opening lap. We knew a lot of them would do that on the opening, failed to do that on the opening lap. But since then, Rick's been cautious. He's prepared to lose half a second here or there in that chase. But he just wants to be there with the car in the right shape. Two teammates, including brother Luke, waiting to take it over. But he's doing a very, very good job for Red Camel.
As ever, always one of the teams to watch. And younger brother Luke in that car, not running their usual number of 101, of course, because it only goes up to 99 in the GT3 category. And we're so used to seeing that colour scheme and the battle for second. But even now that he's up with Andreas Fink, JP, in what is clearly a hobbled Audi, he's not going to do anything silly. He's going to try, you know, if Andreas is going to defend, it's going to slow them both down. He wants to make a nice clean pass and then get up the road the 7.5 seconds after the leader. Here it is, down the inside into the seconds, the chicane, but does not get that done. De La Roche doesn't get it done now towards Lesmo 1 and 2, down the inside into Lesmo. That's not really an overtaking point. Still quite long shadows at that area of the track, and if you're wondering why that is, this race has been run on the original weekend in SimWorld that it would have run in the real world. So it's the 28th of March as far as the daytime and the sun and the weather conditions are concerned here in Monza. Now up towards Ascari, that's a nice pass, Rick. He's nailed that one through the dummy to the right hand side, and absolutely nothing that Andreas Fink could do. Very good manoeuvre from Rick Broeker up into second place. He's going to now, though, give the Audi a tow. He'll stay to the right-hand side. This is not over yet as Fink comes out of the slipstream, tries to go the long way around. Buffalo Gals round the outside into the parabolic, but with that damaged car, I don't think he's got the aerodynamic grip to be able to pull that off. And Rick stays ahead Mind that Audi's quick in a straight line, isn't it, Johnny?
Yeah, and obviously aided by the big hole that the Ferrari is punching in the air. So there's going to be nothing between these two cars as they head across the line. Bear in mind, of course, that Andreas Fink may have a bit of latency on his rig as well. So he needs to be hitting the brakes at roughly the same point as Rick Brokers. And it's so tough to know exactly when to do that, particularly as your screen will be just full of a bright orange Ferrari rear end. But as you say, great overtake into the Ascari chicane. However, it was all set up by, I think, two moves that he wasn't actually going for the lead. He was just trying to unsettle Andreas into the second chicane, into the first of the Lesmos. That put the element of doubt then into the Audi driver's mind and really put him off rhythm, so that by the time they got to the end of the Saraglio and into Ascari, it was well off his kind of usual momentum and easy pickings, as it turned out, into the Ascari chicane. So second place then for the bright orange Red Camel Esports 488, and now the small task of whittling down an 8.5 second lead to Mirko Bortolotti, a man who he's driven with potentially, or so they have both driven Audis.
Yeah.
So he'll know Mirko Bortolotti outside of the cars at the very least.
Both driven Lamborghinis as well.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I was just trying to work out in the.
Can I just flag up? There's a fantastic battle shaping up. Three cars fighting over fourth place, covered by about 0.7 of a second. Fabrice Cornelis to and fro with the Park Secund Ferrari, but at the moment it's Cornelis, the sim racer, at the front of that grouping. And at the back of the pack there is Louis Naher. So we've got Audi, Ferrari, Mercedes, or as I said, has the order changed again, but a brilliant battle for fourth place heading for Parabolica. So so much to see.
And the Ferrari going round the outside. This was the pole-sitting car. It's fair to say that Park Secund does not quite have the pace of his teammate early on. Now, are they heading for the pits? No, and there's still damage on that Audi. The E-Team WRT second stint, and the Ferrari just drags by. That Ferrari is so quick in a straight line, and the Mercedes struggling. The third of those three cars to stay with the two mid-engine machines, although it looks to be a little bit better maybe at the very top end once it gets into its stride. And the lower revving front engine car now with traffic, Curva Grande up towards the second chicane, past one of the GT4 cars. And who's that behind that? Is that Chris Circling, who's not that far behind either? Or is he a little bit further back? No, he's a little bit further back. That must be a last lapped car. Yes, it is. Circling's about 9 seconds behind this battle as they go out through the Lesmos. And we see this so many times, Bruce, in the commentaries that we do, that all of a sudden we'll get a little gaggle or a clump of cars together that are battling for position, and they can stay there for half a stint, sometimes a whole stint. You'll be battling with 2 or 3 cars for the whole of your 1 hour behind the wheel.
No, exactly so. And when you've got 4 classes of racing, it's very easy for the drivers in the GT3 class to suddenly be presented with one of their rivals who had been 2 or 3 seconds up the track. Someone had a moment and suddenly they're on their bonnet and they're able to fight. And it can give and it can take away. But right now, it's a cracking battle. The battered Audi in behind the relatively tidy Atlas BX Ferrari. In a straight line, that Mercedes with Louis Nasser at the wheel just doesn't have the answer. No. But as they keep tripping themselves up, I was going to say he can close in. As I said, tripping up, he then ran rather wide out of the Parabolica, or in the middle of the Parabolica, so he's off their tail. But certainly in terms of straight line speed, the Audi and the Ferrari are the pick of the pack. We've got an Audi leading the race from a Ferrari, so I guess...
down the inside, Bruce.
Said there.
And there's the positional change. Classic Monza overtake in the slipstream of the Ferrari. Audi got a great run out of the Parabolica, and Cornelis goes through and takes 4th position. He is some 12.5 seconds behind Andreas Fink in the bright red car collection car, but the Ferrari hasn't given up. Park Secund right there. Coming up behind them, there's an Audi that's lapsed down.
It's Nick Madsen, I think, in the FAC Autotech sim racing car. Yeah, because only because he triggered the lap counter at roughly the same time as the leaders, and he's actually I was going to say the first car off the lead lap, but no, second car off the lead lap. First to the GT3s to have fallen a full lap behind. Because Loic Hartog is actually further ahead on the road in his Porsche 911 than the 15th place GT3 car. We were saying about how quick those Cup cars could be with their lack of aero.
He will be picked off, though, fairly shortly, because Nick Madsen, as we can see, can lap with the pace of the front runners. He's staying right on their tail, but he's 3 seconds a lap faster than Loic Hartog. So the leader in the Porsche 911 Cup class will be picked off in about 5 laps, one would think. But certainly great run from Nick Madsen there.
Madsen has got a very quick car in a straight line. Bruce and Johnny remind me when Nick comes back. I need to ask them how open the settings are in terms of what gear settings you can run, because I just wonder if that Mercedes in this 3-car battle, or AMG should I say, is perhaps running a slightly too tall top gear, because he does seem to get a lot of pace just before the braking area into the first chicane. Oh, there's a touch, and that's exactly what the AMG needed, and takes 2 positions. Now that was the lapped car, wasn't it, that was going through?
Madsen got through, didn't he, I think?
Yeah,
but
I think that's rather bad etiquette from Madsen. He's trying to unlap himself from the car that had been sitting on pole, 5th position. He's sitting down in 15th. He gets a good run, exactly as had happened the lap or so before from the car that was battling for position. But he's not there, and then he kept his foot in as well. Sorry, that's unacceptable, that. When you're coming up, yeah, great, you've got a fast car, you're trying to make up time, but that's the 5th place car. Simply can't do that. From on board the AMG, turns in, sees it happen, nice piece of driving, gets to the left-hand side. Thanks very much, I'll move up a position, if you don't mind.
Echoes of Eddie Irvine, Ayrton Senna. We recall what happened after that.
Yeah, that was
Grand Prix.
Louis Nasser for Reiter Engineering, and that's allowed Chris Zirkling to close up onto the back of that pack as well, in these sort of khaki and bronze Reiter Engineering machine. He's going to be a lot closer than the 9 seconds he was. The head of the field, the gap is coming down gradually. It's been around about 4 to 5 tenths more laps, but last time around it was 8 tenths. Mirko Bortolotti still leads. There goes Zirkling. Zirkling, making up the position on the Atlas car. So I said that he was coming, and he's now gone through on Paxi Kun. So Optimum gradually picking their way back. That Ferrari, it's rapid in a straight line. Can Paxi Kun make it into an overtake? No, he can't. I think Zirkling now gets a really good punch off the slow chicane there. That's first gear, remember. So Mirko Bortolotti leads from Rick Breukers. WRT from Red Camel, 8.2 seconds. Now the gap, another 8 tenths taken out of that lead. Red Camel back to car collection. The bright red number 88 of Andreas Fink, one-time leader. That's 3 seconds now. He's got 11.5 on Fabrice Cornelis, who's got 4.5 seconds now on Louis Nasser in, what's he, 5th position. Top 6 made up now by Zirkling. But Bortolotti, for once, with a bit of clear track in front of him, Johnny Palmer.
Yes, and he will put this to good use, because an 8-second lead will not cause too much distraction in the rear view mirror. He was up to about 8.5 seconds, so lost a little bit here and there to Rick Breukers, but it's all about how they can now work their way through the traffic. And Mirko Bortolotti, well used to that in real life, of course, and just needs to stay focused on where he's catching that traffic, because sometimes it can be in a very convenient place on the main straights here. Sometimes you do have to bide your time through the chicanes, something that Nick Madsen maybe needs to learn from as well, because you know, as Nick was in a very good position to actually get back onto the lead lap, just a little bit of patience required here and there. Mirko Bortolotti does have that in spades and has to just wait, tucked in behind a fellow Audi, but this time a TCR machine, rather than the GT3 that he drives. He's got a Cayman up ahead as well, one of the 718 Caymans in the GT4 category. And catching this traffic in an awkward spot in the lead into the two Lesmos. Now, though, coming out of the second of those right-handers, he does have a clear road ahead of him. And this is the point where the track dives down underneath the old oval and re-emerges, an iconic part of the circuit as you take the rise.
Have you tried to walk around that?
Brings you out into the Ascari chicane. I have actually, yes.
It does enough work the back of your legs out, doesn't it?
Yeah, certainly so. So we've already talked about Monza being flat. That bit is definitely not, and requires, you know, that little bit more momentum to get you up the incline and into then the Ascari chicane, which arrives very quickly on the horizon.
Ferrari going past a couple of Porsches, but both in different classes, and that is the Riccardo Agostini RS racing car, isn't it? And we're starting to get some pit stops again now, so one or two of the cars who are out of order. Bright red Ferrari, gloss black accents, and then the tricolore laid down the middle. Yes, yes, looks great. FARC Autotech in and out without having the rear wing completely fixed. All a delicate balancing act, Johnny, to decide how much work you want to do on the car, because it all takes time standing still. A corner is round about 8 minutes if you need to do that. Engine can be anything up to 50 minutes to an hour, and you can do an engine with abuse or constantly over revving it, running it on the rev limiter. There used to be, and I got caught out with this early on in this season, there used to be gearbox issues modelled as well, but not all cars can have it, so it was taken out of the model for competition.
When you're repairing damage, does that happen in sequence or does it happen in parallel? As in, can some
can't
bits
do that while you're fueling.
Okay. Can some bits of repair work actually overlap others, though? So that, you know, if it is an engine problem, that's obviously your time-defining one because it takes 50 minutes, but you might be able to repair a rear wing at the same time.
That's a good question that I don't know the answer to. At RSL_studio, if you do know. Paxi Kun's got the rear end of Optimum by Sims E-Sports. Christopher Zirkling filling his forward view. The Atlas Ferrari still looking in pretty good nick in terms of scratches and scrapes. Park Sekun has not had the ultimate pace. He's tried to stay out of trouble and for the most part has done that. Turfed into a half spin, 3/4 spin really, wasn't it? By Madsen in the recovering Audi, which was all a bit unnecessary, frankly. And I'll be surprised if that doesn't attract the attention of the clerk of the course. Remember, Nick was telling us earlier on in our countdown to green that we do have a real clerk of the course here. Incident points will be being looked at, but contact certainly being looked at as well. What I haven't had is any notes from Creventic as to any penalties that may have already been served. So what have we got left? 10 hours and call it 19 minutes. Nick Damon coming to what, the last 20 minutes or thereabouts. He's just gone up one position. He's back up in the 22nd. He dropped down as far as 23rd.
Spinning Audi from the TCR class, way back in the background at the Della Roggia there. But it looked like it could rejoin without too much of a hassle.
Team RCL powered by Mofo and Team Abbott Racing AMG GT3 has been having a race-long battle. They've been in the same part of the circuit quite a lot. Nick's just gone by Sam Neri and he's got about 0.3 of a second on him at the moment, but Neri gets a lovely
other way
run.
round, John, I think.
Damon has had to give best there. Well, maybe that was
Sam had been tracking him for a number of laps, John.
Right, okay. Nick must have made up that position with other people around him pitting then. They love me for saying that. They have found themselves, those two cars, in the same part of the track a number of times. That was one of the leading cars as well. Hello to Diana Binks, who's listening in at BinksyDB on Twitter, cheering the lads. No need for the bobble hat today, Binksy. I haven't worn long trousers in over 2 months.
It's been brilliant weather, hasn't it? Yeah.
I'm on my 4th day of no shoes and socks, mate. Been magnificent.
We just need to make space for Binksy in the pit lane at Monza somehow. Because I suppose it's less dangerous down in an iRacing pit lane because all the cars are ghosted, so there's no chance of getting run over. But it does rather confuse my mind when cars drive within cars.
Apparently it looks a bit different from the driver's seat. They're sort of slightly greyed out, but you have got something to aim for through the windscreen. So you've got like the lollipop.
Yes.
But you've got to get it on the marks, and you often see cars shuffling about if they don't quite get on the mark, if they're overrun the pits, and of course that's taking time.
Of course,
because you can't start the fuel. In terms of the Nürburgring, and indeed to a certain extent Creventic as well, what you don't get as the battle for 5th and 6th in GT4 is turned up to gas mark 6 again. I'll make this point quickly and then we can get to that. Is you don't get the difference between fuel pumps.
No.
You know, at the Nürburgring, you have mandatory pit stop times to try and sort of ease that out a little bit. In the Creventic races, you make sure that you time all. In practice, you try to go to all of the pistol grip pumps and have somebody on putting 50 litres in and timing it. We don't have that here. It's all, I think it's 2.95 litres a second.
Rick Broker's in from second place. Yeah.
First to blink.
Indeed, for this second bout of pit stops. And his car just briefly disappeared and then came back again, almost as if he hadn't got it quite lined up correctly. But the car is on the ground at the moment, so the fuel going in. Car looks very straight indeed.
That's early. It's a couple of laps early, I reckon, that at least. He did, I've said that, I'll take that back entirely. He did 28 laps in his first stint, that's 28 laps in the second stint. There are people who did 29 laps in the first stint, but he wasn't one of them. So, all right, that's spot on. 2 stints at 28 laps.
And Rick getting out of the car.
But he's in a pit lane with only 2 other cars, and at Monza it can get super crowded. I can tell you, I worked a GT race there about 5 years ago, and I think we had all 50 cars come in at the same time. I was pinned between 2 pit garages, couldn't move, trying not to get in the way. It was unbelievable. They were nose to tail, side by side. There just wasn't space for anything. Very scary.
So, out then goes Red Camel. It's Jon Zoteskal who has taken that car over, and that car in the course of that pit stop has dropped down to where's it gone? 11th position. Yes, thank you, Bruce.
I was having to scroll just slightly faster than you were.
Yeah, it did well. So is that the first of the leaders to make their
second pit stop.
Stops?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, well that's going to be, let's see the pace of that car, and everyone else will start to peel off into the pit. And in fact, here comes the Louis Naza and Park Se-Kun. So Christopher Zirkling got past Naza as well before these pit stops. So that's 5th and 6th coming in. Dirk Muller should be next around. So let's see if he comes into the pit lane for the Black Falcon team. Pole position car right at the end of pit lane, of course, and that looks like Park Se-Kun is being replaced. I'll tell you by whom in a moment. Yong Kyung Kim, I think, is getting into that car. Yes, confirmed. And Florian Apazella gets into the Reiter Engineering 78 car. Dirk Muller has come in. Daniel Rowbottom is in as well. So that's 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th on the timing screen into the pits. Bertolotti leading by 14.6 seconds, being released, of course, from the worry of Breukers chasing him down, and has got at least one, possibly two more laps, I reckon, on the red camel car. Is this him into the pits now? Yes, it is. First into the pit lane. First place car into the pit lane.
Yeah, Nicholas Laubrecht also coming in, but not on the lead lap anymore, although we'll gain spots because of one or two cars pitting around, but we'll concentrate for obvious reasons on Mirko Bortolotti. Andreas Fink also in on this lap in the bright red Audi number 88. So the two leading R8 LMSs pitting on the same lap. Fabrice Cornelis, yes, in two. So both of the WRT Audis in on the same lap.
And circling coming in the background as well. So that's the top four on the timing screens. Out goes, that was the Black Falcon car that's just gone out, I think. Why is the leader not moving? These are, so that was Red Camel's gone. Fun M Motorsports gone, leader. Change of driver for both of the team WRT cars.
Yeah, and looking at the progress of Loic Hartog as well, in his 991 entered Porsche 911, the 991 class that is, he's up to what will be 5th place and is just put in the fastest time within the class. So we'll keep an eye on Hartog's progress as we have done all the way through the race, but still waiting for the number 1 car to come off the jacks after a new set of hand hooks have been fitted. And then this car will return to the race. Remember, the number 88 car came in on this lap as well, but it looks to be a good stop from both of the WRT cars. Number 1 is back on the move. As I speak, the 69 car from Fun M Motorsport, that's by far the best BMW Z4 of the 3 that have been entered in the race. That car is also in as well. So yeah, car 1 retaining the race lead, out in 2nd position, not from the pits, but after completing its first racing lap, is the 98 bright orange Ferrari of Red Camel Esports. So Jorn Zotekau up to 2nd place now after cracking work from Rick Breukers in the opening couple of stints, handing over to Jorn, his teammate, and finds himself still in 2nd place. Jens Altas for Car Collection re-emerging from the pits then in car 88 in 3rd position. That's the car he's just taken over from Andreas Fink, of course.
Josh Barrett asking what caused RC Racing's Nick slow lap towards the end of the stint. He's still in the car. We'll find out when he gets out of the car at the end of this stint. Now, I think with a bit of luck, we might be able to hear from Ole Dolleman. Ole, can you hear us here in the booth? Hello, Ole. Not sure that Ole can hear us at the moment. I'll keep my ears peeled for that. Trying to get a quick word with Ole from Krevendik. Hello, Ole, can you hear us?
Yeah.
Thank you very much indeed. Thanks for joining us. How are you liking this race so far?
For a change, very different setting to follow from home, but well, you can see the competition is actually really great, and we're happy there are just so many real life teams and drivers of our series taking part in this race, and it's simply fun to watch.
In terms of organising the race, Ollie, this is quite a dangerous question for me to ask, but is it harder or easier to organise the virtual race than it is the real race? Obviously, there's no travelling involved, so that bit is a bit different, but what about the actual organisation and the logistics and the paperwork, etc.?
We can be very proud to have a partner like Neo Endurance that is helping us with the organisation of the race itself, and to be fair, the workload of organizing a sim race should not be underestimated. From gathering entries to confirming the driver lineups and after all, also getting the original liveries into the game. It is a process that is quite work-consuming, but it's nice, and I would like to not see it as an alternative that we're offering, but an addition to what we give our drivers. And the reception has been perfect so far.
Everybody's made a big effort. There's no doubt about that, indeed. And of course, we should say that Neo and Racesport.tv have been running Creventic races for quite some time now. This is not a new thing.
No, it's not new. Neo Endurance has been organizing a sim racing championship last winter for us already, from October to March, which we will be doing again this year. The difference this time is that we said we want to focus on real life teams and drivers. So while the 24-hour series esports season organized by Neo Endurance are more focused on the sim racers, we actually have a lot of drivers in this race that whose first time it is in a sim race, but they're very loyal drivers in our series, and just great to see the names that you would just meet on a normal race weekend paddock back in this race, and it's of course a little different, but it's surprisingly fun to be part of it.
Now, a couple of weeks ago, when Creventic had their brilliant Friday night video pub quiz, you and I had a quick chat about getting back to racing in the real world, and we played part of that interview back out on Midweek Motorsport the following Wednesday. How are the plans for Portimao in Portugal going, and what can you tell us about that as it stands, Ole?
The plan remains unchanged as we were 2 weeks ago. If we have 20 cars, we will race in Portimao. If green light from the circuit, we have obtained a certificate that enables the trucks to cross inter-European borders. It will be difficult for drivers outside of the EU to come to the race, but we are happy that we can be back on track with a big part of our teams and drivers already in Portimao. And we're doing everything we can to achieve those 20 entries, and it's looking fairly positive thus far that the race can happen.
To use an old space shot phrase, Ole, when do we get go or no go on this? Because obviously it's not something that can be organised in just a few days. You'd have to give teams a definite yes or no. And when is that cut-off date? Is there a cut-off date for that with the race in the middle of June?
We expect to give a definite answer next week about Portimao. If we have 20 teams, we will do it, and we are doing everything to achieve that, as I just said. And you're right, we also need to be upfront and fully transparent, which is very important in these times. And keeping in mind all safety precautions, hygienic precautions that need to be taken, we are sure we can organize a race in Portimao, and we will provide an answer on that in the very near future.
From there, it's July and the real version of the 12 hours of Monza. Italy seems to be in a much better situation than it was on the 28th of March, which is the time that we're running this e-sports race now. How can you even be sure about the rest of the dates, July, September and beyond that, including that new Zandvoort date in November? Are they effectively still provisional, Ole, until we know what the situation is?
Of course, we need to think somewhat race to race right now. So the primarily focus is on Portugal for the moment. But this week we have received news from Monza Circuit that they are positive to host the race in July. It is expected that next week the federation in Italy will release a COVID-19 protocol that needs to be followed throughout each race organized. And we expect to receive a final permission to have the race also next week. But yeah, you never know how the situation develops.
No.
We're doing everything to get back together with our racing friends on the paddocks of this world and Europe for this year, and it looks positive that we can start in June, latest July, with our series and see back the people whom we missed the most in this difficult time.
Well, I wish you all the best in that. I know the Creventic team have been working hard. Will you give our very best wishes to Gary and the rest of the team? One final question about Portimao. If that goes ahead, and we keep our fingers crossed with that, is there going to be some streaming TV of that with 12H?
That is also to be confirmed. It is depending on the number of entries. We need to see what we can do and what we can especially do in a safe operational manner, fulfilling all rules that the local government applies to the event itself. So we will also be able to confirm that in due time.
Can't wait for that, Ole. Thank you very much indeed, and well done to everybody who's put this event together. And I agree with you, it shouldn't be instead of, it should be as well as. So let's hope we have a few more of these. Thanks, Ole Dolleman.
Thank you, John.
Well, the man from Creventic who looks after the sporting side of things, joining us live. And we'll take another interview now as well. Let's grab one of the drivers who was involved early on. Fabrice Cornelis. Fabrice, it's John in the booth.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm fine. The rear of my car is a bit less fine. After getting rear-ended in turn 2, it's just sad to see that in the 12 hours things like that should not happen.
So that was right from the first lap when we got into the second chicane.
Yes, that was Tom Dillman rear-ending me. I mean, he apologized, so it's fine. And things like this happen, but it shouldn't happen in the 12 hours. I think in the first corners, but whatever. It's racing. I fell back to P7 just because our car is 5 kph down on the straight, so it really doesn't make it easy. But yeah, we're fighting for it, and yeah, let's see what we can do. P3 now.
You guys seem to have a pretty... This is Team WRT, we're talking about the 1 and 2 Audis, and Fabrice out of the number 2 car. You guys seem to have a pretty well organised planning qualifying. I saw a bit of drafting going on, and even at one stage your car, the number 2 car, did a bit of drafting and then into the Parabolica, disappeared altogether, which I presume was a quick back to the pit so that your teammate got the draft but nobody else did.
Yes, that was a tactic. Some people tried to take our draft. The Ferrari was already quicker in qualify because it's Monza, they are always quicker on straight line speed. But it was a plan to draft each other a bit to at least get in the top 5. And I think it worked out great. We just didn't want to give the others draft, so yeah, it was a bit figuring out everything, but yeah, it worked out.
And what's the track conditions like? We're running this race on the weekend that the real race should have happened, March the 28th. So a bit earlier in the year, the clocks haven't sprung forward, so we'll get a bit more darkness this evening. Temperatures perhaps a little cooler, although I have to say, from what we've seen in the temperatures, and particularly the track temperature seems to be pretty good. So are you getting decent grip out there, Fabrice?
Yeah, it's pretty good. I mean, in the beginning it was a bit, everything was a bit loose, but then the grip starts getting down, so it's becoming better and better now. Of course, the temperature are getting a bit higher now too, but I think it will cool off again in a few hours, and I think in about 2 hours it will cool off again, so then the track will have a lot of grip. So yeah, I think the Ferrari will get a bit quicker then again because it's not that good, that low grip level, but yeah, let's see what we can do. I think it's all about surviving in this race, like you saw already. I'm happy we have P1 and 3 at the moment. Mirko is also, the 1 car is also a bit of pace, because they also were involved in the incident. But yeah, let's see what we can do.
How easy or difficult is it for you as a team to make the decision about how much repair you do? And I suppose you've got to balance it out with how much pace you're losing, with how long you're going to have to stand still in the pits.
Yeah, that's a good one actually. The thing is, in iRacing, if you replace tires, there were automatically a bit of repairs are getting done. So that's our tactic now. Normally we were double stinting tires, but now we just take tires every pit stop, and there's like 10 seconds of damage going away then. So I think in about 5 stints our car should be like almost good again. It will never be 100% good because there will always be a bit of top speed boost, but we should be back again then, and let's see what we can do then.
2 29-lap stints for you. Was that the plan to double stint that first and do effectively 2 hours? It's just under 2 hours, isn't it, that you're doing? Is it going to be double stints for all the drivers all the way through, Fabrice?
Yeah, that's normally the plan. I think double stint is good too. Like, I think if you go triple, you might lose a bit of concentration. 1 is maybe a bit too less, and 29 laps is like what we can do. Maybe we can make 30 without damage, because now, of course, our fuel consumption is higher again too. So yeah, we will see. Right now, it's looking better again than at the start. I was really thinking about just escaping and going out of this race because I was very pissed about what happened. But yeah,
but you're pleased you didn't now.
Yeah, I'm happy I didn't, and my teammates could kept me cool, and I think it brought us now with 2 WRT cars on the podium, which is great.
Well, we'll let you have a bit of a rest, and we'll see you back on the track later on. It looks like that your teammates have got a bit of competition for the lead. Thanks, Fabrice.
Yeah, thank you for everything. Bye bye.
Cheers, man. Bye bye. So, Diana Binks down in the pits there. You see?
Yeah,
except
I know.
You know.
Yeah, brilliant. I mean, the helped, of course, by the fact that everyone is theoretically at home with good internet connection, so we can talk to everyone, can't we, as we concentrate now on a battle for the lead of the race, because Red Camel Esports going for a move at the inside of the E-Team WRT Audi and getting it. That was into the first chicane. Great move from Jorn Zotekar then from a long way back, and Martin Shipchak possibly couldn't defend from that battle, so I think I was close with that pronunciation. I'll work on it. But yeah, those two have been getting close to one another for the last few laps. And bear in mind that at the start of the stint, it was, 8 seconds that Mirko Bortolotti came in as an advantage over Rick Brokers. And Rick's teammate has worked incredibly hard. This isn't done, though, yet, because they're now squabbling for that same position for the lead of the race up the inside of the BMW M4, which is the Fun M motorsport car. And the Audi trying to squirrel its way alongside the BMW, but that didn't quite work, so time will surely be lost now for the WRT car, which is trying again to work its way up the inside of the Ascari chicane. Does manage to pick off the Bimmer into that first element of the Ascari chicane, but it's lost time, no doubt about it, to the orange Red Camel Esports Ferrari, which now leads the race for the first time. Despite Rick Broker's best efforts in his first couple of stints, the pendulum swings in the direction of the Dutch squad, and one or two people, I think Nick Damon actually suggested that Ferrari would be one of the favourites before we got going, so looking good at the moment for that prediction.
Johnny's going to take a little time away at the moment. It is meal time in the Global Broadcast Centre. Thank you very much, JP. Have you enjoyed this first couple of hours?
It's great. Yeah, I can't take your eyes off this.
No, well,
apart from for food, which I will do now.
But the good news is, of course, you can take the race with you.
That's good point.
Much easier to do that. Johnny Palmer will be back with us in a little while. That leaves Bruce Jones and me, John Hindhoff. That's interesting to hear what Fabrice was saying, Bruce, that he was so frustrated after that first lap. He was ready to rage quit and call it a day.
Yeah, I get that, but of course, if he's a sim racer through and through, so you could do that. But if you're racing in the flesh, you've got your whole crew around you, you're not going to give up. But yes, massively frustrating. And that was the battle for third place. And of course, Tom Dillman has said sorry, but unfortunately the damage was done. And the Team Webhead's car that Dillman was driving is still going. And it's the last of the runners in the pits at the moment. Kevin Genzo, Tav, waiting to go out, but they're 32 laps adrift. That wasn't all down to that first incident. There were others. And in fact, looking down the retirements, John, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We lost 3 cars before the start of the race, and the only other retirements thus far, potentially, are 5 GT3 runners. No, in fact, one of the Porsche 718, one of the Caymans, number 477, is stopped. But the damage really to the front-running cars, and I suppose that's they're also in the position where I guess they're trying to work their way past in overtaking manoeuvres on the TCR cars, the 991 Porsche cars and the GT4s, but a disproportionate number of retirements from the top class.
Nick Damon has handed over to Joe Bradley. Joe's about to get out the pits. Audi's side by side going down the front straight down towards the first chicane. Two red, white and grey cars in a cracking battle, and they're still side by side coming out of that right, left, right. It's Varianti, Rettifilio, and still side by side. It's the Autorama car and the 198 right alongside it. At the moment is a fabulous battle, and that is the Ferry Monza E-Sports car, and that is a battle for position. They're battling for 4th and 5th, and they're still nose and tail as the new leader just goes through and puts a lap on them. Very similar colourways on those two cars. The Autorama livery pretty much identical to what we see in real life, with the red stripes and the grey diagonals on the side of the car. And this is not over yet by any stretch of the imagination as they head up towards Varianti Ascari, and there's traffic coming through the lap, them including Florian Baudin in the Race Union 12-hour machine, and that is the second place car going through as well. Marcin Skripček in Team EWRT, and still they're fighting. Here's another GT4 Cayman, and I think that's another battling car. I think that's Matthias Datek, is it? In the 98? No, it's not. It's the 76. It's all right. That's Dominic Bastian, isn't it? The Speed Lover car. A little bit further down. But this is what we're used to seeing, Bruce, certainly in TCR, particularly if you get a couple of cars together, then the only advantage you're going to get is by braking a bit later, or getting on the throttle a bit earlier, or getting a bit of a draft, which is what's happening now.
Yeah, and of course the TCR cars are the biggest blocks out there in terms of their sort of air displacement. So you get a tow, and if you do get past, you then get the tow in turn. And that's why they keep on staying super close. Round the corner, plenty of downforce from those big rear wings. But it's how they play around on the straights. It really is such a feature of the TCR class. And it's so hard to make a break, to break the tow to the car behind. Autorama in the back of that little pack for the moment, the two of them. But yeah, that's why their racing is always so close.
So head down to the pit lane. Bruce can keep an eye on this as it's going on, and we'll go into the GT4 category. One of the drivers' names we were mentioning earlier on in the race, and for all good things, was that of Tim Claessens from the Munkhoff Racing, powered by No Fire Energy drink, in that 421 Porsche Cayman. Hi Tim, how was the first part of the race for you?
Hey, good afternoon, Hindi. Well, first part, definitely my stint went quite good. We had a little bit of trouble at the start of the race, but managed to get away without any damage. And then, yeah, for some reason managed to get in the lead because of a technical issue in the SimRC car. After that, I just could keep pulling away. The car was really good under us. It really helped us. Now, last stint we had a little bit of misfortune, unfortunately, but we're still going.
When you say a bit of misfortune, what do you mean? Did somebody drive into you?
Yeah, one of the TCR cars went into Ascari, but braked 50 meters too late. So I had to cut and jump the chicane, and he hit us in the right front of the car. So we have a little bit of damage right now, losing a little bit of top speed. We're going to try and see if we can make our pit strategy a little bit different to get in earlier for repairs.
Right, and do we? I mean, one of the nice things about iRacing is you'll have an idea of how much time that's going to cost you, do you?
Yeah, that's what we're gonna see if it's worth it or not. We're losing about a second per lap almost because of the top speed loss, which in this car you need top speed. It's already quite slow, so losing 4 kph I think we have now, it's quite dramatic. So we're gonna see if it's gonna be worth it or not.
It's Mike Barton who's in the car at the moment. 2 minutes 4 last time around against the duo car, which was 2 minutes 0.8. So he's holding his own at the moment. That's encouraging.
Yeah, he's doing great. On overall, he's doing very consistent lap times and just trying to keep the damage and trying to push the car forward. But he's been a little bit unlucky. It's nothing he could have done there. He avoided the first dive bomb, so to speak, but the car spun around and hit him in the front.
This Porsche Cayman GT4 looks fantastic. Got that flat six sound as well, accurately modelled from the engine. But I've heard from a lot of people that they are not the easiest things to drive. So why choose it for a 12-hour endurance race?
Well, it's a little bit a double-edged sword. It's not that easy, but it's also a really fun car to drive. When you get the setup right, it feels really neutral and balanced. You can really just play with the car because it doesn't have too much power, so it makes it a little bit of a momentum car. Keep the apex minimum apex speed as high as you can, and just roll through the corners as fast as you can. Well, it makes it really fun to drive.
I don't want to give away any of your trade secrets, because clearly you've got a very well set up car, because you're still leading the class at the moment. But what's the key element then in getting it right? It's a mid-engine car, so you'd expect it to be fairly neutral. I think to the 911s, if the 911 started porpoising, you were in trouble and you had an imbalance there. What's the key with the Cayman then in terms of getting the handling right, particularly for a fast circuit like Monza?
I think the biggest thing we were looking at is trying to get on the power as soon as we can on corner exit to just keep that minimum apex speed up, but also get as fast as we can on the end of the long straight. That's what we really worked at, to get that as balanced as possible without any over or understeer there.
And you've clearly got that right. Okay, what's the plan for the rest of the race? I mean, we've still got 9 3/4 hours to go, and a lot of things can happen, but presumably what you want to see is exactly what's going on now. Laps being reeled off, no accidents, no incident, and actually you want to be as boring as possible, don't you?
Yeah, exactly, and let's hope the competitors have a little bit of a less boring race on that part. That's just what we're going to try to do now. Just keep driving, keep doing the laps, clocking them off, and it's a very active and a difficult field to drive in. So we're going to see, just keep it clean and see where we are at the end of 12 hours.
And who's in next, Tim, after Mike's been in it?
Next is my teammate Davey is going to go in. We're gonna stop in about 10 laps probably, just doing that early pit stop to get the damage repaired, and Davey is gonna jump in.
Okay, mate, that's good stuff. Are you gonna go back in later on today?
At the moment, I'm scheduled to get back in, well, pretty much when it's going to go dark, so in like 5-6 hours. Right. I have a little bit of a rest time in between, just managing the car.
Okay, well, Tim Claessens, thank you very much indeed for joining us. Best of luck, still leading the class at the moment, mate. Well done.
Thanks, mate. See you later.
Bye-bye. I love being able to do these pit reports. Tim Claessens there from the 421 leading its class. We'll get Nick Damon in a moment. There's been a bit of drama for the RSL team car. Thought Joe Bradley was going to get back in the car, but I think it was Ben Constanturis who's just taken that car over. Keeping an eye on some of the battles further down the field. EB Motors versus Writer Engineering, two real world teams having a cracking battle at the moment. Bruce Jones has been watching that.
Again, hard to know where to look, and what I love is the fact that we have brilliant on-track action, superbly directed, and it's very hard for the director to know which little group to be looking at because there are so many close battles. Back it up with all the timing screens we've got. There's so much to consider, but really I could happily just look at any screen at any time because the racing is so super close. And as we've said, John, not getting damage is absolutely the key. Both of the Mercedes that we're looking at the moment, 16th and 17th position, doesn't really matter where they are, but they've both got damaged front ends, and it does seem to be a Mercedes problem. Here's a little thought. Maybe placing that very long snout on the Mercedes, we heard earlier from Nick Damon talking about camera angles, makes it very hard to gauge just how far ahead of the driver it is, because they seem to have an inordinate amount of front end damage compared to their rivals. Or maybe their braking's worse, who knows?
Well, Nick Damon's rejoined us after his stint. We'll talk about what's happening with the car in a moment, but let's get through your stint. You did all right. You got at one stage, I think you were up to 17th, maybe 16th position, which was a couple or three places better than when it came out the pits, although there were some pit stops. And the first 10 laps or so, you seem to be running fairly consistently. How was it going?
It's a little. I mean, what I would say is, given what's happened since then, I don't feel quite so bad about my run. But yeah, I mean, it was really, really, really tough because you get thrown into the heat of battle, and the first 4 or 5 laps were, I think, being overtaken by 3 cars and overtaking 3 cars, and we've not had a chance to even practice that. And I've never done this before, even obviously not really, and certainly not even virtually. So you don't get a chance to settle. I made one pretty silly mistake where I just missed my braking point at the end of the back straight and just went on sailing on for the parabolic, and luckily I got a half spin, got away with that one. And then,
is that when you dropped the 4 places and went back to 21st? Yeah.
And then 2/3, and then just towards the end, we were having a battle with 4 cars in 3 classes, and coming into the first part of the Ascari, and I think, I haven't gone back, I think I might have got the lightest of touches because it came round for no discernible, there's no reason why it would come round otherwise. And luckily I stayed off the barrier, but I was facing the barrier, and then of course you have to wait. You've got your screen for a clear bit of track, and you can tell it. But of course, what I did, and as I've pointed out, that means I am a better driver than Sebastian Vettel because I waited at the Sky chicane for a clear bit of track rather than just running into Lance Stroll.
Well,
so but that cost about 25 seconds parked there.
Well, better is subjective, but certainly more aware, perhaps we might say.
Yeah.
What has happened since? Because the car solidly inside the top 20, then you brought it into the pits. Obviously, that's going to cost you a bit of time. We saw the ABBA car overhaul you and go by. You've been on the same part of the track as that car a couple of times, but there's been a problem. It's dropped outside the top 40.
Yeah, I mean,
who did you hand it over to?
We then ended up in what can even be described as a what's the word for it? Kerfuffle. So I handed it over with actual mission accomplished. Apart from the fact for that one, if I hadn't had that spin and lost half a minute, it'd been a complete. I'd have given myself for my first run a 9 out of 10.
Well, you'd have been in 16th position, mate, at that point.
But brought it in, no damage, which is a key point. It doesn't matter if you drop places, no damage. Unfortunately, then there was a technical issue. Joe was supposed to get in the car, and he had a technical issue where we don't know what it was. He lost sound, so he couldn't hear anything. And if you can't hear, it's very hard to drive the car because you get a lot of audible clues from the tyre squeal and everything else. So
spinning up the wheels, yeah.
So we had to hop him back out immediately while trying to sort that out. Ben then got straight in the car. And he came out and found there was another issue. We don't know why, but the ABS had turned itself off. So he then worked on that. He then got as far as the second chicane before he was hit by the leader, and absolutely he was hit by the leader, the car number 1. He wasn't in the way. The leader's turned him round. So he's flustered and everything else. And then he comes around at the end of his first lap around the parabolic. He's got a TCR car in front of him. And he jinxed to the right, which isn't normally a problem. However, unfortunately, he was on cold tyres and he got a massive tank slapper on him. And whilst, sometimes you get away with them, unfortunately, it speared him straight into the wall and did, as has turned out to be, a huge amount of damage. 16, 17 minute stop. I don't know how long I don't know whether the car's back up to pace again. It looks unpleasant, but it doesn't always mean once you've paid for the repairs you actually lose that much pace, but we have done a 16-minute stop, so it was actually, unfortunately, it was a comedy of problems. And then
that's the second time Bradley's cost you issues with technical problems at home. He had an internet dropout in one of the other long races, I seem to remember, which just happened to coincide with him doing a nighttime stint at 1 o'clock in the morning or something like that, which as soon as I heard he was meant to get in the car, that was the Nürburgring, wasn't it?
Yeah, he couldn't. He not being able to do any of the night runs.
No, odd that, eh?
But, he's back in the car now, and the car looks awful, but I'm trying to give you a couple of laps and see where we are on pace, and hopefully we haven't lost too much.
Well, what are you giving marks out of 10 there, Bruce, for racing driver chattiness there?
Sorry, I just popped out and read the newspaper for a while, but I think very, very clear and to the point. But it just goes to show that some days it's just not your day.
Oh, it is
Any
a bit
images now of the RSL Mercedes, it is tattered, battered and torn, but it's still going. And Joe Bradley last time around, a 1 minute 54 second lap, so he's settling down. Nick got down to a 1 minute, I think 52.3, and
solidly in the mid 53s.
50.9. So building in the right direction, very much. Good job, Nick, actually.
Thank you. I was a little bit slow I wanted to be, but it was. The interesting thing is that the track is really, really very different. It's quite greasy. And you do find the rear is much more inclined to want to come round on you. So as we're not going for qualifying laps, there's a lot of discretion is a better part of valour, both in the application of power and the decision of when to overtake people as well. So it's a 55. It looks like, unfortunately, we've got a pace disadvantage because he's going to 55.3.
Yeah.
So looks like we might be running for a while with a couple of seconds of deficit, which I'm a bit annoyed about. We paid 16 minutes to get it fixed.
Well, you get 10 seconds.
The only thing that's not damaged is the image of the tall goat on the rear, on the rump.
The llama. Excellent. Let's see, Sicily Motorsport, Adam Morgan with Jelmer Berman in his wheel tracks at the moment as they come round to put a lap on Mads E. Slijhaug, who's taken over the tricolore striped Ferrari of Reiter Engineering, the second team.
Mads, in fact, is a very handy racer, and he's picking up position. But when you're
no, it's not. It's still Riccardo Agostini. Sorry, I'm looking at completely the wrong place on the timing screen. But that is still Riccardo Agostini, who's been in that car since the start. My apologies. In the RS racing car, that is. And then that is.
But it actually went backwards early on. John, remember that was coming into the pits.
Yeah,
that started. It was running in about 7th place early on. It was one of the beneficiaries of the sorting out of the second chicane. Then it went backwards. Riccardo did a good stint, but looks like he's about to be replaced.
I'm sure he's been in since the start. Yeah, I think I'm absolutely.
No, he hasn't. Riccardo, it was 25. It was Luca Tozzato who started.
Oh yes, another brilliant Italian racing driver name.
They're all brilliant.
Yeah, so still leading is Mirko Bortolotti for the E-Team WRT. And in fact, no, that's not the case now, is it? It's Red Camel Esports. My apologies, looking at the previous iteration of some notes I was taking. So it is still Red Camel Esports that lead the motor race right now. In the classes, Jukka Honkavuri leads the Porsche 911 class for MRS Sim Racing in the 989 car, and the GT4's Matthias Schoker for Duo Sim Racing GT4 Porsche, and the 176 Felix Luding, who I think was the pole sitter if I remember rightly, for Duo, and they've had their issues as well technically, but now are back in the lead, but having a cracking run. Felix, who put the car on pole position. That very distinctive Duo red, white and blue colour scheme. What have you learnt, Nick Damon?
Yeah, it's a bit harder than it looks, even virtually. No, I mean, once you get involved in the multi-classes and you know, the multi-class racing, and this is, you know, I mean, you are theoretically the fastest class, so, you know, debatable with some of the Porsches. It's a battle. Every lap's a battle. Yeah, and it's when you see them on your relative, you've got like 6 seconds for the next car. You think, oh, good, I'm going to do anything apart from drive for 3/4 of a lap. It's great. But apart from that, there's a huge amount of brain required to try to work out when and where and how to get past people. And obviously, you know, we are following a zero risk policy. So imagine how much harder it is for guys who are leading, who are trying to get past any opportunity.
Good point. Let's take another interview from a driver who's done some work as well today. Kenton Cook joins us. Hello, Kenton. It's Hindhoff here in the booth. How are you, mate?
Hey, it's going good. How about you?
Well, we're enjoying it as ever. I'm glad to see that you managed to get round a lap or two without somebody being magnetically attracted to a fluorescent pink car. Just bear with us for a second, because we've got some side-by-side action. Autorama in the thick of it again in TCR in the 112, and they're in this fabulous battle for position. That's one of the leading lights as ever, that car battling with the 198 Ferry Monster E-Sports car, which has the upper hand at the moment into the first corner and takes the position. And that then is the 198 in 4th. So that was 4th and 5th position. Sorry, Kenton. Yeah, you managed not to, well, tell me. At least you weren't ended up upside down or facing the wrong way.
Well, just wait. I haven't gotten in the car yet, so there's still a shot. There's still a shot, but hopefully that's not going to be the case. We'll be hopping in here pretty soon after marching.
How did this all come together? That you're in the Creventic race in virtual. We're used to seeing you in IMSA races in real life and in IMSA the Pro Series as well in your bright pink Ford as it is now. How did all this come together, Kenton?
You know, it's just kind of funny how, like, in these times when, you know, there's not a whole lot of racing going on, and, you know, the world turns to sim racing, I've been able to make some new friends. So I got to know Mirko a little bit, you know, from the IMSA stuff, and then from there we you know, started chatting a bit more, and he asked me to be a part of the team. So it was cool to kind of to be able to do that, and to be able to run with, you know, really good guys like himself, and you know, Martin and Kenneth and Fabrice. So it's gonna be, it's really a cool deal to be a part of, and yeah, never thought I would be a part of it, that's for sure, but it's cool to be.
Well, how about Kenton Cook, WRT Audi driver? That sounds pretty good to me, mate. I don't care whether it's in the real world or virtually. These guys take this very seriously. As there's a side-by-side contact coming out of the final corner, and it is the Autorama car that got hit by one of the GT3 Ferraris. That's the 10th place car. I think that's a 48 car.
It was Sorgren Sports car.
Yeah. Just tried to slide down the inside. That's Maxi Peckel driving that car. Goes to the outside, goes to the inside. I'm pretty certain there was a little touch here as the Audi comes to the edge. It's threading the needle from the Ferrari. Oh, the Audi's drifting in a tiny bit. It wasn't much, but that's all it needed to be. The super sexy slow-mo showing the gap between the Audi and the edge of the track just getting a little bit bigger. Oh, you know all about that, Kenton. You got the other end of that at Road America a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, the gap closed really quickly from behind to another driver. But John, how you been getting on with doing this? You know, it's a different world for you. You haven't been a part of the E series as much, but now you're pretty involved now. How's that been?
Well, we're fortunate that we've had good contacts with online racing going back down through the years, and with RSL Radio Show Limited, we've been involved with other platforms, notably Forza World Championship and World's Fastest Gamer. Various parts of the team have done on it, but you know, there's a lot the same, and there's some interesting differences, and there's certainly things we're learning now that we can put into place for when real world racing comes back, and particularly if we can't get to the circuits, Kenton. You know, we've got the infrastructure in place and have had for some time to do remote racing, which is effectively what we're doing now, remote coverage, and we can carry that forward into the real world if that becomes necessary. And the other thing, and Bruce is on the Bruce Jones is on the line as well with Nick at the moment in our global broadcast centre. And what we found, Bruce, in some ways, particularly at a track like the Nürburgring Nordschleife, when we're doing DNLS, actually, in terms of the coverage, we're spoiled with the coverage in the e-racing world, aren't we, Bruce?
Mega.
We can see 14.5 miles every corner from every angle we want, as opposed to on a regular basis, we set off with some cameras around the circuit and 6 camera cars. And I still remember the first one of the races I did there. We lost 1 before the cars even left the grid. We lost 3 on the opening lap, and the 4-hour race largely covered looking through the windscreen of 2 of the competitors in the race. So as you can imagine, it very much is a whole lot better in terms of coverage, in terms of the angles and the abilities to get replays from anywhere at any time. It's fantastic.
But the other thing is, Kenton, in the same way that you would say, it keeps you sharp. I know it's not exactly the same because you're not experiencing the G-forces, the heat and everything else.
It's the focus.
But it's the concentration and the focus. And this is certainly keeping me sharp. Tell you one thing I'm not missing is all the driving down in the middle of the night to an airport, sitting around and then getting on a plane. Not missing that at all, and be able to go to Monza without leaving the comfort of home is a massive bonus. My resting heart rate has dropped 20 beats a minute since all of this. I kid you not, I've lost over 5 kilos in weight, and I'm so chilled rather than being flat out and panicking about hitting flights all the time. I get very nervous when I'm flying because I'm not a happy flyer, but it's also just getting to the airport on time and stuff like that.
Man, I would love to see a webcam on you, because I can imagine you're just lounging in the couch, with a laptop up on the table, and you're just like, kicking back, watching and whatnot. So it's got to be a pretty sight.
Well, we've got a studio here, so I've got
gotcha.
four computers which effectively are running 10 different screens for all the social and being able to speak to you guys on TeamSpeak, etc. Plus the feed from Neo Endurance and our very, very good friends at racespot.tv. And I'm still hopping from one foot to another and watching it as I don't sit down when I'm commentating, and I barely sit down for the whole 12 hours here. So it's been good fun. When are you in the car? When are you in the WRT car? Just to put a bit of pressure on, you are in second place at the moment. So when are you getting in the second place car?
I'll be getting in after Martin. So essentially, when he's done with his next double stint, I'll be getting in and doing a double as well.
Double stinting with new tyres each time around, so you get a little bit of a 10-second damage fix, yeah?
Yeah, exactly. So, and that's the thing. So we can, not lose time in the pits while fixing the car. And hopefully it'll be good. It's proven that the car's got a little bit more pace than it was after the little bit of contact. So that's good. So after we get all fixed up, hopefully we'll have even more pace to fight for the win.
I'm keeping an eye on what's going on the screen, and I know that Bruce and Nick are as well. I want to ask you one more question. You're at home, so that is North Carolina, isn't it? Hey, Ken, you still there?
Sorry. There was another. Can you re-ask the question? I had some background noise.
No worries. You're at home in North Carolina, correct?
Yeah. I'm in Charlotte.
So, first of all, how's the weather over there with Hurricane Arthur? And is that distance likely to give you any issues with an event that is, generally speaking, being run by people who are in Europe?
So far we're good. We had most of the rain come in the last few days. Yesterday was, I think, kind of the end of it. Today I think we've got some good weather actually, so I'm not too worried. It was funny though, like 2 days ago I was doing a little practice race or a little race, and I gridded up. The second I gridded up, the friggin' power went out. I was like, come on. So it was just lovely.
You see, that's an excuse that you can't have in the real world, mate. No. Sorry, we had a power outage. Kenton, good to speak to you, mate. Good luck. And maybe if you don't get hit on your first lap out here, maybe you should be thinking about changing that purple colour, because I know you think it makes people see you, but it's clearly got some kind of magnetism in it. Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, Kenton.
Yeah, thanks, John.
Cheers.
That's a good one.
Cheers, man. Kenton Cook joining us live from Charlotte, North Carolina. And well, we've seen Kenton have more than his fair share of bad luck, Nick, haven't we, in the IMSA iRacing series in the last couple of weeks?
If he can avoid being plunged off in the first lap, and then he's obviously got a problem with the last lap, hasn't he?
Yes, good point.
Interesting you brought up. I just brought up the pings, which is the amount of time it takes for information to go from where the driver is sitting to the computer itself. Europeans all about 0.33, so that's 300ths of a second. Leipert, who's got a driver in Asia, Dan Wells, is on 0.2 of a second. Young Kim is on 0.32 of a second, and then currently in the top 10, the worst is the old Baba Motorsport Conor Adam from Australia, who's on 0.333, so a third of a second. So the computer is calculating where he is a third of a second away from what he's done. So that's where you get what's called net code. If he doesn't do what the computer thinks he's going to do, and he's in a different place. So,
and then the difference between calculated and actual. Big sideways moment for Yelmer Berman there going into the parabolic. It looked like he may be losing a little bit of rear grip in that Team Black Falcon AMG GT3. So that's when you get the divergence, if you will, from actual and predicted. And that's when we sometimes see what looks like contact, which we can't actually see the contact.
Exactly, that gives those phantom contacts, because where you are and where you were are different, because obviously there is a delay. I mean, obviously iRacing has servers all around the world, so if you were racing in Australia, it's other Australians, you wouldn't have this problem, and likewise East and West Coast. But the European servers, which obviously unsurprisingly Graventic are running on, are the Amsterdam ones. Hence the reason the Europeans are all running with a 33 ping, a 50 ping, a 66 ping is pretty much instantaneous. You're only trying to predict a few hundredths of a second, which, with big heavy cars, that's not too hard to work out where they're going.
It's Nick Damon. Bruce Jones is with us as well. Tell you what, let's Hugo's. I know Hugo Lewis is cutting the pictures for us today. Let's stay on board. Nick Damon, you've just got out of the car. Watch Jelmer Berman just going through the second Les Moors. Talk us round a lap on board then with Jelmer Berman.
So he's coming up into the Ascaria chicane, so you move over to the right slowly and you brake. There's a shadow during the day just about here. That's kind of your braking point between there and the 100, depending where you feel your brakes. Take a little bit of the bumps there. Try and get as far across there, but there is an off track on that right-hand side. And this is a bit where you've really got to get power down. You have to avoid that sausage curve on the final part of Ascaria to get the best exit possible, then just fire down the straight. This is good news for him, because he's going to get a minor tow from both those two TCRs. The second one slightly in the brake. Yeah, he's had to brake a little bit early. The Parabolica, then you come into the inside. If he didn't have the car in front of him, he would drift wide like that. So he's had this lurch wide. You drift wide, you come back on the straight lines. You come hug the inside wall now by the pits and the white line. And then you'll slowly move across to the left-hand side, where you line yourself up for the first chicane, which is horrible. And it's absolutely flat out in six, as fast as you can go, pushing the throttle right through the floor. At 150 metres, you brake as hard as you can. Take as much of that first curve as you dare without getting a penalty, and then you just have to gather up and see where you are after that for the second half. And then it's all about the power, and getting the power down as you go through the what's called the Curva Grande. I've now found out it's called something else. They've changed the name.
Curva Biasono.
Biasono, which I don't know why they've done that. And then you come into this actual chicane is much nicer. In fact, you brake out the 100, and you just try and take again on the left-hand side. Take a little bit of that orange line. You can take any of that orange line, go one bit over the orange line, you get an off track. Take not too much of that inner curve, because it'll knock you out of line. Let the car settle. Put the power on here. It's a late brake, and you take in tight, and the little pavement you saw there on the right-hand side. That's where you put the power on, so you actually shoot through there, and you won't have an issue going off track. Here again, you just got to get as best exit speed as possible. Come back up the straight before you hit the Ascaria chicane again, and that is a pretty good lap actually. You lost a bit of time behind the TCR car around Parabolica, but apart from that, it was all made very easy by a professional like Jelmer. If I was Dave, all arms and elbows in a panic.
That lap, let me quickly have a look. What was his last lap?
It wasn't
there?
a good one, because he lost 1.4 seconds to the car he's chasing. So Adam Morgan, the British touring car racer, pulling clear in 6th place for Sicily Motorsport in the battle of those Mercedes.
Most of that have been around the Parabolica, because he ended up, as you noticed, he braked quite early. He was thinking about going up the inside of the TCR. Discretion is a better part of valour. And of course, the TCRs don't really have the areas. They are quite a lot slower in those fast corners. So he backed up behind it, then got delayed by it through the corner. So I would think at least a second of that difference was just around the Parabolica.
Just after we lost you earlier on, I was noticing, because you were getting ready to go and race, we were noticing that the AMG GT3 is that possibly the least quickest in a straight line. Certainly doesn't have the straight line speed of either the Ferrari or the Audi R8. And yet, though, coming down towards the chicane, it does start to sort of get into its stride. How much are you allowed to do with the gearing, Nick, in terms of tuning the car?
There's no gearing change on the GT3 cars. You can, if you had a GTE, you can change everything you like. No, you're stuck with the gearing. The power, I would say that, the Ferrari was found to be the fastest car. I mean, I think the Ferrari is quicker. The Audi, it's kind of intermediate, and the Mercedes is not as quick on a track like this in ultimate speed. That's not the only thing that counts, of course. It is a comfortable car to drive for us less hyper-talented people. And, it's got a wider operating window, but the Ferrari, if you get it right, is the fastest.
Now, you will have noticed that the Team AWRT car is back in the lead, and that's because Jon Zertico has just taken his pit stop after a 29-lap stint. So we had a couple of 27-lap stints and that was a 29. So he is now on the second stint of his double. I'm pretty certain that Rick did 2:27s. Yes, he did. That is correct.
28. Yeah, 2:28s, I think.
2:28s. Sorry.
Yeah, that would be about right. It's about 28 laps. Is the
29? Yes, you're right.
They've tapered the fuel tanks down, taken a little bit of fuel out of the BMW, a little bit of fuel out of the Mercedes, to mean that they all hit the same number of laps. I think they put a little bit of weight onto the Ferrari and the Audi. I would say they haven't put enough, to be honest, on the Ferrari. But
well, that's because you're driving an AMG, isn't it?
Well, no, just because we aren't going to win, so I'm just looking for fairness. And I think looking at the various results, I would say they've been slightly too generous with the Ferrari. It should have been probably another 10 kilos.
So here's the rest of the top cars coming in, including the leader. We've also had Jelmer Berman, Chaz Cleland, Florian Abazella, Maxi Peckel and Connor Adam all in. So out of the lead now for the car that Kent and Cuckoo, who were talking to a little bit earlier, will be getting into, but not now, at the end of the next stint by his teammate Marcin. And that car at the moment being... Now, did that go up on Jack's? Yes, I think it did.
You'd be better. I don't think there would be any point trying to double stint the tyres.
Well, we were talking to was it Florian earlier on, one of the drivers earlier on, who was saying to us that
Fabrice Cornelis,
thank you, in the number 2 car, he was saying they've gone from double stinting to single stinting because you get 10 seconds of damage repair built into your tyre stop.
Yeah, also, the thing about this track is it's incredibly heavy on the front left. The other 3 tyres, no problem, they could double stint, you can probably triple stint some of them, but the front left, you've got so much where it begins to go away, and if you're looking to do 58 laps or 57 laps, yes, you would gain theoretically 25 seconds, but I can't help thinking you'd lose that in the last 5 or 6 laps because there's so many fast left-handers, both the Lesmos, the Parabolica.
New leader, Optimum by Simsa has gone ahead, Lewis Goodway. And I think that's the first time we've seen that Optimum car in P1. It's got the 01 on the top right-hand side of the windscreen, the Spa 05 panels on these cars. So Lewis
I think running at the lead. Well, the other thing to remember is, John, there are fuel maps on these cars. So you can eke a bit of fuel out if you want to. You can go to fuel. There's map 2 or map 1, which are a little bit less power and a little bit more distance. It's about, you lose about, if you're a top driver, going to fuel map 2 will lose you about 0.6 to 0.8 of a second a lap. So they can do some fuel saving. It does. I do think the Mercedes got a little bit of the legs on the Ferrari, definitely. I'm not sure about the Audi in race conditions on fuel mileage. How much that's going to save, even over the course of a 12-hour race, is debatable. But it does seem the best tactic for the Mercedes at the moment is just to try and keep it on the island, keep it clean, and eke the mileage a bit. Because of course we know there'll be no yellow flags, and then we know there'll be no red flags, and we know there'll be no code 60s.
Right, and into the pit lane then for Lewis Goodway from the lead. This is his regular 3rd pit stop. So Jon Zutiko should go back through into the lead. Watch for the bright orange car coming out of the final corner. The Parabolica in the background as car collection. The Audi is back on the way. So that, for the moment, will get back on the lead lap. And there is the leader. Order is restored, Bruce Jones, at the front of the field after Jon, in his last stint, hunted down and passed the leader. And they're still in second place. Then it will be E-Team WRT in the number 1 car. So that's the front of the field, having done their 3rd pit stops, and pretty much, Bruce, as we were,
but I had been watching the progress of that Optimum by Simsa eSport Mercedes. Lewis Goodway, young British SimSport racer, not a real metal racer, but building on the good work of Christopher Zirkling in the opening lap. Doesn't appear to have the ultimate pace, but was just consistent. I was watching his laps at the last few minutes and last dozen minutes or so, and they were on the button. And it also helped when you get a flurry of cars coming into the pit lane, because that means fewer cars out on the circuit, but the pit stops have been done. Lewis continuing on his way, so coming out, well, we'll see, probably the tail end of the top 6, listed as 3rd place. In fact, has he squeaked out ahead of the 2nd of the WRT Audis? Might have just done that.
Yeah, actually. I think he has. Yeah,
so back into 3rd. Good job.
Let's take a look at the classes then. So that's a net gain for them, I reckon, in this pit stop sequence. So that's pretty good stuff. Let's have a look at the classes. 9th overall, Jukka Hunkavori for MRS Sim Racing 2 leads in the 989. That is the best of the Porsche 911s. Second, Florian Baudin for Race Union 12H in the 987. He's 13th position. In the 781 class, there is the gaps in the Porsche category. With Race Union fully a minute back now on the leader, and the MRS car doing a cracking job, well inside the top 10. Let's move to the 718 class. It's the GT4s, if you will, and that's Leipert E-Sports in that distinctive black and yellow livery, which does make that car look a lot taller than it actually is. It's just an optical thing, but from straight on it looks more like a little mini SUV than it does a svelte Porsche Cayman, and that battle is 9 seconds between Leipert and Duar by Sim RC. Then Sorg Sport another 42 seconds further back down the line. And our final category is that of the TCR, all Audis, of course. That's the model here, and it is Mark Danish back at the wheel of Sorg Sports, the Avia sponsored car. Now they've been having a cracking battle. The Sorg Sports 133 with the Leipert Esports yellow team in second, the 111, and in third another duo car, that is the 176 Diogo Cipinto, who was in an absolute star in the Nürburgring DN24, getting on for a month or so ago now. They've all been split up a little bit after we were treated to some fantastic front to back, side to side, almost upside down racing at one stage, but that didn't quite happen. So that's how they stand, with still 9 hours and 11 and a half minutes to run or thereabouts. That looks pretty tight. Second and third, just 0.3 of a second. That is a good battle. The duo car with the red stripe down the middle. What's it been like, Nick, picking your way through the other traffic? We did see you as the duo car gets pushed off the track there by you. That's the mid-blue Merc. Is that one of the Leipert cars?
It is, yes.
Yeah, I thought so. You seem to... it's very difficult to get past some of those Cup cars because they are very quick in a straight line.
Yeah, the Cup cars are very, very hard to get past. They're slow in the braking zone, so the ideal way of getting past them is actually outbrake them into one of the chicanes, but obviously that's not the thing you want to do when you're going safety first. So you're trying to look for a place where you can try and get a decent toe and get past them in a clean way, and that is very difficult. The other classes are not so bad. The GT4s, if they've been driven anything near sensibly, are fine, absolutely no problem at all. You just wait for the next straight and it's no problem. You just get past, and they tend to make their speed in exactly the same way as the GT3, just scaled down. The TCR is more of an issue. Because they're front wheel drive, they're faster in different places, they get different amount of drive, and they obviously lack total in top speed. So if you can't put them not on the straight, so for example, you come into a TCR going into the second chicane, you've got a real problem in getting past them because you don't really want to have to wait all the way until the straight before the Ascari, but getting up the inside anywhere else is going to require them to at least know you're there and help, and you'll end up off the line. So it's a bit of a challenge, but yeah, you have got a bit. Obviously, you've got 300 horsepower, 250 horsepower advantage, so you should be able to do it. But it is a case that you are always worried about the sensibleness of the person you're trying to overtake, and their awareness as well, in fairness.
Yeah, no, that seems reasonable. But that again is the real thing.
Yeah.
Not so many BMW Z4s here this weekend, but the unmistakable growl of the Munich V8 is on the circuit. Interesting, Bruce, isn't it? Just how the different tracks have attracted different percentages of the manufacturers. From what we've seen on the Nordschleife, BMWs have been pretty competitive.
Yeah, they've been there or thereabouts, usually probably on the second row behind the best of the Audis, which have set the pace in qualifying. But then come the end of the race, I mean, they get stronger and stronger through the course of the race. Of course, this one is a 12-hour race, but unfortunately, as we take sight of the BMW Z4 of Tibbet Racing, they're down in 42nd position. That said, the American crew are fighting with another American crew from Atlanta Speedworks in their Ferrari, but both those cars massively delayed early on. But yes, different cars seem to suit different circuits, and the Ferrari.
Did you get sorry,
just fantastic here. Sorry, Nick.
No, sorry, okay. Did you see the replay of what happened to Atlanta?
No.
There was an absolutely massive accident at full speed on the start-finish straight, where one of the other cars, I'll just give you the correct car number. It was the Swiss team with Melania Moratti just moved across on the MRS Sim Racing 3 of Nick Westphal. Nick Westphal went a virtual 15 feet in the air, and the Atlanta Speedworks just anchored everything up to try and avoid the accident and got speared into the fence on the start-finish line, right in front of Darren in our car. Hence the reason we saw it so well. And he was a further car back and avoided it. All three cars were instantly in the pits. Two of them have retired from the race entirely, whereas Atlanta have actually taken the pain of, I think, of at least a half hour.
Was that at the start of the race?
Second lap.
Yeah, second lap.
Second or third lap, yeah.
Nick, earlier on you were telling us about it's not just the incidents. We do have a live clerk of the course, race director here. Have you seen or heard anything about any penalties being dished out?
They have disqualified Soren Jonsson of car 414, Team Johnson Constelt. He got disqualified, and
rather like
a man who gets a red card in a football match and won't leave, he kept trying to rejoin and he kept being kicked out. He kept saying, Soren Johnson's connected. So yeah, he got black flagged and kicked out. He
took out the second place Ferrari quite significantly.
Interestingly, right in front of Darren again.
Yes, I thought it was. Yeah.
So yeah, we've seen a lot of accidents, and unfortunately, we've had one of our own now. But he was mad, and he's the only person I've seen actually be kicked out. It looks like I've just noticed that the Webheads team seems to have retired as well. So
yes,
that's, JM. I actually saw the end of their accident. They had something coming out of a scar, and I kind of drove past that one, going, "Oh, that looked nasty." It looks like it was nice enough to take them out. So. Some of the repairs you can get repairs. Chatting to while we were having our repair, which was 16 minutes. You can get repairs of anything up to 2 hours. So they probably decided there's no point. Whereas we're in it for a bit of fun.
Johnny asked a question earlier on that I couldn't answer, but as you're just out of the car, you probably can. I take it the times for repairs. Can you do things? Simultaneously. So you could have somebody fixing the bonnet while somebody else was working on the rear shockers or something like that.
What it basically does is when you come in the pit, there is a time for everything. So if you change drivers, you get a bit of time added on for that. But as you pointed out, there's a subs to that. You get some repairs done. There's a fuel flow has to go in, and the tyres have to go in, and it is done in series, not in parallel. So you'll stop,
fuel always goes
fuel
first.
Go up, and then the cars go up, and you've got the tyres. Now then you come to the repairs, and there are two types of repairs. There are required repairs, which means the car won't leave the pit, so you've had them done, and then there's optional repairs. And obviously, depending on the amount of time for both and where you are in the race, you decide whether you need to do it. And we had 10 minutes of of required repairs and 6 minutes of optional repairs. We're only 2.5 hours in, so we took them both. I'm a bit disappointed about how repaired the car ended up after that, but never mind. I might have to work with our mechanics for not doing a good enough job. I can't see any duct tape on the car.
No. So virtual duct tape and virtual tie wraps are something that need to be built into sim racing.
Oh, absolutely. But yeah, so that's what really happens when you go to the pits. The weird thing, of course, is that the other cars don't exist, even though you can see them in the pit lane. So you actually drive through them to get.
Can you see a lollipop or something like that?
Yeah,
you have to aim at?
There's a lollipop man who holds it out. Now, the thing to remember also is there were 55 cars here. There's only 41 official pit stalls, so some of the pit stalls have 2 cars in them anyway. So you'll see a car emerging like it's like a GT3 is giving birth to a TCR at sometimes because they're actually sitting in the same stall.
It's all good news. Nick Damon then with Joe Bradley now back up to 20th in class, albeit 39th in the race at the moment.
He's done a great job. The car's wounded. It's, I would say, 1.5 to 2 seconds lap of what it could be doing, and he has absolutely kept it on the island for 16 laps now, 17 laps, and not got into any kerfuffles and is just clicking it off, which is what we need. I'm hoping that when we get in for our next pit stop, it'll offer us a few more repairs to try and make it a little bit quicker again. Otherwise, we'll have 9 hours of driving a car that's wounded.
Bruce Jones coming to the end of his stint with us here in the early part of the race. Some thoughts, Bruce, before we let you go off and have your break?
Well, when we looked at qualifying, it was all about Ferraris and Audis. Now I look at the top 6 cars in the race. It's Ferrari, Audi, Mercedes. Well done, the organisers, for balancing all of that. Audi, Mercedes, Mercedes. So the long game seems to be the one that needs to be played, unless you're Red Camel Esports and Johan Zitaku doing a fantastic job building on what Rick Breukers did with his caution through his 2 stints. They're in the lead by nearly 12 seconds and they deserve to be there, ahead of the Audis. Let's see how it is when I return in 3 hours' time.
Thank you, Bruce. Bruce Jones then taking a bit of a break, which will leave Nick Damon and me, John Hindhaugh, for a little while as we're watching the action here on the circuit. Ryan Walker, listening to Nick talking about his stint, he says, I would say keeping your focus for a whole stint is draining, but it's great fun when you finish a stint in one piece. From the experience I have of virtual endurance races I've done in the past. At RSL_studio, we've got a couple of minutes before another hour of racing ticks through, and it's Porsche 911 Cup pits now. First, second and fifth are all in the pit lane. Jukka Honkavori has brought the MRS Sim Racing car in. Race Union in from second. It'll be Felipe Fernandez Laser who gets into that car. Porsche Lorient from fifth. Pontius Mathieu taking over that car.
Yeah, John, I'm surprised that the Porsches are as far down as they are just before they take their stops, but I think it's probably because the fastest ones both got nailed, didn't they?
Well, they didn't get the fuel mileage that I thought they would. They only went a lap or two longer than the GT3s in the first stint.
Possible, therefore, they are modelled with they haven't modelled them with the endurance tanks. I see that means they must be modelled with the same tanks they use in supercars. So they haven't got those massive tanks. Obviously, I've never driven them, so I don't know what their capacity is. But because the GT4s, they run a long time. They should run about an hour and 40. They're getting about
10 years. 10 years they run.
Yeah.
Battle coming across the start finish line, and it is
never came back.
Yeah, and it's Kenneth Gulbranson having a look down the inside. This is for third place. Lewis Goodway alongside. Yeah, it's done nicely. So E-Team WRT back into second and third. Lewis Goodway in the AMG GT3. Oh, but this is not over, because we've got a couple. There's a little touch there between the new third place Audi and one of the TCRs that they were threading the needle, and this gives the opportunity for Lewis Goodway in the AMG GT4. Audi already defending into the second of the chicanes, now gets back onto the racing line for his braking point, nails that curb on the inside. That's fine. That was that lasted a bit longer than it needed to because of that traffic there, Nick, but ultimately there was no way that the AMG GT3, Lewis Goodway for Optimum in that 66 car, was really going to be holding back that Audi. They just do have a miles per hour kph advantage on the straight bits.
Yeah, I mean, also it is the Audi is known to be quickest in the straight line, and the Ferrari can be set up that way. There is, of course, you do have aero adjustments you can do, and he's avoiding someone there, and Goodway goes round, but that was he's avoiding someone else instant, which we didn't quite see because we were on a close-up. So luckily he's gone off into the gravel side. I went off the other side, I had to wait hours to reverse. He's gone over the gravel side, but you can see what happened there, because I think he got spooked by someone else.
Well, got the opportunity. He's catching, just lost his third position, comes down into the braking area for Ascari. There was somebody off the road there. That was what the problem in one of the TCR Audis, and it is actually a masterful piece of avoidance by Lewis Goodway, who didn't nail the returning TCR. It was the number 100 car that was coming back onto the track without really looking around, and that was Samuel Hith for Teamwork. Teamwork's been involved in a couple of things today, and that wasn't great driving. Just under 9 hours remaining. He got tipped into that spin earlier on, and had to get out of the way, but he's rejoined less than optimum, I think, would be Ron Dennis's verdict on that. But good avoidance by Lewis Goodaway. Less than 90 goal live with the Creventic Hankook 12 Hours at Monza. Well, Lewis Goodaway back underway and didn't lose his 4th position. I don't think. Let me just check that as I skim down through. The leader, no, didn't lose it. Absolutely not. He's recovered well. Off track like that, Nick, how much is that going to hurt your tyres and hurt the grip for the next couple of 3 corners?
You're okay on that front. I mean, because he immediately after that, gone down the back straight into the parabolic, he'd been fine. By the time he gets parabolic, it would be clean and he'd be up to temperature. What my main issue is with the 100 car, because 100 you do have in iRacing what's called the relative screen, which is on F3. It should be up, which tells you where everyone is, and you can wait for a gap. But he didn't wait for the gap. He just panicked because he was off the track. And it's like, say, I end up being nosed into that barrier, and I waited for 25 seconds. So there was a gap where I could safely reverse out, because otherwise you're going to cause that exact instant. Luckily, it did, and those instances are things that will end people's races, because they'll go offline and hit a barrier, and that will smack the thing to bits. You know, that to me is, that is, he certainly needs some sort of warning. I'm not sure it'll even register with the stewards, because such a good job of avoidance was done that it won't have picked up an incident for it.
It's Nick Dearman, John Hindhaugh joining him in the booth. Nick's been racing today already. He'll have another stint later on. Johnny Palmer will join us in a little while too, and Bruce Jones has just gone off for his first break of the race. Let's pick up a battle at the bottom end of the top 10. Maxi Peckel for Zorg Rennsport E-Sports in the Ferrari number 48, red, white and black from Leipert E-Sports, and that's Mark Di Fulgencio in the yellow and black, and he's right there. And a bit of traffic now as well, with a damaged AMG ahead of them. Now,
it's the other Leipert, isn't it? Is it the 18, is it?
I think it might be. It's the blue and white car.
No, it's not 18, but it's the blue and white machine. That
it's
car,
the Reiter. It's the second Reiter car.
Yeah, that car has been a bit of a liability when I've been around that car, and he's been a little bit wandery. I'm not saying the driver, but I'm sure it's a different driver at that time. But there's an interesting. And I don't know whether it's just the people in the first. Oh, see, I told you. See, he's done it again. He just came across and wasn't in space. He's just not got any spatial awareness, that blue Leipert car.
And that
just came straight across and took the nose off of the TCR machine, the grey car.
And that was the 155. And so that would have been Dominic Simon in the energy-driven motorsport.
Yes, he's let the Ferrari go, and he gets the second.
Well, and he's tapped his brakes there to let the Ferrari get through, but then the Leipert AMG can't get through, and then he just pulls to the right to try and get out the way, completely forgetting there was a TCR car there.
He was just going back on he's trying to go back on his line again. It was just really poor driving. I don't know whether the fact that his spotter would have been saying car left, which was the other Mercedes overtaking. Good point. And therefore he didn't realise there was also a grey car. But you should be able to count, and he had just gone past that car. But not wishing to just cast aspersions on people, that particular machine has been a liability all race.
So you are?
Yeah, thankfully. Hey, I can now, can't I?
You've been out there, mate. But you felt the heat of battle.
I've sat around. I've got in people's way. I know what I'm talking about.
The 155 has, with side-by-side contact, might have got away without too much on the damage front for energy-driven motorsports. They are 9th in class. Dominic Simon, a couple of laps off 8, which is the Lestrup Racing team, and 50 seconds or so ahead of Viper Niza Racing. All 10 of the TCR cars are running, although there are gaps that have opened up. We've lost, I reckon, a couple of the Porsche GT4s, one of the 911s, that was Robin van Buell in the Process Sim Racing car, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 or 8 GT3s.
Yeah, there's a lot of attrition to GT3s early on. mainly a couple of massive crashes.
Is this the first time you've done a multi-class race, Nick? Have you?
No, because we did a 12-hour, a weird one. It was a kind of a sort of semi-fun, semi-serious 12-hour Silverstone a few weeks ago, where they had the two classes. I'll give you one of the classes. You need to guess the second class. One of the classes we were in was the Porsche GT4. Now, guess what the other class of car was?
1979 Austin Allegro.
Almost close enough. It was the V8 supercars.
Ah, really? So very different classes.
Obviously, yeah, but we were one of the slowest, if not the slowest, of the GT4. So actually, it was multi-class. All I learnt was how to be overtaken, not to overtake it. This is the first time I've ever got anywhere near having to overtake people on a regular basis, and it's a major challenge. It's a major concentration and brain challenge. Even 55 minutes not being thrown around in the car.
Jesse Peel has tweeted in at RSL_studio, says, is the view forced to in-car for the drivers, Nick?
Yep. Yes, the only way you can race in iRacing is in a proper cockpit view. You are sitting in the seat. You have you can do things. You can adjust what your field of view is. You can adjust the height of the driver. You can adjust where the horizon is. But in this particular car, in any of these cars which have windscreens, you will only ever have that letterbox of a windscreen to look through. You can position where it is on your screen, but you have to drive that way. You can't fake yourself on top of the roll bar or sitting where the area is, or behind. It is a proper iRacing is a racing sim, and that's it.
Yeah. Thank you, Jesse. Anyone else wants to get in touch at RSL_?
I mean, it's a very good question, because obviously, in PlayStation games, I don't know about you, but I've had PlayStation games, and I always tended to be in that position, sort of where the camera would be on an F1 car, a bit higher for a bit more.
Always cockpit view.
But now, and I used to, I couldn't drive cockpit, and now obviously it's all you can do. It's absolutely second.
I don't know how you can drive with the steering wheels and pedals. I'm very happy on a game controller.
Well, I think that makes it a bit easier, because you've got a little bit more pedals. Yeah, I think actually the pedals. It's kind of the key thing on the pedal, and as you probably know, John, and the real thing that is often the most money is spent on in these rigs is the brake pedal. That's the absolute key thing. Now, one of the good things, obviously, about the GT3 cars, and which helps all of us. Gentlemen drivers, is the ABS. There's an adjustable ABS, and that makes it so much easier, because I'm the first person to say that I'm coming in at 150 meters into the first chicane like everybody else is. I'll be going there same as Rick Broikers, and I can mash it down to nothing, because I don't have to have any braking skill at all. I'm just using the ABS to take me down.
Do the Porsche Cup cars have it? Because in endurance you're allowed it, but I'm sort of thinking that the Cup cars, if they're running to Super Cup spec, probably don't have it.
No, I believe all the cars have ABS in this particular class.
Okay, fine.
It is quite interesting, because I've been doing some IMSA multi-class racing, where I've been driving this Mercedes in practice, and you're up against the GTE car. GTE cars don't have ABS.
No, well, it's same as in real life, yeah, absolutely.
Coming down the hill to turn at Road Atlanta, I can actually, because I'm an amateur and they're amateurs, I can actually brake better than they can.
Yeah.
Because I just use the ABS. And obviously a proper racing driver would be different, but then they have, so I actually have to leave a bit of space for them once they've overtaken me down the back straight. Otherwise, I'll ram up the rear end, because I've got much better brakes, or much better ability to use a brake, because it's actually the computer doing it for me.
Well, that's my experience of real life GT3 and GT4. If you can get comfortable and you know which pedal to press, there's no reason why you can't be as late on the brakes as a pro driver. Nice battle inside the top 10 again. Still this Ogren Sport Ferrari. Maximilian Peckel just about holding on to Mark de Fulgencio and Leipert. Now the Ferrari is very quick, but a fabulous run out the Parabolica for the AMG GT3, and it will get alongside, even with a bit of frontal damage. It's going to be side by side in the braking area, but the Ferrari's coming back. But surely this is done. The inside position, who's last on the brakes? It's the Ferrari driver.
No, that was discretion. He could see he wasn't going to get the inside line, worried about a chance of some contact when you've already got a bit of damage, and just kind of let the car go. That Ferrari actually looks visually like it's still perfect, so well done to them.
There are one or two out there. The Atlas BX Motorsport car that was on pole, and in fact has just gone into the pits to have its pole setting time driver put back in. Kyu-Min Kim is back in that car. That still looks immaculate. It has dropped down, but I think that was as much to do with discretion from the second and third drivers as it was with the car. as this battle for 9th and 10th continues.
Yeah, I mean, there's with real multi-class racing, the way that you can make up some time is by being very aggressive with the traffic. I would say that being aggressive with the traffic in a sim race is actually harder than in a real race because the traffic hasn't got the same jeopardy itself. You know, the traffic, if the traffic moves over on you, is not the end of the world. Whereas the traffic realises in a real race that there's £10,000 worth of damage about to happen if it does that. So they're much more circumspect. So there's a kind of more.
Well, some of them are, mate. Trust me, I've been out on track with some people who I thought that, Control Alt Delete. No, it doesn't work like that. Stop using the back of my car as a brake.
What is intensely annoying though is when you've got someone fast behind you and you've decided, look, we're 2 corners away from a straight. I'm happy to let you through on the straight, and they still dive bomb you the final corner.
Yeah, always.
You're thinking, there's no need to do that. You're just endangering both of us, and you've actually not got as good an exit as you would have normally, and now you've got past anyway.
We've said this many times before that you can only learn multi-class racing by doing multi-class racing. It actually doesn't really matter whether you're in a GTE car, which is a very rapid motor car, but if you're at Le Mans, a works hybrid Toyota is going to pass you like you're chained to a post, or whether you're racing in a modified saloon car and a Caterham is the fastest thing that goes past you. It's all about the relative pace of the cars and learning how to pass and be passed, and it's just as important to learn how to be passed and not lose too much time as it is to learn how to pass people without messing your lap and theirs up. It's really, really important. That was the thing that was the challenge that I enjoyed the most about the 24-hour race that I drove back in 17 now, all that time ago. And to some extent it's the thing I miss when I'm racing single category racing. It's about the planning and working out, you're having your own battle, you're chasing down somebody for position that might not even be your class, but it's an overall position, or might not even be for an overall position, but you've seen them for the last 30 minutes, and then the leaders come through with the GT3 cars, and you've got to work out how can I make this work to my advantage. And I enjoy that mental challenge, obviously added to the fact of just keeping the car on the track.
Well, that's an absolute major part of anything. I mean, it's it is very frenetic, and certainly when I came out to do my run, it was right in the middle of the pit stop cycle, so I was kind of lunged out in all sorts of cars. It was 4 or 5 laps, but you just couldn't really settle down, which obviously that again is where the professional drivers have the advantage. They have that ability to come out with the mental mindset that, okay, I haven't got in the car, now I'm in the car and I'm on it.
Well, I'll tell you what, super late braking by Marc de Fulgencio there in 9th position for 12H E-Sports, and he's chasing down Maxi Peckel in that Ferrari, who is just, half a second or so ahead of him. The greatest thing that helped me in my Aston Martin debut was I got into the car in a Code 60. We got the car in just before the Code 60 was called, so I took full fuel when I jumped in, but I had about 3/4 of a lap to a lap of Code 60, so I was actually settled in and I could see who was around me, and I'd tightened my belts up and everything, and I'd sort of tried to stay quite chilled as I pulled out, and we hadn't had to rush the pit stop. And then it's right, shout on the radio, lads, when the Code 60 goes in, and it, sure enough, it was round the back of the track and picked up my speed, and that was great. That was the best introduction ever, and it gets the butterflies out of your stomach. Good. It was good fun. 12H still pushing hard. Marc de Fulgencio. Let's have a rundown of what's going on ahead of them. Red Camel lead by 15 seconds now in the bright orange number 98 Ferrari. Then it's the 2 EWRT Audis, and they're separated by about 48 seconds. Leader just on the run down to the Parabolica now in elegant isolation, actually, with just beginning to gain on. I think it looked like a GT4. Yeah, it is, as he heads into the Parabolica now, and Jon Zutikau has picked up the baton, having been handed a hot and sweaty baton by Rick Breukers, who very, very maturely picked his way through from what didn't appear to be a great start, but they have got where they are by pace. And again, Nick Damon, look at the car. There is, other than a bit of rubber detritus and pickup on that car, there's not a mark on it.
I don't want to say I told you so. I did say that in my favourites.
No, it was picked up. Bruce has mentioned that.
But no, they are driving brilliantly, and you know, Rick is a great driver. Luke apparently is a great driver, and Jorn is annoyingly a great driver. But it is interesting. Look at that. It could have gone, didn't go.
No. Into the second chicane now.
Discretion is already coming. He knows he can get him coming through
here.
He
did that when he took the lead of the race. He got all the way back to the slightly hobbled Audi and followed him round for 2 laps. That was Rick behind the wheel of the car then, and followed him round for 2 laps because there wasn't an absolute chance to get through. When he got the chance, decisive, whoosh, down the inside, made the pass, and in point of fact, at that point, the WRT driver, which I think was still Marco Bortolotti at the time, had realised that his cook was goosed, as it were. Johnny Palmer has rejoined us.
Hello, Johnny.
Good afternoon.
I have, yes, after a very pleasant lunch.
What was lunch?
It was sort of a tapas affair, just lots of different sort of nibbly things, some samosas going on, and some peppers, red and yellow peppers. We had some breadsticks with hummus. All sorts of goodness.
Is that down in the virtual hospitality?
I think there's possibly an option for you to have it in the studio here, so it's really up to you. But if you want a bit of time away, I'm happy to oblige. What have I missed?
Actually, some very good driving by the Red Camel E-Sports guys, and this battle that is keeping our attention at the bottom end of the top 10 overall is still for 9th and 10th. Position, 8th and 9th position, excuse me, Maxi Peckel and Mark de Fulgencio, respectively, for Zorg and Leipert. And they're side by side again here. And the Leipert AMG down the inside into the second chicane, but can't get it done into Variante della Roggia. Now the run to the first of the Lesmos, and being very circumspect, Nick Damon, the driver in the second of those 2 cars, Mark de Fulgencio.
Well, it's the risk against the reward, isn't it? The reward is getting past a car. The risk is you get a clunk on it, which means you've got to drive the remaining 8 hours or 9 hours with a 1 second lap penalty for damage. So if you can't make it clean, you know, at this point there's absolutely no point going for it. Yeah, perhaps you get a little bit more gung ho in the last couple of hours, you know, but at this point you've really got to be as safe as you possibly can.
So in the classes, Johnny, I could give you the rundown there as well. We'll keep an eye on that. Coming up against the Avia Rennsport, the Avia Zorg car that has been one of the top runners in TCR. The leader in TCR at the moment is in 31st position overall. It's Diogo Cipinto with the Duo Sim Racing TCR number 176. Their teammates are leading in the Porsche GT4 class. Tom Valentini behind the wheel of the 476 Duo machine. And once again, here comes the Merc, but he's stuck on the outside and he can't get the grip. Oh, he might have made that. That's a new way to do it. He hung out on the outside there. Fortune favouring the brave there, Nick Damon. Your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, he finally got the bravery to actually run parallel going up the inside of the first chicane. But what really scuppered it was the Ferrari taking too much curb, and therefore, by the time the car had settled down to get the drive on, the Merc, which has excellent drive, you know, it's got a good torquey engine and it will drive very well, had that grip to get away. Now, the only problem is, I would think that with the slightly faster Ferrari and the fact that we now get a tow, this might be very short-lived. He may only get as far as the Parabolica, still leading, but you know, he's got a couple of calls to try and make a little bit.
Losing the back end of the Mercedes. Mark de Fulgencio looks like he's losing his rear Hankook tyres up towards Ascari. Here comes the Ferrari. AMG stays as long as possible to the left-hand side of the track, now drifts back onto the racing line. Take all that curb on the inside. Who gets the better run onto the straight up towards the Parabolica? Oh, I'd say the Merc did. Again, a little bit too much of the sausage curbs, maybe by the Ferrari. But now in the draft, can Maxi Peckel make some kind of impression? He's there. Can't see him at the moment, but I promise there is a Ferrari behind that AMG GT3. Now the run down to the first of the chicanes, and I'm not sure that the AMG's got enough here. It's going to be back on the brakes, Nick Damon, down at the first chicane.
Yeah, I think it's broken. I think it looks like it's just pulled out enough, and I'd be surprised there'd be a kamikaze move inside. No, it's just managed to just get that grab. In many ways, actually, the Ferrari's thinking about it, faking it, but no, just as he slides through. Oh dear, you don't want to get a little punt there. Now, the only chance that the Ferrari's now got is get back is to see if we can use a bit of traffic, because the basic speed of Mark Fulgencio is a little bit higher than that of Maximilian Peckel, but it's a good little battle.
He's got enough gap now. He used one of the TCR cars quite nicely. My exhale of breath there was for a new fastest lap of the race, 1:48.316 for the Red Camel Esports leading car under the stewardship at the moment of Jon Zertikau, 1:48.316. Let me just finish off what we were talking about. I gave you the leaders in the GT4 and TCR. Jukka Honkavuri is leading for MRS Sim Racing, 13th position in the 989 Porsche Cup car, and that car has the fastest lap of that class as well, at 1:50.498 as well. And this is the fastest, or the closest battle on the circuit at the moment. I'm just having a quick spadge through, and just for those who've been asking, Ben Constanduras has taken over the 62 in 39th position, 20th in class. He's going to stay 20th in class for quite a long time, because he's 5 laps. You're 5 laps off the FAC Auto Tech card, Giovanni Pacifici.
Yeah, he's done about 6 laps, Ben, now. They've all been of a very similar time, which is unfortunately about a second half slower than it should be after the accident.
Still a damaged car. Yeah, it's not quite as damaged as it was, I think.
It is. It's just as damaged as it was. It's just, I think, how you look at it. But it's
the Llama's in good shape. That's the main point.
That is true, yes. We've got a little bit of bonnet damage as well, because we've got Max Edelhoff actually clunked the car as he went around the parabolica. So I'll have a word Max next time I see him about that.
Nice, in
the car collection machine. I'm not sure I can bend down that far.
There's one of the WRT cars going through. I think that was the second place car. Just putting a lap on Ben. Resplendent in its RSL livery. Team Morpho, explain Team Morpho. Nick, I said it's a team that's been around in a racing league that's been around for a while. It hasn't just come into existence recently.
No, the founder members of Team Mofo include Jacques Villeneuve and Patrick Lemarie. Patrick Lemarie, the friend of Jacques, who managed to get test drive in the bar, but was so slow it was pointless in testing it. So yeah, this is the car, this is the team and the racing league that was responsible for the famous reason that Jacques Villeneuve broke up with Danny Minogue, in that he'd rather do virtual racing than spend the time with her. So that's a recommendation ever, isn't it, really? More fun than Danny Minogue.
I'm just leaving that hanging there. Did you notice that? I'm letting Nick dig his own.
There were a number of things I could have said, but none of them I thought were a particularly good idea, so I just stayed quiet.
So yeah, so it carried on going for a number of years, and it had a bit of a hiatus actually, and then it back due to the current pandemic. And suddenly everyone's around and racing, and obviously Joe invited me in, and then I invited Ben, and then there's all the existing racers, and so we cobbled together this team.
Andrew Muggeridge has just tweeted in at RSL Studio, fascinating driver insight from RC Racing.
So it's all in the presentation.
I bet you 6 months ago you never ever thought you'd read that tweet.
You've done a good job, you have. Side-by-side action, Johnny Palmer and John Hindhaugh with Nick Damon heading down to Ascari, and once again it's the GT4s that are giving us some great entertainment. And the
Zolgren sport car, isn't it? With
third place, it's Torsten Kratz, who is, I think, putting a lap on his being. Now, what was that? Was that somebody getting a lap back then?
You were right in that car is Torsten Kratz is third in class.
Yeah.
And where's the next nearest car? Yes, it's not close enough to be on the same lap, the one that it's battling with.
No.
Leipa Esports Black 718 Cayman is currently 4th in class, and there's 7 and a bit seconds separating Kratz from the car driven by Kunak Constable.
The GT4s, they're quite. Oh, he's just going past Ben, or Ben's going past him. These GT4s are quite chunky little cars to drive, and they're quite fun around here because you get to use the power and the grip they have, and only have to get worried about the weight transfer through chicanes rather than fast corners. Yeah. Well, you did this race at Silverstone. We were really struggling as a team to get a set up, and we had JM Lippmann turn up. JM's driven the real thing, and we said to JM, are the cars as bad as this in real life? And he went, no, they're far worse because they're very, very heavy.
I enjoyed the it's a 3.8 flat 6. We'll go back to that in a minute. The Hissorg Rennsport and the Leipa car again, and they're back at it, and the Ferrari has got back through. So it lasted a bit more than a lap, Nick, but not much.
I assume that the Mercedes got tripped up by traffic, and that just effectively put him into the grips of the slipstream. But yeah, just going back to the GT4s, we did eventually find a better setup, which actually gave us about. Normally, you'd think a setup would only give you about half or 3/4 of a second. We found about 2 seconds around Silverstone, which is a 2:15, 2:20 lap with a GT4. Just because you have to deal with the inherent understeer in the car, but in dialing it out, you can't dial in snap oversteer. So that's the key thing about the setup on that one. Is it's really about getting the car. I know it sounds obvious, but getting it balanced. But it's harder because of the weight on that machine, the particular way it's set up to get that, so you can actually get the turn in without the thing being liable to swap ends on you the whole time.
I had a brief run in a Club Sport Cayman and thoroughly enjoyed it. I found it a really nice car. We were talking earlier on, before you came back, Nick, to now, who was it? I think it was Tim Claessens who was in one of those cars. Can't remember now, sorry. And he was saying once you get the setup right, it's actually a really nice car to drive. And in real life, I did some at a tyre test for some laps in a Club Sport and a tyre test for Continental a few years ago out at Thermal in California, and I found it very easy to get on with and very, I would say, chuckable, which probably meant I wasn't going fast in it, and it felt to me though it was feeding back what it was doing to me, and where the car was about to go. And ultimately that's what you want from a car when you don't drive very much, something that's going to give you a bit of feedback. That's much more difficult in the virtual world to model that, because you're only working, as we've said many times before, you're only working with one sense effectively, which is your vision, Nick.
Yeah, it is much more difficult, and I think the way you feel weight is sometimes through the force feedback steering, and just really how you feel the car isn't reacting to your inputs as quickly as you'd like, as long as you're dulled as you're going through. Now, interestingly, I just seen there's a black flag come up on the chat, and it is for this man himself, Mark Fulgenzio. Fulgenzio, thank you so much. That isn't how it's spelled at all. Mark Fulgenzio. He has a black flag. That just means that he now has a penalty, as in normal preventing rules. He's got 2 hours to serve that penalty. He can combine it with a pit stop, but obviously it gets added.
Do we know
time.
What it's for?
No, it says instant 16 somewhere. It'll be written down that it'll tell you what the instance are. Be printed. I don't have access to that zone, so it'll be something that happened. It'll maybe it could be it will certainly be an incident in another car. He will. When he wants to come and serve that, his team will have to say, we are coming in to serve this penalty. What then Creventic will do, will add that penalty to iRacing's pit stop. And the next time he comes in, he'll pick up, say, that extra 30 seconds.
Right. Does he stop at the penalty box for that, or do you just do that in your own box? There's no penalty box. Hence the reason they are doing this adding on thing, so they know it's been taken. So it makes it a little bit more formal. You have to say, we're taking it next time he comes in. He comes in 2-3 laps later. It gets added on automatically, so they know the penalty's been taken. And so leader hits pit. Leader is in the pit lane. I'll step away for a moment or two and leave you in the very capable hands and vocal talents of Nick Damon and Johnny Palmer.
Thank you, John. Jorn Zurtekau then in from the race lead, and that's a really impressive stint there from Jorn. I didn't know a great deal about this young man previously, but he's been the quickest driver at the wheel of that car. We had a stint from Rick Brokers, in fact 2 of them, to kickstart the 12 Hours of Monza. Then it's been Jorn for a couple, and now Luke Brokers getting on board the car and ready to take it out, because the name's changed partway through the pit stop, even though it's not yet been completed. So new tyres for that number 98 car, you have to imagine, as well. And that will leave Martin Skrzymczak at the head of the order for E-Team WRT, in one of a couple of Audis that they've entered in this race. They were running second and third, so now up to first and potentially second. Yes, it is confirmed, in fact, as Kenneth Gulbrandsen goes over the line as a WRT 1-2, despite both those Audis looking rather sorry for themselves damage-wise. Doesn't seem to be affecting their speed too much. So the Ferrari up on its jacks now for a quick change of Hankook tyres, and then it'll be waved away by the team and back into the race with new driver Luke Brokers, and he's going to have obviously a little bit of bragging rights potentially to fight for here with brother and also the other teammate Jorn, who's just scampered out of that car. So back up to speed, but it will take a bit of time, I suppose, Nick, for the tyres to get up to full operating temperature.
Yeah, you've got to be careful with the first lap, definitely out the pits with the new set of tyres. That was the undoing of our car, unfortunately. Ben came out the pits, went down the parabolica. He tried to jink to avoid or get past a TCR car on the exit, but the jink effectively became a tank slapper, and a tank slapper became a visit to the barriers, and that's what's caused our problems. That wouldn't have happened the following lap, but this is something you have to bear in mind with the tyre model. The warmth is key. Luke's in the car, which you might think, oh, that's good news, it'll be a bit slower, but I was looking at some practice times from yesterday's team combined test practice, and the bad news is he's exactly as fast as his brother. So this is not any respite for the rest of the team, the rest of the crews, but it's on a knife edge, because there's always a possibility with the traffic and everything else you can lose a lot of time in either an accident or something that then leads on to damage.
You did say at the start of the race that the 98 car was one of the firm favourites for the outright win, and WRT have certainly got a fight on their hands here to keep that Ferrari back. But it's great that we've got at least 2 of the manufacturers on a very even keel here, it would seem. And they are chopping and changing with every sequenced pit stop. But of course the Audi squad have strength in numbers.
Yeah, I mean, I think my feeling is that the Mercedes isn't as quick as it should be, because we've got one. But there's many hours to go, and also, in fairness, I think whichever car you put the Luke, Rick, and Jorn team in, they would be at the front. The 2 BioCircle Audis, they've got great driver lines as well. So you've got 3 cars which aren't a Mercedes, which are just doing a great job. A Phalanx and Mercedes, who are a little bit slower, but I think there's many hours to go. I can still see them coming through. But it's going to take a lot now to stop the might of the Red Camel Ferrari.
We were having an interesting discussion earlier on, John and I, about how you extract the ideal lap time out of the Ferrari. I don't know whether you've driven one in iRacing format, but is it more of a knife edge car? So therefore the speed is there potentially, but you've got to really have the talent to get it out of the Ferrari, whereas the Mercedes is a better baseline model.
Yeah, I mean, it's the Mercedes is known as a much more comfortable car to drive for everybody. It's much more stable. It's a platform. It's got a kind of a wider setup window, even though we spent a huge amount of time trying to get a setup we all like. The Ferrari is known to be edgier. I think that's the point. It's and you have to decide what you want to do regarding your team. If you've got a team of people who are all top racers, then it's no problem having an edgy car. In fact, it's better. So that's why you select the Ferrari. But you just want to you want to have the ultimate in speed. Though many people say the Audi is the quickest car in a fast track, which obviously this is. But so there's a chance there as well. Certainly no one's ever said the Mercedes is the quickest car. It's always said it's the easiest to drive.
Yeah. And I suppose in your camp, you've got 5 drivers to try and keep happy with a kind of compromising setup.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's the key point. We need to have all of us happy with it. For example, Darren could drive a much edgier car than the rest of us could, and possibly even, Joe can hang on to something a bit different from what myself and Simon and Ben can. But in the end, we had to kind of, we took a setup in the end from one of the other cars because we were just floundering around, and we took what they had. And it's actually the car that's currently running in 5th. It's Chaz Cleland in the Sicily Motorsport car. So we borrowed his setup. But what we then did was we calmed it down a little bit. So we just took a little bit of the edge out of it and just calmed it down. So, I'm sure it took 0.3 of a second lap out of it, if we could go that fast anyway. But just get the car more planted and more able to take the fact that some of the inputs you're going to get from us are going to be more caveman rather than the racing driver.
You speak of Chaz Cleland. He's just come into the pits in the Sicily Motorsport Mercedes from 5th position, and Philip Ellis will follow him down pit road as well in the 6th place car. And Kenton Cook now in as well in the other of the... Oh no, that's the leading Audi, which has already put... Kenton's just clambered on board that car. So end of stint, therefore, for Martin Shimshak. And Kenton Cook, the American, will take charge of the number 1 car, and also in. So interesting that the Audis from WRT are matching the strategy, stride for stride. Kenneth Culbranson bringing the number 2 car in as well. Lewis Goodway probably going to be left out then as the race leader, but there's another 30 seconds or so to wait before we see the 66 car come round the Parabolica, and then there's a decision to be made by the Optimum squad as to whether they come into pit road or not. Luke Brokers taking over the 98 car last time around, probably then going to come back out as leader, as you would expect, as he was the leader going into the pit stops. Philip Ellis did come into the pits. That looks to be a very quick stop for the Mercedes. Car 4 back into the race, according to my screen. And 4 pit stops now already done by the 4. But 33, for instance, that came in on the same lap, still there in the pits.
So car 4, they've done a quick one. They've only done a 36-second stationary stop there. So they've obviously skewed tyres. They're trying to double stint the tyres this time. It's actually recounting as I look here, but it's still a very quick stop. So they have effectively gone for a no tyre stop, whereas Optimum didn't stop the tyres last time. So some people are now thinking about double stinting the tyres. I think it's a bit brave because of the tight left.
Leapfrogging new man into the Sicily Motorsport Mercedes, Adam Morgan, car 33, and the gap swung out to 13 seconds very nearly, so that's the time it can gain you. When Ellis came into the pits, he was trailing the 33 by probably 1 second, maybe 2 at the most, and it's now a 13-second advantage in the other direction to give Philip Ellis or maintain that car in 5th position. Morgan rejoins in 6th. Jan Reif for Reiter Engineering in his Mercedes into the race in car 78. So 3 Mercs together on the screen, 5th, 6th and 7th, and 1 leading the race is the 66 car, which hasn't made its stop yet. Only 3 pit stops to its name. Probably going to expect that car in then next time around, depending on its current strategy. But Lewis Goodway, the only car now in between Luke Breukers and the lead of the race once more. Tim Vogler for Car Collection has just come in the number 34 car, which carries a livery instantly recognisable for all Creventic fans. Car Collection.
Tim probably he's actually got into the car because I think it was Max Edelhoff who was in the car, because I saw him clunk our machine about 10 laps ago. That's why.
Yes.
And then I assume Tim Vogler obviously is related to Ingo. I'm assuming, because you do, because it's an e-sports thing, and Ingo is a man of a similar age to me, that Tim is his son. But I could be wrong. Could be his brother or his father, for all I know.
Could be. I haven't got a Tim Vogler ever doing real world motor racing, but got Ingo and Rich Vogler. I think Rich Vogler isn't part of that family that we know pretty well. There are 1 or 2 other Voglers actually that have done races at the Nürburgring 24 hours, so we probably should find that out, what relation Tim is to Ingo, who is a regular in the 34 car Collection Audi. And he'll rejoin the race very shortly, staying ahead of the second-placed Porsche Cup class car, which is Felipe Fernandez-Larza still for Race Union. So Felipe Fernandez-Larza trying to get a little closer to Jukka Honkavuri for MRS Sim Racing in their Porsche Cup car. But that car's doing really well, 989, 10th overall now.
It'll drop down, Johnny, because the Porsches are running a little bit further on fuel, so they haven't begun their fourth round of stops now, so they'll drop down. I'm surprised they're not a bit further up. I think John discussed it looks like they haven't got the super big fuel tank you see in real Creventic racing. They've got the standard Super Cup tank rather than the endurance tank. So, because otherwise they'd be going for 2 hours, be miles ahead of the first couple of stints before they got caught up.
Yeah. But I suppose, yes, with these cars being found in other areas of iRacing, maybe it is just a carbon copy of the Porsche Cup car found in the sprint races, and therefore the fuel tank is the equivalent size. Peter Klaviter coming into, or rather the 66 being brought into that car, and Klaviter climbers on board almost instantaneously. That's something else to get your mind around, is the new driver's practically inserted as soon as the car comes to a halt in the pit lane.
Yeah, you press the escape button for 2 seconds, you're out.
There you go.
The person then who wants to go into presses the race button, they're in. However, it does count at time for that driver change to happen. So
I wish it was easy to get out of a GT3 car in real life, mate. It's one of the things I struggle. Escape. Straight out through the roof. Let's welcome Nick Damon, take a breather for a moment. Let's welcome one of his teammates in the RSL powered by Mo4. Joe Bradley has joined us after an eventful stint. Now, I say joined us, but technically he might not be there. Are you there, Joe?
I am. I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly.
I'll tell you what, I like what you're doing with what you're wearing, by the way. That's a lovely look you've got there.
I know. I like the off the shoulder look for a race in Italy. You've got to be chic when you're in Italy, you know. Do you think the slit's too much? Do you think I'm showing too much?
Not at all. Not at all. We are near Milan after all.
Exactly. That's what I was thinking.
Yes.
Well, what happened to you then, Joe? Have your last stint was good, but when you were due to get in the cars, just with getting the leader just coming to put a lap on the tricolour coloured Audi across the line there. Luc Breukers behind the wheel and does that as efficiently and as carefully as his two teammates have been driving that car, which is why it's still pristine. What was your technical issue, mate? You couldn't hear or something?
Oh no, mate, it's just because of this lockdown, you know, I've put a bit of weight on, mate, and the belts, I just couldn't get the belts fastened. And we hadn't adjusted the belts, so I had to get back out and let a skinnier driver in. Actually, that would not be far from the truth, I can tell you. That would not be far from the truth.
Playseat have been on the phone and said you're going to have to stop using their equipment. Is that what they said?
It's just, you know what? It's.
Oh, hang on a second, Joe. We've got, I think the Leipert car's just had a spin at the first chicane. Yeah, it is indeed the Leipert car. Now that car was inside the top 10. It's Prete Luis. So that car's just pitted and changed drivers not too long ago, because that was battling for the top 10. Now, jump or push, there's an Audi in there as well. Looked like somebody had put a trolley jack underneath of it and jacked it up and sent it off.
Firm headbutt, wasn't it, into the first chicane there from the Audi.
Oh my goodness, mate.
Very different braking points for those two cars. Bang. Yeah, you ain't coming back from that in a hurry. The rear diffuser looks relatively straight, actually, considering the magnitude of that hit.
That is so frustrating when something like that happens, even even in simulation. I've had it happen to me in real life when somebody was going 40 mile an hour too quick and used the back of the radical I was driving as a brake, which was interesting. Brad, so you had a bit of a sound problem to start with, then Ben went out. But once you got in, even though the car was damaged, it looked like you were able to keep that car fairly consistently lapping.
I was happy with the stint. I was a little bit off the pace to what we're normally used to, but I think we've incurred a bit of damage, and so we're a little bit down on top end straight line speed, which is going to kill you here at Monza. So all you can do really is just hit your apexes, don't miss your braking points, and continue round. And I think the essence of a good stint here is just to be patient. There are some very, very quick drivers here, and if they are coming up behind you, even in the same class, just lift and coast and just let them come by, because it's pointless holding them up if they're a second and a half quicker than you over a lap, especially now that we've got a bit of damage.
And how much damage are you going to be able to get rid of at each pit stop? You get 10 seconds whilst you are putting a new set of tyres on, so I presume it's a new set of Hankook rubber every stop. Oh, hang on a second, Joe. Just coming up into another potential incident here. That is the Ferrari, which is now is that in 12th position now? Is that the RS Racing car? 13th position for Luca Tozzato, who is now right in behind the Lightbird car, which has dropped down a position or two to 12th place at the moment. Well, they've managed to get through that. Sorry, Joe. So what's the crack with the damage and getting it redone?
Well, I don't think we can do anything more. I think we've got a car that we're going to have to just be put up with, basically. I'm not sure if anyone's experimenting with double stinting tyres. Certainly
top teams were going to do it earlier on, including WRT.
Are they?
They were going
to. Black Falcon have just done it as well.
Yeah, Black Falcon. But
to be honest,
but as soon as anybody's got any damage, Joe, they've decided not to do that and take the 25 seconds to put new tyres on, because 10 seconds of that is damage fixes.
Well, by the end of the second stint, I reckon you're going to have a very, very lethal edgy car, and it's just too risky for us to do that, because I'd rather soak up a tyre stuff than spend 15 minutes in the pits repairing damage because the thing snapped around on you at the parabolic or through the Ascari, which is pretty high speed sections of the track under acceleration out of parabolic, as when your rear tyres are really being used. So for us, it's pointless trying that, because it could end up biting us. And all right, if you've got a Yelmer Bergman in the car or something, and a driver that can drive the car on the edge and have the car moving around underneath him, that's fine. Even in the sim world, it's a little bit tricky for us to do that.
When you're back in, Joe?
I'm not really sure, to be honest. We've just had a little jiggery-pokery with the driver lineup. Darren Wood, Simon Herring was about to take over from Ben. He's just had people arrive at his house. He lives in France, and they're allowed to groups of up to 10. So he's actually got real-life visitors. So he's had to say to Darren, can you jump in for me? Because somebody's just come to visit for a cup of cafe.
Cafe au lait.
Cafe au lait. Yeah, I was going to say cafe con leche there, but I remember. What is it?
I can hear Sam laughing in the background. Go and talk to your nutritionist and your masseuse, and we'll speak to you later on, mate.
Oh. Okay, guys.
Cheers,
good luck. Great coverage, by the way.
Thanks, Joe. Joe Bradley, tale of, a soap opera behind every garage door is what Joe normally says in the Creventic programmes. Well, he's got plenty to talk about there. Certainly.
He's got a main part this time around, rather than just a side commentator. So good to hear from Joe.
So still at the head of the field, Johnny. Kenton Cook's got into the Audi R8 for WRT for the first time, and he has done a couple of laps without being wiped out by anybody, which means he's broken his look from the recent iSports series, the Pro Series, on iRacing for the IMSA series. He normally drives a bright purple car.
Yes.
And he has had no luck at all. So Kenton, who's racing from North Carolina, Charlotte, North Carolina. Anybody listening in that area of the States, hopefully you haven't been hit too hard by Hurricane Arthur, with hurricane season starting a bit early this year. It's normally first or second week in June.
Okay. There's an awful lot of changes for us to have got used to in recent weeks, and that's just another one of them. So very close indeed for Kenton Cook to deal with some traffic. The 18th placed Audi, which is I think down as the EB Motors car, but that's probably changed since the timing screen last through the order around. The red Audi with the rather buckled rear wing, though, is going to be lapped by...
I think that's the Car Collection 88 with Elia Earhart at the wheel.
Yeah.
The second of the Car Collection cars.
And easily dealt with, in fact, by Kenton, going round the outside on the approach to... It is, you're right, 88, which is in 18th position. I had 99 there for some reason. Anyway, but we've worked that out.
Normally I can't identify cars for toffee in the
very
real
good
world,
job.
but there's something about this that I have. It's sharpened me up, I'm telling you, and I'm much more relaxed, having not had to travel anywhere. Although I haven't had my glass of wine at the hospitality. I'm a bit disappointed.
There's time yet.
Okay.
Still early.
Luca Tosato with Preti Luis still battling these two. It was for 8th and 9th. It's now for 11th and 12th. They both had their issues. This has been an interesting battle. And the little gaggle of Porsche GT4 cars ahead, including one of the cars that lost its bonnet, I'll say it, early on. That's a Lippert car getting into the back of the Ferrari that was battling with the Lippert AMG. Oh, but I think that if that's the Lippert, if that's the Lippert Cayman, that car's been running quite well. It was leading the class at one stage.
Mind you, I'm again relying on a timing screen that's not 100% up to date, I think.
Okay, let's have a squizzy through.
So, yeah, see, they almost got away with that, and then I think possibly they clashed wheel rims, which pitched the Ferrari far more into a spin, and really did cause the Cayman a problem as well. And both have come away with damaged cars. Just a question of how badly damaged either of them are. The Ferrari looking still quite a bit straighter than the Mercedes that it's battling a bit further up the road. Again, one of those Mercedes with a twisted nose. And quite a few of those now littering the track. It's the iRacing Ferrari which got half turned around coming out of the first chicane there by the yellow and black Lippert Cayman. So the 5th placed Cayman is driven by Kunat Constable, as I've mentioned already, and that car trying to reel in the Heli ABK Racing 718 of Joel Uhlenbroek, car 464. Back across the line goes that Ferrari with headlights frantically being flashed there, and possible connectivity issues for the car running in 16th place, which is the Mercedes that the RS Racing Ferrari is up alongside and is able to dive through as the Mercedes again briefly disappears and again out of the first chicane. So it is just able to keep pace with the Ferrari, but a neat little overtake there on the main start-finish straight. MRS GT Racing still leading the Porsche Cup class, by the way. That's car 989 in typical MRS colours.
Yeah, Jukka Honkavori has been doing a great job. This from Guth Le Mans says, given the extreme variability of driving skill exhibited in this race, a job in the diplomatic surface beckons. Excellent stuff. He says, is there a penalty system in place for poor driving? There is, in fact, a live, and Nick Damon can talk about this a bit, there is a live race director, Nick Damon.
There's a live race director, and more importantly, there is a live Google document explaining exactly what the penalties are and what have been achieved.
So each team's got to be logged into that Google document to see the judgments that have been handed down from race control.
Live protest outcome. They are a little bit behind, in fairness. They've only got as far as midday so far. So it's a long process, but yeah, they are working through them. There's an awful lot waiting to be done. And what's
the sanction that can be taken, Nick?
Well, there is 30-second penalties, most of which have been served. Time penalties, warnings, causing collisions. Yeah, so the for example, it's a 30-second time penalty. For example, car 155s have one. Car 155, Lesmo, while turning they hit car 477, got a 30-second time penalty. Car 155 got a 35-second time penalty. So car 155 has been very naughty.
That was the car that rejoined right in front of one of the GT3s when we were watching, if you remember.
But this is a good one. No further action on car 155, which was slow, but car 991 didn't adapt to the situation either. So, yes, 155 is very, very evident within these penalties so far, as is car 10, who we did see get the black flag, the Lightfoot Motorsports car. So they've had a couple of 10-second penalties, car 10, and they've also had a 30. They're 50 in total so far. But the actual penalties, they are a little bit behind the times at the moment, so they've got to catch up.
Thank you to Neil Heckins, part of Race Control, who has, in fact, sent me a link to that. So I will fire that in so that JP can have it as well. But I will tweet it on at Specutainment. If you want to get in touch with us, at RSL_studio. If you want to get in touch. Where did that go? Open a new tab. Oh, there it is.
I'm hoping, by the way, that they got up to 12 o'clock. I'm hoping 12 o'clock UK time, because if it's 12 o'clock Central European time, that's the time the race started, so we haven't done any of the race time at all. But I think they're maybe an hour into processing the penalties. And we've had very nearly 4 hours of this 12-hour event, run slightly differently from how it would have unravelled in the back end of March, because that was planned to be a split race, 4 hours on the Friday and 8 hours on the Saturday, whereas this
really?
of course is and that's what it's billed for in July as well, should that happen in the rearranged date. So typical kind of split Creventic 12-hour affair where you do 3 or 4 or sometimes 5 hours on a Friday and finish it off on the Saturday. It's a very nice way to go motor racing, because you get civilised. You get a break for an evening meal and a bit of a sleep, and then come back to finish the thing off. But
and one of the big things that's changed, I think, guys, we can say in the real world, and it's been a massive change for everybody, but it really affects us it impacts us covering the races, is the centralised catering that Creventic have brought on board by Ehler, German company, who tend to be at all of the European races, bring the same unit through. And frankly, Nick, that's stopped us having to dash away and try and find a restaurant open at whatever time of night we finish. It's normally in the back of the paddock, so we can wander over from either pit lane or comms booth. We have breakfast, snacks, and almost always a dinner there as well. And so basically we leave the track and just head back to the digs and get some kit.
Yeah, I'm kind of hoping that when I have my next break, I can walk downstairs and find a selection of Czech ladies serving me lunch. I think it's unlikely, though, to be honest. One thing I think of,
we've been able to walk and find a selection of salads and pâtés and sort of tapasy type things, as JP described it. Very good coffee as well.
Yes, I do think whilst I'm having to drive from this area, I could be in the wrong place entirely. One other thing I was thinking of is that obviously the reason we can go 12 hours straight through here is because we don't have any people who are going to complain about the noise. No one's moving a computer next to my computer to say, oh look, I didn't realise there's going to be this noise on at midnight. So it does give you a chance to actually run into the dark and run into midnight, which I'm sure in an ideal world is what Creventic would want to do. But you have to live with the practicalities of race circuits that have curfews, normally 6 or 7 in the evening. They have very, very few overnight noisy days, and whilst you might want to run 12 hours straight through, actually, as you said, the split level is fantastic, because we all can have a drink, a glass of wine, and come back super refreshed for the second half.
And do you remember why this all started, Johnny, the split races?
Initially,
remember which circuit it was?
Mugello?
Zandvoort. It's the one to race at Zandvoort. And so they did a split race Friday and Saturday, which I think was a 12-hour race then, Nick, if I remember rightly.
That was one you did with me, which was nice. And the following one was the one where I was the coldest I've ever been on the Friday. That's what I most remember about Zandvoort. I've never been so cold and miserable as after that Friday session. But yeah, that was.
And I've seen you quite miserable, quite frankly.
That is true. That is true. Also, that Zandvoort race has a fabulous story, which I can't tell, involving Johnny and a car park barrier. But there's nothing but great memories about Zandvoort. So, admittedly, we might be going there for real, or we might be going there down the line in November. But that just sounds like Chilled Plains Unlimited.
Well, it'll be all new though, won't it? Because the old, we had to climb.
Won't be new.
We had to climb up a ladder into the commentary box, if you remember. We had a great 360-degree view into the pit lane from the lead of the. No, it's not from the lead. It's from 4th position in the 911 class. Speed Lover and Rob van Krerendonk is into the pit lane with some damage on that car as well. And that is the number 978 in the Speed Lover colours. Nick?
That looks about perfect to me compared to our car.
Well, on this side it does. On the other side, it's a bit less than pristine.
Just a quick thing to say is that Johnny was mentioning how the Ferrari looked relatively unscathed despite having been involved in the accident in the first chicane. The actual damage models, the amount of damage that is modelled into the car is different for different cars. And the AMG has a number of updates, whereas the Ferrari hasn't had the latest. This is what happens, visually when you have the damage. The damage is happening. It's being assessed by the computer, and the speed is being and power is being adjusted accordingly. But you won't necessarily get the visual look about it because they haven't actually modelled the multiple times. The phase I can see has the most variation of crash. The other car's got a huge number of variations of ways you can damage it. Is the BMW M8 GT as well, which is a popular car and has its own series.
Just to finish up the talking about the protests. This from Guff Lamont. I've read through that now. He says, "Love this adjudication. Car 35 tried to block the following car, causing a huge incident." That's on there. And we've just made that public as well. I shall put that on the chat, and we've just tweeted that on @Specutainment as well. Trying to keep an eye up to see if we've got any buddy waiting for an interview. This just coming in, and this is in the context of what we were talking about with Ola Dulleman earlier on about getting the season finished, particularly with regards to potentially going to the States. I think with Shea Adam on Midweek Motorsport on Wednesday said there was only 12 cars that could race in IMSA with the same driver combos that they raced at Daytona. Homeland Security, the Department of Homeland Security in the US has made an adjudication that although some pro athletes have been granted exemptions to the travel restrictions into the States, racers are not part of that exemption. So racing drivers or working in racing, not part of the exemption, though. That is going to really hit IMSA very, very hard indeed. We'll follow that up on Midweek Motorsport on Wednesday and let you digest that over the weekend. Just a quickie, if you are looking for something a little bit different this afternoon in the middle of this race and looking for something a little bit different, just starting over on RS3, first edition of the Football Rewind. That's our first foray outside of motorsport programming on a regular basis. Declan Brennan with esteemed football journalist Steve Hill looking back at the FA Cup upset, Hereford United versus Newcastle United, and in the days when shorts were shorter, hair was longer, and hindsight is a wonderful thing. It's Football Rewind over on RS3. That's in audio only. Will be repeated at 3 o'clock Eastern and 3 o'clock Pacific, or you can download it on the podcast at radio-show.co.uk, and you can subscribe via your local podcast aggregator. Search for Radio Show Limited, the Football Rewind. You want to get that every Saturday, 3 o'clock on RS3, wherever you are in the world. Still got just under 8 hours of racing to go here, Johnny, and we're starting to see a little bit of order coming together. Team Virage Esports, their two cars looking distinctively different now. They look very similar earlier, but one of them's lost the bonnet, but not the car that's leading in their class, the 494 car.
No, and unsurprisingly, the class leaders, their cars look relatively straight. The Sicily Motorsport Mercedes, though, having a moment coming out of the Ascari chicane. And this was Adam Morgan So what happened to Adam? All on his own by the looks of things, and the car just turned right on him out of nowhere. That may be a connectivity issue, perhaps.
No, that's strange. I've gone off at that corner on many occasions.
But he was out of the corner.
And I've never seen that happen again. He's picked up that and gone the he's over it. What he's got, I think what's happened here, he's put the power on. He's got the thing sliding. He's trying to keep it out of the gravel because it'll hit a +1 and lose the power. And I think what's happened has been an overcorrection.
Yeah.
So I think he's come on, and he's overcorrected.
Out on the dirt as well, where there's no grip.
Make a point here. That is absolutely no criticism of Adam, because it's really, really difficult when you have, and that's a really good example. It's like a professional racing guy would never do that in a real car, because he'd have his gyroscope in his bottom telling him what to do.
Yes.
And that's very much an accident that happens in esports, because it's gone. He's visually seen it gone, and he's known
really
what
quick
will
hands.
happen.
He had really quick hands.
Yeah, to explain to you, what happens is that you get, if you lose it at that point, you get spat across the road and straight into the other barrier. So he's corrected for that, and the thing snapped back and gone onto the right-hand barrier rather than the left-hand barrier. So it's really a bit of bad luck, because he didn't really make a mistake, and that will have severely affected the car, even though visually it doesn't look massively bad. That big impact will have taken a lot out of it, and it'll be
I'd be surprised if the steering's straight.
Yeah, it's head on. I mean, I think it'd be interesting to see in car if he has got straight steering, but my feeling is that it's going to be a 15-minute repair when he gets into the garage, because he'll be a couple of seconds off at this point.
Simon Herring,
that's happened to me.
Simon Herring has jumped in your car, Nick, so he's obviously got rid of his visitors.
Oi, I've got something to do. Off you go.
Yeah, excellent. Yes, but we've driven all the way here from Paris.
That was a good run by Ben. He put in some, he's obviously I'm sure trying to make up for the one who was stuck in the barrier. I mean, it wasn't really his fault, but he put a good consistent stint in with nothing particularly to remark about it. A couple of off tracks, that's fine. We've got 40 of them.
It's not, big numbers there don't make you win, Nick. You realise that?
But, given the fact that if you get to the end and you've not used them all, missed out.
Very good.
And he got clunked by Max Edelhoff in the first lap again, so he must have been right at that point.
By the way, that news coming to us on the Department of Homeland Security via Marshall Pruitt and Racer Magazine. I've just retweeted the link for that on @Radio Show RSL_studio, excuse me. So that is very interesting. Just if you're just joining us, the Department of Homeland Security in the States not deeming an exemption to be given for racing in terms of pro athletic sports. So that is going to make life very, very difficult indeed, even for the IMSA drivers and team members who were considering going to the States and staying there for 6 months, which is what effectively they would have had to do.
Can you go over and are you allowed to go and just spend 2 weeks in the hotel, or are you just not allowed in at all?
Well, it's open to review. I'll take advisement on that as it goes. We'll talk about that on Wednesday, Midweek Motorsport, 8 o'clock. See if we can get someone from one of the teams in to say how that might affect them, one of the European teams. And know there was a number of manufacturers, BMW and Porsche, having meetings about it in virtual reality, of course, on Friday, and we'll get some news for you for that. Remember, middle of June, as in has come the number 2 car, by the way, into the pit lane. Fabrice Cornelius about to get back in to the car. It's looking a bit straighter than it was before, JP. They're getting the rear wing's a bit straighter. The back left corner is still where the issue is, isn't it?
And there's a big crease in the rear arch. No, rear left wheel arch. Yes.
Interestingly, wearing Pirelli tyres rather than Hankooks.
Yes, unfortunately, it's not possible to whilst they have modelled in the schemes all the correct adverts and the correct number plates and everything else. In fact, we have you actually download for your own version a complete paint pack, so all the cars that everybody's seeing are correct. You can't remodel the logos and the tyres, as that is a stuck piece initially. So it's it might be different ones on different cars. So I think they are per car model.
Okay.
Obviously, the tyres are exactly the same. There's no difference. They're all exactly the same on the tyre model.
It's a long pit stop. This already dropped down into 5th position. So it's still Red Camel. And Team WRT first and second, now up to 3rd Optimum. Peter Clowater in 3rd position.
I assume they're taking repairs, John.
There must be.
Too much. I mean, there is still 7 hours 49 minutes to go, so it's not like, let's run it round for another couple of laps. They've still got 2/3 of the race left, so they probably decided it's costing them too much and it's worth spending a minute and a half or 2 minutes fixing it.
Yeah, agreed. Leader coming through. A little bit of traffic now through the Variante della Roggia and into the first of the Lesmores. Got the Motul sponsored Audi. That's the one with the light blue roof. And out now comes Fabrice Cornelis.
We've still got 47 of the 55 cars running, which is pretty good considering we lost a lot in the first couple of laps and just got fed up because they had an hour's repairing immediately. But 47 of the 55 starters are still running. Some have got several laps back, like ours, and there's many still on the lead lap.
Simon Hurring 54.9 last time around, so that's about what Joe was doing. 54s and 55s is, I think, all your cars capable of now, Nick.
We can now. I think that was a bit of trouble. We're pretty solidly 53. We can do 53s with the car as it is. It's,
okay.
We was. If you look at the first run, we were doing high 50s. I mean, I was doing 52s. That's because I'm a bit slower. But yeah, I reckon it's a second and a half. So you take a second and a half of anything you see, and that's what the time really is.
Okay.
I mean, it's not always the same way because I was watching Ben actually. It was quite interesting. Ben had one really, really quick lap. He did drive very well in fairness, but because he got a massive toe, suddenly, of course, the problem we've got is we've got no top speed. When you get a massive toe, so that disappears again.
Good point.
And you get back to where you should be, effectively. You've got a good toe down both straights, and so you managed to get one lap that was a complete outlier from the rest. But, that's great driving.
Yeah, speaking of great driving, the Audi number 1 heading out of the first chicane. The WRT cars doing pretty well, although this is clearly going to throw one of them off the scent a little bit. The choice to repair some damage by car number 2, which will put Fabrice Cornelis and the rest of his driving outfit that little bit further back. But it could pay off, as Nick says, still a long way of this race still to go. And is it going to buy you more time across the piece if your car's just that little bit more healthy? So a couple of Goga touched too deep into the first chicane. No, there was Kenton Cook in the, I think that's Kenton, is it? No, it's Fabrice, I beg your pardon. So Fabrice Cornelis in the repaired number 2 car then, just missing his braking point and having to just clatter the sausage curbs there as he recovered the moment. Thankfully, nobody already negotiating the chicane, because that could have been a bit nasty had the Audi had to a straight line and then made contact with somebody. But it's brought him back out onto track right in front of the 88 car collection Audi, which is still carrying that damage to the rear wing. And 48 is, well, about 3/4 of a minute further back from Cornelis, so no danger of the Audi being caught by the Zorg Rennsport Ferrari of Nicholas Schneider just yet, car 48. And it's the Reiter Engineering Mercedes running in 8th position of Jan Reif. And 9th place is the Fonem Motorsport BMW Z4. But the race leader, Luke Brokers in the Red Camel E-Sports Ferrari. The resplendent orange livery with the headlights, all 6 of them, piercing the daylight ahead of it. By the way, I've looked up the time of sunset at Monza on the 28th of March, and we're looking at about 6:45, I think, that'll be local time, for the daylight just to start to ebb away.
The issue is, which I did the calculation, but of course it's the weekend, the clocks go forward.
Yes.
So I actually looked up for the 28th of March next year, which is the Sunday, but on the Saturday. So I think actually it might be. I think you're right, Johnny. And I've calculated it's going to go dark about 7:45, 7:45. Of course, it's actually 7:45, which is 6:45 here in the UK, because it's the wrong side of the blooming date change. So even more dark.
That's a good point. Yes. But I suppose once you've got used to the dark, then you can have as many hours as you want, really, of that.
Well, we're rotating the drivers through.
Oh yeah, good point. So were you hoping that you would miss out on any darkness running at all then?
No, we had a plan for darkness running, which was younger eyes and people who liked it. But now it's like everyone's doing it.
Everyone's got to do it. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, well,
It's a dark track. There's not much lighting outside the pit straight.
No.
But with plenty of cars out there, you'll be able to use the lights of the other cars. But then the bit which you really want in the light, which is a lovely clear bit of track in front of you, then begins to be a liability.
In real life, when does Monza ever get run into full darkness? These days, perhaps never. But
I don't think it would, because I think if we look at the real race, the Saturday part of the real race would have finished by 7, wouldn't it? I mean, Friday, the first 4 hours.
Maybe another event held at Monza would take in some darkness hours. But your point about sound curfews is a good one. I just wonder there would have been some endurance races in the good old days that were running darkness.
I can't think of any race that I know of that's run into the night at Monza in the last few years. That's for sure. Certainly the last 10. Because obviously Silverstone's got a couple of nighttime allowances.
Yes.
I'm not sure if Monza's got any.
No, but I'm just wondering if you go back to the 40s and 50s.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, they run all the time, and they've been drunk on the way.
Yeah, it's a question for the collective. If when the last time a race at Monza was held into darkness conditions, and as in pitch black, so that you would be able to know just how much light this track offers in real life. But as Nick points out, there's certainly no floodlighting, because there's not the need for it in the modern day, and that will be shown on the game on this particular race later on today, and also the ability of various headlights of different cars too, which will have been mapped very accurately indeed. The Ferraris, 6 headlights I noticed. If you point them all at the correct angle, then that will completely wash the track of some decent floodlighting.
Yes, the other thing to remember is if you have an accident, a minor accident, and you damage the front of the car, the lights on that side will actually stop working.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I've had that. And suddenly you're going, I can't see anything, and you go, I've clunked the front, even though they didn't do too many problems. It's just broken the light.
Battle for 5th position. Fabrice Cornelius, who's just taken over, is...
Adam Morgan appears to have completely got away with that massive accident.
Yes.
Yeah, possibly.
Keeping pace with the Audi, which is a good yardstick.
Yeah, very good.
And
for Sicily, who've stealthed their way up towards the front of the field. Ahead of them, Phil Ellis is a little bit further up the road for Black Falcon, the number 4 car. Now they've got a Ferrari in front of them. That is, if I am not mistaken, that's the RS Racing car. Daniele Diamato in that number 25 Ferrari, which I think is the first time Daniele's been in that car. Yeah, it is. It's the RS Racing car. And holding up the battle for 5th and 6th. We'll be getting the blue flag in the cab. And race control will be watching this. Bit of headlamp flashing, bit of frustration beginning to set in from the 5th place Audi. And this is just what Nick was saying earlier on, Johnny. It is so frustrating. Because that Ferrari's quick just lifted off there before the braking area. So eventually does get through, and the 2 cars battling for 5th position hasn't actually affected that battle too badly.
No, allowed the Mercedes to get through as well, but it was looking a little bit dicey for a period of time there, and I wonder what Fabrice Cornelis was thinking there already. He, in the early stages, thinking he was somewhat of a victim, and I'm go some way to agree with him as to the incident on the first lap. I think it was of a 12-hour race, which properly battered the rear end of his Audi. Couldn't quite believe it had happened, and was ready to throw the towel in there and then. But
yes,
they've managed to fix.
Car, wasn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, it was. They've managed to fix that gradually by, I think he said, if we're going for tyres every single time, then you can at least just do 10 seconds of fixing.
He said after 5 stints we'll have a car that's not too bad.
Yeah, that's right. After the best part of minutes.
Oh, we've got a Ferrari, damaged Ferrari. That's the Michelin-coloured Ferrari, which is struggling towards the end of the lap at the Parabolica and offline for the WRT car. But I think he's just about got away with that.
It was the Atlanta Speedworks Ferrari, number 84.
Yeah.
Blue and yellow.
They run the blue and yellow colours in TCR in the Michelin Pilot Challenge in the States, in the real world.
And done some Creventic racing as well with the Code to 24 Hours. Oh, crabbing quite badly, that Ferrari then, as it inches its way in. Can they even get it in safely into the pit lane? Yes, just about.
Great driving.
It was, but it was looking a bit hairy for a while because it was heading right towards the tyre bale.
So what happened then? This is coming up to through the Lesmores, so heading up towards Ascari. That's Lesmore 1, that's fine. Lesmore 2 is fine. So now up through the little kink towards Ascari. Oh, slightly uphill here, just across the brow, and now through the dip under the old track. It's going to be clattering the barriers.
It's going to be the exit of Ascari.
Do you think?
I bet you.
No,
yeah, my
middle.
guess is
It's a long way down towards the Parabolica where we took the car at the barrier.
Yep. And
no, just straight on. Huge.
Yeah, that's what I know. What happened there? He's come over, he's landed, and he's got himself caught in indecision, and he's effectively done very similar to what Adam Morgan did. He's steered into a slide he thought was going to happen, but didn't happen. So he comes over, he comes off. Oh, it's gone light. What am I going to do? And I've steered the wrong way. He just felt it go, and the thing hasn't gone as much as he thought it had. So he then effectively turned to the barrier, which looks really bad.
So you're preempting a sort of drift that doesn't happen, effectively. So reacting to something, I suppose that's part of sim racing, is that you've got to, because you're not feeling it through your body, you've got to expect something to happen, and when it doesn't, that's when you're really heading in the wrong direction.
The other issue is that as you especially when you hit that curve, it lands, and it's a weird situation where you can hit it the same 4 times in a row, but how much rear oversteer or rear sliding, more than oversteer, it's actually kind of a slide to the car, is kind of a toss up with what you actually get, and your reaction is, because you know it's going to happen, you actually put the correction in. Now I think he put a bit too much, but if it doesn't do it, suddenly your correction isn't there, and you look really silly because you speed into a barrier on the side. But it is a function also of the rear tyres getting more and more greasy as you go along.
Yeah. Actually, it's still Hugo who's cutting the pictures for us. Hugo, can we have a look at the temperature graphic, please, and just see how things are at the moment as the leader helpfully comes into the pit lane, so we can watch that at the same time. 28 degrees in the air, 31, so it's got much hotter on the track, and that will be certainly adding to that greasy feel on the 3.5 mile circuit. Thank you, Hugo. Spot.tv doing
grubby, and of course they do have marbles offline, so
it's getting dirtier and dirtier offline. Yeah, it's a good point.
Look at that. Also, I've had to look at that. I'm looking at different screens. If you look at going around the second I'm watching my car. If you look around the second Lesmo, there is a huge amount of marbles on the exit. It's all gunk and very little tarmac.
Whilst the leader's in the pit, let's take an interview from a driver who's just hopped out of the car. Ben Constanduris is joining us from the RSL powered by Morpho team. An eventful first stint for you, Ben. How does that last stint you did? Hello, Ben. Oh, not quite. Hello, Ben. No, not that. We'll stick him back into the waiting room for the time being. I'll try and get him back in a moment. So a quick pit stop then for the leader. Luke Breukers rejoins in second as Kenton Cook has gone through into the lead, and the EWRT team, their number 1 car, back at the head of the field, Johnny Palmer.
Yes, it is. We've seen this before, but I do enjoy this yin and yang effect when cars are coming into the pits and we get automatically a lead change. Okay, it's not straight fighting out on track, but they are close enough at least to be switching positions and exchanging the race lead. So Kenton Cook in a good spot right now, but Luke Breukers and the Red Camel Ferrari does have that extra pit stop in hand. 5 to the number 98 Ferrari's name then, and pit stop tally, with Peter Clavita in the Optimum by Monza E-Sports Mercedes still running in third, but it also owes us a pit stop. Car a little bit further down the order is the Audi number 2, which we reckon was taking a chance to repair some of the damage that it had incurred earlier on in the race. So Fabrice Cornelis staying at the wheel of the number 2 Audi, but it split the 2 Belgian WRT cars, and they had been enjoying a spell where they were 1 and 2, and then on occasion 2nd and 3rd when the Ferrari led, but now 1st and 5th are the positions for the E-Team WRT squad. And Cornelis definitely with some company with Adam Morgan, although having said that, looks like he's dropped back a little bit since I last looked, so maybe Adam Morgan's damage from that hard hit on the exit of Ascari is starting now to take its toll. So car 1 leads from number 98. Sorry, Nick, go ahead.
Sorry, the last lap he was 1.5 seconds slower than the number 2 car, and 1.1 seconds slower than the 48 behind him. Now it's hard to take an individual lap in isolation, and he's now 2 seconds out. So yeah, I think he was being helped by the slipstream he was in, where he was following closely behind in that battle we saw a minute. Because obviously, as we've said, what happens with the damage, it takes off your top speed. Now you're in the slipstream, you don't lose that top speed. So it does look like he hasn't got away with it quite so much. He's got perhaps again that 2.5 seconds damage that we're suffering from as well, which will need to be fixed at the next pit stop.
Yeah, and it's obviously very much a gradual thing to trim out your car with every single pit stop to get it back to something like the starting setup. But I think some of that will evade races till the very end of this race, because you're never going to get it quite back to it being perfect. Hard on the brakes for the Black Falcon Mercedes, up the inside then of a similar green colour for the Audi, only that for the Spa 05 TCR racing team, it's that green and purple livery, which is a good combination. And the Black Falcon eSport team with their now very familiar metallic green with the black roof, and that car, which is number 4, being driven by Philip Ellis now in 4th place, trying to hunt down Peter Clavita, as I've mentioned. Very dog-eared looking Audi TCR car will be the next for them to negotiate, but now Philip Ellis trying absolutely everything to get by Clavita through the 2 Lesmos, getting a much better run through the second, but had to readjust his line quite a bit there. That doesn't hold back Philip Ellis at all, and he's able to swoop around the outside of Peter Clavita's car. Clavita, though, trying to now fight back as they take that slight rise on towards the Ascari chicane, and just putting the element of doubt in Philip Ellis's mind whether he was going to go left or right. But I think Ellis now has finally made that move stick. It's taken him the best part of the last 4 or 5 corners to cement it. There is another Mercedes in that mix as well, but that's not on the same lap.
That's the 16 position car, so that'll be I'm not sure it is 16. It seems there's 16 on it, so that's interesting.
Yeah, I've been in that situation a few times as well, trying to work out exactly which
flashing away. There's always got a slight connection issue.
Yes, that must be very off-putting, Nick, when you're coming up the traffic.
Nightmare, because the car will disappear, come back again anything from half to 2 seconds later, and if you're trying to get past it, you need to think where it might be. Otherwise, you'll end up with an accident, and it is an absolute. Yeah, you end up just trying to work out. Hopefully, what you're hoping is that the person who is driving the car just sticks on the line, because they won't know. They probably won't know they're flashing. There's a kind of element where you
exactly. It's not like you've flicked a big switch for the cloaking device to go on.
Yeah, because occasionally you do get a point where every now and again where everyone else on the track disappears. But of course, that's about your receiving. That's the amount of information you're getting back from the server. When you disappear, it's the amount of information you're sending to the server. So they're 2 separate things.
Does the car reappear in exactly the same spot as where it disappeared, or is it if it was still there and a bit further down the road?
Correct, exactly. And often, just to put you off, it reappears like it's appeared from the sky with a huge puff of smoke.
Yes, it looks like you've locked brakes, doesn't it? It's like an aircraft dropping in, and the wheels spin up again, so there is a puff of smoke.
Right.
that doesn't actually put any wear on the car itself.
But the system builds in the bit of mileage you would have done had you been there.
Correct.
Is that right?
It guesses it based on where it thinks you should be, so in doing the right thing. There is a point, of course, where if it doesn't get enough information for long enough, it will just boot you. And then you have a thing saying received throughput felt unacceptable level. You're out, and then your car, if you're driving at the time, your car will have to go back to the pits under a tow. Hence the reason there's always somebody waiting to get into the car in the rest of your team, and so you'll lose a couple of minutes. But you can rejoin and you sort your problems out, and that's fine. But it hasn't happened too much. When we did our 12-hour race at Silverstone, a guy called Robin Bales decided to do the entire race himself in a V8 supercar.
All right.
He got to 11 hours and 20 minutes. He was leading by a lap, and his internet failed.
No, fourth place car in the pit, Phil Alex for Black Falcon.
He ended up finishing. He got back in again. He was still just in the lead, and it failed again, and then he got back in again and finished fourth.
And the leader in as well, by the way. So Kenton Cook in for WRT, the number 1 car. So has just put a lap in as he pulled into the pits on the 4th place car, by my reckoning. Yes, absolutely right. So this is a key moment to see how quickly WRT turn this car around. It's fuel at the moment. This is Kenton's second stint. So we've heard from WRT, haven't we, that they wanted to double stint some of the tyres, but we've not seen them do that as yet. Still waiting to see which car moves first. Is it the green? Up goes the Mercedes. If the Audi's going to go, it's going to go up any second now. No, it doesn't. They've double stinted the tyres, and that is crucial. So Kenton Cook then on a second stint with that Audi, pulling out of the pit lane from the lead. Red Camel go through. That was the other Ferrari, the BS Sport car. Red Camel have just gone through for Luke Breukers, but they've yet to make the same stop. So that is very interesting. They must feel as though that number 1 car is running well enough that they didn't have to take a 10-second repair, or Nick, they may have got to the point where there's nothing left to repair on that car.
Yeah, you have a clean run, and there's no minor things to clean up, and it isn't, and then it'll leave certain things alone, and that'll be it. So you'll just come in and go, and say there's no servicing we can do at this point, and off they go. So yeah, I mean, it's double stint. I'm impressed by double stinting the tyres. I assume it's a combination of being very, very good drivers and therefore not wearing it, but also being able to hang on. Also being able to hang on to it towards the end of the second session, because they do get a little bit gooey at the end of one session for us. So it's an interesting tactic.
You're looking for some finesse. That's what you're looking for. Well, the Audi is famously light on its tyre wear, to the point where the first few laps in the Audi is apparently very difficult, because I know everybody struggles with tyre temp, but the Audi does particularly. In GTs, the car in GT Le Mans GTE, it's the Ford, isn't it, that struggles with tyre temp right at the beginning. I don't know why I'm looking at JP actually, because he hasn't done the stuff. I just presume he's the font of all knowledge for everything.
I just nodded and you seem to fall for it, so that's fine.
Excellent, well done.
Yep.
So Breukers should be in shortly in that bright orange car that is currently leading. Let's see how many laps he's done at the moment in that car. Rick is on his let me see. Luke, is on his second stint. He did 28. Oh no, he has already stopped. My apologies. He stopped 2 laps ago, because Kenton's been doing 29s, and we had a couple of 27s from the Red Camel when Rick was in it, and then 28, and then a 29, then a 28. So Luke has already done that stop. So that is a genuine lead then, with the pit stops. With the pit stops count being the same for those 2 cars.
That should be the way it is. The Red Camels team has made no errors so far. Correct. With 3 super fast drivers.
5 stops.
They should be leading. Yeah, and what is the lead? It didn't seem massive. No, it's 6 seconds.
5.4 seconds. Yeah, 1:48.3 is the new fastest lap as well, or the fastest lap as well. If my memory serves, and if I get this right, please somebody jump in. I'm pretty certain it was Jon Zurtikau who put that fastest lap in.
Yes.
The Sicily Motorsport car has done his stop following a few laps after the accident, an extra minute and 10 seconds of repairs, which seems very lightweight to see what we got charged for a less.
Oh, he's such a whinge, isn't he?
He is rather, yeah. Nothing's ever fair, is it?
I'm not a whinge. I'm a racing driver. The whole world's against me, including the BOP. Don't forget that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, whinging in Nick is nothing particularly new, but it's perhaps become even worse now that he is a racing driver.
But everything else
agree with that?
See, the thing is, if you're a virtual racing driver, surely you should only have virtual whinging, not real whinging. That sounds like real whinging, to me. 10th and 11th having a cracking battle heading up to Ascari.
They are side by side, and the Wright Engineering car on the inside, but the white, red and blue car has the advantage and is able to stay ahead. Daniel Rowbottom now actually ahead at the wheel of that car that was earlier driven by Adam Morgan, and it was Adam at the wheel when that car had a significant off at the exit of the Ascari chicane. But it looks quite a bit straighter now. Still some damage evident on the nose of that car. They've obviously worked hard, as Nick was suggesting, for over a minute in the pits to, well, probably hammer a lot of that damage out. And going pretty well again. The thunderous, throaty V8, two of them in fact coming out of the parabolic. I'm loving the sounds that are so realistic for the virtual Monza 12 hours.
Yeah, we were talking about this earlier on. The sounds in particular on iRacing are very accurately modelled, as are the cars, as are the tractor, within a mil, anywhere plus or minus. So that is impressive. In has come Peter Clowiter in the Optimum car. Looks like he is staying aboard. Car collection, two cars further back, the blue and white Audi. And just waiting for that car to go up on its jacks. No tyres there either. Very interesting. So Optimum back out.
And Clavita staying at the wheel of that car, as you would expect if they haven't done tyres, rather than give a new driver the old set that Peter hopefully hasn't abused too badly. But it's always better to tie in a full set of Hankooks with the driver that has been at the wheel from the start. They generally know how they've worn across the stint. And Peter Clavita then, if it all goes a bit pear-shaped towards the end, he's only got himself to blame, I suppose. But that Mercedes going about its business pretty well, under the radar initially. I remember it being down in something like 7th and 8th positions in the early stages when Christopher Zerkling had a lengthy couple of stints. He's the semi-pro. Nick Foster also due to be at the wheel of the number 66 car as a full pro. The other three drivers on my entry list, their grading was to be announced. Lewis Goodway's been at the wheel of that car. I think Lewis has led the race actually in the 66, I remember, just for a lap during the pit stop phase.
Spot on. So you're getting into this, aren't you?
It's good.
It's good. It's just like, I mean, it's a motor race. I'll say it again. The cars and the surroundings might be virtual, but the competitive element, the racing, the talent, the skill, the concentration, all absolutely real.
But I will say, from our perspective, when you're calling the race, the brain cells are still bubbling nicely, because you're still having to work out strategy and where cars may be before and after pit stops, who's been in the car and who's not, and generally who have been the quickest drivers as well to date. So always looking for patterns in real life, and it's echoed in the esports version of motorsport, so it's good to see. Out of the two Lesmos come a long stream of cars, including a couple of Mercedes GT3s. Then they are tailed by two of the Porsche 911s. Now 980 second in class with Glenn van Parijs at the wheel. So that's the MRS Sim Racing 911 GT3 Cup car. Nicholas Laubisch doing a good job in the sister machine though, leading the class in car number 989. It is very close for second and third within that division though, with Alex Autumn third in the 987, and there's just 1.6 seconds now separating them. They're right on the tail actually of Tom Onslow Cole, who's on the same lap. So
Tom's car still not repaired fully from the, I think, first lap accident or at best second lap accident. Adam Christensen, Adam did the thing at the end of the Ascari chicane where he lost it and it ploughed it straight into the opposite barrier, and that car has been slow the whole time. They've never managed to repair it back to speed again. After many pit stops, it's still got a wing that looks like a banana, which may have worked actually in the late 90s on a Benetton, but not actually on one of these cars. So
Let it go with the Benetton.
And that bit was legal. One of the early favourites, and Adam Christensen, obviously one of the top drivers. Anyone can make a mistake in those first couple of laps when it's all happening and the tyres are loose. He ended up spearing, and I have no idea. He may have got a touch from someone, but it's just a really disappointing moment for Tom and the team to be out so early.
Hello to Andy Blackmore, who is listening in while working on some iRacing skins for various teams. Andy, nice to know that you've still got plenty of work, learning new skills, as we mentioned earlier on. And it is the IMSA iRacing Pro Series this Thursday, isn't it, Nick? We're at VIR.
It's going to be incredible. VIR with GTE cars.
50 GTE cars.
I know. I shudder to think it was remarkably interesting with 23 skippies, which are like small Formula 4s.
And that is 9:30 UK time for the Michelin Countdown to Green on Thursday night, RS1 and via radio-show.co.uk. We'll have qualified. 10:30. 10:30 on UK time. That is on Thursday night for an hour and a half race with 50 pro drivers. Looking forward to that. Seeing a provisional entry list, and there's some interesting names on there again. Still plenty to go here. 7 hours and 18 minutes, JP. So we're still. This is like the middle rounds of a heavyweight boxing match, isn't it?
it is, yeah. And they're still working each other out, some of them. Of course, we've got sometimes brand new drivers into cars up against ones that maybe are in for their second double stint, depending on whether you've entered 3 or in some cases 5 drivers in the same car. And getting more and more used to how the track is developing. Temps are up, as we've established, and more rubber going down onto the track surface, but it's going to swing in the other direction at some point as we head for a fairly coolish night expected, and much darkness. Up the inside there of the Abacar goes the Reiter Engineering machine. Now those two not on the same lap. Tom Onslow Cole for Team ABBA Racing, and he's fighting with, actually having said they're not on the same lap, let's just have a look. The 14th place car of Maxi Prodol. Yes, there's the last time they were triggered on my timing screen, there was over a minute between the two, so I think that's Maxi gaining a lap back on Tom Onslow Cole in the 79 blue and white car. Couple of Reiter Engineering entries, both Mercedes, the 78 and the 79.
79's been more of a liability than the 78, I'll say it, because no one else can. So both those cars, I think, probably are disappointed about where they are, and you can see why they're where they are by the way they look. They are crumpled.
Yes.
The Valvoline machine, which is the blue car, has been. We've seen it making mistakes. And I'm no way saying in any way that it's the current driver, Maximilian Prodol. It could be one of his teammates, but it has been, even in practice, a bit of a liability as far as. Basically, it's over-aggressive. These guys are all good drivers. I'm sure they're better drivers than I am. It's whether they engage brain at any point.
Well, Prodol going a touch too deep into the first chicane there, and this is going to give Tom Onslow Cole an opportunity to fight back again. He's going to have to go around the outside, though, of the Curva Grande, which is a brave place to put the car. If it does work out for Tom, it'll give him the inside line into the Della Roggia chicane, the next one. Although there's a great cluster of cars up ahead, he does manage to get that move done and get ahead of Prodol once more, but out of the frying pan into the fire here, because he's now got to find his way up the inside of an Audi TCR car, and here comes Prodol around the outside this time to squeeze Tom Onslow Cole. They're 3 abreast between the two Lesmos, and there's some more contact, and Tom Onslow Cole is in the wall.
That was always happening.
Yeah, I agree with you.
The blue car is a liability, and sometimes you've just got to go
Do you know what?
No.
I won't get involved.
Just let him go. The guy's an idiot. I'm sorry.
We've already haven't we already had somebody ask not to return one of the drivers? The Sorensen car.
I mean, 3 abreast. The writing was on the wall potentially here between the 2 Lesmos. The Audi doing nothing wrong at all. But then Prodol
there,
and he gets
hit the curb
back again. Tom was on the curb as far in as he could be, and the blue car tries to regain his line again. You know.
There is a point when you're exiting the Lesmo and you're 2 wheels in the gravel where you can see that place.
Also, in fairness to Tom, really shouldn't be doing 3 abreast down the little short chute between the 2 Lesmos because it's just not going to happen.
No.
You know, that's a place where you got to go. That's not happening. But let's be honest. None of us are wearing our surprise face that Tom ended up in the barrier.
No.
I mean, it all stemmed from Prodo making a mistake into the first chicane, which put him on the back foot. So Tom Onslow Cole thinking, right, well, I've got an opportunity here to get the place back again, and you start putting the nose up the inside of. It was impressive through the curve of Grande. That was on the outside. Gave him the inside line then for the second of the chicanes, and I thought, well, that's a done manoeuvre. Excellent. Let's move on. But then the problem was that batch of traffic that was immediately ahead, and well, it all came to a bit of a head eventually coming out of Lesmo, and significant damage now for the ABBA Mercedes. Penny for Sam and Richard Neary's thoughts, although Richard not doing any racing this weekend. It's Sam Neary, his son, Tom Onslow Cole and Anna Christodoulou. Oh, spinner again for, that's the Speed Lover Porsche from the 911 division, I reckon.
Run across the track as fast as possible, did well.
Yes.
Van der Valk. He was seeing that from my level, you know.
I knew you wouldn't be able to resist that. I knew. Vincent van der Valk. Then, what did he do here? 4th place car in the 911 class. Just goes a bit wide. Oh, he turned in a bit early, so he came out a bit early.
Missed the barrier.
Heads up driving that he didn't just reverse straight across the track.
That was bad.
And then he heads off into the gravel trap.
That car's not in great shape from earlier problems, it would appear, with the front left tyre protruding quite heavily, the bodywork of that car. Anyway, into the Parabolica it goes, and it has emerged right in front of one of the Ryder Engineering Mercedes, I think. Yeah, so those 2 cars together as they stream across the track. Also involved there, the Fun M Motorsport BMW Z4. Charging their way down to the Rettifilio chicane once again. Luke Brokers leading the way, and his advantage is 7 seconds over Kenton Cook's E-Team WRT1 Audi R8. The team's labelled 1 and 2, incidentally, with Fabrice Cornelis back up to 3rd place now, although there's over a minute between the 2 WRT Audis. But again, keeping out of trouble. They have got 2 very quick race cars, and the question of them finding a pace and sticking to it, and of course staying out of trouble. We are nowhere near halfway through this race at the moment. Still an hour and 11 minutes to go before we reach that point. But anyone from 3 at this stage for me, and that pattern had started to emerge probably after an hour and a half or so. Peter Klavita for Optimum, best of the rest, and the lead Mercedes, and that car number 66 is half a minute ahead of Gerard Timon van der Helm in the eSport Team Black Falcon Mercedes AMG. But a Ferrari out front, followed by 2 Audis, is your current top 3.
Can all turn a knife edge when you look at the clumping of traffic that's happening now. You know, there's 3 or 4 different classes. It's 9 or 10 cars coming down the straight. You're only, as we've seen on so many occasions, one misplaced slight swerve by a back mark away from complete disaster.
Yeah. Class leaders, 989. Nicholas Labish is in 12th position overall and leads the Porsche Cup class. for MRS Sim Racing. Duo by Sim RC, leading both the GT4 and the TCR classes. 23rd overall for the number 476, Tom Valentini behind the wheel there, and Jürgen Frank still driving the 176 Audi that leads its class as well. Those are your class leaders with just over 7 hours still to go.
And Kenton Cook or Fabrice Cornelis. I'm still trying to work out how to tell those two Audis apart from a distance. It is Cornelis, tucked in now behind the green and purple Spa 05 TCR car, number 177. Fabrice Cornelis here able to just squeeze ahead of that Audi into the double right-hander. Also darting past the right end, the Lippert Motorsport Porsche Cayman, I should say, which is Mark Rotgen at the wheel of the 4th placed Porsche 718 Cayman. Class, as John's just mentioned, led by Tom Valentini, but John Bourreau not too far away in 2nd place. Actually, 2nd place is Philip Haugnauer, I should say. So that's the Zorg Rennsport car in the GT4 division. There is a big gap there of nearly 5 minutes, 6 minutes in fact, between the top 2 in the Cayman class. So that's testament to Duo and their driving lineup, how they've managed to just edge away hour by hour in their 476 car. Again, a big batch of traffic all together over the line. How's the BMW Z4 going? 3 of them started the race, and
Best is 9th. With,
which is their Fonam Motorsport car, isn't it? Yeah.
Buka Trunk, which is a fabulous name.
Isn't it? So that's 9th place for car 69, which is now coming out of the first chicane.
An excellent paint job and looks relatively undamaged as well, so he could be moving forward even more in the next pushing 7 a bit hours.
We did say, if you'd said to me, all right, we've got a BMW Z4, it's mostly white with M Sport stripes on it, you go, yeah, but it's got teal sides. Oh no, I'm not sure. But actually it really works. It's got the look of the old Conrad blue teal sort of colour to it. Not quite the Miami blue. Oop, big moment in the background for the 15th car.
Well.
15th in class is Will Bamber. That's Earl's brother, driving for Earl Bamber's Motorsport. And that looked like it was a connection issue, and then just dropped back again right in the exit of the 2nd Lesmo. So that will have been something to catch the attention.
It's an off track.
And what do you get for that, Nick? Are you going to get a warning for that, or will you get a time penalty?
Yeah, you can have 40 off tracks, and then you get a warning, and then another 40 off tracks in the pattern, then you'll get a penalty. So it's actually quite generous for Monza. Because the reason being, of course, that Monza is protected by the slowdown zones if you actually cut the chicane. So you don't, the actual off tracks is really no real gain anyway. You can make, unlike Spa, where you can make a huge amount of time by using tactical off tracks. But the big gains are made over the chicanes, but the chicanes don't give you off tracks, they give you automatic slowdowns. So they've kind of got this one quite well policed.
That teal colour on the BMW also reminds me a little bit of, do you remember that massive Maserati that Andrea Bertolini used to drive in the GT1?
He's Nick's favourite ever car.
Is it? Well, the MC12?
Yeah, MC12. Absolutely.
In the Vitaphone colours.
Vitaphone colours that look great.
Mate, I liked it in the dark blue and opalescent white.
Yeah, okay. With the Trident, the big Trident, and the Maserati, like the works colours.
Yeah, that was. No, obviously, if you want to give me one, I'll take any colour you like. You know.
Obviously, yeah. I found the dark blue in old ALMS days here. That was Andrea. Great cars. I remember watching them from trackside at places like Donington and Silverstone. They would just rip your eardrums to pieces, but it was a glorious experience. Into the Lesmo, a spin for the Reiter engineering car of Jan Reif, and that car now facing the wrong direction.
unfortunately, his teammate who's been punting everyone else around the wrong way, and he's picked up the retribution for in the wrong way, hasn't he?
Oh, really?
Because that particular car has been driving very, very well. The 10 car, so the car in 10th place, 70. The 70. What's the 10th place car number? We've lost the 78 car. Yeah, it's the 79 that's been causing the problems. That's a little tip. That's unlucky. That was a bit of a less than clever driving by the guy behind him, but that's what happens. I don't think any damage on that, but he was going to lose a few seconds as he recovers himself from Lesmo 2.
And nosed into the barrier again, unfortunately, when he was trying to do a quick U-turn. So, yeah, that didn't go particularly well. Now has to find reverse.
Interesting is you have a variable traction control and a variable ABS on these cars, but on the whole you set them and leave them. Now what some of the drivers do, they have a button which you press and that turns the traction control off, which enables you to do a spin turn. It's quite obvious they didn't have that button, so he couldn't spin it round. He just nosed into the barrier.
Ah.
Because even a virtual GT3 is amazing the number of buttons you need to do the things you need to do on a sim racing. You need an awful lot of knobs and twiddly buttons to actually do the various bits and bobs you require. It's more than just gears, and then you've got to have the pit limiter, you've got to have the light flasher, you've got to have the ability to look left and right, you've got to have the ability to turn the fuel maps up and down, you've got to have the ability to turn the internal volume of the spotter up and down. Every single button's got something attached to it, so you don't always have a chance to actually stick a turn traction control off button somewhere.
And a lot of those control from the steering wheel itself, or are they on the keyboard?
Yeah.
Are they?
Realistically, you've got a lot. When you're sitting in the car, you can't really use the keyboard. You can only use the stuff on the steering wheel, and depending on the steering wheel, how many buttons you've got. In fairness, you can switch stuff around, and I have done using the keyboard as the main part. But then you can only do that when you're going down a long straight, and you can just press the various buttons. You can change the information you want. Not in this race, but in other races, I've elected not to take tyres whilst going down the straight, and that's quite an interesting thing. You've got to click 4 boxes with a mouse at the same time as driving. I was chatting actually to Simon. Simon's got a version of the crew chief which you can talk to, so you can actually say like, "Hey Siri," you go, "Hey Chief," and it will end up with saying no
really?
Tyres, no tyres, or you go 20 litres of fuel, and you've got voice command.
That's clever. So although it is another thing to have to think about as well.
Yeah, I think it's the amount of add-ons to iRacing is amazing. You can get. It does get more and more and more and more complex.
Yeah, you're just asking your brain to do even more things than it's having to deal with at the time. And of course, as we've said, it's basically one sense. You're relying on sight and possibly a little bit of sound as well. But
sound helps.
What do you do with your mic? Stop messing about with your mic, Nick. Plunk, plunk, plunk.
The wires got wrapped around.
There you go. Sounded like you were trying to strum a guitar there for a moment.
My wire, she is attached to it. For some reason, I've now moved it on my shoulder. So
okay. And quite elegant, I have to say. Elegant as well. Lovely.
I got an off-the-shoulder race suit on.
Yeah, I know. It always looks good. Oh, and there's the RSL car getting a little bit of a tap from behind. Simon Herring, the Montfort car. Let's see what that was all about. Coming into the second chicane, Simon's got the leader behind him. A little bit of a bent steer to the rear wing, and the leader goes through. I think that was fine. Yep, Simon gives him plenty of room. Then he's offline, and the second, well, that's just nonsense, isn't it? What was that about?
Who is that? Who's done that?
It's a lapped car.
I can't see his number. It's rubbish driving, whoever it is.
I think it's Will Bamber.
Well, you should feel that. Have you not got a brake, Will?
In fairness, that is where you should be accelerating, though.
No, I know, but the other car's gone offline to let the leader through, so he's struggling with tyres that have picked up a load of rubbish. All he had to do was lift off and then power past him into the first of Les.
I think Simon was too busy chatting to his crew chief.
Yeah, they got a good relationship. He's got a girl as well. So one of them's a girl. We've got two different voices. One's a crew chief and one's a spotter. He's got that, and it's amazing because I've been hearing it in the background whilst I've been doing things.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That would
I'm not sure how much
confuse
damage
me.
we've got now. Oh dear. We got 4x for that as well, and we were round at the backside. Not on.
He's whinging again. Look what happens. Look what happens.
Oh yeah, I mean it's you know I've now decided whoever that red Mercedes is, they're off my Christmas card list forever.
Still trying to identify it. They've put it in a very stealth-like livery. It's tricky to pick out the number of that car. Oh, it's 15th position.
Yeah, it's number 12.
It's number 12, is it? Okay.
I hate.
Yeah, it's 12. It's Will Bamber in the 12.
Oh, it's Will Bamber, yes. Yeah. Sorry, yeah. So it's Will Bamber. Oh, I'll have to work with Earl about it. It's Earl Bamber Motorsport, after all, he's representing with his nudging. Our car is very second-hand now.
Well, Will's doesn't look great.
I'm not sure you'd get top book if you were trading in either of those in, Nick, to be honest.
I'm not sure we'd get book or anything. I think this one, at the moment, looking at it, I think it's more like spares or repair.
His car off right in front of Will Bamber there, leaving the Ascari chicane as well. So hopefully that wasn't more carnage for the Kiwi to deal with. Oh, speaking of carnage, nearly 5 abreast down this back straight towards the Parabolica, and Will is right in the middle of it. There was a side-to-side jostle there with the Motul-backed TCR Audi. Now around the outside of the green and black TCR car, which will be the Viper Nita Racing entry, I think. Yes, with the Malaysian flag emblazoned on the roof of that car. But he managed to weather that storm, did Will Bamber. Somehow thread the eye of the needle, including around the Parabolica when you're having to deal with traffic left and right through that arcing right-hander that finishes the lap. It is incredibly tricky. And more traffic now, with behind him, at least on the road, Peter Klavitter's Mercedes. 4th position that is now, car 66. And that car having to deal with Will Bamber and also another BMW M4. That's the car in 20th position. So that second M4 has taken a while to establish itself in a decent position in the race, but it's doing okay now. 20th place in class for the Thomas Pendergrass driven car from Tibbet Racing. Car 51.
Beach trip, beach holiday there?
Yes, through the gravel, indeed, on the exit of the Lesmo, so that's a little bit more time lost.
I'm not sure if he was helped or not, or whether he just spooked himself there.
And who's that squeezing through? The Audi, which is in 17th spot, again 17th in class though rather than overall, is the Elvis Banello Fach Autotech Audi R8. That's number 97. 2 cars ahead of Elvis are the cars 4th and 5th in the Porsche 911 Cup class. It'll be a little while before he finds another GT3 car, apart from the one right behind him, which is a Ferrari not on the same lap. So we're getting this quite a lot actually. GT3 cars finding one another, but not always racing for position. Although it's always important to try and stay ahead of those cars where possible.
There's a little bit of wandering about. I think people have... and I'm surprised that we are, now 5 hours in, 5 and a bit hours in, and people still aren't engaging their brains. People just aren't waiting.
Well, some people haven't done these. Some of these people have been getting in for the first time, Nick.
Yeah, but even so, you've had a chance to watch. You've had a chance to get the tenure. Unless you've been called in from the garden because you've been mowing the lawn for the first 5 hours, you should know what's been happening. And you should know the penalties of accidents compared to the reward of going past someone.
Yes. That is a very bent rear wing on that Audi. Right, let's go through the field, shall we? Because we haven't done that for a little while. We've just gone through another hour of race completed. We're under 7 hours now. So let's start with the bright orange 98 that leads overall and GT3. It's Luke Breukers behind the wheel of that car. He's got just 4.2 seconds. That's barely changed between himself and Kenton Cook. It's gone out a little bit, it's come back a little bit depending on traffic. Kenton in the number 1 Audi as his teammate starts the next set of pit stops. I was just hoping to get that in before we started this. I've just mistimed that, I'm afraid. Kenton then in second place with his teammate in third, who is about to go a lap back as Breukers will come around in a few moments' time, but of course still owes us the pit stop. So this is, as far as Fabrice Cornelis is concerned, the first of the next set of pit stops. And just to make sure that I'm happy with everything is going on, that's you. Then it's the Optimum by Simsa, then 18 WRT, then Black Falcon, the bright green car going across the line right now. Then Sorg Rensport. And remember, at the moment, it was only the top 3 cars that were on the lead lap before we started this pit stop run. And where's WRT gone? Fabrice is back out again in the number 2. So let me just check the pit stop log here, make sure I'm happy. That was a 30 lap run from Fabrice, but he did only do a 16 lap run last time around. So a 29, a 16, and then a 30. So does that, who did that? Yeah, he took over from Kenneth Gould-Brunson. Then he only did a 16 lap run. Now he's just done a 30 lap run. So he's a little bit out of sync there. I thought that was a little wrong to me. Sorry, I missed the 16 lap stint earlier on. That's my fault. I wasn't watching all of the screens that I have at the same time.
Was that when he came in for the longer repair? They must decide they were losing too much time, and they thought,
well, did half a stint. Yeah, absolutely right, mate.
Why they're effectively 1.5 stint of tyres rather than double them.
Yeah, totally agree. Totally agree. So,
a quick update, Joe's back in the car, go right.
Brothers? Okay.
Yep, it's a change, because I thought Darren was getting in the car, so, you know.
Okay, so
we're desperately keeping Joe away from the night, by the way.
Yes, I know. 4th and 5th then, together with Fabrice Cornelis, having just come out of the pits, and now trying to take back 4th position from Gerb Timon van der Helm. Oh, he's dropped well away very early from the Mercedes. That Mercedes is very good on the brakes. It might not be the quickest thing in the straight line, but the MG GT3 Mercedes Coupe is very good on the brakes. Audi V10 engine sounds like this. Bit of lifting and coasting going on there, I would say, by Fabrice Cornelis, which is, as he goes down the inside into Les Moore 1, no lifting and coasting there, very late on the brakes, and expertly done. That was decisive, exactly what you've got to be if you're going to go through there. But just coming up to the first 2 chicanes, JP, just thought he was lifting off and coasting into the braking area, but he has proved that that's doing a good job for that car, because he's just done a 30 lap stint.
Yeah, and that's often the name of the game, isn't it? Eking out your the number of times you have to stop for fuel. So if you are just going to get out of the throttle, you know, a few meters before you really would do on a qualifying lap, it seems strange to go slower to effectively go faster or go longer. But yeah, if you can buy yourself a lap, or indeed 2 laps in some cases, then it'll all look much, much better as we near the finish of this race. And I mean, it's not losing him a great deal of time when you string all the laps together. The big loss was when they had to pause for repair of damage. Fabrice Cornelis incurring that during his opening stint of the race. So I had Cornelis in for the first period of time, and then we've cycled through. They've got 3 drivers in that car. Yes, Kenneth Gould-Branson's been at the wheel, and we've also had a period of time when Piotr Jagodzinski was at the wheel of that car as well. I forget whether that was...
It's interesting. When we did the rough calculations, it's about 13 and a half stints with a clean run to the end, or cleanish run. So if you can eke out a lap every stint or a lap every 2 stints, you will actually probably save that final stop.
Yes. So yeah, definitely worth attempting if you can, but I suppose you need that consistency, and you need the mathematics to back it up as well, to say that it's going to be worth doing. And
they've always probably had a half stint as well, so they'll be interested to see whether they're calculating back from the end yet, but they'll be likely to gain that back again, because they won't have to stop at half time. The BMW is massively off the track as they try to go past a TCR.
Yeah, it's coming down to the parabolic, and again another little clump of cars, all with relatively different performance levels, some at different parts of their fuel and tyre run as well. There was the 12H E-Sports Cayman in the middle of there that was getting very squirrely going through the middle of the parabolic as if the back tyres were starting to go. That's the 5th place car. That distinctive dark grey with the orange flashes, the orange mirrors on that car, and it's right in the middle and right in behind that car. Without a back window is a very second-hand looking Cayman that's just gone through. I think that was one of the duo cars.
Oh.
And there's a touch on the Ferrari as well. And this is the problem, of course, Nick. You've got different cars, 3 wide into the second chicane, and you've got different cars with different performance levels anyway, with different life on their tyres, different amounts of damage, and therefore struggling with different issues, and it's all much less obvious than it was on lap 1 in terms of what speed which car.
Absolutely, yeah. I think that's a really good point, John. Is that you'll see a car. It's the grey and orange Cayman. He's a good driver. He knows what he's doing. Why is he going so slowly? What the reason being is he's lost performance, or there's a TCR which shouldn't be overtaking the Cayman at that point. So you think you can go as the green Ferrari did. Suddenly find the TCR's got a speed advantage on that Cayman because of the damage, and therefore it itself wants overtaking. Your road is completely blocked. There's not really room, as Toronto Co found, for 3 people between the 2 Lesmos. So you end up either having to just go for it as the Ferrari did the tagging, or you just lay back and wait for the next straight. But it is remarkable about the clumpage of cars in this. I saw 43 going, but it's a big track. It's 3.6 miles. You get 43 around nicely spaced, but they all want to be together, John.
Yeah, and that's just the way that class racing tends to go, because you've got the slower TCR cars and Caymans that cause a bottleneck, I suppose. They're still moving at a rapid speed, but 1 or 2 GT3 cars can get caught up behind them, not in the opportune place on the track to overtake, and clumping is the result very often. So the Black Falcon Mercedes then, the meet in the sandwich between... more contact at the first chicane, and the Black Falcon Mercedes very nearly involved with that. But that's the Avia Zorgren Sport Audi, which is now trying to find a good place to rejoin, doing the gentlemanly thing rather than just charging back onto track, waiting for a gap. But that took a while to wait for. And
that was 5th position, that car, in its class when it was turned around.
He's got a good toe, the little Porsche, and he's got a bit impatient, and he's now carrying way more speed through the middle of the corner. When the Audi puts in the brakes for a first gear turn, because of course the Audi's being front wheel drive, can really benefit coming out of the exit of the first chicane, whereas the Cayman's trying to carry speed to give him a bit of power onto the Curva Grande, and he just punts him.
That was the 133. That was the 4th place car. Excuse me, the 4th place car in its class.
Yeah, not ideal situation for that battle, which of course was an inter-class battle, or two classes stumbling over each other. But beauty of multi-class racing is that you've got to look out for each other regardless of whether you're fighting them for victory or not. Out of the Rettifilo chicane goes the fight for the lead of the race, and it is down to next to nothing now. So as they head out of into the Curva Grande and up towards the second chicane, Luke Breukers and Kenton Cook separated by less than half a second now. Cook looking for an opportunity, battering the second curve there at the Della Roggia chicane. Didn't seem to affect the Audi's exit speed though, and arrives at the Lesmo 1 at a similar speed to the Ferrari. Luke Breukers eager to put an Audi between these two cars. Was a bit of contact there for Kenton Cook and the Audi on its outside. Doesn't seem to have affected, again, the speed towards the Ascari chicane. There are two Porsches up ahead, though, for these two battling GT3 cars. This is for the outright lead. And the Red Camel Esports car taking the Ascari chicane in its stride, wondering which side of the 911 numbered Porsche to go, though. Finally, Luke Breukers electing to go to the right of that car. Speed Lover Porsche up ahead as well. But Kenton Cook biding his time, doesn't need to rush this necessarily, just allow Luke Breukers to recognise that the Audi is there and forcing a mistake, ideally, I'm sure, is a game plan from Kenton Cook. We saw Rick Breukers earlier on in the race in the Red Camels Ferrari just stick his nose up the inside a couple of times to put, that was the 88 car, off its stride at the time for second place. And although I don't think Rick had any intention of trying to take the lead on those two occasions, what it did do is put the car collection Audi out of sync, out of rhythm, so that it could easily be overtaken into the Ascari chicane, which was the next opportunity. But Kenton Cook just looking to just stay with this Ferrari for the time being, maybe work out where his car can be a little bit quicker, a little bit more potent around this 3.5 mile circuit. Also, the Atlanta Speedworks Ferrari just up ahead as well. That was the one that was rattling down the barrier towards the Parabolica, what, half an hour or so ago, after a lurid moment on the exit of the Ascari chicane. So out of the Lesmos goes the lead battle. The 22nd placed Ferrari then is the next one they'll have to get by. Can Kenton Cook maybe use this back marker as a way of getting through? The orange Ferrari jumps to the... Oh, there's contact for the lead of the race. A spin for the Ferrari, and that was because it caught the Speedworks Ferrari heading into the Ascari corner, and that will gift the race lead to Kenton Cook. Luke Breukers under pressure then, as there's another car backwards. It's the Speed Lover Porsche, I think. Kenton Cook still not by the Atlanta Speedworks Ferrari just yet, so let's not call this before it's fully decided. But there was contact for the race leader, which put the orange Red Camel Ferrari into the barrier after it speared from one side of the track to the other.
Just what Nick Damon was saying, it can turn in a moment. Down the inside, there's contact. Oh. Well,
backed off, but interestingly, you see that Luke actually got off the track and he had a wobble.
There's a little jump first, wasn't there?
Yeah, he was definitely off the track.
He came across, he wasn't clear. The Atlanta car should definitely have eased back its leader, but you can't really say it's anything other than Luke's fault, to be honest.
Yeah, he's trying to move back across on the racing line.
Yeah.
Speedworks car is just turning. Are they both turning before? It's hard.
I don't think
it's hard.
Speedworks car looks relatively straight to me.
Yeah, I think it's not the best bit of move. Your criticism of the Atlanta car is that it should have backed up because those are the leaders.
So Luke goes to the left first of all, and actually hit the back. So Luke hit the back of the car trying to get ahead, and then did move over. Yeah. Sorry, I know that's the leader of the race, but what are you told in your driver's briefing? If you're the slower car, stick to your line.
Stay on line. We were told that as well.
Yeah, no, always are, mate. Always are.
So there was a decision for both Kenton and for Luke to make there. Which side of the Speedworks car do I go? And, well, it was a matter of circumstance, really, that Luke Breukers found himself on the left side. He was gaining on that yellow and blue Ferrari. Contact was made because I noticed that little jump from the Red Camels Ferrari. And I thought it was he was off the track.
I thought it was a curve. He just rumbled up on the outside, but he actually misjudged it entirely because the car was going completely straight.
Yeah. And actually that will have compromised his speed. and then he wasn't clear of the Speedworks Ferrari heading into the Ascari chicane. Just wanted that little shallower angle, should we say, into the first element of Ascari, and he wasn't clear of the Atlanta Speedworks car. So Kenton Cook is now the race leader, and by, well, 18 seconds, I think I have it, as 171 laps is ticked off now by the American. We will wait for Rick Brokers. No, we won't, in fact, because that Ferrari is in the pits. So it'll be a 5th pit stop for the Red Camel E-Sports 488, and that surely is partly for damage along with a normal pit stop. But Rick Brokers now displayed as the new driver, and we'll wait to see how long that Ferrari stays in the pits, but it's already dropped back to 5th position, therefore behind Fabrice Cornelis and behind the Gerard Timon van der Helm driven Mercedes of Black Falcon, eSport team Black Falcon, who are now 4th. And the Red Camel Ferrari back on the move, so they will have taken fuel, but probably not tyres in that sort of time. Maybe a bit of repair, but perhaps only 10 seconds worth.
Nick?
Yeah, that was a very, very quick, because you have a time against you for the driver change. So the driver change with Rick getting in the car and a bit of fuel. They've obviously not got anything major to repair. They've not done any optional repairs, and they've done those two things very quickly. So interesting. That's a very fast stop. I can't get a time for the stop. It's saying it's 2:04, but I don't think it was that long. Yeah, that's a previous stop. But I'm seeing 2:04.7 for that stop.
Okay.
Well, we watched a lot of replays, so possibly.
Yeah, good point. Yeah, so it was a 2-minute and 4.7 stop, which a normal tyre stop is 1:10. So that would mean they've done everything. They've done 56 seconds of repairs as well.
And you're not going to believe this. That was Luke's in lap.
Oh, no.
He did 29 laps, so that would have been his in lap. He did 28 the stint before, so that's actually come in spot on their pit stop time. So in that situation, so that will have been a new set of tyres and a bit of repair, and they've done all right out of that in terms, Johnny, of their tactics. But obviously they've lost some time on the road getting that car back down to 5th position now, but they have now completed their 6th pit stop, where 3 of the cars ahead of them have only completed their 5th. Sorry, Nick, go ahead.
Is the car actually completely fixed? That is the other question. If you won't know for 2 or 3 laps.
Well, they had to do tyres for me because the car was sideways for such a long time.
Well, that was the end of its stint. It's done 29 laps, and you put a new driver in. Why wouldn't you do tyres?
Yeah, no, indeed, but I was puzzled as to why the pit stop appeared to be so quick. But I think your shout about us watching 2 or 3 replays probably answers that one.
And there's still quite a lot of damage over the wheel arches on the side of that car. I mean, really, they've got away with that. You wouldn't have got away with that in real life to that extent, I don't think.
So back to the scene of the crime. This time the Ferrari with nobody to worry about. Well up on 2 wheels though through the second part of... No, that was the second chicane, wasn't it? So we're not quite at the Ascari chicane just yet. Through Lesmo 1. And a clear road in front now for the 5th placed Ferrari. Could have been a very different story had that Ferrari made it safely into the pits, though, on its in lap. Is there an argument whereby you almost let Kenton Cook go in the Audi, knowing that the car's going to come into the pits anyway, and don't push that battle too far? But I suppose hindsight's a great thing, and you didn't necessarily know that it was going to end in that situation with the Atlanta Speedworks Ferrari.
Well, he's due in next time around, Kenton. So, you know, that tells you all that you would have... all you would have known, all you would have needed to go.
No, I think if they knew it was a straight choice between the incident that played out and, you know, just easing back and potentially allowing the Audi in front, then there's no question you would do the latter, knowing that your pit stop was just around the corner. But, as I say, that's looking back on the event. Once it's happened, they didn't have that luxury at the time.
Kenton due in at the end of this lap. He's completed 28. He did 29 in the first stint, so he should be getting out. Meantime, Rick Breukers, who started this car, well, there hasn't been a weak link in that 98 car, has there, Johnny? You know, all of the three drivers we've now seen, have now cycled through their driving talent, and they've all been exceptionally quick and exceptionally measured. In fact, to be honest, that's possibly, that as the leader does indeed come in at the end of his 29th lap of this stint, that's possibly the only questionable move we've seen that car make. And just proving what you were saying, Nick, that, you know, a moment of rashness or a bad decision can cost you so dearly here.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was very much a case where it got very exciting. It was his last lap. He wanted to stay in the lead, and they went either side of a slow car. But there was a misjudgment initially because Luke actually touched the back of the Atlanta Speedworks car and didn't need to, and then he made a second mistake coming back across. So it's you have to say that is going to be down to the driver, a bit of brain play. But this is, he was at the end of a double stint. He's done nearly 2 hours, an hour and 50 minutes. He was probably really quite chuffed with what he'd achieved, and they had that last lap kind of holiday feeling, which is not good.
Now this is interesting because Team WRT that have not put Mirko Bortolotti back in that car. They put Marcin back in, and he was who Kenton took over from. Now I'm not aware, Nick, and you can tell me if there's any restrictions on how much the drivers can do in terms of time in the race.
No, I think because there's 3 drivers in every single car minimum. I think the maximum you can do is 6 hours. There's no rest thing, where you have to take 2 hours. So, for example, you could do, if you wanted to, 4 hours, 2 hours on, 20 minutes off, 2 hours on, but you couldn't exceed the 6 hours in total.
Back out into the race, and I think without losing the lead, the number 1 car, significant. Yeah, back on the track. Without losing the lead. We have not seen the Optimum car come around with Peter Klauiter. There is the Optimum car coming through the final corner, the parabolic now. So that's the gap between first and second, with the WRT Audi, Johnny Palmer, already on its way through the Curva Grande and off to the second chicane.
Yeah, and neatly placed as a result. So let's find out how this is going to develop over the next 10 to 15 laps. Again, we're going to have a newish pattern to get used to. Half a minute then between the WRT Audi and the Optimum Mercedes. Klauiter trying to hunt down Martin Skrzymczak, and Fabrice Cornelis in 3rd position, with this lap 175 currently being worked. So the top 3 have changed very slightly. One of the key favourites, Red Camel Esports, having to ride a storm recently, but it's retaining 4th place and is ahead of the Black Falcon Mercedes of Gerard Tryman van der Helm in car number 4. Daniel Rowbottom now taking charge, or indeed bringing that Sicily Motorsport Mercedes in from 6th place, and we'll wait to see who takes over the number 33 car. Would it be Chaz Cleland once again, or perhaps Adam Morgan back in? Well, Dan took over from Adam in the last stop, I seem to remember.
It's Chaz who gets in the car, which is looking pretty good now after its repair it had to undergo. So the last laps seem to be back on pace to where it was before it had that visit into the barriers at the exit of the Ascari Champagne. Chaz Cleland, who won the recent Mofo.
Did you say the Ascari Champagne?
Chicane.
I think you said champagne.
Did. I know, I'm sorry. You're absolutely right. It should be Prosecco. It's Italy, isn't it?
Very good.
Already thinking about the stuff that sprayed at the end, are you, Nick? Is that the deal? Yeah.
So just so you know,
we're only 6.5 hours away from it.
Chaz Cleland is actually a race engineer in real life, and he actually won the Mofo Club Championship.
Oh, did he?
Last week. Yep, he was his overall Skippy champion across 12 races. Skippy is a Skip Barber 2000, which is a school car, which is all about four-wheel drift and oversteer. Nothing like these things at all.
19th position, having made up a position in class then since last we talked about the Team RSL powered by Mo4 machine.
Yeah, we got Joe on board he's just turning laps. He's doing a good little job here. He's just he's not. He just punted over the backside and got 4 points. He just hit the that yellow car and got
That's
a 4
the
points.
Leipzig car.
Yeah, so it's difficult because, as you say, people are making their speeds differently, and sometimes a car which goes past you think that's great, then doesn't actually accelerate as you think it's going to, because he's having his own attempt to gather up what's ever gone wrong in the previous corner. But yeah, so I don't know. We've got plenty of hours. The car is a second and a half, 2 seconds off what it could be, but hopefully we can get the thing a bit further up. We were aiming for 15th in class. We wanted to get the top half of the class.
Right, well, you're 19th now. There's only 4 cars got to fall out between now and the end of the race. You don't even have to. And frankly, Nick.
I love the way we went to fall out rather than us overtake them.
Well, I know, but let's be honest. Yeah. There is a reasonable expectation that the attrition rate, whilst it won't always be as it was right at the beginning, because there are fewer cars on the track, but you have to expect that other people will get problems. Oops. 113, I think that is, with the blue on it, that has just gone off, which is the 110, excuse me, the Lestrup team.
That's right. Swedish flag on the roof of that car.
I should have spotted that, shouldn't I? That's the Swedish blue, correct. And that car, again, has been turning laps, doing what it needs to do. Still slightly damaged. There's very few cars out there that aren't, in some ways, slightly less perfectly designed than when they started. It's Stefan Nilsson behind the wheel of that 110, and he's running 10th in class, but still running in the Lestrup car. It's a real-world entrance. Sorry, Nick, go ahead.
It's certainly a battle. That's why everyone's got little nips and dings and bangs. And I think it's one of the things I think you will find that wouldn't have happened in a real-world race is that coming through these very tight chicanes, people aren't quite as spatially aware as they would be in a real car, and therefore you do get these people coming together even when there's no one really at fault.
Here's the recovering Rick Breukers then round the outside of the Curva Grande, heading up towards, in the gathering golden sunlight, up to Variante della Roggia. Now, what's
quite worrying?
Yeah, I was going to say, because you're going to be getting in soon, aren't you?
I'm not in. No, because after me it's Darren, so Darren's going to get the run into the night, and I now realise I think I'm doing one in full dark. Oh, this damn clock's not going back. It's all put us out of sync.
Well, it's 4:30 in the UK, 5:30 therefore in Italy, and I said 6:45, I think. So it'll be properly dark by the time you take over, Nick.
Well,
all the best for that.
Well, thanks, everyone. Hooray!
And the headlights on these Mercedes are not very good, did you say?
They're okay, unless you lose one, or if you are trying to go up a hill or down dale that's not quite where it's aligned. But luckily, Monza's a flat track on the whole, or flat enough.
What about that dip for the track as you negotiate the straight or sort of gradual curve between the second Lesmo and the Ascari chicane? Because the track drops away, doesn't it? Underneath the bridge and then back up again.
Not too much of a problem because it's just it affects a bit of straight lining, so you just that's not the problem.
You're not
trying to side the corner. It's slightly obvious. It's sighting the apex is the issue.
Yeah.
So that shouldn't be a problem. I haven't actually done. This is not really where I should confess this. I haven't actually done any dark laps at this track at all.
Excellent.
I have done dark laps at other tracks with this car. I have done no laps whatsoever in this car in the dark.
Coming out of the Ascari Champagne, as we're going to be calling it now, 5th position is Gerard Thiemann in the black Falcon green Mercedes, and ahead is Nick Foster, and not that far ahead, about a Mercedes length ahead. That's Gerard Thiemann van der Helm in that green car, chasing him down towards the pit wall, across the line. He complete 178 laps is that for them. or 177 in fact, as they go across the line. So at the moment, WRT first and second, 42 seconds between them. Then Red Camel in third, another 30 seconds further back. And this beautiful evening light here. Remember, if you're thinking, well, it's getting dark a bit early here, the time for this event is set, and the sunset times is set for March the 28th, which is the day that the race should have run in real life. So the weather is taking in the prevailing weather conditions at the time, and the sunset also taking in what it would have been at that time. Second and third pretty close in the Cup Porsche class. Race Union chasing down MRS, JP.
Yeah, and we've seen this situation for, well, quite a number of hours actually, with MRS Sim Racing dominant in the lead of the class. Nicholas Laubisch still doing a wonderful job there in 10th position overall in the leading Porsche 911 GT3 Cup car, but second and third have been so closely bunched for, well, at least the last couple of hours. Marvin Otterbach now trying to hunt down Matthias de Tiga, and the 980 car then being driven by de Tiga, who is, where's Martin from? I just want to make sure I'm saying his surname correctly. 980 of Belgium, so yeah, probably is de Tiga, and sharing that car with Glenn van Parijs earlier on in the race, but just a second between those two Porsches.
Marvin Otterbach's been in third every time I've looked at the standings in this, and he's been in the car every time I've looked as well. Just a point that they've not got anywhere near the leaders in class, which is MRS Sim Racing 2, the Nicholas Laubisch driven car, which has been hovering around the top 10 overall and is where it sits at the moment in 10th position. And you know, it is so close between these cars in class, JP, that the little advantage that they got in that shuffle around in the schmozzle at the start of the race, when they were up, I think, into 6th or 7th position overall, has just not been able to be closed down by the cars, because the performance levels of the cars are so close together.
Yeah, they are, and we see this in real life as well. I remember, you know, several times we've looked at a Creventic race 6, 7, 8 hours old, and very often you can find two of the Cup Division Porsches literally nose to tail, and they've been like that for, you know, the last 2/3 of the race, and I'm expecting these two to probably stay together for quite some time. What they're not doing, though, is working with each other necessarily to try and reel in the race leader. Nicholas Laubisch, along with his teammates, doing a splendid job for the 989 crew, which is another entry from MRS Sim Racing.
Just a quick word we gave with Kenton Cook. We spoke to him before he went in the car. Welcome back to the broadcast booth, Kenton, from Charlotte, North Carolina. Right, you've done your 2 stints now. You led the race, and was there any contact? Are you going to have to change that purple car in the rest of your racing now, mate?
I may have to change it to not purple. We'll see. Yeah, it went good. I can't really complain and whatnot. It was a pretty smooth stint. You know, there was a few landmines to dodge out there. I had a little bit of side-to-side contact with the TCR, but it was very, very small. But yeah, it was good. It was good fun. And then, yeah, it was unfortunate to see Luke.
Yeah, Luke. Luke Breukers.
Yeah, Luke,
how did that play out from your point of view? He was on his in lap, and he went for a gap on another GT3 car. He's putting another lap on. How did that play out from your point of view, sitting in behind him?
Yeah, so it looked like Todd Lamb in the Ferrari there was, you know, going down the left side of the road, trying to, you know, let the car pass on the right. And Luke went to the left, and you know, that didn't work out too well. And since I was on the right rear quarter of Todd in the blue Ferrari there, he didn't really want to go to the right in the brake zone, so it kind of crowded Luke down to the inside, and Luke came up where Todd had no more track to go right, and he spun himself off the nose.
what's the which is all good news for you, and on such things do racers in any format turn as well. What was the thought of putting Marcin back in rather than Mirko Bortolotti?
I think Bortolotti took a break. I think he's at the shop or something.
Oh, okay.
Or I don't know. But yeah, he just wanted to I think make a little change. But yeah, I don't know. That was a plan from the beginning to do that.
Okay. So are you in next, or is Mirko getting in after the double that Marcin's doing?
We'll find out. I think we're playing that by ear right now.
Okay. And how you didn't take tyres in the middle of your double, which gave you track position. So is that because the track's been cooling down? Because in the heat of the day, very few people were making a double stint work.
Oh, completely. The car was, first of all, you kind of had to manage the first stint. You can't really slide the car a whole lot, because if you slide the car, that's really what destroys the tires a bit. So I kind of conserved in the first half while the track was cooling down. And then when the second stint came, the tires were still pretty good even when the track was getting better. So on my final lap, I still did like a 49.0 on the second set of tires, or the second stint on the same tires. I honestly think we probably could have done a triple if we really wanted to, but there really wasn't. It wasn't necessary.
Kenton, well done, mate. Enjoy. We'll see you back in the car later on, and obviously keep supporting Marcin. Who's doing the race tactics here? Are you guys working that out between yourself, or have you got a dedicated team manager?
Yeah, that's us. We're the main people. But yeah, Mirko's helping a lot on that. Yeah, we're just kind of being smart. We've got a lot of good drivers on the team, so we kind of all have good input, and we all agree on the same things. So it ends up working out in everyone's favor to have some smart people. So it's really fun to kind of do it on your own.
All right, mate. Well, have a bit of a break and get your feet up somewhere, and we'll speak to you later on. We'll see you back in the car. Cheers, Kenton.
Yeah, we'll do. You too, all right?
All right, no problems, man. Kenton Cook out of the leading A-Team WRT Audi. His teammate, Marcin Skripczak, I think. I should have asked Kenton that, really. Shouldn't I? But very interesting what we heard there from Kenton, Nick. And so able to double stint the tyres if you're careful with them in that Audi on the first stint.
Yeah, I mean, you get the idea that the professional drivers with a car that's well balanced would get that second stint out of them. We're looking at around about 60% left on the front left for us, which is fine. But once you get down to ideally 20%, the thing's not working very well. It's not like it goes to zero and then you have nothing. It gradually degrades.
Right.
And it's about having a stable car. I mean, they have the ability to adjust and use their talent not to lose the 28 seconds that a tyre stop will cost them due to running double stinting. So it's worth their while doing it. As you move down the grid, and of course the tyres are free, which is a key point, John. You may as well just keep taking, because the risk against the reward is just not enough.
Just picking up on some things from earlier on, Jem Littman sent me a message a little while ago, which I apologise. I'm only now getting the opportunity to scroll back through some of the other forms of communication. They picked up damage on the first lap in that Webheads car, led to an engine failure, which was why they were taking a 40 minute repair, and quite a lot of people went in early as well after that first lap incident. But now at least we know that's what happened there. And say hello to Lucy Payne as well, who is the Virage team out there at the moment. And they've had an up and down day. They were having, I think, a few connection issues early on as well. At RSL_studio, if you want to get in touch with us as the light turns to that lovely golden hue, Johnny Palmer, that the photographers like so much. And there are virtual photographers as well that Creventic have for this. I know Gary Paravani's been doing some work in the virtual world as well, but it's looking lovely. But quite a lot of the track now is in shade, so it's going to be cooling down quite quickly.
Yes, it is. Yeah, all the photographers respecting the red zones, which is good to see as well.
Yeah,
they were carefully mapped out in the briefing at the start of the day. But it looks great, doesn't it? And I'm impressed with how much of the near scenery is mapped as well. So in the high shots, you can really see into the distance of this part of northern Italy, to the city of Monza nearby as well. And yes, in about an hour's time, I reckon that's going to be official sunset time. So enjoy the next hour, folks, as the sun gets closer and closer to the horizon. Golden at the first chicane.
Wow, that's fabulous. Nick Damon earlier on mentioned the Ascari champagne rather than chicane. You know, we need to have a bit of an intervention with him, clearly, on that. Yeah. Right Turn Lover says, surely that should be the Ascari Spumante then, shouldn't it?
Now, a little known fact about this track and this mapping by iRacing. Do you know that you can run the 1950s combined circuit?
Oh, you're kidding me. The race of two worlds.
You can run the combined circuit, and have been racing the combined circuit as the Sicily car goes round.
Right in behind the Leipert car at the time. That was 7th and 8th. Dan Wells and Chaz Cleland battling, and Cleland it is that goes around. Now, once again, jump or pushed. He's ahead of the Leipert car as they're heading into the Ascari Spumante. Side by side. I'll get told off for that. Down the inside, the Leipert car is there. Oh, gets hit by the GT4 car. Gets hit by the GT4 car in behind with the stars and stripes on the roof. And absolutely nailed.
I don't know whether Chaz was slightly extra braking to allow the space for the 4th place.
Yeah, I think you're right. That's very unfortunate. You'd be really cheesed off by that, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I mean, in fairness, the GT4s, they're quite heavy, and I'm sure he's probably on the end of his ABS braking as it was. So it wasn't like he could press it a bit harder and not do it. I think he just got caught out by Chaz trying to leave space for the other Mercedes to get through.
Pretty sure that was the Ferda Autosport portion, number 469, the guilty party there, and 469 in 5th position currently in the Cayman class. Lance Bergstein doing the driving currently, so that may well have altered the performance of Lance's car as well, because it was a pretty hard nerve into the Ascari chicane that time around. More frantic light flashing from the
so that makes you a lot faster.
The 9th place car.
I reckon that gives you 15 miles an hour down the straight, mate.
Oh yeah. So Chaz Cleland eager to get the places back that he's just lost.
How far did he drop back?
9th position.
Oh, really? Right, okay, so he's dropped a couple of places. Actually, no, he's only dropped one place. He was in 8th, wasn't he? So Luca Trunk in Fun M Motorsport, the BMW now up into 8th position, basically by staying out of the way.
Yeah,
and staying out of trouble.
It's half the battle won, isn't it? If you manage to stay away from other cars and just mind your own business, then the race will come to you, is the old rule.
And that was really the tactics, Nick, that you and the RSL Powered by Mulford team were looking at. It hasn't exactly worked, but trucking on.
There were 54 other people trying to make that more difficult, added by the fact that you can also make your own mistakes. But no, we've in fairness, since that rather severe wall smashing early on, they've had 3 or 4 stints where maybe nothing worse than a little bit of a clip here and a little touch there. So,
and up to 18th in class now, Bradley at the wheel.
He's doing a great job again. He's just absolutely solid, just keeping it in the middle of the road, not getting involved in any arguments, and running the car at 152.5 to 153.5. Again, about a second and a half below what it should be.
Johnny, look at that BMW. It's virtually immaculate as Bradley crosses the line. It can't be said the same about that car. And that's the difference, 8th versus 18th in class. You know, the car's more difficult to drive, it's difficult to wring a time out of it, and therefore you're dropping back. The metallic red on the side really starting to pop in the evening sunshine, and if there was a Concorde Elegance at the start of the race, it would have been well up there with that lovely red, white and blue livery. But unfortunately, as bent as that car is, that is slowing them down. Now, we see a little bit of the damage modelled on the car, but that car is suffering. What did you say, Nick? Did you say it was about 10 kph, 8 to 10 kph down on the straights?
Losing a second and a half, yeah.
Yeah, okay. So, and all right, it's a 12-hour race, but you're not going to make that back, are you?
No. But a lot of these incidents.
Oops.
Oh, speaking of which, Atlanta Speedworks car exiting across the Lesmo gravel trap there, and did it not touch the barrier? I think it has done, because the rear end of that Ferrari not looking too pretty at all. It's already had a big moment on the Ascari chicane and then rattled down the barrier to the Parabolica. That was several hours ago now.
So again, was that just a mistake on older tyres? Goes down the inside of the Lestrup car, then backs out of it, isn't on the racing line when you turn in, and no, dodges out. Well, it's going to be side-by-side contact into the second Lesmo, is it? No, too much inside curb to the second Lesmo. But again, the basics of motor racing, JP, and you and I have watched a lot of it, and we might not be able to trace a racing line, but we know what one looks like. If you enter on a compromised line into a fast corner like Lesmo 2, you cannot take the same speed through the corner as if you were on the ideal line.
No, certainly not.
Physics takes over.
Yeah, and then there was also the sort of mixed message in the mind there as to whether to go overtake the Audi or not. So throttle nailed, then eased back off the throttle. The balance of the car wasn't quite right. It went into the second Lesmo at a much tighter angle, caught the curb, and that was enough to throw it into a spin. I think it did make the tyre wall, albeit a glancing blow, but that's made the rear damage on that Atlanta Speedworks car a little worse. And I'm sure that's being felt now for the remainder of the lap. But the car not needing to pit, 23rd position in class for that car. It's Peter Ensor at the wheel of one of many Ferrari 488s in the GT3 category.
We're going to bid a fond farewell to Nick Damon at this point, so he can get ready for his next stint.
The dark in an hour.
Yeah, go and grab yourself something to eat. Thanks, Nick. Great insight. Thank you very much indeed.
See you at 8. Cheers, guys.
See you later. And that means that in about 10 minutes' time, we'll welcome back Bruce Jones. So Johnny and John for the moment, as this race reaches, I think, one of its crucial stages. We're coming down a half distance, and a lot of people, Johnny, will be, people ask about how do you get through an endurance race. The way we get through an endurance race is the way the teams get through it. They break it up into smaller chunks. Yeah. So it's get past the first corner, I always think. Always good in an endurance race. Then maybe the first couple of stints, find out where you are on your fuel. Then, depending on how long your race is, first quarter, let's say. So maybe the first 4 hours, well, we're through that, into the first half of the race, get that done. 2/3, 3/4 maybe, or towards darkness, and then from that survive to the end and push on with whatever you've got. And that's the only way you can do that. You have little cue points, little checkpoints, if you will, throughout the race.
Yeah, it's about slicing it down into little bite-sized chunks rather than thinking, blimey, we've got 12 hours to get through, and a car that's got to last the distance as well, or a broadcast that's got to remain interesting for the whole 12 hours too. But more concentrate on, your half-hour points, I suppose. And no doubt about it, psychologically, halfway is a really good milestone. You think all the rest of that's left, we've already done more than that. So when you get down to 5 hours to go, 4 hours to go, psychologically you can map your way to the finish, having already done the lion's share. But it's far better to think about it in smaller sections.
Well, if you actually thought about doing a 24-hour race or a 12-hour race, you'd think this is bonkers, and it would scare the life out of you. All right, 6 hours and 6.5 minutes to go live from Monza. It's the 24-hour series, the Hankook 12 Hours of Monza on RS1 for audio and in sound and vision too, thanks to Neo Endurance and to Race Sport. So, Johnny Palmer, what do we reckon at the head of the field? 43 seconds between the two WRT cars at the moment, then another 35 seconds back to Red Camel. What a different story that could have been had it not been for, do you call it an error of judgment? Do you call it a bit of impetuousness? It was his in-lap for Luke Breukers, took one chance. In fact, it's about the only chance, but that's the irony of that to me, that's about the only car we've seen, the only chance we've seen that car take.
True, yeah, the only gamble, and it didn't seem like too much of a gamble at the time. You know, you're presented with a car that is occupying its own line on the run out of the second Lesmo down into the Ascari chicane. I'm sure Luke Breukers had negotiated a car in a similar position like that 5, 6, 7 times already in the race. But there was first of all the misjudgment as to where his front right splitter was, because it made contact with the back of the blue and yellow Ferrari, which briefly pitched the orange Ferrari of Red Camels into the air. That sort of put it off its stride, really, and I think it lost forward momentum, therefore, so that when they got to the point at the Ascari chicane where Luke was naturally going to take more of a racing line just to shallow out the angle of attack, he wasn't clear of the number 84 Ferrari, and that was where the most severe contact was made. And all of a sudden, you know, from a relatively serene position, he's going from one side of the track to the other and spearing into the barrier. But part of that is down to Kenton Cook's mere attendance, you know, mere presence.
Yeah.
And he'd already been under pressure for the previous 3 or 4 corners. Not that Kenton was, you know, turning the screw that much. It was just the fact he was there, and he could have stuck the nose up the inside of the orange Ferrari a few times, chose not to, but just sitting in the rearview mirrors, you know, that just adds an extra element for Luke to have to concentrate on, and it means that sometimes your decision making is slightly compromised.
Want to say a big thank you to Hugo Lewis from Racespot.tv, who's been cutting the pictures for the first half of this race. We'll swap to Bossman Will for the second half in around about 4 or 5 minutes time. Hugo, thank you very much indeed for all your hard work. Can you do me one favour? Can we have a look on the onboard of the 62 and see what helmet Joe Bradley is wearing? I think he's got a Nicky Lauda tribute helmet, which in the week of the anniversary of Nicky's death is a very nice touch he has. Nice touch from Bradders there, well spotted by Nick Holland on that. And Bradley's driving very calculated in a damaged car at the moment, but back up to 18th in class, having passed Andreas Fink relatively recently.
There's a car to be avoided right in the middle of the track there. I think sideways. I only caught the back end of that, staring down at my laptop, but Joe had to compromise his line coming out of the second Lesmo because of a broadside car, I think. Didn't even catch the number of it.
Oof, big bit of curb in the first part of the Ascari chicane for Bradley. Now heading down towards the parabolic. Notice the sun is getting a bit lower. We'll get in the eyes that you have to drive these cars from the onboard cockpit view. That is part of the regulations, and that means he's going to get on a couple of parts of the track. It might be just starting to be low enough now that isn't so bad. All in shade down the start-finish straight. By the way, if you're a Nicky Lauda fan, or in fact if you're a fan of motorsport, our big interview on Wednesday gone, which was the anniversary, the 20th of Nicky's death. John Saltonstall was our guest. John has put together quite an extraordinary and comprehensive record of all 316 of Nicky Lauda's races, with a start to finish, a little race report, and at least one picture from each of them. And there's some real oddities in there. Talk about a labour of love. 500 pictures in that book, available from Evro Publishers. If you get a chance, have a listen back to Midweek Motorsport via your usual podcast supplier. Search for Midweek Motorsport or Radio Le Mans or Radio Show Limited. Midweek Motorsport is mainly what you want to look at. So 1 minute and 6 seconds before we can say we're halfway there. And the unmistakable noise in the background tells me that Bruce Jones will be coming online shortly.
Ding dong.
Hello, Bruce.
Hello there, John. Glad to see it's all going well. I kept dipping in and out over the past 3 hours, but I must say, if you take away Red Camel, it has to be said that the Ferrari challenge really did take a bit of a knock. Bear in mind,
absolutely.
They sort of filled out the top 10 pretty much in qualifying.
Yeah, I think it was. Did we say there were 7 out of the top 10 that were Ferraris? They're now in second place because Kenneth Gulbrandsen has just pitted from second place. They're the first of the WRTs to stop. Remember, they had that short stint for some repairs, a 16-lap stint, but then did do a 30-lap stint after that. So second now for the bright orange car as we head to exactly 6 hours gone, halfway through. It's Johnny Palmer, John Heinzhoff and Bruce Jones, with still WRT's Audi leading by now 1 minute and 19 seconds. And the positions in the classes, in terms of at least the leaders to halfway, no points for being ahead at halfway, by the way. Still Nicholas Laubich in the MRS Sim Racing 2 team, the 989, in 11th position overall, leading the Cup class for Porsche 911s. Porsche 718 Club Sport GT4 class, 476 Matthias Schoger, duo by Sim Racing, and he has his teammate leading another class. That's the 176 Felix Luding, the man who sat on pole position for duo by Sim Racing, Sim RC TCR. That's the 176 car. That's how it stands at halfway. And just to bring Bruce up to date, Luke Breukers on his in-lap in the lead of the race. Bruce making a dive down the inside into Ascari and getting caught up with one of the back marking Ferraris and costing them a bit of time, and that's why that car is not in the lead right now.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I had a quick look at the lap times. I saw one that was very much out of kilter, and that must have been the one the crime occurred on. So anyhow, but they've stayed out of trouble. That's what I recall about the Red Camel's car. They could have made moves, particularly when Rick was at the wheel in the first part of the race, but he just decided to wait. And caution definitely has been a useful element for them in keeping damage down.
I think we said, Johnny, didn't we, that pretty much that was the first. I mean, I wouldn't even call it rash, but it was the first move that they made that in any way could have been described as even slightly risky.
Yeah, I know. And I think it was a situation that just landed in Luke's lap, really, that he had to deal with. He hadn't planned for it. There was no risk assessment involved. It was just, well, I'm in a situation here, kind of similar to what happened in the second chicane there, with an Audi stuck right in the middle of the track.
That's Giovanni Pacifici in the Fat Auto Tech car, and that will benefit the guys from the RSL by Morford team. What happened here, JP?
All on its own, yeah. And
didn't wind the lock off.
Big nose into the barrier there, and then struggling to find a forward gear, getting perilously close to the racing line with cars arriving on scene, not expecting a car to be stranded there.
That was actually quite sensible. And here's the pass for position as Joe Bradley comes by on the left-hand side and takes that position, I reckon. Has he gone through? Oh, not quite. So he's got a lap back now, at least, though, on that car.
So that's the 62 car, and now rejoining right behind is the 17th placed still Audi, but they are now on the same lap, albeit separated by a car length to the 18th placed machine in class.
I think they're 5 laps apart, gentlemen, looking at my timing screen. Maybe I'm a bit out of the loop.
No, you may well be right.
Okay.
Because, of course, the RSL Mercedes had a lot of ground to make up after all their damage repairs.
Correct.
And fell down to about 43rd position, but chipping their way back up into 29th now. Starter driver Darren Wood back on board.
Right, yes, they've just made their pit stop. That's why they've dropped down a bit further. They had got up into 19th position 18th position from the 21st, I think was the worst they dropped down to in class. Nick telling us that they were aiming for halfway up the field, so 15th in class is what they're looking at. So this race then ebbing and flowing, but still plenty of cars out on the track. And one of the things I like about this, Bruce, and you and I have talked about this before, cars who have had long stops, we've had engine changes earlier on in the race as well. Certainly the Webhead's car, we've now found out, had to have an engine which took them over 40 minutes in real time. Good to see that those, quite a lot of the cars that have had early problems have carried on racing. There's still quite a relative lack of retirements.
Well, they're sort of diving into a 6-hour race now, aren't they?
Yeah.
That's the beauty of a 12-hour race. But the thing about it, to me, was how much things can change. One of the cars, in fact, the driver who was the star of the opening stints of the race for me was Andreas Fink.
Yeah.
He's down in 18th in class in that number 88 car collection Audi. I saw them starting to fall down towards the end of 3 hours, but they've fallen a whole lot further. Can you tell me why? What happened to that Audi? They're down in 18th in class now, just 9 seconds up on the RSL Mercedes.
That was the bright red. That's the bright red car, wasn't it?
Red one, yeah.
Yeah, that had an accident, and I can't remember if it was them or they got turned around, but that certainly had an accident and ended up in the wall with and it's still got the badly deranged rear wing, but it dropped well down. They had to take a stop for repairs. Can you remember what happened to that, JP?
I'm trying to remember now. There was an Audi that got turned around into the second chicane, wasn't there, that hammered the wall, but I don't think it was the 88.
No, it was. That's right. And then it got hit again by the Ferrari as the Ferrari was, as the AMG GT3 that piled in at ridiculous speed.
Yes.
That was that one, was it?
I think so.
And then got hit again as it came off. I can't remember if that was a Ferrari or an Audi now, but definitely I'm pretty certain it had accident damage, that car.
And then obviously, you're soaking up 10, 20, 30 seconds with every additional time, every pit stop after that, trying to just progressively repair the damage. So it may not have all been in one hit that it's lost time in recent hours. Also, just a gradual thing as they're trying to fine-tune the car as much as possible. It looks rather sorry for itself, but I think under the skin, it is getting better and better with every stop.
Here's a very interesting tweet at RSL_studio, hashtag RSL Monza 12H. Simon Tibbett from Tibbett Racing, Tibbett Motorsport, halfway, still turning laps. This may be a virtual race, but it's serious competition. I've done real 24-hour series races. This is not a video game. It caught me out earlier. Respect to the fast sim guys. And I think, Bruce, that's a comment that's been echoed by pro drivers across the world in the last 8 or 10 weeks, isn't it?
To be frank, John, I think they were shocked, deeply shocked when they dipped their toe, if indeed it was their first go in sim racing, at just the sheer level of preparation that these drivers do. Some of them have not been outside for about 3 years now, John, I joke. But they put in hour after hour, day after day in practicing. And one of the points in which they're good, you can fully understand how good they might be individually, one at a time, doing laps, but they're fantastic in traffic, and their racecraft has been brilliant, and that has been a real eye-opener. And when you get drivers of the standards of Mirko Bortolotti, who can do anything in a GT3 car, having to really fight their corner, and Mirko's come on just by those important increments of half a second here or there, literally since we've been broadcasting last 5-6 weeks. So they're catching up, the top pro drivers, but really the level they came in at, they were shocked at the level of effectively the pro sim racers, who are astronomically talented.
Again, the Audi off the circuit there, right in front of that number 88 that we've been talking about, the car collection, the red car collection car, the blue and white car collection machine, the more, might say, traditional colours. They've managed to, now where have they got to? They've dropped well out of contention, haven't they, that car? The other thing I think that caught people out, Johnny, and again talking to the manufacturer representatives who are taking part, with the manufacturers who are taking part in the IMSA iRacing Pro Series, next race on Thursday, by the way, 10:30 UK time for the Michelin Countdown to Green. Bruce touched on it there, the amount of preparation that's going on and the setup and the tweaks, and let's get 3 or 4 cars running from the same team. BMW took it very seriously from the off, and Porsche and Ford and everyone else are having to play a bit of catch up here.
Yeah.
And Porsche finally got their first victory last time out with Nick Tandy, who, when he came back into sim racing, said, I'll be happy if I'm in the top 25, and he just about did that. He was a bit unlucky, in fairness. He's won his now 3rd race back, and Porsche have now taken it much more seriously, and there's a lot of work going in. And I think that's the other part of it that people don't realise. To call this a video game, and I do see people still saying that, it's just a video game. If you come in with that idea, it's just a video game, you're not going to get very far, and you're certainly not going to be able to compete at this level. And we've already seen somebody disqualified from this race for not taking it seriously.
I think, as Bruce mentioned already, until you're actually in it, you're fully engaged, either as a fan watching or as a driver / mechanic piloting these things, setting the cars up, then you realise quite how competitive it is. We have 55 starters in this race today, midday Central European summertime, and the cream very quickly rises to the top, but that's not a luck thing. That is down to preparation, and then the ability to post great lap times with consistency, and then you've got B and C drivers to factor into that. Some crews have got 5 drivers, and they've all had to ensure that they've had sufficient practice, whether that be on this Monza circuit or maybe in other events as well, and trying to find a common setup that suits all 5 drivers. I had this conversation with Nick Damon earlier on about how much potentially the Mercedes number 62 setup has been compromised to factor in the lesser experienced drivers, and ideally people like Darren Darren Wood and Joe Bradley would have liked the car to be slightly more on a knife edge. It could have coped with that fine, but the other 3 guys, then that would have left them in a too fragile position. So, I mean, there's just so much to think about, and a lot of it doesn't come to the fore until you've experienced it for the first time and you realise, man, we're way off here. How much more time and effort have we got to invest just to be anywhere close to the pace?
Well, I tell you one person who's been hugely interested in it. He's an engineer at BMW Motorsport, but he was a racer beforehand. Jeroen Den Boer, who raced in the ADAC GT Masters Series, decided to try becoming an engineer, has done that. And while there's no metal racing for him to get on with, he's taken to sim racing. But he's been blown away by how accurate the answers are from the sim racers when he asks them questions about setup. And who are his training partners? Philip Eng and Jens Klingman. They all train together from their individual homes, wherever they are around Europe. And it's really given him an extra insight for his regular engineering work. But now we've got plenty happening in the pits, so I suppose we should turn to that.
Yeah, second place car in the pits. Rick Breukers, that's the first of what I expect to be a double. Don't expect to see him take tyres here, so you won't see the car go up on its jack. Alexander Voss is one of the very well respected sim racers that have been helping out the BMW Motorsport guys as well. So in from second for the red camel car, and that was, if I quickly skim across, 28 laps. So that's exactly what Rick has done in the past. He's not managed a 29th, his teammates have, and we have seen a 30 lap, I think it was Fabrice Cornelis did a 30 lap stint, and he actually, I think Fabrice did 2.5 stints. Yeah, he did 16, 30 and then 29 for the number 2 WRT. So that's one of those Ironman stints that Paul Trustwell likes to look at, and I reckon that was no tyres again there. So double stinting the tyres as the sun has gone pretty much down over the horizon, JP, seems to be standard now.
Yeah, and you've got to adapt to the current conditions, haven't you? It might be possible to do double stinting later on in the race when things have cooled down, but that's something to monitor constantly during the warmer portions of the day when the track is at a pretty durable condition as well. But these things, you can develop a pattern, you can just make a decision, and then it's going to change within an hour or so, and you'll have to reevaluate.
Love that in the middle of the track, Cam.
isn't it? Yeah.
It is red camel orange time, isn't it? If the track is that colour at the moment, it is definitely red camel orange out on the circuit, just heading out of Curva Grande down towards the second chicane.
I think if people are just starting to listen and watch the broadcast of the Hankook 12 Hours of Monza, it's worth pointing out, in case they don't know it, it's being held not in May, but on the 28th of March. The simulation is for when the race should have taken place. It's been a brilliant spring day, high 20s in terms of temperature, but don't forget, as it goes from day into night, the temperature's going to fall really rather fast. So definitely double stinting the tyres will be the way to go. It's going to be a steep temperature gradient, that is for sure.
And no tyre warmers either, of course, so if you do put a new set of tyres on, you're going to have to struggle with that. Sun in the eyes of the drivers as they turn in to the parabolic just for a moment, as it's pit stop time coming in. The leader is due in possibly 3 laps time. Just depends how Marcin Svipšak is running in terms of his fuel map. He's got traffic at the moment. And
he's just set that car's fastest lap, John.
Oh, has he?
So he's not hanging around. 1 minute 48.4.
Well, this is the end of his first of what I expect to be 2 stints. Bertolotti did not get into the car after Kenton Cook did his double. Mirko calling the strategy here at the moment, but will do some more driving later. Kenton in Charlotte, North Carolina, which is where he's made his home now. And the leader having just passed. There's the other car collection Motorsport Audi, the blue and white car, sitting, as you can clearly see now, in 21st position. So that's just been presumably, has that just lost that position to the green Ferrari alongside it, or is it laps down? I think it must be laps down.
There's a lap between them.
Ah, yes.
But they're respectively 36 and 37 laps away from the ultimate, the sharp end of the field. So they've had their problems.
On to another lap then for the leader. That will be... Now they'll be starting to look at the fuel, making sure that he can get back around. It's not pristine, that car, but it's gradually improved up until the later afternoon. And it's what, just after 6:15, 6:17 Central European time. But remember, as Bruce said, in March. So the clocks, this was the weekend that the clock sprung forward. So effectively, the night of this race, everybody lost an hour's sleep. Unless you lay in for an hour or more.
Indeed, yeah. But yeah, the race would be done before that point.
Correct.
So that's fine. It doesn't affect arrival time on second race morning. Although remember, this all being run in one chunk, whereas during that weekend, the 27th, 28th of March, it would have been a 2-parter, 4 hours on the Friday afternoon and then 8 hours on the Saturday. But isn't the internet a wonderful thing when you can just type in Sunset Monza Saturday the 28th of March 2020 and it gives you 1846. I mean, that's just, you know, such an exact time.
So that's half an hour.
That's half an hour from now, yeah. Indeed so.
The headlights beginning to become more noticeable, Bruce Jones, as once again we've got these clumps, as we call them, of cars that are running around the circuit. Now, will the WRT come in this time around? I think he is. No, he goes on to one more. Okay. So he'll do another 29 lap stint. So Marcin not only fast, but frugal and light-footed as well.
Well, he's done loads of practice as a regular sim racer, and clearly it's paying off. Maybe Mirko Bortolotti was slightly more cautious in the number of laps that he did. But one point I just want to go to, Johnny just raised about dialing whatever time you want, and you'll have the light that would be at that time. A lot of people now do a lot of photography of sim racing, just try and get your head around that. And I was reading an interview with one of the photographers, I'm afraid I can't remember their name, and they were saying actually it's brilliant when you do shots for manufacturers, because you could just effectively keep changing the time to swivel the light around to be the right angle on the car, the angle you so desire, and then hey presto, that's how it's done. Very clever stuff.
Yeah, quite a few of the championships, and Kravetnik with Neo Endurance and RaceSpot.tv as well as the FCO DNLS Championship, they actually employ people to do publicity shots and have PR releases. And this is not brand new. Remember, this has been going on. Neo Endurance have been running the Creventic. They ran it last winter. They've effectively brought a summer championship forward rather than waiting till October when they would normally have started, with some real world teams here from Creventic. But this is not new. These races have been going on for a very long time indeed. In fact, Bruce and I were commentating on the Nürburgring 24 Hours, which is a very well established iRacing event, Brute. And what was it? Did we say there was 1,400 teams in that?
Yes,
across 20 odd splits?
We were kicking off with only 1,265, but before the start of the race, so many more had joined. It was 1,400 in 55 splits, I think. Yes, so just phenomenal. It really does. You have to sort of keep repeating those numbers to really get them on board. So our race leader is in this time around.
And the question will be for me, do they go for tyres or not on this car? Did he get into the pit box? It looks like he did. And so Team WRT standing still waiting for the second place car. Now with Rick Breukers having stopped and Kenneth Gulbrandsen already having stopped, it'll be Nick Foster who's next around, and he's 2 minutes back, so he's not even on the lead lap. He's just gone back onto the lead lap. I reckon Shripchak, who will stay in that car if they follow the plan that we've seen so far, I think he'll get out again without losing the lead. The question to me is, does he put new tyres on? And the answer, tyres there were none, JP.
No, the car stayed on the ground. That's the giveaway, whether it goes up on the jacks or not. But obviously they just want to get the car back into the race, and they'll take the punishment later on in this stint for double stinting the tyres. But it'll be less severe than it was in the real heat of the day. Although, again, track surface tends to retain its heat far more than the ambient temperature. It'll take a bit of time for that to cool down, particularly the areas now being affected by that low sunlight.
Interesting, and Bruce, you weren't around, but we had Kenton Cook in with us for an interview, and he said...
I was around. Very good interview too.
Yeah, I thought it was interesting. He said
just
you've got to be...
Just riding it off.
Well, but he came in after he'd driven as well. And and said you have to be so careful. As the Ferrari spins right in front of the leader, and that was just a little bit too much of the right foot. That's the Atlas BX car that was on pole position, Stephen Shaw, one of the Korean drivers there. And as I said, right in front of the drivers, that could have been disastrous for Masin Shripchak. What happened here? I don't think there was a touch. No, not close enough. Oh, too much curb on the inside, up onto two wheels, and around it goes. Catches it and gets it pointing in the right direction without stalling it on the track, and then pulls out right in front of the Reiter Engineering GT3. Yeah, Kenton's saying, Bruce, if you're going to double stint and you know you're going to double stint, the first stint is actually the more crucial, because you can't be sliding the car around in that first stint. And he was putting in fantastic lap times, Johnny, wasn't he? In the last 2 or 3 laps of his stint, chasing down the leader and ultimately perhaps pressuring the leader into that tiny error of judgment, or at least making him go for a gap that perhaps earlier in his stint he might not have done.
Yeah, and I mean, it was also down to, out positioning Luke Breukers as well, forcing him to the left-hand side of the track, quite possibly, and knowing that the car he was battling with was right over his right shoulder. He needed to defend into the Ascari chicane, and he went for a move that maybe he wouldn't have done had he not been being chased there. And that just shows what pressure does. It forces your hand a little bit. And Luke Breukers, an experienced race driver despite his young age, but when you have to go for a gap, like you say, when normally you would leave it well alone, that's job done as far as Kenton Cook's concerned.
Let's check in with this number 2 E-Team WRT team, sitting in 3rd position at the moment, and welcome back to Fabrice Cornelis. Fabrice, welcome back to the booth. The car is, to my eyes, looking a little bit better, so there's been a bit of repair going on there. What's it like on the circuit as it's cooled down?
It's getting better, yeah. I mean, the right rear is pretty good. Only the left is still a bit of damage if I look. But times are getting better. We are like up 2 kph now, but we're still down like 3. But yeah, it's better. But the biggest issue we had was the Peter disconnecting 2 hours ago. So we lost like 1 full lap with that. So yeah, that's a bit sad. But yeah, it happens with internet racing, I guess.
And what do you do in that situation then? We were talking about this earlier on, and you know, we see a lot of real world racing. The next driver's normally in the pit about half an hour or so before he needs to. In my case, if I'm getting kitted up, I hate being rushed, so I'm kitted up maybe 20 minutes ready to go with everything on except my gloves. You guys must have to have someone on standby pretty much all the time.
Yeah, you kind of need to. Luckily, I was spotting for him at that time, and I was ready. I didn't go to the toilet, so that was a bit of an issue while driving. The water was a bit high, but I managed to keep the keel in my seat. And yeah, I mean, it's a bit sad because we lost the lap, but yeah. His internet died. I think something is happening with Poland at the moment because Marcin, the number 1 car, his internet also died like 2 hours ago. So it must be something with Poland at the moment.
and that's, I mean, that is something that's unique to online racing because you're absolutely at the beck and call, if you will, of local internet. And whether it's the fact that somebody's having a house party down the street and a whole load of teenagers are downloading stuff from Netflix, or you know, somebody digs up a road and splits some fibre, there's absolutely nothing you can do about that.
Yeah, I remember actually one race, I think it's 2 years ago, it was a Finnish championship, and at that moment the internet in complete Finland, the electricity went out, and so the whole, like, everyone disconnected out of the server and there was no one driving anymore. So yeah, sometimes it happens. I'm luckily in Belgium, we have quite good internet, so I'm quite lucky with that. But yeah, it happens, it's part of racing, so yeah.
Halfway through the race, you and your teammate first and second at the moment, all having completed 7 stops, although Rick Breukers is still there, just 18 seconds behind. You three are all on the lead lap. So half of the race still to go. What's the next big checkpoint for you guys? Getting into the dark?
Yeah, I mean, it's quite a nice sunset now. The sun is getting lower. It's a bit, you can't see that. Some apexes you can't really see anymore that good because of the sun is being very low, and it's kind of like the orange is reflecting on some of the curves. So that's also a thing you need to take in account. But yeah, let's hope we can. At the moment we are P2, but yeah, we got Rick quite close to us, and also we're on a completely different pit strategy than the P3 guy, than Monza E-Sports. So yeah, we need to see how it goes, and yeah, let's see.
And this is a circuit where we seldom see darkness running because of the noise restrictions here at Monza in real life. You'll have practice in the dark. There's no floodlights. There's not very much to reflect your headlights from as well. I mean, how difficult is it to drive? And I would think picking your braking points must be really difficult in the dark.
I mean, we will see it in 3 hours, I think, because I didn't do a single lap in the dark. I didn't know this race was gonna end in dark. I thought it started in the morning a bit earlier, so it would be like sunset. But yeah, we will see. Maybe we should go to practice server and do some dark laps. But I know from my experience, the first thing some racers do is put their brightness of their monitor a bit higher.
It's a good idea.
So that's what most people do. And yeah, I know from Nordschleife 24 hours it's awful. But there, of course, you have nothing of light. So yeah, we will see.
Well, Fabrice, we wish you well. Thanks for joining us again here, and we'll keep eyeing Kenneth Gulbrandsen for you in second place. He's holding his own against Rick Breukers. In fact, took a couple of seconds out of Rick last time around, and you can say that in any form of racing. Kenneth's doing all right, mate. Thanks again.
What a cracking chap he is. Really good interview, Fabrice Cornelis, and just so interesting. I love that phrase, the water was getting a little high.
I'm stealing that. I'm stealing that. There's no doubt about that.
He's been good value on both occasions, Fabrice, so look forward to him being on future broadcasts, because he really does explain the sim racing part to us so well as well. Now, change of position for 10th spot, because the Ferrari from RS Racing, this is 10th in the GT3 category, Alberto Di Folco managing to battle with Florian Apazella, and the 78 car actually still being shown ahead on my screen, but
they have changed. They have
Ferrari
changed.
is in front of the Mercedes.
Yeah,
okay.
And he's got a second place car coming through as well to put another lap on them here, as well as going through a gaggle of TCRs. So no danger at all here.
Not at all, indeed. And now the Mercedes just faintly moving from one side of the track to the other. Incredibly busy. That dark blue and white Reiter Engineering entered Mercedes then, with Florian Apazella at the wheel, showing again some damage to the rear wing, as many cars are at this stage. There's another 5.5 hours still to go, and we're 16 minutes away from official sunset time. So quite picturesque, Fabrice said, in places, but the sun is affecting one or two corners now. It's getting to the point where it's just poking through windscreens and beyond the visors that these cars run.
Let's take a look at some of the classes, starting in TCR. We haven't checked in with Felix for a little while, and that duo by Sim RC has been leading for quite some time, and they've pulled out the better part of a 2-lap lead now on the number 111 car. The TCRs, uncharacteristically, I think it's fair to say, rather split up here on this shorter circuit, when we've often seen them battling for hour on end on the longer tracks like the Nürburgring Nordschleife. Teamwork up into third in the number 100 car, ahead of Zork Rennsport, Autorama, who ran very well early on by Wolf Power. Normally, of course, run the VW in the 24-hour Hankook series. Still got the same engine, of course, and same platform in the Audi. Then Ferry Monster, then Viper, then Spa 05 TCR racing team, but all of those having had problems, and as I say, uncharacteristically quite a lot. It's an unusual line through the parabolic. Hang on, stamp his ticket. Oh, and he comes back in and goes side to side with the ABBA Racing GT3, and now we're going to have 4 right down the start-finish straight. Look away now if you're of a nervous disposition. And oh no, that wasn't the ABBA car. Once again, I've got that wrong. That was the Black Falcon car. I assumed again that green car was fighting its way back, but not. It's Black Falcon, the car in 5th position, Colin Carazzani. Let's take a look, if we can, at the GT4s. Still Hugo who's cutting the pictures for us. Just waiting for Bossman Will to jump in for the second half this evening. GT4 at the moment, led by Duo as well. 476 car. And that now in 22nd position, Matthias Schroger behind the wheel. Behind him, it's Maxim van der Hoeven. And just check those guys. Yeah, there are laps between those two cars. That's the Heli ABK racing car. Then it's Leipert and Team Virage a little bit further down than I think Lucy and the rest of the team would want. Both of their cars having had issues. Munchkov Racing, powered by No Fear, well off the pace in 8th position. Now in the 911 Cup class, this has been a story of one team, and that one team is MRS Sim Racing. They've hovered around the top 10 overall for pretty much the whole race since they got through the carnage at the second chicane and were right up in the GT3 cars. They're still in now at 10th position overall in the 989 and about to put another lap on one of their competitors. And is that the second place? No, it's the 987. That's the 3rd place car. They're about to put another lap on there, JP.
Yeah.
So it's MRS GT now 1st and 2nd, and Race Union in 3rd, about to go another lap back. NKPP Racing by Baz Kutin back into the 4 laps from that. That's the 991. And that car has led this class, but they've got some damage as well. Then Speed Lover, and then further back into the 10 laps or so, Porsche Lorient Virtual Racing. And again, sad to say, these cars split up rather, and there has been contact that has required some of these cars to take to the pit lane. I do love the Belgian flag on the 978 there for Dominic Bastien for the Speed Lover team. That car was fired off the track a couple of times early on, wasn't it?
It has been, yeah, and one of them quite recently actually out of the second Lesmo, and that car was already carrying some damage, and it ended up spinning out of Lesmo 2 and across the track and just nosing into the barrier. There were 7 of these GT3, these 911 GT3 Cup cars on the entry list, and just 6 of them starting though. However, the race all the way through has been about second and third positions within that class, and that gap has opened up now to nearly 19 seconds between the 980 and the 987. But I remember, about an hour or so ago, it was less than a second, and just brilliant to watch. But the second of the MRS Sim Racing entries now being driven by Gregory Vranks, just establishing itself more so ahead of Florian Bodin for Race Union 12 Hour. They've both pitted 6 times, as has the leader, Nicholas Laubisch. He's going to take some stopping along with his teammates. 989 comfortably the Porsche 911 Cup class leader.
Yeah, and I think they've got to play the percentage game now, haven't they? They've got to be looking in their mirrors. They've got to make every pass a clean pass, because it's their race right now. It's going to take something extraordinary for somebody to catch them. I'm not sure it can be done in a spec class, but a moment's hesitation or lack of concentration, Bruce, could see them, go the way of the Red Camel eSports team earlier on. It literally just takes a second of losing where you are on the track, missing your braking, or putting yourself down the inside of somebody you really shouldn't ought to be alongside.
There are so many variables, and in fact, I reckon about 1 in 3 of the incidents appears to be we see it happening in or around the class leader or the overall leader. Admittedly, that's where the camera tends to be at a fair proportion of the time. But we've had many near misses, and often they've come out of nowhere. And so for the driver just putting his head down, like Martin Chipchak, who's putting in just some fantastic laps in the race leading number 1 Audi, you've got to be on your toes. You've got to, I hate the phrase, expect the unexpected, but you know what I mean.
Yeah. Well, but I think you're right. And I think you've got to be assessing every situation so quickly. Here's another lap about to go on the 6th place car. That's the Zorg Rennsport eSports. That's Maxi Peckel behind the wheel of the 48 car at the moment. The red, white and black Ferrari still without the rear window on that car, and that is about to go, as I say, another lap back.
One thing I'm finding very interesting, John, at the last pit stop, the WRT Audis had a different tactic. The race leading one, number 1, didn't take on fresh rubber, but Kenneth Kulbranson in number 2 did. And he's lapping, as soon as I say that, suddenly Chipchak puts in a much faster lap. But it was about a second and a half faster than the race leader. He's just over a minute down. I was going to say, let's watch through this stint how that closes in, because quite simply, Kulbranson's paid the price and now he's going to reap the benefit.
I think the reason for that, in fact, I'm just checking, yes, I am. Kenneth was just getting into the car, having had 2.5 stints from Fabrice Cornelis, and therefore he got a new set of rubber, whereas Massin was basically, that's his middle stop in between the two, the double that he will do, and that was the reason for the change. Fabrice
an interesting point there, John, was that the lap before Martin pitted from the lead, he banked in that car's fastest lap, so he knew he was going to go in, have a pit stop and come out on the same rubber, but he was prepared to really force the issue there.
Yeah.
We talked, in fact, Fabrice talked about having to be very careful, but the first of 2 stints was the more important. And Martin, who's got the most Soraway iRating, clearly knows what he's doing. I think he's the most highly ranked driver in the field, certainly of those out on the track at the moment. So he really was doing what he knew could be done to those Hankey tyres.
He's about a third of the way through what will be getting on for a 30-lap stint. We have seen a couple of 30s, but we did, when we were on board with people who did the 30, there was a noticeable amount of lift and coast before the braking areas to the chicanes, for example, JP. Yeah. We saw that earlier on with one of the Audis, didn't we?
Yes, we did. And I'm trying to remember who that was now. It was one of the WRT cars. It might have been for Fabrice Cornelis, actually, the guy we've heard from on 2 separate occasions now. And
yes, it was.
Just easing off the throttle before the braking point. So and maybe did a bit of trail braking as well. But the crucial thing is, you're using the momentum of the car that you've already built up along a long straight to then just get it into the corner. You're losing out on a minuscule amount of straight line speed, but the amount of fuel that you gain back if you continue to do it is significant. So much so that you might be able to eke out a lap, possibly even 2 laps, to take a 28 lapper to 30 laps, and then can you save a whole stop when you bolt all those stints together?
All right, I'm predicting now, or say the computer is predicting 382 laps when the checkered flag will come out. Remember, the white flag will only come out on the start-finish line when time elapses out on the circuit. So if that's as the lead is coming out of the parabolica, then that's the last lap, and it will be white flag checker straight away. If it's just as he's gone through down into the first chicane, then he will get the whole of the last lap. So that's 168 laps to go from here. So start breaking that down in a 28, 29 lap stint if you want to work that backwards in terms of how many stops there are to go. If you'd rather, there's 5 hours and 19 minutes left to go. But it's not quite the hour. It's so close to an hour at the Nürburgring, Bruce, that it's pretty easy calculation. It's not quite that easy and straightforward here.
Good. We wouldn't want it to be, John, would we? We like the mathematical conundrum. Just talking of maths, I was saying that Martin Chipchak leading the race for TWRT in their number 1 car is the highest ranked driver out there. How wrong I am. 6,700, but the highest ranked driver in the iRanking is leading in the TCR class. Felix Luding, 7.474. So he's clearly been racking up some really good runs. Doesn't matter if it's a class run, it's the points you accrue each time around, and that is probably a very good reason why the 176 Audi is leading the TCR class. Felix, he's outpacing all his rivals.
And inside the top 30 now, in fact, first and second, both inside the top 30 in the RS3 LMS Audis. 176 for Felix in the duo, and the Leipert yellow and black car, Sandro Petrozelio in the 111 car. There is the duo car with the distinctive black hindquarters, but the red and blue stripes on the car, paired up with SimRC for their entries this weekend. Duo, so running a sort of a hybrid colour screen. And that's been a very clean run indeed. There's another car, JP, that, is there a bent panel on there? If there is, it's very tiny, isn't it?
Yeah. It's not a coincidence that cars that are well placed in the order have normally kept out of trouble, and the bodywork will display that. And it's not always about how the car looks. Some of the damage can be incurred without too much body damage, but you've maybe bent a wheel hub or just a steering arm even, and that's factored into the game as well if you brush side to side with the car. But tracking very straight indeed, the TCR leader, and fairly understated livery. It looks like a smart Audi, that, but almost easily missed, without the blue 01 on the side. I'm sure many people in the TCR class have sort of lost track of the leader because it's been going about its business so solitary and so stealth-like.
Going by the Fun M Motorsport BMW. In 8th position now, Simon Clement behind the wheel there. And good evening to Will Vincent, bossman at RaceSpot TV, who's just joined in, been busy doing some of the other work that RaceSpot do throughout the weekend, and he's cutting some pictures now as well. So got a choice of viewing, in fact, what we're seeing. Watching the Fun M BMW at the moment, as Hugo must be getting ready to call it an evening. So let's say thanks very much to Hugo, Luis, and Will be taking over shortly on the feed. And I'll keep eyes peeled on both gents. And by all means, send me a note once that's swapped over for the last 5 hours and 15 minutes. RS Racing, been up and down, has been in the top 10, that very pretty Ferrari with the tricolore stripes on it. It's in 12th at the moment for the brilliantly named Alberto De Falco. All of those, what else could you possibly drive if you have a set of drivers who are Daniele Di Amato, Simone Laquenta, Riccardo Agostini, Alberto De Falco and Luca Tosato? You could not possibly drive, you're not going to be driving a British car, are you, with names like that?
I agree. I agreed. And lovely that 5 Italians can all get together driving a Ferrari virtually at Monza and be performing rather well at this stage. So Alberto De Falco has been at the wheel of that for quite a while now, probably not very far away from him getting out of that car. 12th position in class, 13th overall, because bear in mind Nicholas Laubisch, who leads the Porsche 911 class, is still there in 10th position, so that puts everyone behind in the GT3 class 1 spot down. But yes, De Falco maybe nearing the end of his stint. We'll wait and see. I remember Luca Tosato doing a good job in the early stages, along with Riccardo Agostini. But the 5 Italians all in the same car. I'm about to say, I don't think we've got that anywhere else in the entry. Well, Falk Autotech Sim Racing come close with 4 Italians out of 5 and 1 Dane making a full complement there. Otherwise,
yeah, but he wants to be an Italian.
He probably is, yeah. Adopting the Italian colours for the weekend. Otherwise, that is the all-Italian lineup, the truest of them, the RS Racing squad, and great to have them as part of this particular race. We are at sunset time now, I make it, and there's still a little bit of ambient light here and there, so we're still a fair way away from full darkness. Nick Damon wasn't particularly looking forward to venturing around the Monza circuit with pretty much zero artificial light, barring what emits from the those headlights on the front of the Mercedes. But it really relies on how carefully you've taken care of the car, because as he said, if you had contact on the nose of your GT3 car, then that can easily knock out a headlight or more.
Awful. Yeah. Absolutely awful. Bruce?
And I think John touched on this earlier. Monza is a very dark circuit. You get lots of light when you come past the pits, a little bit when you go down the back of the paddock towards Parabolica, but once you've gone through that first chicane, there is very little extra light to shine on the track. And then when you're running through the second Lesmo back to the Ascari chicane, it can be very, very dark indeed. You're enclosed by trees. So headlights, please, for everybody.
Will, got your message. Thank you. Saw that pop up on the second feed. All received and understood. Thank you for that. Our hard-working team behind the scenes at... take that one down for me as well, JP. Thank you. Hard-working team at racespot.tv and Neo Endurance putting this together this weekend. We've got the easy stuff. Sit and watch cars going around Monza, whether it's virtual or real world. There's always something very special about watching, I think, particularly GT racing at Monza, Bruce, and you've seen probably more of it than most people. There just seems something right to me to see grand touring cars in Italy at, you know, one of the quicker circuits at Monza, it just works.
Well, it does. GT racing has always been very, very strong in Italy because of that clear connection to the body shape of what they're looking at. If it's a Ferrari, hurrah, hurrah, all the better. But their national GT championship, very, very strong indeed. And you look at Monza, I mean, the circuit's been around since, get this, 1922. They've always had strong national championships. Their touring cars bob up and down, but really it's all about GTs and single seaters in Italy. And that's why it's just so right. That's why they always draw the crowds. And it's a circuit that really does show the cars in certain parts working very hard indeed. You know, just dynamic corners like the Parabolica spring to mind. And I think it's a natural home for GT racing, John.
The headlights now becoming more and more obvious. Car collection, the blue and white car coming through down in 21st position in class. The last time I looked, that means it's just outside the top 30 overall. Damage on that car, but still trucking on, and I'm pleased to see that. In from second place in the Porsche 911 class, MRS Sim Racing, the second of the two MRS cars that have been bossing that category. Standard stuff. It is about that time for the Cup cars. Expect to see the leader in as well. Still sitting in, just dropped to 11th position. About 6 laps for Nicolas Laubich before he comes in. He's been doing around about the 28, 29 laps in that car. 23 laps last time around for Laubich. Really, really noticeable, the headlights on that car. Just noticed a bit of damage on the right front of that car that I perhaps hadn't noticed so much early on, but it's clearly not slowing them down. Last lap around for Laubich, a 152.2. I mean, that's as quick as some of the GT3 cars were managing earlier on, particularly the damaged ones.
As darkness falls, it's easier, particularly with cars with black panels on them, to hide a bit of damage. But what we found out time and time again when talking to people at the end of a sim race is you might be able to hide it from view, but if your car is damaged, you know, it can affect it so badly. And Nick built up the point there that you could have bodywork that looks fine, but something underneath it might be like a steering arm is just slightly bent. And particularly at the Nürburgring on the Nordschleife, that run from Dottinger-Ho, it's a very long straight. And if you're 10k down in your arrivals in terms of top speed, you're just really, really going to hate every second. Some of these cars might not be all that the eye can see. They might be just a little bit less. So we'll keep an eye on their lap times.
Wherever you are around the world, we're all the way to the flag this evening at 5 hours and 8.5 minutes still to go. Through goes the WRT car down towards that's the leading WRT car, the number 1, down towards and through the Parabolica. And that car getting towards halfway through, I reckon, the stint right now. Just reminding ourselves, Martin Švibšák, 16 laps, so in fact a little bit over that, and this is the second part of the stint, so we'll keep an eye on his times. 1:49.844 last time around, and that's barely a second and a half, Bruce, away from the fastest time that car's done in the race. And it's that kind of consistency that pays dividends in endurance racing, whether it's real world or in the virtual world.
Entirely so, John, and I've been looking at the pace of Kenneth Gulbrandsen on a fresh set of tyres. Sometimes he takes a second a lap out of the race leader, from his teammate Martin Švibšák, but at the moment he's only taken 5 seconds out of him in about 5 laps, and that's very much swinging the pendulum the way of the number 1 Audi instead of the number 2. And I think the pole at the wheel of the number 1 Audi, Martin Švibšák, is doing a fantastic job. He very seldom swings very far away from those 1:49 49s.
And the whole point that we're trying to get over here is that the type of concentration and the type of qualities, right in front, that was the Speed Lover car, right in front of the leader, taking a massive aerial run over the Ascari chicane, and I think all 4 wheels off the ground there as it absolutely clobbered. Yeah, it was the 9.7 8 car. That's 5th in the Cup car class. Dominique Bastien in that car. He's got the leader coming up behind him. His onboard spotter will tell him there's a car there. He's miles offline, turns in a bit early and bounces across the track right in front of the leader. And that's the sort of thing, Bruce, where, you know, but that is sheer luck to where that Porsche goes. If that Porsche spins, Tripchak picks that car up and damages the nose of the Audi. All 4 wheels well off the ground by the speed lover.
You never know how they're going to land, and I would suggest that Dom Bastien at the wheel of the speed lover Porsche was actually slightly dazzled by the headlights of the race leader, because it's falling dark very quickly, and I think he just didn't assess quite how close it was, and then of course looked forward, and forward was a bit closer to the Ascari chicane than he'd have hoped for. I think it's that time of adjustment, but that could have been the one that took out the cue ball.
And from that point of view, really, there's nothing the leader could have done there. All he's got to do is just drive through the corner and think, oh, he's gone over the curb, where's he going to go? I mean, there's no way you can react to that. You've just got to drive your line through the corner and hope he isn't there at that point.
Yes, you never know, what grip the Porsche would have when it came into land. Would it already be jerking to the left, which is exactly where the Audi was going? But again, these incidents keep happening. But I think it's always difficult at this time. And now, at the same point, the next lap around, Tripchak is flashing his headlights very hard indeed as he comes past one of the Porsche cables. Does not want to repeat.
Yeah, that is... I think that was the one that lost its bonnet much earlier on. Now coming up to the 19th position in GT3. That's the Tibbet Racing, Christopher Paez behind the wheel of that car, 27th overall. And then put another lap on that car. All the cars outside, probably the top, I was going to say the top 10, but possibly even only the top 6 have had something that has been called an issue. And some of the cars within the top 6 have had issues as well, including disconnections from both of the WRT cars. The Red Camel E-Sports car had an accident with Luke Breukers on his in-lap. And so it's not been plain sailing for anybody here. 5 hours and 4 minutes. Official sunset was about 15 minutes ago. Rick Breukers now behind the wheel again of the Red Camel Ferrari with the bright fluorescent green strip on the A-pillar and over the top of the door, the rail if you like, giving us something to identify that car with, even in the darker parts of the circuit, even though that is bright tangerine, the black markings on it.
Just a little point, John. We've got 2 laps covering the top 6 cars, but the drivers of those cars all did 1 minute 49 second laps last time around. So no wonder no gaps are closing. They're really matching each other in terms of pace. Fastest last time around, Colin Carasani. He's 5th place in the Black Falcon car. But I think the race is settling into a pattern. I think people are quite contained at the moment. Though those laps are good, tyres are lasting a bit longer. It's this period of readjustment as they go from half light to almost no light round about Monza. So I think not being a hero is a good idea, or being a hero but not a zero. Maybe that's what I'm trying to say. But just don't drop it, and that seems to be what they're doing.
It's Bruce Jones. I'm John Hindorf. It's the Radio Show Limited team on duty for one of our partner series in the real world, Creventic, who we had Ole Doleman. Ole, early on, the sporting director, effectively, sporting manager of Creventic, just underlining the race at Portimao in the middle of June, with a final decision on go, no go being made end of next week, is what he said. They're waiting to hear full confirmation of how many entries there are. 20 entries, and that race will be a goer. Really positive comments from the circuit and from the Portuguese authorities, when transport is obviously an issue at the moment, but within Europe, getting the trucks to be able to travel, the permits have been applied for, and so far it is looking good. Now it'll just depend on how far or how many cars and teams decide to make the commitment. And we're coming round to 7 o'clock in Central European time, reminding you again that the weekend of this race in real terms was meant to be on Saturday the 28th, Friday the 27th and Saturday the 28th of March. So that's when this race is running. That's why it's looking a little darker now than it probably would today if we were at Monza. And it's now 6 o'clock. We're going to change feeds. So thanks again to Hugo Luis, who's done a cracking job for practice and qualifying, and Will Vincent is taking over with 5 hours and 40 seconds still to run on the clock, and the leader heading down towards the first chicane. And all of a sudden, Bruce Jones, it has got very dark indeed, and those very bright simulated LED headlights are really cutting a swathe of light through the gathering gloom.
Something to enjoy, the spread of those beams, but a lot of those beams are catching a lot of cars. 4 classes in this race. For the race leader, he's already had a scare, Martin Chipchak. He's got to be really, really on his tiptoes as he works his way through. Over the chicane, more traffic for him, but Martin Chip point in blotting his copybook by taking a risk. And that really is the story of this race so far. Be fast, but be cautious.
Yeah, and that, it is so easy to be caught out here. You would think with the lap times that the closing speeds would look a lot greater, but some of these cars, Bruce, they're all making their lap times in different ways. And certainly down the tubes, as the aficionados call it, down the straight bits, there are some very quick lower class cars there, particularly the 2 Porsche classes, whereas in the twisty bits, the TCRs are probably every bit as quick, if not maybe a bit quicker, than the GT3 cars at minimum corner speed.
Well, that's why if you have a GT3 car coming up on a gaggle of cars, it could contain a TCR car, a couple of Porsche Caymans, a Porsche 991. So the TCR cars will actually trouble you in the corner. And then when you get onto the straights, the Caymans aren't slow, but the 991 Cup cars are actually every bit as quick as the GT3 cars. So you really do have to play a game of chess, trying to work out how to pick them off without having them push you wide or get in your way. It really is very, very tactical, and you need to have your wits totally about.
I think we can jump on board with the leader and see what Marcin Shipchak actually sees himself. The light from the dashboard can be very, very distracting, and a lot of real world cars, you can dim that right down or just have black light. But the headlights out into the darkness at Monza, you can see the little tail lights of the cars ahead. Now, it's not full dark yet. The sun's only been below the horizon for about 15 minutes. It is going to get darker, and right now it's that really tough transition period when you want your driver to have been in before this period started and take it into the darkness, because you want the next driver to get in full dark and be able to therefore pick out all the points. It's the brake markers that you've got to look for. It's quite tough, isn't it, Bruce? With the onboard pictures we're getting, quite tough to see the all the curbs, because there's in some places are quite flat curbs, and it being dark and that very white LED light really flattens the perspective.
Yeah, and I think particularly when they go into the Ascari chicane, they're coming up a slight rise where they've gone under the bridge that carries the Banks Oval that hasn't been used for a very long time now. But at that point, you're coming up and you've got a flat curb. So where is it? Oh. Where is it? We've seen drivers vault over the top of it.
Yes.
I think that's the most tricky part. It's also the darkest part of the circuit. So you get a lot of bounce back from the sides from your headlights. Then suddenly you come up to the glow of the paddock right in front of you. That's the point you're trying to turn in. Really, really tough.
Little less traffic in this portion of the race. They seem to have spread out just a wee bit with that pit stop for the second place WRT car, a couple of laps ago. Actually, I'm still showing Gilbranson a second, but I think that is wrong. We've got the... I thought I saw a pit stop from that car. Let me just refresh everything.
I think you might be right, but I can't have confirmation of that either. Hold on.
Yeah, Gilbranson's dropped down to 4th position after a pit stop. Yeah, I've got an old version of my timing screen, which I need to do a bit of work on, because I've got everybody showing just one pit stop at the moment, which I know wasn't true.
That timing screen also tells you that one of the drivers in second place has done 219 laps in his stint, which is heroic, but I don't think accurate.
No, indeed so. Indeed so. I'll get onto that, don't worry. So let's see what we can see on the track. At the moment, Diogo Cipinto in the duo by Sim RC car has gone through to complete another... Oh, he's about to come through and do another lap. And he's still leading in the Audi class. They've done a cracking job, duo. Teamed up with Sim RC this weekend for 2 entries, Bruce, and been first and in a couple of classes. They're leading a couple of classes. And we've seen Diogo before in the DNLS on the Nürburgring Nordschleife. He's a very decent peddler indeed.
Yeah, again, one of these highly ranked sim racers that are taking it to the regular racing drivers who are coming across. But I think it's just also, let's face it, these drivers can race every single weekend and maybe even during the week as well. So they're getting enormous amount of experience as the classes are mixed together. And certainly Diogo's done a good job. But when we see him racing on the Nürburgring Nordschleife, I'm sure on one of the events he was taken out in an incident that was not of his making. But right now having a really, really good run for duo by Sim RC, leading the TCR class, and that's high praise indeed. Martin Chipchak still leading the race. Well clear now of Nick Foster, who probably owes us a pit stop sometime soon. I'm just having a quick glance. No, actually, Martin Chipchak should be in first. He's got 24 laps under his belt in this stint and 3 laps fewer by Nick Foster. So Foster will go a bit longer. The Australian, very, very impressive. He's one of the regular racers who's got a very, very high iRacing rating. And certainly it's really showing at this stage in the race, just past the halfway point, and he's a lap down pretty much on Martin Chipchak, but going very well in the Optimum Mercedes. So proper nightfall now, John.
Yes, absolutely.
And, it's changed so quickly. Now it really, really is dark when we look up the longer stretches of the track, trying to pick out the cars as they go down towards the Parabolica. Very difficult indeed.
Optimum, AMG, thundering Mercedes engine notes in the background as he comes down. Past the Autorama car, past the Lippert Racing car, into the first chicane. It really is very dark indeed. Setting up headlights on real world racing cars, not something that you have to do in the sim world as far as I'm aware. But the headlight setup, you'll spread your corner lights, what I normally call fog lights, the ones down in the bottom of the valance. You'll point them out sometimes as much as 45 degrees or more from the direction of travel, purely as apex lights, so that as you turn in, you get the light on the curb on the inside of the corner, be it a left-hander or a right-hander. You want a nice set a long way out ahead of you so you can pick out what's in the distance, and also so they can see you. But also you've got to pick up your brake markers, and then you need to fill in the foreground as well, so that you haven't got a big blank spot. The other thing is, when you do your flash, it's really good if your headlights don't all go off when you flash. It used to be the trick in the old days, Bruce, and you'll remember road rallies, even before they went down to 12 cars, with proper road rallies. We used to swap around the headlamp flash switches so that instead of when you went on the main beam, it just put your main beam filaments on. We used to swap it so that it put the main beam and the standard beam on, and you drove it like that all the time in the dark country roads of Northumberland when we were doing navigation road rallies.
That was anything after 3:30 in the afternoon in winter, wasn't it, John?
You're not far wrong.
A point that's salient right here is the fact that you have to have a very, very different setup on a circuit, because the last thing you want to do, you want to warn a slower driver, and let's face it, the TCR class cars are a dozen seconds a lap. Get that, 12 seconds a lap slower. You want to let them know you're coming and coming at speed, but you do not want to dazzle them, because they could make a mistake right in front of you, say at the Ascari chicane, and then it's all over.
So Team WRT lead from Nick Foster now in second after the pit stop for Red Camel, and Jon Zurkuto has got back into that car. Now, let me have a quick look at that and see if I'm happy with that. At least we can... Did Rick do a double there? I think he did. Yes, Rick did 28 and 28 before Jon got back in again. Branson is shown as having done 37 laps, but I think that's in more than one stint, obviously. Yes, it is. It's in 2 stints. So he will have done a 29 and an 8-lap stint at the moment. Tripchak's 27 laps into his stint, so the leader's due in shortly. Bruce, Nick Foster's got 4 laps more fuel.
Yeah, Martin Tripchak not only leading this race by a sizable margin, but as he comes to the end of this second stint, the end of his first stint, he's at that car's fastest lap at 1:48.4. He's almost at the end of the second stint, and he just banged in a lap that's only half a second slower than that. So he's super, super tidy on his tyres, and that car will deserve a rest, and the tyres as well when he comes in for that change in the number 1 E-Team WRT Audi. It's been a great, great run from him.
Half an hour since sunset, and it is properly dark. Last vestiges of light in the sky over to the west of Monza, but really, as far as the circuit's concerned, it is very dark indeed. Martin Tripchak then coming down to what we believe will be a dive into the pit lane. Nick Foster in second is yet to start his 230th lap, which is what Martin's on at the moment. Coming down through Ascari. Now this, Bruce, after the end of a gruelling day's racing already, this is where the concentration has to be kept up, because you're looking at effectively what is a different circuit now. Yes, I know the track goes in exactly the same place, but the references that you had earlier on are going to be very different. Is he pitting? No, he's going for another one.
Another thing that's different, John, is other drivers adapting to the changing conditions as well, not doing things in such a predictable way. But hands up anybody who's lost it on an in-lap. It's what happens. Your brain starts to switch off just that little bit. We could be talking a couple of percent, but still apologies to BMW about the front end of that BMW M3, but Mugello is a very tricky circuit.
When was that, Bruce?
That was on the launch of the original BMW M3, and I was about 5 corners coming down the slope on sort of the leg that takes you one way past the pit straight and then feeds onto the pit straight, and I was going through a corner about 20k, 30k slower than normal, just wasn't concentrating, ran on the grass. Then I was using the rear view mirror to steer, and the front came round and there's little prang into the barriers. I then went into lunch with my tail between my legs, and one BMW works driver had seen it happen, and he just started laughing. He goes, "You know, I do that every time I get in the car." And his mechanics went, "Yes, he does." That was Dieter Quester. He made me feel so much better.
What a character. Him and Hans stuck together were very dangerous, but very funny. Always playing practical jokes on each other. Get them telling stories about quote-unquote the old days. And my goodness me, it is literally belly-achingly funny listening to those guys telling stories about their pomp.
Yes, you have to look at them in the eye and say, is this a story or the real thing? But actually, probably feather in their cap, they were all real things.
spent a very, very pleasant evening with Mateus Lauda a few years ago at an Aston Martin test out in Spain, and it was all done, and we were having an early night as the leader now does pit at the end of a 29-lap stint for Marcin Šipčák, and started getting the stories out about the old days, and a few other people piled in, and the Dieter Questa and Hanstuck story started coming out, and we were literally crying, laughing. Right, into the pit lane for the leader. Now, he's not lost the lead in the last couple of pit stops that have taken place in the pit stop cycles. That's his second stint. Was a query about whether you could possibly even do 3 stints in the car. No, Kenton Cook getting back in, so no Bortolotti. So Bortolotti missed his turn when Šipčák got in, so it'll be a double now from Kenton, and that'll take it down to about 2:45 still to run, and Bortolotti to the end from there, possibly bookend the run for WRT. So Kenton, now domiciled in Charlotte, North Carolina, had the worst of Hurricane Arthur, he was telling us earlier on in the week, with some heavy rainfall. But it seems to have blown through now. Our best wishes to everybody on the east coast of the United States who seemingly have had hurricane season starting a wee bit early this year, as if all of the other issues around the world weren't bad enough at the moment. Now, did that car get a new set of tyres there, Bruce? Did it go up on its jacks?
Yes, I think it did. I just had to look at its pit stop time, 1 minute and 8 seconds, whereas if you're coming in and just doing a quick driver change and refuel, it's around 41, 42 seconds. There, I think, is your answer.
Okay, brilliant stuff. Thank you, Bruce. Not a massive amount of transit time in the pit lane then. So out for Kenton Cook, without losing the lead, as I suspected. Optimum get back on the lead lap for a moment.
And they're being hunted down by the number 2 Audi. That's only 4.4 seconds down in third place. So certainly Kenneth Gulbrandsen, Norwegian racer, getting closer and closer. But Nick Foster almost at the end of his stint.
Across the line then for Nick Foster. Down towards the first corner. Kenneth Gulbrandsen in the E-Team WRT car. It is, in fact, it's just gone across the line. That was slightly confusing because the sound I was hearing there wasn't from the car we were watching, and I thought, oh, he hasn't braked there at all. So I'm not sure what I was listening to there. Slightly scary. However, Gulbrandsen, as we move into the last 4 3/4 hours. Team WRT, their number 1 car, 47 seconds now. And Gulbrandsen just 4.3 seconds behind Nick Foster, and closing down ever so slightly. No, not last time around though. Foster by half a second, if that. 3/10 maybe, 4/10. Just extended that gap between second and third. There's no doubt.
Traffic.
Yeah, absolutely. Traffic taketh away. No doubt in my mind that the WRT team have got a very good setup. They've got a good car. They've suffered the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune, but they have modified where they've had to, Bruce, and that's put them in first and third at the moment.
Yes, and to be honest, the number 2 car in third place also had to have a bit of panel bashing to straighten it out. And as you said, that's not been done all in one go, but a little bit now, a little bit the next time, a little bit the next time. But sitting pretty, should be back, I would suggest, into 1-2 order within the next, well, it could be within the next few minutes, but that's because also the Optimum Mercedes will be in for a pit stop in about 2 laps time, I think, but certainly going the right way for WRT. They've looked very, very good from the moment their cars went out first and second on the track in qualifying, using their heads, using the slipstream, and not allowing others to have a go in it. Very clever indeed, as we heard from Fabrice Cornelis, just to pop into the pits rather than let another team use the tow.
Use the escape button. Very clever. You can do that in e-racing, whereas you would have had to lift off or drive off the track to get the same effect. Next lap around, in fact, I think for Nick Foster, to answer your question about the optimum car pitting, Bruce. So let's have a look at the GT4 standings at the moment. Duo by Sim RC leading. It's Marcel Fassbender who drives the Duo by Sim RC GT4 ahead of the Heli Abicar Racing Joel Ullenbrich. And then it's Richie Kunat's constable, isn't it? The Leipert Racing car, the 718 in third. How close are those together? Second and third in that class, Bruce?
Just taking a look.
40 seconds. 40 seconds.
Yeah.
I've answered my own question. But that's been a good run as well by Duo by Sim RC. And that car just going by one of the... And that was a very slow indeed Cayman in the Curva Grande that caused a bit of consternation for the Duo car leading its class. It's only the bright 01 on the side that tells you that car. We don't have number plate illumination here, side number illumination modelled, which would give the officials a heart attack in the real world, wouldn't it?
Oh, then some. It's bad enough for commentators, but yes, it's very, very dark indeed. Just having a little look out there that we've lost one of the GT3 runners at stop, which is the FAC Autotech Audi. Oh. That's now 21 laps in arrears, but Giovanni Pacifici. But so that's probably happened. No, it's before nightfall, so that's been a while. Sorry, I didn't scroll down the screen enough to tell you why, but that stopped out on the track somewhere.
Dangerously close to hitting their targets. The Team RSL 62 AMG. Nick Damon back at the wheel in his first laps in the dark around Monza. Not the only driver to admit that to us, very bravely. People forgot that this was going to be quite as much darkness at the end because we've rescheduled this race to its original calendar weekend. Nick Damon in 16th position, 22nd overall, 16th in class for the 62 car. Zorg Sports won its Peckel in the 4th place. Zorg Sports, the Avia Zorg Sports car, accurately modelled on the livery of that car. The headlights, I would suggest, Bruce, that the headlights on the TCR cars perhaps not quite as bright as the GT machines.
A few candles short of a load, I think one would say. Just a little one to point out. 16th and 17th in GT3 is the Team RSL Mercedes with Nick Damon on board. Just 11 seconds down is the number 88 Car Collection Audi that, don't forget, led the race.
Oh, yeah.
Race fleetingly off that initial climb. Jens Althaus at the wheel at the moment. But
it's the bright red car.
Just that little bit faster than Nick at the moment, so that could be a little battle on track very soon indeed.
Yeah, it's the bright red number 88. Finally, we've got the Optimum AMG GT3, the best of the AMGs at the moment, into the pits. Driver change as well, and Ramez Azam has jumped in, and that was a 30 lap stint for Nick Foster, so he stretched one lap further. There's been 3 or 4 now 30 lap stints. So there's the 88 car going around the Parabolica, I think.
Well, that's the one obviously we've been talking about, the Car Collection Audi. He's going, where's Damon? Damon's up ahead. But,
I'm hunting
9
down,
seconds becomes 8.
8.4, 8.6. Oh, Nick must have been good on the brakes down in the first corner. The headlights stretching off into the distance. Just slightly worried by We're just getting, I think my sound is just a little bit behind what I'm actually seeing. And that is the issue. Although that does not sound, no, that does sound like an Audi. That is a V10 in the background. Now he's got to contend with one of the faster Ferraris coming through as well. And that's Jens Althus, who I'm talking about there. In fact, a couple of cars going through, including the Reiter Engineering, the blue car. That's Louis Nasser, excuse me. '12th position when he last went across the line, but he's actually, or 12th position now rather, was 13th when he went across the line, but that's because Tom Onslow called for Team ABBA Racing is in the pit at the moment, in the bright green. Oh, huge moment by Nasser there, as he took too much curb in the middle part of the Ascari chicane, and my goodness, fast hands there to catch up with what the car was doing, but managed not to get behind on the steering. So under the Emirates Bridge, that's a good spot to know where you are. Then under the old track, about 150 metres onto the brakes, turn in, and way too much curb. Got that car airborne, and at that point you're in the lap of the gods, Bruce, as to which way it lands and whether it grips and fires you off into the boonies.
Well, those lights showed a lot more of the background than he'd wanted on the left and the right, but what a save, because there at that point, really, talk about quickly diminishing returns. You might not hit the barriers on the outside, but that was a huge save. So staying 12th in class for Reiter Engineering, but no one immediately in front of him, no one behind. That was simply pressing on as hard as he could and so nearly getting it wrong. But a great save by Nasser there, really, really very spectacular.
Battles at the front of the field, of course. We're back to WRT 1 and 2 in positions 1 and 2 with, let's call it 50 seconds, 49 seconds between Kenton Cook and Kenneth Gilbranson. Kenneth on a mammoth stint. He's done in total 46 laps now, so into his second stint. Got about 13 laps to go. And he's got 37 seconds in hand over Red Camel and Jon Zotikau, who's got 56 seconds ahead of Ramesh Azam. And I think that's the first time Ramesh has been in the car for Optimum by Simsa. I apologise, Ramesh, if it isn't. I'll just have a quick skim back through their drivers and see.
I have a feeling it is, because they've got a 5-driver lineup. We've had Christopher Zirkling, Lewis Goodway, Nick Foster, and Peter Klavitz, who was ahead of Foster. So yes, this is the Canadian racer's first run. So he's in 4th position. What a great place to come out and play.
Yes, but in the dark for your first laps.
That was a small detail that you got to pass on. Yes.
Oh yes. Yeah, be careful out there. What do you mean, be careful out there? Well, it's going to be pitch dark by the time you get in. Oh, thanks, guys. Suppose the good news is, Bruce, and we should point this out for people who perhaps don't follow this type of racing all the time, and we've been learning as we go along as well. But of course, the advantage in the sim racing world is that you can just go and practice any time you want. You don't have to load the truck up, you don't have to get a new set of tyres, you don't have to worry about whether there's a test day on. These guys could have been at Monza unofficially all week and practicing at whatever time of the day they wanted.
I mean, that's a very good point, John, because let's face it, if you had a regular test day at Monza, only really the very end. In fact, you pointed out earlier, curfew time at Monza is very early. They don't like you running in the dark. So maybe it's like hen's teeth laps you get after dark at Monza. So in sim racing, you can get used to it. In the real world, what if it's your teammate who's out in those golden moments when it's turned dark? So yes, very good point.
Notice that the GT3s do have the illuminated number boards, but the Cup class cars and the TCRs don't. GT3s much more used to running in darkness, and those self-illuminated electrophosphorescent number squares that I think it was Audi first pioneered at Le Mans. Back in the good old days, Bruce, you'll remember when they'd had a little like a number plate light that was above your number panel, and you might have to change a bulb on that if it went out partway through a race.
Yeah, they didn't like contact at chicanes, those bulbs. They really struggled, didn't they? But yes, I mean, you just get used to the changes as fast as they're thrown at us. But certainly in terms of illumination of numbers, it's been a quantum leap in the last 10 years. And just the fact it's not only cars in World Championships that enjoy those, but it's right the way down to club racing, if you will. And you've done some races like the Race of Remembrance, where you've got plenty of running after dark.
And
there's Anglesey. There's a place that's very, very dark indeed. And my goodness, was I ever pleased for LED light bars or ear light bar on the front of that MG ZR V6 that we were running back in those days. It was like turning on daylight, driving rain, and pretty good headlights, double headlights on those. So 4 beams, so 476 at the moment is the leader, Marcel Fassbender, and he's got a faster car coming up behind him. You could see the flashing lights from the car behind, even reflected in the cockpit of the car. So he's got a GT3, I think, coming up behind him. And that's the sort of thing you've got to pick up on, Bruce, that you're driving there, you're concentrating on where you are. There's almost always a glow of some headlights behind you in your side mirrors. You've got to pick up that as it's coming through, and it's in fact just going through now. It was Nick Damon giving a flash and going through the RSL cars and then getting a flash back because our leader didn't like it. Well, he would have liked it a lot less if he just popped up in the inside of him. That was a nice clean pass by Nick there.
Yeah, it was very, very good indeed. They're actually running in overall 20th and 21st position. There's now just 1 lap between them. It was 2. I don't know why Marcel decided he had to keep flashing at Nick afterwards. I think Nick did exactly as he was supposed to do. And I'm not just saying with that because I've known Nick for 20-something years, but because he was doing a very good job. Anyhow, the job was being done. They can flick their lights at who they want.
Yeah, down the inside.
Very tight move up the inside, looking over the bent bonnet, the front end of the Team RSL Mercedes, but going well, Nick.
A lot of understeer in the middle of Ascari there as he went in just a tiny bit too quickly, but he managed to hold on to it.
Well, he stayed too far to the left, didn't he? He wasn't able to turn over to the right, but maybe, again, could be partially unsighted. The damage at the front end of his car being highlighted on the screens with ow.
Yeah, that's been there for quite some time now, and I don't think that's going to get any better. The car actually has been pretty solid in terms of its lap times by all the drivers. Glow of the brake discs, always a wonderful feature, Johnny Palmer, of racing in the evening. And Nick was not looking forward to this, and he's done 16 laps, so he's more than halfway through his stint. And the good news was he was pointing out earlier on was they didn't want any more front end damage because they wanted all the lights on, and they're still on, JP.
They are, yeah, and that's the crucial thing because the onboard, okay, that draws your attention to how much damage they've actually got on the very front of that bonnet, but I thought actually that the wash of the headlights across the track was more than enough. So hopefully, through a bit of muscle memory, but also how good those headlights are. He's got a bit of traffic behind as well.
Somebody just spun in front of him,
facing his way. So that's not ideal.
Someone else
trying to pick
out
the track.
Honestly.
Yes, flashing at Nick, but this time pointing towards him, which is always
somewhat off-putting.
Yeah,
it'll confuse him. He'll crack.
I think that was a Ferrari
I
facing
think
the
it was the Atlanta Speedworks Ferrari.
Yeah, I agree.
The blue and yellow.
They've had an eventful day, haven't they?
They have, particularly out of the Ascari chicane, which is exactly where Nick was venturing just then. And it looked like the Ferrari had had a moment on the exit of Ascari, and it had maybe swapped ends and ended up right up against a barrier on driver's left as Nick Damon approached.
Yeah, I think that was a good spot. The lap time for that car was about 20 seconds down on its expected lap time.
Yeah. Brian Henderson currently at the wheel of that, so he will have had to do a quick rejoin, ensuring it's safe.
Wow, look at the traffic all of a sudden, Johnny.
Yeah.
Is that people feeling that there's safety in numbers, trailing other people's tail lights?
Maybe. And, well, it's certainly helping the guy out front a little bit, as I say, because cars immediately behind do increase the intensity of how much of the track is lit. And, yeah, if you've got running mates, I mean, it's the same when you're looking for a tow. if you can have some company, I don't know. It just seems like you can brave the darkness a little bit more easily.
Yeah,
main
but Johnny,
straight, doesn't it?
I think you also become a bit mesmerised and you can drop your pace to their pace because you're just using their headlights. You're not.
Good
It's
point.
a slight distraction for you. So I think you really have to be very, very focused indeed to go. Hold on, I can go faster than this. Use my lights, not his.
The other thing is you've got to, when you are closing up on somebody, you have to look past the car in front of you. You can't get target fixation on the tail end of the car, because what happens then is if he makes a mistake and goes off, you're going to follow him. Oh, and there's the 9th position. AMG with contact.
Sicily car.
It is the Sicily car. And Carasani was in there as well. And they're still side by side. What happened there? The 5th and the 9th place car, I'm pretty certain, came together. Sicily car was off the track, and
It's now going very slowly, limping its way back. Adam Morgan, disaster for him.
Oh, disaster. Well, it was coming round the Curva Grande, was it? Or through Lesmore 2? No, it was Lesmore 1 onto Lesmore 2, and just went wide onto the grass, hit one of the TCR cars. And then a big
that was
spin.
the 155, the energy-driven motorsport car that
really?
just kept coming, and he was committed to going on the outside of the corner at that point. Side-by-side TCR cars, but they went over to the left-hand side of the track, just where Sicily wanted to be. So for Adam Morgan, the Sicily team, it's restart and get going again. But will he lose a position? Let's see who was in 10th. The next car in the order was Alberto Di Folco. He was a lap down, though, so maybe he's okay.
Thought he got away without hitting the wall there. But then he didn't have enough lock. Oh no, he did hit the wall quite hard.
Yeah, that's why he's limping slowly. We've got
gets out the way,
sideways across the track at that point after the second Lesmo. That's not in the book of good things to do at Monza.
No. And damage to
rear lights. Are they working? Yes, they are just about working. I was worried he'd be hit by the cars.
Well, that woke him up, Johnny, yeah?
Just a
360 spin there, coming out of Lesmore 2.
Grabs the attention, doesn't it? And that's the bit of the circuit which feels most like you're going into a tunnel, because the Armco closes in. I mean, the track stays the same width, but it doesn't really feel like that because there is zero margin for error. I mean, you're heading out of the two Lesmos, which are tricky in themselves, and mistakes there result in quite a significant trip through the gravel trap. But you've got to make sure then that the speed is good out of Lesmo and your trajectory is good, because you're heading into the trees, under the bridge of the old circuit, downhill, and the Armco is a matter of a couple of feet away from the track on either side, so there is not much room at all there for a problem. And I was about to say he got away with it. He kind of didn't, because the car backed heavily into the barrier, and only now can he work out how much pace he's lost in the number 33 car. Very tricky indeed to work that out when you are in full darkness, because his view of the car, well, it's mandated to be from the cockpit, whereby you're looking out of the windshield, and then you've just kind of got to feel the differences. Yeah, the rear of that Sicily Motorsport Mercedes well and truly mangled, as we have seen a number of cars in that sort of state from quite early on, actually, in the case of one or two of the Audis. Choosing not to pit, though, so Adam back across the stripe and heading towards the Rettifilo chicane one more time. There's not even much lighting on the start-finish straight here at Monza. Doesn't need it, of course, with virtually no real-life nighttime running. So a case of picking out all those reference points fresh from all those hours through the daylight. And interesting to hear from Fabrice Cornelis, who didn't even know that a large chunk of his race was going to be held in the darkness. We've heard from him a couple of times now, and he kind of wished, I think, that he'd put in a few hours beyond nightfall. But the WRT Audis, he drives one of them, are doing really well at the moment. Kenton Cook back at the wheel of the number 1 car. That is leading the way from Kenneth Gulbrandsson in the second placed car number 2, then neatly arranged 1 and 2. Their race numbers match. Jorn Zutekau in the Red Camel E-Sports Ferrari is in 3rd position. That's the 98 car. And then it is the Optimum machine in 4th spot. That's the Ramez Azam driven Mercedes AMG from Optimum, car 66. But at the moment, as a lap off the pace, is that truly a lap? Yes, it will be, because it's 50 seconds behind the 3rd place car, which in turn is 90 seconds adrift of the race leader. Up through the gears.
Yeah, I was just taking a look at Ramez Azam, Johnny, and his lap pace, though his tyres are fresher than some of those around him, he's the 2nd quickest driver out on the circuit. And don't forget, this is his first stint in the race. It's a 5-driver lineup for the number 66 Mercedes, and I'm very impressed with his pace there. 1 minute 49.4 second, just a whisker slower than Kenton Cook, who's leading the race. So really good form from him.
Yes, Ramez, Canadian, but doesn't strictly have a driver grading. I'm sure that's been decided now, but at the time of the entry list being printed off here in the studio, it was still TBA. The
4784. So he's one of the higher ranked drivers in sim racing.
Yeah.
In the field here.
Okay, well that is showing almost immediately. Sharing the car with Nick Foster and Christopher Zirkling. We've seen Lewis Goodway with a couple of stints in that car as well, along with Peter Clavita. But as you said, we've had to wait quite some time for Ramez to get behind the wheel, and already he's showing perhaps why he's being left later into the darkness hours. There's a bit of a secret weapon there in the 66 car. And then behind him, 27.3 seconds adrift, is the E-Sport Team Black Falcon Mercedes with Colin Carasani. Colin started that car at midday local time. Nicholas Schneider for Zorg Rennsport and the Ferrari currently running in 6th place. And Mark Di Fulgencio for Lippert Esports. That's another Mercedes running in 7th place. But heading to the 2nd chicane now, the battle which involves the Optimum Mercedes. And you can hear the 6.2 V8 now being stress tested through the gears, heading into the Lesmos. There's a clear racing line just from the rubber now into Lesmo 1 and 2 with prolonged running. We're nearing now 2/3 distance of the 12 Hours of Monza eSports style for 2020. This modelled, remember, on the back end of March, so it went dark about an hour or so ago, and drivers getting more and more used to the current conditions, likely to stay cool off probably towards the end of the race, but great to get your eye in nice and early, bearing in mind we've got over 4 hours of running in complete darkness. So as Nick Damon made the point earlier on, most drivers in driver combinations will have to be cycled through, and therefore...
Right, here's one to look at, Johnny. He led the race from pole position, the Atlas BX Motorsports Ferrari with Gumin Kim. He's just got back for his 2nd bunch of laps in that Korean entered Ferrari. He's down in 18th place overall. That's 15th in GT3 class, but 11 laps down. But I'm just going to see what the state of the car is, how good he is after dark. But that was a car that was pretty unstressed in the early stage of the race, defending the lead from the Audi that's still in the lead now. The number 1 WRT entry with Mirko Bortolotti driving in the first 2 stints, but certainly Gyun Kim, he did everything right. And unfortunately, it hasn't been a story of great success for that car ever since, but he's back on board.
Yeah, Gyun Kim's sharing with Park Se-kun and Jongkyum Kim, along with Jason Park and Stephen Sho, who we've... Sho was in the car last before Gyun Kim took that car back over. But Gyun Kim set pole position very early on this morning. Seems almost like yesterday that now, but that Ferrari from Atlas BX Motorsports, dominant in qualifying, clear by a 1/4 of a second, and we were mightily impressed by Gyun Kim's pace there. Again, a regular time sim racer, and no doubt used to the machinery, but also this Monza circuit in virtual format. But for whatever reason, the race just hasn't turned out as they would have planned. Got involved in some early skirmishes, and it's taken a long time for that car to battle back again. It's yet to break back into the top 10 overall, 15th in class, and that is because there are 3 Porsche 911s still ahead. The leader in that
there's
class...
a certain irony that he managed to steer clear of the trouble when the first 2 cars, and he was the first car on the opening lap, were clear of what happened behind them at the second chicane. But then, as we ran through the first hour into the second hour, it seemed to be that if there was an incident, the poor Atlas BX Ferrari would come upon it and be delayed, and clearly has picked up damage. But Guillaume Kim, still waiting to see 1 minute 50.9 first flying lap. That's not bad, so let's see how he settles down. But of course, he started the race in full lunchtime daylight, and now it's fully dark at Monza.
Yeah, nice little touches on that Ferrari as well, with the roof line, A pillar stretching back to the C pillar, covered by the sort of pinky purple LED strip light. So just like cars in real 24-hour races, they take on a slightly different complexion when they get to this portion of the race. As one of the Porsche Caymans now heads through the Parabolica towards the end of the lap. Grandstands come into view now for Porsche number 476, and 476 is the class leader in the 718 GT4 Cayman class. You can theoretically enter other GT4 cars into that as well, but the 718 is the only one available so far. But John, I think, suggesting that GT4 field set for some injection of different models in the near future in iRacing. Marcel Fassbender for Duo, though, leads the way in car 476 and has, as a decent cushion, well over 2 minutes now as a lead over the number 464 car, which is the Heli ABK Racing Cayman GT4. So still plenty of curb being taken by these cars, and brief run through the gravel there for Fassbender. Speed still good as it reaches the Lesmo corners. Still trying to weigh up here, Bruce. Go on, yeah.
No, you go on.
It was more of a question about whether it's better to be with traffic or to be on your own, because one or two, well, not through choice, but finding themselves out in the woods in a solitary format, and I don't know, it's less distraction that way, but do you want a bit of extra headlights from behind? But with that comes pressure and maybe the temptation to go faster than you're comfortable about.
I think so. We certainly saw right in front of the race leader, we saw someone else going, I think you were just about to come back on at the Ascari chicane, and they just momentarily looked in their mirrors and I think saw the race leader coming through, then looked back and the Ascari chicane was upon them, or vice versa. And I think it's better to be running on your own. Yes, you get more light cast by cars coming up behind you and past you, but you can just focus. Now it's been properly dark for best part of 3/4 of an hour. You should be finding your form, you should be finding your pace, should be working out how good your headlights are, where the braking points are. There should be no mysteries for any of the drivers out there now. A few laps into any stint, you should have got it sorted. Easy for me to say from a commentary booth, but it was when the conditions were changing as it was growing darker that I suggest it was a whole lot harder. Now everybody can see it's fully black. In fact, as we say that, look at the screen, you could hardly make out any cars. The long view back down from the Parabolica coming down to start-finish line. Now a gaggle of cars come through. But again, Johnny, that just proves that cars go into gaggles. We've still got, I think, about 30 of the 55 starters running around on the circuit. No, rather more than that, 45 of them. But they seem to have suddenly come into gaggles, and then you have long stretches with nobody in them. Always happens at night. Very strange.
Yeah, and just one of those anomalies, if you like, or patterns that motor races get into. Happens in real life as well as at sim level. Car from second place coming down pit lane. This is the second of the two WRT Audis then, with Kenneth Gulbrandsen at the wheel of that. Are we set to see a driver change, with potentially handing over to Piotr Jagodzinski or indeed Fabrice Cornelis? So we'll wait and see which way they go in the second of the Audis, but Kenton Cook happy to stay out and obviously build a lead.
Piotr who's taken over.
Okay. This is lap
Piotr's taken over.
250, by the way, for the race leader now. So, and again, another significant milestone being notched up by Kenton Cook and his teammates. So, new
just
driver.
To point out a little thing though, 54 seconds was the gap between the number 1 Audi and the number 2 Audi when the number 2 came in from second place. But of course, they're running different sequences. They're about, let me see, 10 laps apart in terms of their sequencing.
Okay. So it'll be a fair old wait yet for the second of the WRT Audis to come down pit lane. And this will briefly put the Red Camel Esports car back up to second place then. Jorn Zotekau driving that, the car that he shares with the two Breukers brothers. And the WRT Audi back on the move. Fresh Hankook tyres for Piotr Jogodiński, and careful not to cross the blend line as the car rejoins the motor race. Right behind the 66, it looks like, which is Ramez Azam. We've waxed lyrical about the ability of that young man in his sim racing career. And Ramez Azam then just a little bit further up the road, still just about on the lead lap, although we're measuring it to Kenton Cook, aren't we? So, no, I'll rephrase that. He's not. He is a lap behind the race leader and 3/4 of a second in touch with the 98 orange Red Camel Ferrari. Change.
I've been keeping an eye, Johnny, on Nick Damon's progress in the Team RSL Mercedes. He was 9 seconds clear for lap after lap of Jens Althaus in the 88 Audi, and that's now suddenly 1.9. Now it's 2.2 seconds down. So clearly something happened in front of Nick, but it didn't happen in front of the Dane. Jens Althaus right onto his tail now. Yes, they're fighting over 16th place in GT3, but it's been a battle that's been very interesting as they've worked their way through the traffic. But right now, advantage still with Nick, but not by much.
62 then, still in a decent rhythm, and that car 16th in class. They wanted to be in the top 15 to ensure that they were in the top half of the GT3 field effectively, and a little way off that. Let's just try and work out the gap to the 15th place car, which is Gyung Kim. So that's a good measuring stick to go by, but we're talking 1, 5, 6, 7 laps worth of time there to be made up. So hoping for a retirement are the Team RSL powered by Mofo Mercedes to try and get into the top 15 come the checkered flag. And
tell you now, they'll accept 16th after the first part of the race they had.
True. It's your target and ambition for a motor race doesn't half change depending on what might have happened in the first few hours, and that did rather put them on the back foot. They've had a lot of damage to drive around. Some of that can be repaired at times during pit stops, but you have to readdress, don't you, and think, well, maybe top 20.
Kenton Cook's just done the fastest lap of the number 1 car's race, 1:48.419, so barely a tenth of a second, 0.103 of a second away from the fastest lap of the race. Kenton warming to his task. Meantime, Nick Damon is now going to have to look in his mirrors as the gap has come down. He's had a couple of issues on the last couple of laps, and
he suddenly found 6 seconds, though, because Jens Althaus has had a problem. Just as you started saying it, John, the gap went from 2 seconds to 8.8 seconds. And I think that was probably Nick's fastest lap as well.
Jens Althaus in the pits, that's why.
Okay.
In the 17. Now, was that a scheduled stop? So I scroll down and check the 88 car. And he was last in. Well, there he goes. Already on the rev limiter.
Fuel only.
Yeah, no tyres.
No tyres.
Well, Jens has been in the car for 51 laps. So he's done at least a double. Let me just refresh and see if I can get a little more data on that car. Nick Damon has been in his car what looks like 50. Is he doing
28 laps.
Yeah, 28 laps. Average around about 153.9, so that's exactly where Nick wanted to. I think Nick will be pleased with that. Nick due into the pit shortly, I would say. And he is, by his own admission, short of darkness laps around here. Alan Prosser.
That's funny. He's always liked to be called the Lord of Darkness.
Yes. Alan Prosser has just sent us in. Alan Prosser, who is the king of screen grabs on all of our live broadcasts, be it real, world or virtual, has just sent a screen grab of Nick going past those two cars a few laps ago, and it was indeed the Speedworks Atlanta car. He says it's the RSL 62 as Nick's come into the pits and Joe Bradley with his Nicky Lauda tribute helmet already in that guy. He says, has the RSL studio car got some kind of Dick Dastardly button that spins cars out of the way before they're just so scared that Nick will sing to them?
Yeah, maybe that's it. Yeah, so you want to get behind behind Nick's car as quickly as possible, even if it involves spinning into the barrier to do so.
Absolutely. 17th overall. Car collection's just gone through. Bradley's down. Looks like he's taking some repair because it's down. He's into first gear. He's waiting. So this is costing him time. It may cost him another position here for Bradders as Simon Tibbett will be the next through. Yeah, and Tibbett's just gone through. Simon Tibbett of Tibbett Racing. They've had their problems as well in the 51 car. That's the BMW Z4. So Bradley on the limiter out towards the end of the pit lane in that orange and white Nicky Lauda tribute helmet. A year on Wednesday since Nicky died. Bradley, a big Nicky Lauda fan.
He can still tell you Nicky's qualifying lap times from each race in 1976. Did you know that?
Actually, I can now because I've got the fantastic John Saltonstall book, which is Nicky Lauda, his competition history, which has the whole record of his 316 races and some of his demo laps as well that he did at the end of his career. It's an extraordinary piece of work.
Well, it is fabulous because I, for one, not that I'm anything special, had no idea he raced a black Opel in very early stages of his career. 1700cc engine. I love that minutiae, and that's the thing. Back in those days, of course, the formulae weren't quite as organised and stratified as they are now. Until he got into Formula 3, he was racing anything he could get his hands on in the best way.
Well, even when he was in, they were talking about Nicky Lauda here, whose anniversary it was on Wednesday, the 20th. And, you know, I'd sort of forgotten. I knew, but it kind of slipped my mind that he was doing touring cars and GTs to effectively pay for his nascent Formula career, Bruce. And he was a very good touring car driver with Alpina in the Cologne Caprice. I'd completely forgotten he drove the Ford Cologne Capri.
Look, with drivers like Nicky, like Hans-Joachim Stuck, that's what kept them in racing. A nice tidy salary from Ford or BMW, but the racing between the Batmobiles and the Cologne Capris was absolutely brilliant, and it was a really, really good way for them to develop their racecraft, but also just to learn to drive cars that are very, very different. Of course, their heart was in single-seaters at that point, but anything that paid some bills, they would race, and it was racing of the highest order. And I think it's a shame that the younger drivers today don't, what an old man I sound like, but don't get to drive lots of different sorts of cars. How? Because otherwise you're narrowing your experience when really the best thing is to broaden it. So I think people like Nicky Lauda were around at a very good time in terms of just giving them that level of experience.
Red Camel into the pits, by the way, with Bjorn Zerkitz. Before I leave the Nicky Lauda conversation, Bruce, and you'll know exactly what I'm talking about here. The concept of the top 6 qualifiers, bar a couple of teams who didn't take part, allowing their Formula 1 drivers into a support race on the morning of the Grand Prix in the BMW M1 Pro Car Series is unfathomable nowadays.
But how exciting was it? That was the whole point. And what I always used to feel was if you had a driver who you really rated, but they were within maybe a third-rate Formula One team, it was nice to see them for once on a level playing field.
Yeah.
You suspected they were the match of the very top drivers, and there was a chance to find out if you were right or if indeed you'd just been making things up all along. I thought those were brilliant days when they could drive those gorgeous M1s.
And the Project 4, Ron Dennis's Project 4 team built his car. That was the one he raced and eventually ended up building a whole load of BMW M1s when the original contractor didn't quite come up to snuff as far as BMW M Sport was concerned. I know there's still a few of those cars, quite a lot of those cars around. Nicky won the championship last year, had a horrible Formula One season that year, but he won the Pro Car Championship.
How about, do you remember, John? Do you remember the Alpha Silhouette cars, 1988? Absolutely magnificent machinery. Not many of the top drivers went in, but the back half of the Formula One grid didn't mind another outing through the weekend. They were epically quick cars.
Well, and if you talk about things that were right, so that's the sublime. What about the ridiculous Formula One support race Peugeot 505 GTIs, including around Monaco? And if you don't believe me, it is on YouTube. Go and find it. And again, with F1 drivers as the pilots of those cars. So when you're talking about support races at F1 meetings, extraordinary stuff. Extraordinary stuff.
And it didn't matter to any of the spectators if those cars were quick or slow, because as long as they were equal and they could see the drivers having a good crack, it was brilliant entertainment. Of course the fast cars look more spectacular, but you can have a race between two of the slowest cars in the world.
I still don't understand how they got those big Duvram V6 505 GTIs 4-door saloons around Monaco. If you got one of those sideways, you'd get stuck between the barriers. Still one of my favourite cars, to be honest. Always thought that was when the French still made very elegant 4-door cars, and they haven't done for quite a long time until Peugeot's new 5008, which I think is a beautiful looking thing. Anyway, back to it's got dark, so Bruce and I have gone off on a tangent. Nobody
Bouncing
surprised
back over
face.
the curbs, we found the track.
Yes, exactly right. Nobody surprised face on that. Johnny Palmer, John Hindhaugh, and Bruce Jones, as we are into the last 4 hours, just under 4 hours of the race, and Kenton Cook still leads for the Audi WRT team in the number 1 car. Ramiz Azam for Optimum, Mercedes in second. Then Piotr Jagosinski in the second of the WRTs, and then Black Falcon Mercedes AMG GT3 with Colin Carasani. And why has then Jon Zokatau dropped back? Has he done one more pit stop than the guys around him? 5th position for the Red Camel Esports car. Now, in the classes...
Just made a pit stop.
Yeah, I thought so.
The Red Camel car, he's only 1 lap into this second part of his stint.
Thank you. Battle in at the top of the field is just 4 seconds between second and third. That Optimum Mercedes AMG and the Audi R8, and we're full darkness now. If you are just joining us and thinking, well, this is not very realistic, Central European time, just after 8 o'clock at night, it's still plenty of light in the sky. However, this is the weekend. We have travelled back in time, Johnny, to the weekend of the 27th and the 28th of March. The Saturday would have been the 28th. That would have been the bulk of the race. We've done the full 12 hours, so we're going deeper into the night. And, of course, the clocks haven't changed.
No.
Right here, right now.
No, they do so tonight, don't they, in the morning of the 29th of March. So that would give us more daylight, but we're not quite there yet. This recent history of the Monza circuit. Sadly, we couldn't run the Monza 12 hours on that particular weekend this year for obvious reasons, but we can retrospectively in the virtual world, which is great to do, and it means that we've got 4 hours plus of solid darkness. When else can you do this at Monza?
You can't, simple as that. Let's bring in...
can we turn the clock back a little bit further? And I will buy that Lancia Delta Integrale I didn't buy back in 1992. Sling the fact it would eat tyres every 24 minutes, but oh dear, another one that got away.
Yeah, I did exactly the same once as well. When I was in between Jaguars, I nearly bought an Integrale and didn't, and I've regretted it ever since. Let's say hello to Neil Heckins. Neil, welcome to the comms booth. How you doing?
Hello, thanks. Yeah, it has been very busy in the beginning. We finally have some time to watch the racing.
Now, Neil, what have you been doing in terms of your duties today? I saw your setup earlier on and retweeted that. What's your function today?
Yeah, so my function within Neo Endurance is, so during the races I'm the race director. So I'll monitor all the on-track action and make sure that we handle all the incidents that are coming in.
Now, we've worked with Creventic in the real world. We've worked with Race Sport, and now with yourselves in the virtual world, as well as with iRacing themselves. And one of the things that we try to tell people who perhaps don't know this world so well is that this is taken very seriously indeed. And in fact, we have had to hand out some penalties today, and indeed even ask one of the drivers and teams not to take part because it was felt that their conduct wasn't in line with the spirit of the event.
Yeah, I mean, just like Creventic, we're always like open for everyone, and we accept every level of driving. But yeah, sometimes you also have to think about about the safety for everyone else. And yeah, this was the levels between the driver and the rest of the field was just too big of a gap.
And it's about respect as well. I remember in the early part of me getting my license, my race license, and trying to get upgraded to my FIA international license, which I am now. But clerks of the course saying to me, listen, it's not about how fast or slow you are, but I want you to watch the flags. I want to make sure that you don't get in the way of anybody else, and you have to respect the other competitors. That's exactly the same here, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. And I think it's probably the same in real life, but sim racers never forget anything. So, so yeah, I mean, you have to respect everyone and just, it's for everyone the same.
Now, the other thing that we should mention, and we've got to say thank you very much indeed to RaceSpot and to yourselves for letting us here at RSL come into this event. You guys have been running a championship for Creventic Racing you did one the back end of last season, so you've already done a championship. So this isn't anything new, this is just a different time of year for you.
Yeah, indeed. So usually the spring and summer is the time for me to enjoy the real racing, but also like prepare for next season, which our seasons run in the spring and the winter. Yeah, I mean, with these crazy times, we had a great opportunity to organize this great event and also help us to prepare for next season as well.
And so we should say, and I like, we had Ole Dolleman earlier on, and Ole was saying to us that this isn't an either-or situation. There's no reason why these two worlds of racing can't happily coexist. And so you will have a full season of Creventic racing starting off later in the year.
Yeah, exactly. So we start our season at the end of October, running through April of 2021. But yeah, so this way you have a whole year of Creventic events.
Now, has it been different for you? I won't say better or worse because I wouldn't put you in that situation. Has it been different with you dealing with real world race teams and real world drivers rather than the percentage? It would be a bigger percentage normally of sim racers that you guys normally deal with.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, a lot of real racing drivers and teams, they're new to sim racing and also iRacing, and iRacing can be difficult at times, like for a new person to get up to speed very quickly. So we had to assist them a lot in this. Yeah, I had a good experience so far with the real drivers.
And have you been impressed at how quickly they've picked up? All right, let's put aside the sporting side of things. Everybody makes mistakes. But the real world drivers have some transferable skills. It's not exactly the same, but have you been impressed at how competitive they've been?
Yeah, I mean the fast drivers are also fast in here. I think the biggest thing is like spatial awareness, because you don't have that 3D vision, as well as just indeed the feel. That's what we've been saying. We've been hearing all a couple months.
Oh, every real world driver we've talked to, whether it's on this series, DNLS, or the IMSA Pro Racing series that we've been involved with, all of the real world drivers have said, I've got to concentrate so much. This is harder than sitting in the car, because I'm only getting feedback from my senses effectively from one sense, and that's what I can see.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I can imagine it feels like you're driving with one arm cut off in a way. Yeah, it's pretty interesting to see how fast drivers can adapt, and I think that's also the big quality of fast drivers, that they can adapt quickly.
Now, Neil, as I said, sim racing goes on all the time, and Neo Endurance is organising a lot of different events, and the beauty of online racing is that you can get into a GT3 car and go and race at some great circuits around the world, and somewhere there will be a race that sort of fits your talent level. That's what the iRacing ratings is all about. So people who are watching and listening to this now, who maybe are just dipping the toe into it or haven't even tried it before, how can they get some more details from the sort of races that you guys put on? You've got a website, I take it.
Yeah, indeed. So we have a website where we have all the information. It's neo-endurance.com. Also on Twitter and Facebook, just Neo Endurance. And then, I mean, if anyone has any questions, I'm very happy to answer them.
Neil, you and the team at Neo Endurance and our colleagues cutting the pictures at racespot.tv have made us very welcome, and we much appreciate that. We realise we're stepping into your world at the moment. I hope that we are giving the sport, your sport, the due respect that we were talking about earlier on, that we expect from the drivers, and we've thoroughly enjoyed it. Thanks for letting us be a part of it.
Thank you for being in our side of racing, so to say.
Let's hope we can see you at a real world paddock sometime soon as well. Thanks, Neil, and thanks to the rest of the team.
Thanks.
Neil Heckins from Neo Endurance, who's put a lot of work in. The spotless guide was his work, and my goodness, that was impressive.
Yes.
But just I do think it's important, and Bruce and I have talked about this before, but I do think it's important, Johnny, to make people realise that this sort of sport, this part of our sport, and it is a part of motorsport, hasn't just started in the last 10 weeks.
No, certainly not. I mean, it's a great thing to garner what motorsport we can from this world, if you like, but all we're doing is throwing a spotlight on it that I think was already there anyway for those that kind of cared and wanted to take an interest in it. But if we can somehow guide fans of real motorsport in the direction of sim racing, to just show you how good and how accurate it is at replicating the real world, and then hopefully we're doing a good job in that respect and building the community that, as you say, was already pretty strong to start with.
What was interesting to me was seeing what happened when some of the major series around the world got onto TV. If you think of Virgin Australian Supercars, think particularly of NASCAR as well. NASCAR's audience on national TV for their e-racing was increased in some of the key demographics, particularly the younger demographics, than what they'd had in the real world. And 6.2 million people watched last weekend, and it would seem that some of that audience that was attracted to NASCAR possibly by watching the e-racing, the e-side of it, has translated across. This is a real opportunity for, in this case, Creventic, but certainly the DNLS, IMSA. I had a long conversation some years ago with somebody about the Nürburgring, when I had to explain to people that we actually covered real racing on the Nürburgring Nordschleife, and they said, that's a real track.
Yeah,
it's
I
not
say
just
that every time we do a broadcast.
Well, yes, you're right there. You're right.
But that's
it's not some fiendish creation of some programmer, but that is important because it gets people who perhaps might not have watched that, and because it's accessible, whether it's a platform game from a console, whether it's iRacing here, we're talking to a new generation that might not be into motor cars in the way that we were when we were growing up, and with spanners in our hands as you had to be when I was growing up, but they can relate to it because it's something they've done themselves.
Yes, yeah, and it's something that they've learned. Particularly when it comes to the Nordschleife, if you can cram that whole track in your mind, that's quite an achievement. But then to realise it is a real place, even better. It's kind of like the Gran Turismo phenomenon happening again, because
Yes.
how much of a smaller scale thing might the Nordschleife be now, were it not have been for Gran Turismo, that it massively exposed that track to the console gamers market. The games side of motorsport got people involved in the real stuff. Now this is almost like role reversal, whereby we haven't got the real stuff to go to anymore. So the real racing fans can suddenly realise how good the simulator is now, and iRacing. Why can't both worlds learn from each other and coexist, and also the audiences build, in both directions as a result of it?
I've got a feeling.
Several points I just want to throw in, guys.
Yeah, go.
I read an article the other day that with the coronavirus situation and people not going to offices anymore, this chap who his business is commercial office space, he's saying it's actually driven forward what would have happened in 5 years anyhow, as people learnt to work from home.
Great.
So I think we've had a similar situation. But the fact of the matter is that in something like this, a lot of sim racers, they feel ownership of what they're doing. It hasn't been put on them as a subsection, it's theirs. That they're now crossing over to be fully involved with professional international motor racing. The point I want to make is that in the second round of the digital NLS, Williams E-Sports, hold on, that's a Formula One team. Sami Matti-Trogan, Dominic Stipe, they are now test drivers for the Williams Formula One team. Their expertise is so great they've developed in sim racing, that their technical input is so valued by Williams. They are now full-time employees, and I think that's phenomenal. That a sort of way into a Formula One team no one would have considered even literally a couple of years ago. The skills developed in sim racing are so strong that these guys can go in and do a job for which they're very well paid. And I just think it's such an interesting twist on the whole situation.
And who says, Bruce, that you can't teach an old dog new tricks? If I'd said
Too
to
late
you,
for us, John.
Well, I was gonna go against that line of thought. If somebody had said to either of us, even 10 years ago, possibly even 5 years ago, that we'd be talking about the sort of skill levels we are now, that we'd be able to link from different parts of the UK as we have done, bringing Ben in from the French Alps when we do the IMSA meetings, and people are racing on the same team and quote-unquote in the same car, in Bilbao with Alex Arana and Agustin Canapino, who's in Argentina, right? We would have laughed at them. We would have laughed at them, and that's with me coming from a background where I knew a little bit about driving simulation racing games, but to think that we can do this in real time now is extraordinary to me. Absolutely extraordinary. Now, what's been going on here? Luca Tozzato down the front straight, down towards the first chicane in the Ferrari, 9th position. The RS Racing car comes up on the Audi. That's the Lestrup Racing car.
And he's got Sicily Motorsport making a recovery drive. Adam Morgan still
right on his tailpipes.
Mercedes.
Yes, right on his tailpipes. That's what's happening. Watching the replay now with Adam Morgan as they through Curva Grande, that long sweeping right-hander. Felt the need to go a little bit defensive, but I think they got away with that. No harm, no foul there. Still 3 3/4 hours to go. Morgan still with that red Ferrari ahead of him as they go through the chicane onto the back straight. God, this circuit looks so good at night. Why don't we do more racing here at night? Because we can't in the real world because of the noise restrictions. If you were with us earlier on, we've talked to Ola Dollerman, one of the Creventic managers who looks after the sporting side of things. And one of the things that has happened is that some days have opened up at Zandvoort because they weren't even able to have the Formula 1 Grand Prix. So the non-restricted noise days have been able to be repurposed for a Creventic race later on in the year.
Yes, of course. So, yeah, obviously no Dutch Grand Prix in 2020, but there has to be a little bit of a silver lining, and that is, as you say, some freedom in the calendar now for that track. And great that Creventic could potentially go back to their home circuit, somewhere they've not been able to hold an event for 3 years, is it? Certainly remember going there in 2016.
Some of the Creventic teams were at the test event when the circuit revisions were made. Porsche Lorient pulling out. No, Speedlover, excuse me, pulling out with the Belgian flag on the underside of the rear aerofoil. Also leaving is Adam Christodoulou for Team ABBA Racing. He's heading out as well on the track. Or was that Louis Nazar in the Reiter Engineering car? It was definitely a AMG.
If it was pulling out, it was Adam Christodoulou back into 8th place in class. No, 11th place in class.
Right, okay.
Just going back to Zandvoort, though, for a lot of people, it'd be their first chance to try the banked Hugenholz and that banked final corner, the Arie Luyendyk bocht, whole new twist. Certainly, that I'm really looking forward to going out and walking on that banking. You can see it on TV, but it always flattens it out a bit. Just go and try it. I really can't wait to have a go at that.
Christodoulou actually is coming out the pits now. Adam, pretty new to sim racing, and has taken to it, as you might expect, very quickly indeed. I think the thing that's most impressed us, and indeed anybody who's got any idea about the sim racing world out there, what's impressed us most, and I think has impressed some of the sim pros, is the dedication that the real world pro racing drivers have shown, Bruce, and how quickly they've caught on to the nuances of driving in the sim world rather than the real world, in the same way as they would have to learn a new tyre or a new car, and they've approached it in that way and said, right, okay, I can get my head around this, I just need a bit of time. Oh, spin!
That was Adam Christodoulou,
cold tyres,
went looping round at the second chicane.
Cold tyres at the Variante della Roggia, and Adam on his outlap attacking a bit too much. Oh, curse of the commentator, perhaps they're saying how quickly the real world drivers had been learning. Still very much on cold tyres out of the pit lane. Not sure when he slapped a new set of hand kicks on there, but he turns into took far too much curb on the way in as well.
New tyres were fitted, John. New tyres were on board.
Yeah, and he just didn't get the turn in. Very precise as he turned in the Variante della Roggia, but he took too much curb on the way. Did he? Got onto the sausage
One
curbs.
of the cars that was next through, John, one of the ones that could have been caught out was one who's nearly been caught out before, the red Camel Esports Ferrari, Jorn Zutterkoop, about 2 seconds behind. So it keeps on happening. These drivers, the front-running cars are blessed with many surprises in their path.
Yeah, it was indeed a new set of tyres for Christodoulou, because he'd just taken over the ABBA racing car from Tom Onslow Cole, Sam Neri, Richard's son, who is ABBA Commercials. A smashing family. And Sam, actually a pretty good real world racer as well. Quite a young lad, but already has his race licence. Meantime, that battle for the third spot on the podium, Ramiz Azam, not called upon until the sun went below the horizon. And John Zetterkow now down to under 4 seconds behind. So it's Ferrari versus AMG GT, and he's just ahead there. There's a pile of traffic for Jorn to get through in the Ferrari. Second Lesmore now. The precision, and look at the small amount of movement on the steering wheel. That's when you know somebody's at one. It's not quite a straight steering wheel for that Ferrari, so it's picked up a little bit of damage somewhere, JP.
Yeah, but nevertheless, very, very smooth indeed, as you say, from Jorn Zutterkow. And yeah, plenty of curb being taken on the entry to Ascari as well. It is the economy of movement there in the cockpit, and great exit speed out of Ascari, with cars ahead to map your straight line speed. catching the Fun M Motorsport BMW with those teal highlights down the wheel arches. Just drifting the car through the parabolica, now has the BMW to use as a tow. And does the Ferrari get sucked along by the BMW? Yes. Flash of the lights as well, just to make sure that the Fun M driver has seen the bright orange Ferrari on its way.
Didn't hit the rev limiter in 6th though, interestingly enough. So remember what Nick Damon was telling us, Nick driving as well as helping us out here in the commentary booth. You're not allowed to mess with the gearing on the GT3 cars. So plenty still happening. So we skip back to daylight for a moment there earlier on as we continue to bend time with 3.5 hours, a little bit over that to go. So just remind you what's going on in the classes, because it's been hard fought down through the classes. As ever, we tend to keep our eyes on what's going at the front of the circuit, but in the lead of the 911 Cup class, the number 989 Sim Racing 2 is now leading, and it's Gosia Redest behind the wheel. Now, somebody was asking earlier on, where are the female drivers in Sim Racing? I give you Gosia Redest, who is a very fine real-world racing driver and also plying her trade here as well in that car. And that's 13th position overall, but still a lap ahead of their 980 teammates. Glenn van Parijs behind the wheel of that one, and third in that class is Loic Hartog for NKPP Racing by Bas Kooten, but he is a further 5 laps back. Actually, there's laps between, yes, there's 1 lap between Gosia Redest and Glenn, and then 5 laps further back. I've got a feeling Gosia, and Johnny, if you don't know, you've got faster fingers than me. I think she did the Audi TT Cup at one stage, as well as doing some
she did about
racing.
3 years ago.
Yes, 2017 was actually in the Dubai 24 Hours this year.
Yeah,
which is easy to forget, but
that seems such a long time ago,
doesn't it?
And we didn't get the full 24, of course.
Sadly not, no. But she raced with MRS GT Racing, and
which is who she's racing for here, of course.
The winning car only did 7 hours and 8 minutes. Remember, because that event well and truly washed out halfway through.
So that's the leaders in the Cup class. In GT4, it is still the duo by Sim Racing GT4 team, the 476. Marcel Fassbender leads that in 19th position overall, having done 250 laps. In second place, Joel Ehrenbruch for Heli ABK Racing in 247 laps, and also on no, that's not the same class, so slightly further down in third place is Richie Kunat Constable in the Leipert car in 25th position, on board with Marcel Fassbender leading that class at the moment, the little flat 6 3.8 GT4 Club Sport. It's going through the second Lesmo. I scroll a little bit further down, if I can get my cursor on the right screen. There we are. And then scroll down. I'll tell you that in the TCR class, I might as well have just recorded this digitally earlier and put it on a hotkey. Leading is the duo by Sim RC TCR, and Jürgen Frank is at the wheel, 26th position overall, with a 2-lap gap back to Leipert E-Sports yellow team, that's the 111 car, Tobias Peckstad. And in third, Sander F for Teamwork, who've worked themselves back up into third position, but are another 3 laps further back in that position at the moment. Jürgen Frank, desperately impressive, Bruce Jones. Every time we've seen him behind the wheel of one of these TCR cars, he really knows how to get the best out of these front-wheel drive cars that were built, of course, for sprint racing, never in concept in the real world for endurance racing. But what an addition to endurance racing they have become, both in real and endurance form and virtual form.
Well, Jürgen Frank, Felix Luding and Diogo Pinto, I was actually just having a quick scroll down. Diogo, I think, is the highest ranked iRacer. He's in this event. He's 9,000.
Oh, he's an alien.
120 or something, but then his teammates are super, super high too. So no wonder they're leading that class, because as a trio, they're just magnificent. Nearly 8,000 rating for Jürgen Frank, and possibly the quickest of the trio is the driver who took pole position in class, which was Felix Luding. So no wonder they're leading, but they just don't make mistakes. They're quick and they don't make mistakes.
And that's
what more could you ask?
Yes, that is the key. It's the consistency. And that, to me, is always very, very impressive. So, 8:30 CET, 3.5 hours still to run. Full dark, and it's not going to get any lighter either. Xander F being chased down by Mark Danish. A couple of the Danish clan in the race this weekend. Zorg Rennsports, the Avia Zorg Rennsports car, has run at the sharp end of TCR, but lost a bit of pace. But now only 28 seconds, Johnny Palmer, away from a podium position at this stage.
Yeah, and they have been keeping out of trouble very nicely indeed. As you say, didn't have the ideal start to the race, but just been working at it without too much distraction, and it's going the right way now. So TCR, well, there's a number of cars. I was about to say that we've only had one or two retirements, but we haven't had any retirements in TCR at all. All 10 cars that started continue to run. Now, okay, 155, which is the car that is now last in the field, 45th position, is tens of laps behind the class leader, but that doesn't matter, because often you are fighting the race more than anything else. You want a good result, but you also want to finish. So this TCR category, which is made up entirely of Audi RS3 LMSs, has provided good entertainment.
Bit of a, well, I was going to say a mistake by Mark Danish, but I think he was letting the Blue Writer Engineering GT3 car go through, and he ran a bit long into the first chicane. Just a note on the TCR cars, they by far go the longest on their fuel. 41 laps is what they go, or can go at least. The computer predicting at the moment 112 laps to go. We're expecting 383. That's only gone up by 1 in the last 2 or 3 hours. It's all about the pace at the front of the field. Oh yeah, that was a really smart move by Danish, because he saw that Writer Engineering car coming at a rate of knots, which he could easily have turned in normally there. That's the spatial awareness we were talking about earlier on, JP, that could so easily have completely paggered Mark's race. Turn in now, Mark, turn in now. No, I'm not going to. He started to, and then realised there was a blue AMG coming in at a rate of knots that was... what's the word I'm looking for? Hopeful, I think. Low percentage lunge there, but made possible by the good view. Oh, he came from such a long way back. That was Mads Steinhoff, I think, in that 79 car, if that was the Writer 2 car, which I think it was. Yeah, so 41 laps for the TCR cars. So that is going to make a difference. We're starting to get now into count-back territory with 112 laps or thereabouts to go. Now remember, it's always a bit harder, Johnny, isn't it, for the other classes? Because although you know the time, you don't know how many laps you're going to do, because the leaders are coming round and putting laps on you.
It's very difficult to work out where you are going to be relative to the overall leader, because the checkered flag comes out according to that particular car, of course, and you may be right behind it at the time of the checkered flag, in which case your position is immediately locked in because you've passed the checkered flag mere seconds after the overall winner has. However, if you are a car in front of the race leader / winner by the end, you got to go around again, and then it's about where you are in relation to your class rivals? Because does that provide a further lap for you to be overtaken within your class?
Or make up a position.
Or make up a position, yeah.
Not nearly as important in terms of your fuel calculations here, Bruce, as it is at the Nürburgring Nordschleife, when we've quite often been looking in the last hour or so, or last couple of hours of races there, saying, hang on a minute, guys, this is not going to work. They're going to have to do a splash because, you know, you can't be caught short when you've got a 15 mile circuit rather.
Well, how should we say, we've been surprised. You've looked at the first 2 or 3 cars home, 4th, 5th, 6th, and suddenly the car that's just made its way up to 7th isn't there. You're looking at the celebrations, what's happened? They've backed off going past the Dottinger Höhe, and they limped their way home. They've nearly made it. They're done 90% of the lap, and there ain't any fuel left. So yes, it really is critical around a 25-kilometre circuit. Here, slightly less so, but yes, again, it's trying to work out. It's using someone else's slide rule, I think. You know what you can do against your class competitors, but it's where are the leaders? And anyhow, that's what engineers are there for.
Yeah, and there will be a number of these teams who have somebody dedicated looking at all the numbers. Joe Bradley, 17th position. It's the sound of... Is that the sound of his engine that we can hear at the moment? Is that the BMW? No, it's the BMW of Simon Tibbett that we're listening to at the moment. Different dashboard from the BMW. Still very much a road car look to the illumination on that, although it does have a digital dashboard. The Mercedes is slightly newer, or the AMG should I say, slightly newer iteration of GT3 car, and running with the same engine as the SLS, of course, but with different aerodynamics. And indeed, there's a new evolution of the AMG GT3 as well. I've had a good crawl over that. My goodness me, what a lovely car that is, and the GT4 version as well. So Bradley at the moment sits in 21st overall, but crucially 17th in class. Ahead of him by just 30 seconds is Jens Althaus in the car collection 88, the bright red car. Behind him by 16 seconds is Simon Tibbett. So those three battling for 16th, 17th and 18th position in GT3. So that is a real battle.
Yeah, don't forget, John, of course, when Joe took over from Nick Damon, that car was stationary for about an extra 20 seconds as damage repair was effected. That's why he fell back behind the car collection 88 Audi. But they're absolutely equal out on the circuit. If anything, Joe's slightly quicker.
Oh, he's just made a
mistake.
mistake.
As I say that, he's made a mistake.
Just over cooks it going into the second chicane, and that... Well, he had the 5th place car coming past him. That's Philip Ellis in the Black Falcon car. A couple of bright green AMG GTs. Just a point of order for those that are watching there from the onboard of Joe's. You'll have seen his dashboard had a lot of zeros on it. We can see the revs and the... Yeah, he's just a tiny bit too late. Didn't try to turn in and risk it spinning, but got on the dirt. He'll have dirtied up his tyres just a little bit. When you watch the onboard, you'll see a lot of zeros on the digital steering wheel and dashboard of the AMG GT. So you see his 6th, 5th, 4th, 3rd. I think you need to be down to 2nd there rather than 1st, but he sorted that pretty quickly. Now, we see those as zeros for the simple reason is that competitors could learn something by seeing what's going on, because of course they've got access to all the onboard footage if they want it from within the game.
Okay.
So this is what we're talking about here, the dashboard area. So all of those zeros, that's not what Joe's seeing. Joe will be seeing the temperatures, the delta time, and all of the other information. Some of the cars you can even scroll through. Some of the steering wheels that you can get nowadays can actually replicate that on the steering wheel. They're quite expensive.
I bet. Yeah, but mightily impressive technology these days, which just keeps blowing my mind. And it's continuing on leaps and bounds. If you look at this game as it was 5 years ago, probably not even recognisable to what we've got these days. Incredible.
Still that battle between Sicily and Reiter Engineering as well. That's why that blue Mercedes was so keen to get past our leader in our 4th place car in TCR a few moments ago, because they're battling on the outskirts of the top 10. In fact, 9th, 10th and 11th all on the front straight at the same time.
They are, and breathe in those involved, because now heading towards the first chicane, which really is single file, although we have seen some interesting overtakes, some cracking ones actually, at various points in the early stages of this race. Maybe not something to be braved during nighttime hours though, but there is an opportunity to run 2 abreast should you so wish through the Rettifilio chicane, now through the Curva Grande, and 6 cars more or less occupying the same bit of asphalt together there. So much trust needing to be given and taken by these cars, jumping over the curbs, and the bright orange Jorn Zertakauf driven Red Camel Esports Ferrari easy to pick out as well, as the shadows and the stripes they form can constantly change the look of the gravel track there out of the second Lesmo, as the floodlights pour out of the second of the right-handers. Now this thunderous run down towards the Ascari chicane. It's a plummet downhill under the bridge. Then you pop back out again into this natural amphitheatre, which is the Ascari chicane, over the sausage curbs, which really unsettles the car, and very easy indeed to allow the car to run out too far wide over the grass and over the dirt. And a number of cars have had moments there through the course of the day. Still, 3 hours and 20 minutes to go. This race set to be completed at midnight local time then.
If you're on the east coast of the US, 20 minutes before 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and 3 o'clock on a Saturday on RS3 means the football rewind. Declan Brennan and football journalist Simon Hill will be looking back at one of the biggest upsets in FA Cup history, as they take the benefit of hindsight to review in wondrous detail the Hereford United Newcastle United FA Cup tie. If you're a fan of football, that's soccer. If you're on the East Coast, 3 o'clock, 20 minutes time over on RS3. First of a new series, the Football Rewind, that takes a look at the golden age of televised football. Hair was longer, shorts were shorter, and the football in some ways was purer. That's what Dex will tell you. 3 o'clock over on RS3, that's every Saturday at 3 o'clock UK, 3 o'clock Eastern, 3 o'clock Pacific for the next few weeks. Just something a little bit different from the Radio Show Limited network of channels, and well worth a listen, by the way. If you can't tear yourself away from the racing, we understand that will be available as a archive podcast via radio-show.co.uk or your usual podcast aggregator. Search the Football Rewind and check it is Radio Show Limited who is the publisher, and you will be able to subscribe to that from there. Dex put a lot of work into it, and they are brilliant shows. They made me laugh at various places an awful lot. That's 20 minutes time, 18 minutes time now if you're on the East Coast. We've still got 3 hours and 19 minutes to go. Kenton Cook, another 149 lap last time around. He's knocking them out metronomically. Bruce Jones at the front of the field in that Audi. First and second for Team WRT. This is very impressive indeed. What cards have the rest of the team got to play to hold these guys back?
I haven't seen any evidence in the last 2 and a bit hours since I came back on, nearly 3 hours, suggesting anybody can manage it. It looks so the car from second place, Petra Jagodzinski, is coming into the pits. As I say, that flashes onto the screen. He's just completed, I think it was his 28th, it might have been his 29th lap. I think it was his 29th lap. And that will boost the race advantage of the leader, Kenton Cook. But it's been... That number 1 Audi was running second in the early stages of the race. Those first 2 cars were cleared, and the Atlas BX Ferrari hit its problems, and it's just been in control ever since. Kenton Cook doing a fantastic job along with Marcin Skripak, and we're waiting for Mirko Bortolotti, the Italian to bring it home at the end of the race, but sitting on an advantage of just over a minute, comfortably staying there. A few seconds here, a few seconds there, but it's only the teammates that can challenge at the moment. Ramesh Azam doing a great job to get that optimum Mercedes into third, but it's all about WRT and their Audis. They've looked brilliant from the start.
I reckon that was a 28-lap stint for Piotr last time around. Average 1:49.8. So that'll tell you. And his best in that stint was a 48.7. So he's not been hanging about. That was looked like fuel only for Piotr there. So again, it's a double stint. This is his second stint as he goes back out on the track. He's lost second place to Ramesh Azam, who's 14 laps into his stint, so still got another 15 laps to go. Kenton Cook, his average of 48.4 in this 18 lap stint. Before that, a little bit slow. His best was a 48.4, but his average was a 50.0. But that just underlining, Johnny, what we heard all the guys saying, and particularly Kenton, you've got to look after your tyres in the first stint. Now, if that's a second and a half off your optimum lap time, it doesn't matter because you're saving 25 seconds in the pits, just changing the tyres, probably a bit more, and the time to warm the tyres back up again.
Yeah, and that's crucial to factor that in as well. But about going as gently as you can, but losing as little pace as possible in the early stages of the stint. If you do plan to double stint the tyres, maybe you can go a little bit more gung-ho towards the end of a stint, knowing that you will be changing Hancooks after 28-29 laps. But Kenton's average lap during this particular stint is quicker than his best lap in the previous one.
Yes,
so, I mean,
exactly.
That's just so good. But it is
that's
tyres
looking
as well.
after your tyres.
Yeah.
That's looking after your tyres. And that's getting that mindset, Bruce Jones, that, this is what I've got to do. And, all right, you've got the delta on your screen, etc. But he knows he's got to get 56 laps out of those tyres. But now, with, 9 laps to go, he can turn the wick up because he knows he's going to pass the car over at the end of those 9 laps.
Yeah, and the very proof of that, he was lapping in the 1 minute 49. So he should put in a 1 minute 48.8. So he's been metronomic. But there's also another something in this, and it's the fact that he's sitting on a lead of a minute. He doesn't have to really wring the neck of the car. He can keep it smooth, keep it tidy, and that's exactly what the American racer is doing. And this advantage, well, we'll wait to see what it is, because if effectively Ramesh Azam is going to come in fact, he's going to pit after Kenton, but he's some distance down. But really, it's the second place car that's just made a pit stop, just come back out with Piotr Jagodzinski. Don't know what pace he'll manage, but it's the fact that Kenton had a target to lap constantly at 1 minute 49s, and he's done just that. Great job.
Kenton, whose early career in real world racing was on the Mazda scholarship ladder. I think he won. I think it was 3 championships in 5 years with Mazda, which meant a wodge of cash, real cash, not just the promise of it or a free drive, real money to put towards his career, and he's taken advantage of that. Really impressive young man, just over about 6'2", 6'3", so a little tall for a single-seater driver, but has made his way through MX-5s and won that championship. Also been in Mazda powered prototypes and into the development series ranks in IMSA competition in the real world, and has proved himself very capable indeed. I'm doing this from memory, but Johnny will look it up. I've got a feeling he's won his class at Daytona in Prototype Challenge, I'm going to say.
Okay.
So I think he's got the Rolex Daytona Cosmograph for that. Smashing lad as well. Moved across.
2016, John. I beat Johnny to it.
Yeah, very
the
good.
JDC Miller Motorsport.
He's had a good partnership with JDC Miller in those yellow and black machines. Relocated himself and his fiancée, now wife, to North Carolina on the East Coast to be close to things that were happening in the motorsport world in GT and sports car racing, and that's no mean feat, of course. Really deserves all the good fortune he can get, and is being really putting himself about in the iSports iRacing world, and proving, if proof were needed, once again this weekend, that he can hold his own against anyone in the WRT team, leading this race. Another mid-49. That car's best lap, which Kenton put in, was a 48.4, and he's been lapping 48.8, 48.9, 49.6 last time around with a bit of traffic. Impressive stuff. Meantime,
one person who's really got to keep his eye on what's happening behind him is Joe Bradley, because Simon Tibbett, talking of American races, has got his BMW Z4. It was down fleetingly to 0.2 of a second. It's now a second behind him, but Simon's been chipping away. Joe had that moment at the first second chicane, and then a slower lap where the car, I saw a notification, was slow and nearly stopping on circuit, but he got it going again. But certainly the American Simon Tibbett right on the tail now of Joe Bradley's Mercedes, so Team RSL.
62 and 51 battling. A 52.7 for Joe last time around with a less than perfect car. He'll be delighted with that against a 50.1 when the car was in better condition. Simon Tibbett a 51.3, so is inexorably closing down about half a second a lap, and he's within a tenth now. That's the battle that's been going on for 16th, 17th and 18th. The car collection, Elia Earhart has jumped into that car and is a minute further back. Meantime, Simon's right there and drafting up to the back of Bradley. So it's the BMW, the red, white and black BMW right in behind the AMG GT3. Dab of the brakes from Bradley is through. Goes that the leader going through? That's Kenton Cook, I think, just putting a lap on the pair of them. And this could be the opportunity for Tibbett, as Bradley had to lift off. No, it was coming around the parabolic on the start-finish straight. And who dived into the pits there? Was that Bradders into the pits? I think it was. So Simon goes through, yes. Well, that was nearly a very nasty moment there. Bradley trying to stay out the way of the leader, I believe, coming through whilst balancing, getting into the pit lane as well. Now, Ben Constanduris will take that car over. So Bradley coming into the final corner with that Niki Lauda tribute helmet this weekend. He can see that the Audi's behind him, flashing him, and had to let him go to the other side. Fantastic awareness by Bradley. Really impressive. I slightly take the rise out of him for his dislike of nighttime driving and racing, but that was great awareness of what was going on around him, Johnny.
Yeah,
and he doesn't have wrap-around screens either.
No.
He's only got one screen in front of him.
You are having to bank a fair bit of that to memory as to who's behind you and who's wanting to get through. Now, maybe he had a spotter in his ear as well about a car trying to get through. I don't know how detailed those messages are, but clearly the race leader wanting to stay out and not be swept into the pit lane by the 62 car. You've always got to have one last look, I suppose, as you cut across potentially a racing line, but you want to try and get to the right-hand side of the track as quickly as possible on the exit of the Parabolica. It just wasn't possible to do that with a much quicker car, not only because it's the leader, but also because it's staying out, wanting to overtake. But yes, an ability to, it's almost, that's like motorway driving when you're wanting to come off. It's your junction. But is there somebody on
dives up the inside
your
of
inside?
You, like
exactly.
Like a numpty. I hate it when that happens.
Well, I mean, that's not the rule of the public roads, but that rule doesn't exist on the racetrack, and the race leader wanting to get through however was possible, and Kenton Cook perfectly within his rights to go down the right-hand side, just the bit of the track there that Joe wanted, but really good heads-up driving that, and he's now handed the car over to Ben Constanduris.
Well, we're coming down to just 3 hours to go. Bruce Jones will be taking his leave of us for the final time. Bruce, some thoughts from you then as we head into the last 3 hours. You've watched half of this race now at least, and what we've seen here is something that we're not used to seeing at Monza, which is full darkness racing, and for that, if nothing else, I've been excited about.
Yeah, it's been magical. I think the racing's been really good, but I think what we're seeing with Team WRT holding two of the first 3 positions, they've really got their tactics absolutely spot on. I think the leading trio, Mirko Bortolotti, who should be in next, Kenton Cook, who's driving now, and Martin Skripek, have just put on a really, really strong performance. But to me, we didn't have disaster at the first chicane on the opening lap. We had a little bit of sorting out at the second, but the driving standards have been good, and it's a track that does lend itself to fantastic GT racing. Don't forget, of course, we've got the 4 classes to keep us entertained, but I've been really, really impressed by the show. And I look forward to the next Hankook 12 Hours of Monza. Of course, we've got the real thing coming up. I think in July now is the date for Monza. I might have got that confused, but I've really enjoyed it, John. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Bruce. Enjoy the rest of your weekend, and thanks for being with us for this Neo Endurance organised and RaceSpot TV produced a Hankook 24-hour series, the 12 Hours of Monza. Thanks, Bruce. Speak to you soon, mate.
Cheers.
Which means it's time to welcome back Nick Damon. Hello, Nick. How you doing?
I'm very well, John. It's all going very well. Well, it's going reasonably well.
Hello to Darren Woods in your team. He was out of the car about an hour ago. He uses VR, he says, and when I took the headset off, I've gone from darkness to blue skies and sunshine in a second, which is a bit off-putting. Nick, super darkness stint. Did you manage to get any practice before you went out there in the darkness, or did you just jump straight in?
I just jumped straight in. Luckily, my first 3 laps were just as it was getting super dark, and in fact, actually, it was easier in the full dark than in the gloomy, just to get your eyes in. And then actually, I was genuinely, I was a bit chuffed with that, because I wasn't very happy with the first one, because I'd spun it twice, even though one wasn't really my fault. And that one, apart from a tank slapping wobble, which only cost 4 seconds, it was about as perfect as I can get. Also, my fastest lap was only a tenth off in my first session when the car wasn't damaged. And, you know, if you look at the laps that Joe's just done, you know, the average across the run, it's about half a second off Joe, which isn't bad because he's got 10 years more experience than me. I know we've got Ben in the car, and I expect he should do some pretty good stuff because he was good in his previous stint. So we've got a good, consistent run now. I think we're all getting the most out of the car that's left in it. It's quite interesting. It's damaged, but it's benign. It's not doing anything unpleasant. It's just not as fast.
Yeah.
You know, it literally is like it's down 20 horsepower. So it's not. You know, it's not like, oh gosh, it's got a wonky rear end. You're worrying about oversteer.
Is that costing you fuel mileage, Nick? Is no. It? So you're still doing the same number of laps?
Yeah, it is effectively. It's oh my lord, we've just been completely punted up the rear end Ben's been punted up the rear end by a car at the first chicane. So that wasn't his fault.
But you're watching your car, aren't you? I haven't been.
I've got my car, and I've also got it's on now, and you can see the damage at the rear. I'm not sure this is a replay as it comes through in 1962, but it's going to replay because he got absolutely paggered up the rear end coming into this the first chicane. I think possibly Ben's still getting his eye in for the dark, and you do very quickly reduce your braking distances. So he's going to brake for this, and in a second, this is the instant you're going to see a car completely collect him up the rear end.
Well, he's right on the racing line. That's all fine.
That's the car collection car, isn't it?
Well, his brake lights are well on. He's never going to make that. Car collection, we're not making that corner.
That needs to be a penalty. I'm not sure there'll be time to serve it, but that was pretty naughty because we are actually racing car collection directly.
Yeah, that is Elliot Earhart.
Was it 88? Was it?
Yeah. If it is the car you're racing, it was the 88 car, and I think it was. Tom Pendergast has pitted the Tippett Racing BMW Z4, so
no, he's taking it over because it was Simon Tippett's in the car. Oh.
It was absolutely right. So Nick, we were very impressed, indeed. Oh, that was ridiculous. There was not a chance.
I know.
The brake lights were on and off and on again. It's not as if he braked super late or super early. That was Ben's outlap, was it? Yeah,
first lap. First flying lap.
First flying lap. Well, he's on new tyres as well. Oh, that's going to make the highlights reel.
Yes.
I think it was Tim Vogler, wasn't it, in the 34?
Oh, was
It
it
may
the one
be,
that's
Tim. I think it
further
may
back?
be, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
I
Rather than
apologise.
because the 88's red. From
Oh yes,
memory.
of course it is. Of course.
He's
Yeah.
doing some work for his teammate. But yeah, so hopefully
No.
hasn't. But hopefully that hasn't upset the handling, because obviously we're carrying some damage. It will mean that the next pit stop will be a bit longer as they try and fix the rear endage it's just had. And add insult to injury, you get a 4x for that.
Why'd you get that?
Because it's just the way it assesses it. Because if you get involved in a rear-ending accident, even when you get rear-ended, it tends to give both cars a 4x, 4 instant points, which is always very, very annoying. It wasn't your fault.
Well, that's Nick Damon joining us to the end of the race. Just over 3 hours to go. And the talking point a few moments ago was Tim Vogler in the car collection, number 34. And he certainly collected the back of Ben Constantinos' car. And from the onboard, let's just say, right, okay, so he's got a GT4 car ahead of him, one of the Caymans. He gives that a flash and pulls out. Watch for the brake lights on the AMG. There they are. They're on. They're off. They're on again. He's not stopping. He's not making that corner. Vogler's not making that corner. All right, 3 hours to go. Stay with us. It's still WRT that leads overall with Ramiz Azam in second, chasing down Kenton Cook. Just a half a tenth between them last time around. Last 3 hours, it's the money laps to come next. So, Nick Damon not very happy.
No. Yeah, I mean, it's not. It's absolutely. We put in 4.
Temps.
Well, it's dropping. The track's actually really quite nice out there. It's filthy offline, but it's actually quite nice to drive on. It's quite. Yeah, it's not. It's lost that greasy feeling it had as the light began to go.
27 degrees on the track and in the air. So it's coming down. Clear skies. No wind really to talk about. And the run to the flag starts here. 29 laps for the leaders. 41 laps for the TCR cars. So now, if I do the quick calculation onto where we are in terms of how many laps there are to go, 95 laps to go. So 12, 13 laps away from 2 more stops after that.
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
from
Yeah,
sorry,
that makes sense.
from one, from 2 stops. It obviously 82. If you stop, then you can do it on 1 more stop from there.
Yeah, Ben's going to run this run, then Simon's going to take over, then Darren will run to the end. Then maybe there'll probably be a splash and dash towards the end, but
That's for the TCRs, by the way. I was talking about the 41 laps.
sorry.
It's 20. It's 29 for you guys.
We're 29.
20,
Yeah, we've got
29.
a couple more stops.
So, how much of the rest of the race have you been seeing, Nick? Have you been able to take in?
I haven't been watching. I mean, I've mostly been watching our car during the intervene. I've obviously got the full timing up, so I've seen the coming and going. Obviously, WRT's hitting the front. The gradual fade away from the Broiker's favourite car, which obviously started when we saw the accident which Luke had when I was on last time. So yes, I've had a look at the overalls, but it's quite hectic out there. You're trying to protect your own car most of the time.
Yeah. Well, as we say, I thought you did a cracking job in your stint, having not done any darkness running. Surprisingly, and I don't mean this in a nasty way, but it surprised me how few people had done any darkness laps. We had some of the top team drivers on saying, "Oh, we hadn't realised there was going to be so much dark because we didn't realise it was going to be run on the March schedule rather than at this time of year." And we thought there might be a couple of hours, and we've had what, Johnny, over 4.5 hours of darkness at Wilby.
Yes, it was. I mean, the sunset was officially at 6:46, but it didn't go properly dark till probably 7 o'clock local time.
Yeah.
It's now 9 o'clock, so yeah, we've had just over 2 hours with 3 still to go. Yes, it's probably closer to 5 hours of full darkness.
Yeah, that was a surprise, that March 28th thing. We had already done a run plan which we were seeing neither me nor Joe running in the dark. And then suddenly we got 2.5 more dark stints. You got an extra one this morning when we realised about the clocks going back thing. So
yes.
It just came darker and darker and darker every time we looked at it. But,
Ferrari going slowly, just pulling out the way there of one of the quicker Porsches. Well, that's a car that's well down the timing at the moment.
The RS racing car, Luca Tozzato. It is. Yeah.
Good spot.
Straight line. The Scari Champagne.
Yes, absolutely. Let's have a word. Trying to get through a few driver interviews as well. Joining us in the broadcast booth, hello to EB Motors driver Federico Torrata. Federico, how's your race gone?
Not bad. Well, let me say something first. That driver is a very big word. Put it to myself because I'm a race engineer and this is my first experience in a race with simulators. So the race has been going good for the first few hours, but then we had with another car. Unfortunately, this caused us 20 minutes of repair time, but end of the day we are still enjoying it, and the other drivers are pushing all the way through for a recovery.
It'd be interesting to ask you, Federico, if I may.
Yes.
We always ask the drivers about the crossover between the real world and the sim world. What about the engineering side of things? iRacing isn't a game, it's a simulation, and the amount of changes you can make are legion, and I think it would be quite easy to disappear down a rabbit hole in that. I mean, are you able to transfer some of your engineering skills into this?
Absolutely. We do usually, if you see the name of the team, AB Motors is the team with which we cooperate and we work for, such as other teams in BTCC or Chinese touring cars as well, and in GTs. And powered by Hexatron Racing System is the company I work for. So basically myself and my colleagues, such as the race engineer who's supporting us today, Maurizio Soro, and the other driver, Fabio Magnani, who himself is a race engineer, have several experience over simulators and combining this with the real world. So actually what you're asking is that all the changes we do in real life, we brought them to the simulation, and such as data analysis as well, has brought us to the level of performance that we have in the car. Then from that point, you have to drive it. Usually this is the job of the drivers and not of the engineers such as myself. But yes, indeed, it's very, very close to the real world, such as in settings and such as car behaviors and how the car is behaving to the changes. So this is really interesting.
I'm impressed you haven't employed any driver excuses. I wonder. I wonder if Federico, that you. I mean, does this give you? I know you have respect for the guys that you work with, the drivers that you work with. Does it give you even a little more respect and perhaps a little more understanding of their side of the thing? I know that you're not being thrown around in a car and you don't have the heat and all that sort of thing, but certainly the concentration levels must be right up there. That's what the real world drivers tell us.
Yes, exactly. Indeed, I can't complain. I can't bring excuses because, as you said, because end of the day, my job is to dig into data analysis and suggest the drivers and give tips on driving style and how to improve their performance. So I'm sitting usually in a truck or sitting in the office and watching at the laptop. I'm suggesting, you might brake 10 meters later and try to carry more speed through there. And this is my job, and that's easy, is sitting on the pit wall and speaking over on the radio. And sometimes I cannot, the car is understeering and the car blah, 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 make the effort and something like that. But when I sat on the simulator and now I'm on the opposite side, if you excuse my French, but fucking hell, that's kind of a nightmare.
Where are you in Italy, Federico?
We are based in Milan. Our company is based in the center of Milan, so that's in region Lombardia, which was heavily hit. As we all know, we are simulator racing because of the coronavirus. So basically, as all the races are stopped and we are in a stall position, here in Italy we were hit quite bad. And we were able to step out of our homes in the last week. And we were coming here to the office preparing this race. and looking forward to better times, to be honest, because it's been 2 months and a half of being closed in our homes. And as you well know, for everybody, it's not been easy. So the best side of this thing that we brought some motorsport. We are all enjoying it, and it is what it is. That's it.
Well, we wish you all the best. Our best wishes to all of you there across Europe, but especially in Italy. We know what a hard time you guys have had. I'm pleased it sounds like you've been enjoying yourself. Thank you very much indeed, and best of luck for the rest of the race, Federico Torata.
Thank you very much indeed. It's been a pleasure.
And apologies for the language from Federico there. So, again, we're learning all the time, JP.
Yeah.
Real world engineering skills as well as real world driving skills coming into it here.
But I mean, this type of simulation racing is that good that actually, is it teaching engineers how to do their job better, because they won't have an opportunity to race Monza for real. This is the closest that they can get, and as he said, used to be sitting in a truck and offering advice to drivers about you might be able to brake a couple of meters later into that particular bend. Well, Federico can actually try it around Monza and see whether it works in reality or whether it's just offering bad advice. EB Motors with some great success in recent years, particularly in the Michelin Le Mans Cup that supports the European Le Mans Series these days. And in 2017, their Lamborghini Huracan, as it was in those days. EB Motors well known for Porsche racing, of course, but the Huracan GT3 utilised in 2017 and saw their GT3 car take victory, and they got a Le Mans spot as a result of that in 2018 and have been present at Le Mans with Porsches in the GTE category since then. So I wouldn't be surprised if Federico has actually been offering advice to drivers around the Great Circuit de la Sarthe in recent years too.
This is a non-standard stop for Ben.
Yes, I was watching. Unfortunately, there was a kerfuffle going up the hill, literally towards the Ascari chicane. He was trying to overtake a couple of TCRs, and he just got on the grass and he spun it and he's pinballed it off a barrier in that area. So it's it's a bit unfortunate, to put it mildly, in the pit. I've no idea how long the stop's going to be, but it's not good. Very disappointing. One of those things you could see, I was watching, I could see it was about to happen. You can see it's caught a couple of other cars, but just very disappointing. I'm sure Ben's very disappointed as well. And he had an 11-point turn to get round.
The car almost rolling in the distance as well under the bridge itself.
Still some heat in the brakes.
Nice position.
Not when you're sideways on.
So he goes out wider to get past the blue SPO5 car, and unfortunately he goes a bit too wide and gets onto the grass, and then tries to correct it, and in doing that he just lost it.
This is out of Les Moto. Oh no, he locked it up. Yeah,
because he locked it up because he was being closed down. Well, the space was going with the SPO5, but he locked it up at the point of he had two tyres on the grass.
And then you're sitting sideways, which is not the best way to be. We've all done it.
It's rolling again now.
Okay, that's good news. No, he's still in the pit lane. But that's
rolling on my camera.
He's just started rolling now. Okay, I shall refresh then and catch up with you a wee bit. 3 minutes and 14 seconds in the pit for a 2 minute 45 stop. That unfortunately has dropped you out of the running for that 16th position.
Yeah, we are aiming for 15th. And
you weren't going to get 15th because you were 8 laps behind.
Yeah, but we were hoping for someone else to have this particular incident, not us.
Okay.
At that point, you begin to have to start doing things you should never do, and certainly you should never do if you're a commentator. You start thinking ill of other drivers. They can't have a bit bad. Like, go on, blow up. Go on. But yeah, that's what it is. Multi-class racing. Yeah, you got to pick when you overtake, and not wishing to. I'm not overly sure that was the best move that Ben made coming up there, but I think he was under pressure from the car behind as well. So you kind of, it's difficult to know when to leave. It didn't help that the green car was taking his space.
Yeah. Hello to Steve Grivner. Don't know where you are in the world, Steve, but he's tweeted at RSL_studio. Really enjoying the 24-hour series, 12 hour of Monza. Can't believe it's not real life. On boards in particular, he says, look absolutely stunning.
The emotion's real, though, isn't it?
Oh,
Nick?
the emotion's real. We heard that a few moments ago. Miles Cook saying, watching the 24H Monza 12 hours, real team engineers racing. Here's a thought. Helping their future understanding. The car is doing this now. The engineer thinks, yes, I felt that too. That's what you mean. Yeah, I think that's exactly what we were trying to get over there in that interview. That, it does. I've worked with a couple of data engineers, and they are. If you trust your data engineer or your race engineer, you can get so much more out of a car. Particularly when he says, going through sector 1, you're going on and off the throttle too much through 3, 4, and 5. Can your left foot brake? I see your left foot brake. Use your left foot more, not less, and balance the car with the brake and hold the throttle on the same, so you're not altering the pitch of the car. Half a second straight away.
Wow. Yeah.
And you feel that straight away, and that's what that relationship you've got to build. Duo Jürgen Frank still racing. Duo by SimRC. Nice collaboration between those two entities. Jürgen Frank's been at that wheel, the 176 car, a very, very long time. I'll just have a quick look down to see where he is in the order. 33 laps, so he's got another 7 or 8 laps to do. Those cars do 41 laps, would you believe? And we're getting close now to that tipping point. 88 laps to go now, so not too far away for the TCR cars of making their penultimate stop should they want to. So Johnny Palmer, we're going to release you in the next 10 or 15 minutes. What will you take away from this? This has been your first opportunity to see this sim racing, iRacing 24-hour series race. What are you taking away from it?
Just the level of technology and engineering that this game kind of involves. Now, that's not only in mapping the cars correctly and making them sound so accurate, but there's so much information that clearly is being received by the race engine from all around the world instantaneously to keep 55 cars all going around the track at once. And as we've said, a number of people listening and watching have observed, cannot believe that this isn't real, and it's got to such a level now that it is pretty tricky actually to tell the differences from a real race and a simulated race. And that's just testament, I suppose, to the leaps and bounds that all this has made in recent years. But to provide a race that really, from a strategy point of view, is exactly the same as a normal race, and it's got the cogs in my brain ticking, because you're trying to work out who's in the best position from a net perspective, so that trying to predict where we're going to be in the next half an hour to an hour is exactly the same. And I think that the chat we've just had with Nick Damon, unfortunately spotlight right on him as his car had a moment, but from an emotive standpoint, it's exactly the same as if these cars were real too. So what I'll take away from it is I'd love to be racing properly. Circumstances dictate we can't be, but this is very much, well, not even a second best. This is almost the same thing. Just it's motorsport, just very slightly different, but I still love it.
Yeah, agreed. And the endurance part of it still is what gets me.
Yeah,
I can watch sprint racing in this as well, but if I'm honest, it doesn't interest me quite as much. And I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that, but I would say the same about real sprint racing. I much prefer to sit down and get the software out now and have all the screens up. And if I'm looking at the strategy software and looking at the timing screens and looking at the different classes, and I glance up now to see the Ferrari of Luc Breukers from the onboard, and I look up, I've completely forgotten that isn't real life.
Yeah.
And what I'm hearing in my ears, and when I listen to this back over the weekend, and you listen to it as a radio show, it's exactly as we would cover it on radio. Just looking at that, by the way, as we're now in the end of this lap, we will just be 87, 80. Once we get to about 86, 85 laps to go, then at 28, 29 laps, you're in the home stretch, aren't you? You're counting back how many full stints you've got to go. And just making me think there what you were saying, Mirko Bortolotti's just jumped in and 6-7 laps ago, as we're heading towards 300 laps now, 297 laps complete the last time around for Mirko. So he potentially could do a double here and then give it to someone else with a stint and a bit to finish it off. Petter in second place for the second WRT, the number 2 car. He is 18 laps, so he's got 10 more laps. So they have got a little short stint to do somewhere. I'm trying to look to see if there's anybody within striking distance. Nick Foster's only done 6 laps in the Optimum car after Ramiz Azam did a cracking couple of stints, 29 and then a 26 lap stint. His first of the race in pitch dark.
Yes.
Very impressive.
Again, a real superstar within sim racing, though. You know, his score, I forget the exact amount, but Bruce did give it to me a little earlier on, and you know, he's in the top 10, let's say, of the sim racers and how they're scored in iRacing. So unsurprising that he's been left till pretty late on in the race as a gun driver.
Yeah.
You know, as a safe pair of hands, more than a safe pair of hands in these dark conditions.
Only the top 3 just about on the lead lap. No, they're not actually. Nick Foster's dropped off the lead lap, hasn't he? Because he's 106 behind second, and second is 52 seconds away from the leader. So he must have just dropped behind the leader. 51.5 seconds between the 2 WRT Audis, and then a further 1 minute and 6 seconds back. So off the lead lap, Nick Foster for Optimum by Simsa. Then Red Camel E-Sports, Luke Breukers, can he make up for that tiny mistake early on, which must be eating away at him before he got back in the car? 13, 14 laps ago. Back out on the track. We've got, here's the leader coming to put another lap on Ben Constanturis, who's back out in 19th position in class. No, 17th position in class. But has dropped a couple of laps away from the next car to make the position up. Novice cross on the back of the car. It's the yellow square with the black cross on it.
That's the other thing about an endurance race, is that the potential for even just a minor error to happen at some point in 12 hours is so high, and you know, the stakes become greater and greater the further you get into the race, because you think we're doing really well here. This is, you know, perhaps surprised that we're doing so well as we are, and then just the tiniest little error because you're being pressurised from the guy behind, and all of a sudden all that hard work for the past 6-7 hours is completely undone.
Well, exactly what Kent Cook was doing with Luke Breukers.
Yeah.
Luke was on his, remember, he was on his in lap.
Yeah.
He had literally 3 corners and peel off into the pits.
Yeah.
And his job was done. Cracking double stint. Car immaculate, not a scratch on the orange paintwork. And he just pushes it a tiny little bit, gets himself into a situation which I bet he'll look at that over and over again and go, why did I do that?
Yeah. Yeah, but if he'd been on his own, you know, you just get that extra little bit of time to make the decision, to relax into it. But because he was being forced into which side of that Ferrari to go, the Atlanta Speedworks Ferrari to go into the Ascari chicane, and looking back on it, made the wrong decision. But once you choose the left, you're kind of stuck there then, and then you're reliant on the guy on your right not squeezing you, which in fairness he didn't.
No.
But then you think, I'm arriving at this corner far too tight an angle, and I'm going to spear off into the gravel anyway.
Yeah.
So just need to shallow it out a little bit, and the space wasn't there, and that's it, and you're in the barrier, and there is no warning about that at all.
Alan Pross has been watching the onboard of the Red Camel Ferrari, and I wonder, Will, if we can take a look at the onboard with Luke as well. That steering isn't right, is it? Because he's turning a right-hand corner and it's nearly straight, and on the straight it's still tilted slightly to the left, and he's just having to make little adjustments, particularly on left-hand turning. That's I think the residual issue from earlier on, Johnny, that we saw when he gets onto a straight piece of road, it's a couple of clicks off centre, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
And it just doesn't look like it wants to turn as positively as we've seen before. It's very unusual to see Luke, who's normally very smooth on the control inputs, having to turn it and then turn it again, or turn it and then turn it back. It's almost like it's got a steering box rather than rack and pinion, for those of you old enough to remember steering boxes and before rack and pinion steering. It was always a tad vague. Comes out of the Ascari chicane at the lift off behind the TCR Audi in front of him, but that's clearly not quite right. And when he comes to the Parabolica, which he comes next, he's almost got the wheel dead straight as he comes through the Parabolica. Look at this, he turns it in, and he's having to balance that car all the time, and there it's straight, the wheel's straight, and he's still turning right.
Yeah, and after a while, I suppose the brain will recalibrate accordingly, but it's fine if you're going down a straight, because you know how many clicks to the left is actually keeping the wheel straight. But then, the bends are the tough bit, because when do you start to straighten up, and to what extent coming out of the Parabolica? It's also tough through the tighter chicanes as well, Nick.
Yeah, good spot by Alan Prosser there.
Looking at the timing, he's losing about a second and a half a lap.
And that's the fastest car, remember, that's got the 148.3, that's the fastest lap of the race.
And it's incredibly off-putting. Actually, sometimes you can get a little bit of bend on the steering. That's all it does. It means you actually have to hold your wheel slightly differently, which can be off-putting enough. But normally, associated with that is a normally terminal understeer in the direction of the wheel is bent as such. He'll be losing just handling speed. It's difficult. They're obviously going to try and get him to his next stop and then fix it. I mean, is that something that just happens? He had a minor little wheel-to-wheel bang in the last couple of laps?
That's been there for quite a while now, and I think that might be residual damage from the issue that Luke had when he was in the lead earlier on. He's been in that car now since lap 281, and what are we on now? We're coming up to, he's coming on to 299. 300 laps up for the leader and the second place car, who's closed him down by about a second. But Mirko Bortolotti, 49.3 last time around. He's not exactly hanging about, 49.5 for second. Those two cars still the two quickest cars on the track by some margin at the moment, JP.
Yeah, and their dominance has been felt, for a number of hours now. And the average times in the early stages of Kenton Cook's last stint, I didn't think were going to quite match his previous one, but in the end, on an average time, he did it by 0.8 of a second, and then handed over to Mirko Bortolotti, who've not seen behind the wheel of that car for a little while now.
Since the start of the race.
He went down the shops.
Yeah, he went off. He
genuinely did. I can't do the next one. I've got to do some shopping.
The interesting thing, guys, is that there were official preventive practices all week. So they booked some time on the servers, and there's 4 hours Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, a 2-hour official session Thursday, Friday. We didn't see the WRT cars until yesterday, when they just turned up to make sure they could log on. So they've done all their practice on their own, and they've been sitting down there. I'll tell you what, they've been trying in various different conditions, various different times. They've been running the cars, which is another great thing you do in sim racing. You can simulate, you can run as many laps of testing as you like, because you have hours in the day. And again, it costs you no pounds, no pence. And they'll be analysing that, and they've obviously found a fantastic setup because they've been working on it. It works all through the day, and it's easy to drive, because you don't want the ultimate speed. And it's interesting that we saw 46.9s in qualify. In warm-up qualify, we've not seen anything above a 48.3. So everyone's gone for a slightly safer setup, because the track has been sort of the time when it was just before it got dark, and when Darren was out, the track was in the best condition he's had it in the entire week he's been out there.
Yes,
so
because it's rubbering up online. That's the thing.
Yeah, so they haven't. So they've done a lot of work, much like we've seen the BMWs do a huge amount of work at the start of the Inter Series as well.
Yes,
they've really worked on this Audi to get it where it is, and it's paid off. And it's they're one of the big teams. Most of the Mercedes are kind of, whilst they may have names like Abba and Sister, they've been run by guys who are racing drivers who are better than we be, but they haven't got that kind of official race engineering backup.
Just to give you a couple of pointers towards the end of the race, we'll go back through the classes, starting with TCR. Felix Luding is back out of the pits, having just pitted the last time around for the leading Audi for Duo. That's the 176 car. and with 81 laps to go, that means he can go to the end with one more stop, or that car can do it. So they've pretty much stopped at the first opportunity to get to the end with one more stop after that. So that's Duo by SimRC, who are leading by a couple of laps, and they have controlled this race pretty much from the drop of the green flag. For the Porsches, well, the club sport category, as Felix has refused to give up the seat, by the way, in the Duo car, but why not? In the Porsches, for the GT4s, that's the Duo car as well. Tom Valentini has been in that car for, let me see, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 4 laps, and he leads. Now, they're doing as many as 38 laps, so they're not quite there. They might have to do a little splash and go at the end. Just looking to see who's second. It's the Heli ABK car. Now, Anthony Beckman is coming towards the last third of his stint. Now, he can go with 2 more stops from here. So that's going to be interesting about who has the shortest stop at the end. What's the gap between those two? Is there a full lap? Yes, there is. There's a couple of laps between those two. So that's not as crucial as I thought. And Duo controlling that class as well. Moving into the 911 category, that all day has been the domain of MRS, and they are first and second in 12th and 13th position. Done a cracking job. Gosier Dest has handed back to Nicholas Laubisch, and Matthias Dettig is in the second car. They are 11 and 19 laps in. They'll get 31 laps out of those cars. So again, they've got a couple more stops to go at the very least, maybe 2 and a splash for those two. And at the front of the field at 28 laps, we're still a little ways off knowing exactly how that's going to do, but it would suggest to me that the guys at WRT have organised themselves pretty well at the moment. Still 16 laps, 17 laps for Mirko, so that's going to take him down 17 laps from where we are now, is going to take him down to 72, 62, just too far to go. So he's gonna have to have a splash for 3 or 4 laps, I reckon, the leader, if he carries on now, unless he can maybe lean the car off. 1 more lap if you lean the car off, or potentially even 2 more laps around here, Nick. What do you reckon?
You need to lead it off quite some time earlier. I think you can. If you ran in mode 2 the whole time, you get about a lap and a half extra, which could be 2 laps, depending on exactly how
bit
the
of
fuel
lift and coast.
Yeah.
Okay. Seems.
We've got a penalty.
I'm not surprised.
Having had the car spin round, and we've now got a 15-second penalty as well.
I can save that at your next stop.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
So Johnny Palmer, we're going to release so that he can get home in real daylight.
That's kind of you.
Tonight. No, but I thought it'd be nice. Thanks for being with us. Really good to have you back talking on the airwaves as well, and more than a bit of fun then, eh?
Yeah. Well, I've missed this because the last race I called was the last WEC race, which took place at COTA in February, so 3-month layoff pretty much. So yeah, I was keen to knock a bit of rust off the commentary skills, and this has been a good test because there's so much happening. 4 different categories to stay on top of, all sorts going on, 5 hours of full darkness and relentless pace. So thank you for the invitation. Sign me up for the next one.
Right, done and done. Safe home, JP.
Thank you.
Best to the family.
Indeed, likewise.
Johnny Palmer, who has been joining us tonight. It's left to me and Nick to bring it home.
Yes, well.
2.5 hours then. Still a lot can happen, Nick, and it's all about the concentration levels here. What's the plan then, Ben, to finish this stint, and then who's going to split up the last couple of stints?
Well, Simon's going to get in, and he'll run the 55 minutes, and then we'll have Darren into the end, which is now going to be It's going to end up being about an hour and 10, so it's about 1.5 stints to the end. So, yeah, I mean, it's I don't think it's a bit unfair to get a penalty for that instance because we lost so much time. But I suppose them rules is the rules. But yeah, it's. But yeah, it's interesting what you were saying about earlier about the sim racing and the sprint sim racing and even the entertainment racing we've been seeing from F1 and to a lesser extent to the We Are the Race where they turn the damage off. It's to me that's just not as interesting because there's no jeopardy. There's no obviously there's a limited amount of jeopardy in sim racing anyway because no one's going to damage a car and no one's going to end up with a hefty bill. But the point about this is if you make if you damage your car as we have and as so many other have, you carry a penalty. If you damage it in hour one, you carry it for 11 hours, and you have that jeopardy in your performance. This is why these bumper car things where they've got F1 races against cricketers is all very well as entertainment, but it's not that appealing to people like well, perhaps to us, the endurance crowd.
Yeah, don't disagree with any of that, Nick. If I'm honest, Alabama Motorsport and Wright Engineering still having a bit of a scrap. I'm doing mental calculations as quickly as I can for the pit stops at the end of the race.
Yeah, I'm sure there's quite a lot of back calculation now. About,
I don't think anybody at the sharp end of the field has got 2 full runs left. I think it's 2 full runs and a handful of laps, and I don't think that it will change the late with 55 seconds near enough at the front of the field. The guys in the number 2 car have got to push harder if they're going to put their teammates under pressure.
It'd be interesting to know where they are on their tyre stints as well, because it might be someone decides to do 2.5 stints on the tyres because the wear has dropped way off as the temperatures come down.
Well, Piotr is coming in second place. He's got 5 laps to go to the end of his second stint, and presumably then he'll get out of that car. Mirko has got, in fact, Piotr's got slightly fewer laps than that to the end of his stint. He has got 1 lap to the end of his stint. In fact, he's just gone through to start his 29th, so he's going to do another 29 lap stint in that car. They've managed to eke out that 29th lap. Mirko Bortolotti is starting his 17th lap of what will be probably a 28 or a 29 lap stint as well. Kenton Cook did manage to get 2 29 lap stints and was super quick, so it is doable.
Yeah, your key gain, obviously, John, is in your final stop. You're putting less fuel in, so
correct.
It's something in there. If you think about it, a lap is about a second. So every lap less of fuel you need, you'll save a second in the pits.
Just getting notice from a few moments ago. Incident between car 79, Wright Engineering, and 88 car collection. 15-second penalty for car 88. That was that battle we were watching earlier on, which your car was involved with for a little while, with the 88 car.
The 88 car is actually, running just ahead of where we were a minute ago. It's just gone completely off the track for a while just to go past someone, but hey-ho.
Yeah, well, there's going to be a penalty for that car as well. Thanks again to Alan Prosser for passing that to me. So Bortolotti, with 10 laps to go before his pit stop. 10 laps will leave him, I reckon, with 66 laps to go. He can do 56, possibly 58. So he's going to have an 8-lap
dash
run somewhere, or that car is. So the question is, I suppose you do that. So Mirko does a double, and then somebody else does a stint in a little bit.
Yeah, and second in place coming the pits now. So we have a pit stopping with.
That's correct. That's spot on time.
Car. So they are. So of course they ran that 16-lap short stint, didn't they? They got some damage quite many hours ago, just put them slightly off kilter. So. Yeah, I mean, it's going to be
I think that was a disconnection, actually. Both the WRT cars have had a disconnection, which dropped them a whole lap. And they've had to work hard to get that back. That was a 29-lap stint by Piotr. So if he does that car does 2 29-lap stints from here, that's 58 laps. out of 76, 58, 60. So it's nearer to 3 full stints for them from here.
Much nearer. If you think about it, it's about, for the front guys, it's probably about 53 minutes to 54 minutes for a complete stint and the fuel stop. So, so you're looking at, with 2:22 to go, then there is, they're just shy of 3 stints. So they will not have to put a full tank of fuel in the third time.
It's Nick Damon with me, John Hindorf, as we'll take you through the last 2 hours and 20 minutes. The thing for me that I just can't tell you how happy is seeing Monza in the dark.
I know it is amazing. The first time I saw it in the dark was when I was driving it. It's not too bad. I was trying. It's
all right. That was the first time I'd seen Quarter in the dark, mate, when I went out for qualifying.
That's far worse. That's far more complicated than Monza. Monza, actually, it's really interesting. I remember thinking, if you remember a long time ago, Minardi, they had Alex Ewing in the car, and Alex Ewing had to share the Minardi because it broke down to qualify, and he didn't often qualify the race. He actually managed to qualify at Monza, and I was thinking, it's because Monza must be quite simple, just blast, brake, but it's actually a really, really difficult circuit. It's much more difficult, for example, than Road America, which you think would be, Road Atlanta, which you think would be up and down. But it's all about, you've got to get the brake points right. You're then going to try and carry the speed, the Lesmos, and it's a very different challenge, being less three-dimensional. But it's still not an easy circuit, despite the fact it looked, when you lay it down on a piece of paper, easy.
So Phil Ellis giving a little love tap and a bit more, maybe, to the Writer Engineering 2 car, Jeff Algagnahan, and Jeff not really using enough curb on the way in there, but Phil really should have been a bit more circumspect than that, and it seemed like it might get a little bit nasty later on, but I think that's all past now. Jeff Reef for Writer in the other car is the 78 car further up the field. Sorry, Nick. You're
absolutely right. Those little squabbles have been going on up and down the field, many of them unseen. If you look at the absolute reams of lists of incidents that the stewards are dealing with, you'll just see how many there are. These little kerfuffles, misunderstandings, speed differences not catered for. Obviously, we've seen a couple of people get kicked out for what was deemed as deliberate contact, but most of it isn't. Most of it is just a failure of understanding. And that one was very obviously just a misjudging of the difference in relative speed, or somebody not quite doing what you do, even though it may be what they would do every lap, but not what you do. So you sometimes you have to drive assessing what someone else might do, especially if they're in a different class. And the thing about the Porsches is they're very, very deceptive for the GT3s, the 911s, because they are as fast on the straight and they're as quick in the corners. Certainly in Monza. However, they have a much longer braking distance, and that can really catch you out.
Yeah, but then they're really back in again with their mid-corner speed.
Yeah,
they get the power on super early. Track's still pretty packed. We've had precious few further retirements, and that's a nice thing to see, Nick. Even people who, like yourselves, have had some issues, and you're not in with a chance, certainly, of the victory. But I think out of a potential 58 entries that I've got on the timing screen, I think, Brian Ortiz, how long has the Atlanta Speedworks car been in the pit lane? I think we've still got a good 42, 43 cars running.
Yeah, it's 43 minutes. I think it's interesting. I think when I was chatting to you earlier, I think we were 43 running. I think there's still 43 running. I mean, the difference, obviously, the accidents you have in iRacing are nearly often much more spectacular than real world accidents, and obviously a lot of them would completely eliminate the car, but you can get the car repaired and back into a drivable state, which wouldn't be within the penalty situation. So it does keep people running. I mean, you lose enough so you're never going to win the race, but it does keep you interested in a event that most of the people in this team, there's been a huge amount of practice. Most people have been put in hours and hours and hours to actually get onto this track. I think because in many ways, I think there's a big mixture of professional drivers, sim racers, and people like myself, people like the EB Motors guys who are peripheral normally sitting in the car at a Creventic event. And I believe we kind of wanted to do the best we could for Creventic. I think we all have a kind of investment in the organisation, and we all kind of we're really, really fond of Jerry and the gang, and we want them. They've put this on out the goodness to entertain people whilst we wait for racing to get going for real. And I think we all wanted to put on as good a show as possible for them. We didn't want to. We knew we weren't going to win, but we didn't want to be laggards at the back looking silly.
Can I just say, by the way, in your first stint, you were in the same area of track as Team ABBA Racing, and they're now in 11th position. Sam Neri.
Yeah, they made a big mistake early on. Adam Christie did lap 2, and then they effectively carried damage. But what they've done is they've maximised what they had at their car. With Onslow, Cole, Adam Christillo, and Sam Neri have turned the best laps they can turn, which are probably a second and a half a lap slower than the leading cars. But they've all got down and got their head down. I've seen a couple of little minor offs, but whereas that's a really solid performance. Because they could have given up. They're professional racing drivers. They could have given up and got home and watched something on telly. But from lap 2, they're at a handicap, but they've sat down and they've plugged it through, which is really impressive.
Last time around, Sam did a 50.5. The car's fastest lap was a 49.7. Fastest lap of the race. So, that's 1.3 seconds, 1.5 seconds off the best in the race. But I think that car's been damaged from so early on. We've not actually seen the performance potential of the bright green machine.
No, lap 2 it got a big clunk, and I think there is a kind of a slow improvement. I think each time you get if you don't have another accident, it'll repair it the first time, and the next lap will come in, it'll just repair it a little bit more. It never gets back to where it should be, but every time there's an extra tyre wrap goes in each time, John, it gets a bit better. But I think I'm really, really impressed by the ABBA guys, because they are professional racing drivers. None of them need to. They were here supporting Creventic as well. Adam and Tom particularly are big supporters of the Creventic series and both won races in the real Mercedes cars in GT3. And they could have gone home. They've got other things they could do, but they said, no, we're going to carry on going. We're going to run 11 hours and 15 minutes, hopefully, with a handicap, and just see how far we can get, which is the sort of thing proper racing enthusiasts do. And it's to me.
This is endurance, mate. That is the Creventic mission statement, and I don't think you get as much out of Creventic as you can do if you don't go into it with that ideal in your mind.
Yeah, and I think it's I think it's really admirable that 3 professional drivers would do, or paid drivers do that, because it's for us now. We really enjoy. It's our chance to have get on a virtual real racetrack with virtual real drivers and have a great time. We'll keep going until if there's only 3 wheels in the car, because it's our one chance. These guys, Adam Christillo, is running in 3 or 4 different series. He's done some of the other televised series as well. So
he's quite a newcomer, as I was saying earlier on, to sim racing. He's not an old hand at this. He's picked it up rather quickly.
No, I think he actually put his rig together about 6 weeks ago. The first race he had was one of our Team Mofo races. He comes to all our Tuesday night races. And what he does is he deliberately starts at the back and sees how far he can get forward. So he doesn't bother with qualifying.
Without hitting anybody.
Yeah, no, he's good. He doesn't hit him.
Well, but that's him. Into the pits, Reid Harker, the Kiwi Earl Bamber Motorsport team in the Mercedes, out of 13th position in class, 15th overall. The 2 MRS Sim Racing 911 Cup cars doing great work and still just hovering outside the top 10, 12th and 13th.
I think they had done a really good job. I think the interesting thing was, I think we were assuming something, of course, that would happen in real life, but doesn't actually happen in the sim. They'd have the endurance fuel tanks in, so we thought these guys are going to have a massive advantage. But they actually ended up with a fuel tank that's only got a lap more than the GT3s, so they couldn't do what they do in the real world, where suddenly they disappear off without 25 minutes. And we'll leave for the first on the stagger for the first 4 hours. They normally leave. John, we get the Porsches at the front.
Yes, 4 to 5 hours. It can be. It just depends how much they are getting out of the fuel tank, as you rightly say.
And what I will say is, having there's only 6 of them on the track, but I've not had any problem with any of them, either going past me or me going past them, which is obviously a bit rarer. They all seem to be. I think that the quality of the 6 is pretty impressive.
Yeah. And it's lovely to see some real world MRS drivers in there. It's been good. It's a nice little tie up between the real world team And the other thing I've loved about this is the liveries. The livery has been fantastic with the real world cars, and it's getting me back into the habit of spotting cars again, because we don't get to watch all the practice sessions necessarily, so my brain's got to work a bit quicker, which it's never been very good at, even when I was 20 years younger, and it's been really good mental acuity training for me to start recognising some of the cars as quickly as possible. Second and third overall, Piotr Jagodzinski and Nick Foster, the Optimum car, now right there. So Nick was a 2:01 last time around, so that was a slow lap against a 1:51 from.
So that was an so 2:01. That must be an outlap surely for Nick Foster. Or was it an error? The 1:51 was an outlap for Piotr Jagodzinski, I think, or maybe the first flying lap. Yeah, first flying lap. So is Nick? Why did Nick Foster do a 2:01 last time round?
I shall tell you in just a moment. Let me refresh that one, and I can have a quick look to see how long he's been out of the pits. Because that's well, Piotr has been out for a couple of laps. Nick Foster, 22 laps. So no reason other than a problem. But he's still only 0.2 of a second behind. That's what I don't understand. And he lost 10 seconds on the last lap. And that's just, in fact, that could just be a little glitch in the timing, of course. 66, Nick Foster. A little bit of damage on the left rear. One of the side lights are out on the left-hand rear of that car.
Oh, here we come.
So let's have a look. Well spotted by Will on the replay, coming down to Ascari. Does he take too much curb through Ascari? No, he's coming up to the lime green Audi, which goes one way, then the other. No, that's fine. Kind of a bit of a blinky car ahead. And he's gone past that. So seems all right there.
Strange, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, that's very unpleasantly blinky, that one.
That's another.
Ooh.
Well, he's very brave to do that. Nick Foster going round the left-hand side of a connectivity challenged TCR car down towards the first corner. We've slipped back a lap or so just to see if we can find out what happens. It's all good. Bit of understeer through the middle. So still there.
Yeah, who knows? It's the first chicane is and I've watched, because when I was trying to work out why people were quicker through, I was watching other people, and really it is just do the best you can on the entrance, then work out what's happening for the second part. It's like, I've got the entrance area quite nice, and then just see what I've carried, what speed I've got, what can I do to get the second, and then line the car up so you can actually get the power down. But it is a
there it is.
No, that's what happened.
Well,
wow.
There we go. Good find for Will Vincent. Thank you. So
that's going to be damaged.
That is going to be damaged. So that's where it all went horribly wrong.
Lost 10 seconds.
So again, it's a TCR car.
He's got flash problem, and he's going to get
he's going to get net code.
That's
so unlucky. So unlucky. Coming out the second chicane with a net code issue, flashy TCR car, and he tries to pick his way around it and disappears, comes back, and
no,
I don't think the TCR car helped his cause either, in fairness.
No.
So, let's pick up one of your teammates for a quick chat. Nick, Joe Bradley has finished his stint. Let's see if we can get him in there. Evening, Bradders.
Evening, guys.
Well, mate, I'm going to
how
take
are
you
you
right.
all?
I'm fine. I'm going to take you right to the end of the stint because we give
My
you.
stint.
Yes, we give you great praise for how you got into the pits with, I think, the leader coming round the right-hand side of you and having a battle on the left-hand side.
Yeah.
And you basically virtually had to pull the car. I saw you sort of jink to go in the pits and then realise
Well,
the leader was there. Oh, nasty
well,
crash.
I kind of made a bit of a boo-boo, to be honest, because I went into Parabolica far too fast. But I was wanting a quick entry into the pits. You know, you don't want to waste time. And the front end just washed out. I found myself in the middle of the track, and I was needing to get across to the right. And I was thinking, oh, I know that's the leader on my right-hand side, and I know that's a guy who's going to be coming around my left-hand side. So I just sat there, and I just eased off the throttle. And they basically sorted themselves out, and then I was able to get across. But I tell you what came to mind. Frank Beeler, what went wrong?
Yeah, could have been. Because you couldn't go round another lap, I take it.
No, I didn't have another lap. I had zero fuel in there. I had like 0.7 of a lap, which isn't enough to get you round. It just isn't enough, you know.
No. Have you enjoyed it, Joe?
It's been brilliant, hasn't it? I mean,
Agostini's in the pits, by the way, after that accident for the RS Racing Ferrari. Nick was talking about, supporting our friends and colleagues at Creventic and having a bit of fun at the same time. I've been impressed at how seriously, for the most part, everybody has taken this. It's been run well by Neo Endurance, and it's been more than a bit of fun, hasn't it?
It's been more than a game, hasn't it, mate?
Oh, always, mate.
I think they've done a cracking job. It's been great, hasn't it? I mean, here we are, 12 hours in Monza. We're emulating what should have happened in March. We don't need to go into it why we're not, but what a fantastic event this is. So well organised. I've been really impressed with how the race stewards have been able to engage and interact with everybody. I mean, this morning when I'm sat here in my back room in front of my computer screen in a driver briefing, I kind of had to look to my left and right to see rows of chairs that weren't here.
Yeah.
It really was immersed. You just get immersed into it, don't you? And yes, it's a bit of fun, but it's, serious competition. We've been practicing all week. I know everybody else has. I know for a fact that, Adam Christodoulou's been racing with us for a few weeks now. And Adam, I worry for Adam's relationship. I really do, because he's always on he's always on iRacing. I really do. Livy's partner, I mean, she deserves a medal after this. Or as Adam said, she's glad to see the back of him, to be honest.
Yes, there is the other side of that with racing drivers and other team personnel being at home far more than they normally are. Ben Constantiouris behind the wheel of the Team RSL powered by Mo4, the Mo4 League. Nick was telling us all about that earlier on, about the original founders of that league, including Gilles Villeneuve. Jacques Villeneuve, excuse me. You guys normally competitors against each other, but you've come together as a collaborative effort here this weekend.
Well, we're not exactly rookies at going endurance racing, because we've done quite a few events. In fact, Gary Dodds, who's part of our little...
Why is Gary not in this, by the way?
He... That's a long story.
Okay.
I'll tell you off air.
All right.
But his dummy is yet to be found. It got spat out so far few weeks ago. Yes. That's a story in itself. But Gary actually won the Sebring 12 hours on iRacing. And we've been on iRacing for many years, and we've been through the many evolutions of, the team aspect of it, of how you can be part of a team and swap drivers in and out of the same car. Then we had day and night transition. And I mean, it is so realistic when you're in the car. This afternoon, I was just getting to twilight, and what I've found from experience is that you should never rely on a shadow as your reference point for your braking point, because with day and night transition, that shadow moves just like real world. I mean, it really is fantastic. And you know, it's taken this lockdown for everybody, the racing community, to come together, and the fact that we can still all gather virtually and have this race. I mean, look at that, WRT 1 and 2. How realistic do you want this?
That is absolutely that. Joe, thanks very much. Enjoy the rest of your
See you
evening.
later, guys.
Say
Well
hi
done,
to Sam
cracking
for
job.
us.
Will do.
Cheers, mate. Bye-bye. Joe Bradley joining us from Team Morpho.
He didn't mention how he desperately didn't want to drive in the night. It was only the sudden fact that this race moved to March that he was stinted not to be in the night at all.
Leader in the pit lane.
As so in comes Mirko Bortolotti. I assume this will be fuel only, won't it? Because
let me have a quick look. That's it. The end of his 29th lap. He's spot on time. Piotr's teammate will come through to complete his 11th lap in a moment or two. And this is his stop after his first stint, so should just be fuel only. And then, so let's say he does another 29 laps from here. That'll take him down to
an hour and 6 to go, hour and 7 to go.
I've got 65 laps to go, so that's 45 and minus 9, 36 laps to go. So it's a stint and 7 laps, isn't it, that they've got to do? And you do that on the last stint if you're the leader. You'll stay out and just do your normal 29 lap stint, then come in, put a splash of fuel in, and run the tyres. Easily run the tyres for the extra 7.
Yes, because the rotation they're in, of course, John Mirko will get out next time, and whoever gets in will pick up fresh tyres and then just run them for effectively 36 laps.
Unless Mirko does a triple and a bit, but I don't think he will. He did the first double, he's done this double.
I don't. There's no real need to, because the other drivers are equally good, so you're not losing anything. You're not like, oh, this is our star driver, even though he's obviously a star name. Kenton Cook or anything can come in and be just as quick. So that's not an issue. And there is a point there that I think, yes, you're not being thrown around the car, but the level of concentration is very, very high. And if you've been doing it for an hour and 50 minutes, that's enough. You haven't got to do an Ironman stint when you've got a guy who's just as good as going to replace you, and there's no real cost in doing it. So
can I just point you in the direction of the iRacing Nürburgring 24 a month or so ago, when the guys in the winning car all did quadruple stints in the middle of that race, and one of them did 2 quad stints. That is
a concentration Ironman. I must be. I did my hour a couple of hours ago, and came off and I was drenched in sweat. There is the actual physical movement of it is not great. You're moving your arms and your legs, and you're holding your breath a lot because you actually do breathe very similar as you do with a real racing car as you come in and out of the chicanes. But it's just it's a pure level of concentration is ridiculous. I'm sure perhaps when you get a bit better, then it's okay, but I'm not so sure.
Learning to breathe is one of the most important things to do. I used to always hold my breath in qualifying, which is bizarre, and I didn't even realise I was doing it until somebody told me.
We were doing a practice run yesterday, and obviously you've got a couple of ways. There's a general team speak which we all have, which you chat at the team. But obviously you tend to turn that off when you're in the car actually racing and just use the pits to car radio, which each team has as well. However, I left on the chat because it just practice, and all I could hear was Joe and Simon laughing their heads off because they were listening to me breathing, and I was breathing in a way like I was doing it for real.
If you can control your breathing, you can control your heart rate. That's why it's so important. And keeping your heart rate controlled is very helpful for not getting tired. 4th place car, Philip Ellis. The Black Falcon team didn't have the best start to this race, but once again, top team, top driver, Phil Ellis, whether it's real world or sim, he knows which way is up.
Yeah, I mean, that Black Falcon team, I was watching them during the practice, and they weren't, practice days, they weren't really setting the world on fire, but they've done it when it really counts, isn't it? It's just they've turned up. They're obviously a little bit ahead because of the stagger, but they've just turned up. They've done what they need to do. They've laid down the laps. I've not seen them get involved in too many incidents. I'll be interested to actually see how many of their 5 drivers have actually used. I'm not because they had 5 registered. They used all of them, John.
stand by. Which car was that, sorry, you were talking about?
It's the E-Sports Team Black.
Car number 4. I can tell you exactly what they have done. Jelmer Berman has done 1 stint. Colin Carasini's done 3 stints for 85 laps. Dirk Muller's done 1 stint. Phil Ellis is in his 5th stint at the moment, 115 laps. And Gerard Teams van der Helm has done 2 stints. So there you go.
Oh yeah, I mean, Jelmer. The interesting Jelmer Berman, who's a very, very good, obviously real world racing driver, was pretty much on the same pace as me. So I think he's probably obviously he must be new to iRacing. So there's no reason why he would be anywhere near the same pace as me. So he's obviously on that steep learning curve the drivers all have to go through.
Just after 10 o'clock Central European time, and this race scheduled for the 28th of March. So we've been able to turn the clock back to exactly that point, and we're inside the last 3 hours. Phil Ellis, IWC watch sponsorship on the bonnet of his GT3. And
proper liveries, John. They are giving value to their sponsors who weren't giving value outside, and with the Creventic very much asks for everyone to get a proper paint job, and not only do you have to put in the standard, Creventic standard sponsors and the proper sun strip, but then you had that whole rest of the car to paint up with your usual sponsors. And I'm not suggesting anyone's actually charging anyone for this, but it is, a way of saying thank you for the support you've given us, and when we do get racing again, we're very happy to continue working with you.
Yeah.
And the cars look great. I mean, you've not, normally when you do these larger races, you've got 9 cars which are like, just painted sort of white or a plain fluorescent orange or something. But every single car has a design. I think even there's only one car I can see where they really hadn't tried. I won't name names. Every other person has put either a really attractive livery or a livery that completely replicates something we've seen going up and down a Creventic pit lane.
Yeah, it's good stuff, and the commitment is wonderful. The temperature continues to drop, but only very slowly. Just dropped about a degree Celsius in the last couple of hours. On the track, at least in the air, it's holding steady at 27 degrees. That's 80 on the Fahrenheit scale. Still no clouds to talk about, and humidity at 64%. So still quite humid out there.
Nice bit of alfresco dining. We're out there for real, wouldn't we? I mean, we could go out, have a nice pizza outside the. We could just sit outside the restaurant area. Marvelous.
I think I said
you can have your gold wristband, John, and get your drinks.
I think I said we're inside the last 3 hours. We are inside the last 3 hours, but we're also inside the last
2 hours. Yeah.
Yes, as well. All for my gold wristband. I've got to say the catering here has been pretty impressive.
Yeah, you've done well.
Yeah. We'll not get rid of Johnny, I don't think.
Yes, he's there forever. He doesn't leave Tim's house for 6 days.
Yeah.
Johnny
did a good job today because obviously he, as he was saying, he hasn't commentated since February, since the WEC at Kota, and that's it's a long time ago. And like anything, the brain's a muscle, and you've got to keep exercising it. So it was good to have JP back, and it's the first time he's done one of these, and he's been completely taken by it. Wants to do some more.
Yeah, I think it's very easy to dismiss sim racing, and I'm not wishing to harp back on something I was on about 10, 12 minutes ago. It's easy to dismiss it when you just see these as ridiculous no contact crash fests, which is like bumper cars on steroids, where it's actually a proper simulation of a race. Suddenly you can invest, because you can invest in what's going on and who's driving it, and you can follow teams, and you can be you can be a fan of a certain GT4 car or a TCR car, and even you have those comeback drives like the ABBA Mercedes who's coming back through the field, and it's all those sort of things. You feel that there is the ability within this race to reward the spirit of the race. Even though we haven't had 4 or 5 oily mechanics, replacing the gearbox or a half shaft that we will see in the Monza pit lane for real.
5 half shafts.
Yes, there are people who are working hard and just plugging away and keeping going, and there's been a huge amount of work before we even got here to make this a spectacle that's worth investing your time in watching, because there is a jeopardy, and I think we're looking at the end of this, we can truly say the best run team will win this, whichever the top 5 come through.
Well, when people ask me about it, I say quite simply this, that the same precepts that apply in endurance racing in real life, what is it that Bruce says that he's saying, which I quite like, in full metal racing, which I really like that. I think that's very good. What they apply just is absolutely here. Keep your nose out of trouble. Keep the wheels under the car. There's little damage as absolutely possible.
Keep out the steward's office.
Keep out the steward's office, and basically go around, put fuel in it, put tyres on it, wipe the windscreen, and send it. And that is the essence of endurance racing. Now, down through the years, what's changed in endurance racing, and which is what we see here as well in the virtual world, what's changed in my time in endurance racing is the reliability aspect. The reliability level has gone through the roof. So we've gone far away from people driving 75-80% until the last 2 or 3 hours of a 24-hour race, to basically linking 26 or 27 sprint races with pit stops. And that's basically what it is. It is literally thumb under chin from the moment that you take your thumb off the pit lane speed limit until 53, 54 minutes an hour, whatever it is later, when you're back in the pits. And that doesn't matter whether you're at Le Mans in a P1 car, whether it's GT3, the reliability of GT3 is extraordinary. Just extraordinary. And it's transformed endurance racing. But that's the only bit that's changed. The old precepts of stay out of trouble, don't crash. Sometimes you've got to have a bit of patience. That's more difficult nowadays. I accept that. But ultimately, it's almost always the car that has the fewest dings and that spends the fewest minutes in the pit lane that is going to be there at the end of the race. That's not changed.
And I think it's evident that the people who are doing well are the people who, yes, have had a stroke of luck, but have prepared well, but have occasionally decided, I'm not going to make that move. I'll sit back a couple of corners behind this car, and now I'll go past him, and I'll leave that second or that second and a half on the table and worry about that at the end of the 12 hours. And that's a mindset where you need to have the professional endurance racers, really think what they're doing.
I'll link this with a comment that Works Corvette driver Ron Fellows said to me once when we were in a car on a track, and he said to me, Dan, and this is particularly appropriate this week because Dan Binks, the veteran Corvette racing crew chief, has decided to step away at the end of this IMSA season and call time on a quite extraordinary career. His son has followed him into the business, although he's been working for Ford up until recently, which I bet with Dan Binks as a GM man through and through made Sunday lunches a little bit difficult. But Dan stepping away, and Ron said to me, our Pratt & Miller Corvette Racing pit lane crew are the best. I would put them up against anybody. But Dan Binks says to me, no matter how good we are, if you bring the car into the pit lane, there's nothing that we are only going to take a second and a half or 2 seconds to fix. So if that's what you're going to lose by not making that low percentage lunge, by not putting that wheel on the grass, etc., then it isn't worth it, because we can't fix the damage that you're going to potentially do if it all goes wrong in the time that you would have saved. So you're better off just losing the time and living to fight another day and keeping the wheels under the car. And also, Dan Binks is one of the authors, along with Martin Short and Hugh Chamberlain, with Nothing Good Ever Happens in Warm-Up. He was the one who actually, on a similar note to that, would say we'll not do very many laps, if any laps, today in warm-up. Why? Because we don't need any practice at fixing things, is what he used to say to me. I may slightly paraphrase part of that, but I think you get the gist. And Ron and Dan Binks and all those guys don't get to be winners. Corvette Racing have a near 50% win rate at Le Mans for the times that they've turned up. I mean, that's extraordinary. And you don't get that by accident. And therefore, that is sound thinking. I might lose 6/10 here following this TCR car. I might lose another 5/10 here following that, whatever it is car, TC4 car, or whatever it is when you're on the track. But, if at the end of the day you've lost a second on that lap, what can you fix in a second? Nothing.
No, I mean it's a very good point, but and I think it needs to be some of the drivers in this race needed to learn that. They may well have learned it now because they've made that poor decision. They've gone off and they've seen their team lose 6, 7, 10 minutes trying to fix it again. So that is something that needs to be learned in any endurance environment. And I think, as I said before, because it is easier to have an accident in a simulation than in real life, because you have a better spatial awareness, because you have that, of course, complete three-dimensional and extra senses. So you can it's easier. Oddly, often the car that gets hit we'll find it easier to jump out of the way of the person who hits them because they have that extra spatial awareness. So, but then again, as I said, because there is damage on and there is repairs required, there is consequences, and you need consequences to actions to make you think and study how you're going to approach a lap, how you're going to approach a stint.
We've come, Nick, to a significant part of the race here with an hour and 47 minutes to go. We are now inside 2 full stints to go. 57 laps to go, predicting still 383 laps. We're currently on lap 327. And here's how it stands at the sharp end of the field in terms of the laps completed, as the Lightweight Esports number 410, that's the GT4 Cayman Club Sport third place car, is now in the pit lane, as is Riccardo Agostini from RS Racing in that bright red Ferrari with the tricolour stripes on. The leader, Mirko Bortolotti, still with 45, 46 seconds. So the lead has gradually been pegged back from the 50-odd seconds that it was, but it's still extremely comfortable for the number one ahead of the number two, the two WRT team Audis. Bertolotti's on his 9th lap of what will potentially be a 29-lap stint, and that will be the end of his second stint in the car. Same for his teammate, Piotr Jargodzinski, who is 19 laps in, so he's 10 laps away from the end of his stint, and he'll get out the car at that point. So those two guys have got a full stint and a bit to go. Quite a bit. It's nearly 3 full stints, as we were seeing, for the second place number 2 car. Phil Ellis has got a couple more laps to go in the eSport Team Black Falcon, now in 3rd position, that car, 3rd position, ahead of Optimum and Red Camel, who haven't had the pace in this stint. 150.8 last time around, and there's cars in the 49s, including the Optimum Nick Foster car as well. But it's only the top 2 who are on the lead lap. The lead lap belongs to WRT. In the classes, Porsche 911 class 11th and 12th. You wouldn't bat against either of the MRS sim racing cars in the Porsche Cup class. Getting inside the top 10, Nicholas Laubisch and Gregory Vrandic are at the wheel of those two cars. 989 from 980. And then 2 laps further back, the Baz Kooten NKPP Racing 991. That's the yellow and black car, very striking colour, that car out on the circuit. Porsche Lorient have forged their way back into 4th position, although well down. It's been a real race of attrition, hasn't it, in the Porsche Cup class, with really the walking wounded, only the top 3 really in contention. But what a race it's been by the 2 MRS cars at the sharp end of the field. In GT4, Tom Valentini for Duo by SimRC leads in 20th position overall. He's got a handy 3-lap lead over Heli ABK Racing of Maxine von der Hove. And in 3rd place, Marian Hensel for Leipert So 464 from 410 with the 476, as I say, in the lead of that, and having laps between all of those cars. And if I scroll down to my TCR racing, it is Duo again that leads. Felix Luding, who's clearly super glued to his race seat because he has not been out of that car for a very, very long time, it would seem to me. And inside their last pit stop window, with how, remember, they stopped at lap 80 with 81 laps to go, and they can do 41 laps on a tank, so they've only got one more stop to go. So Felix leading from Lightfoot yellow, but that's 3 laps the gap there, and then another 4 back to Saul Grensport, the Avia white and red car. Teamwork just holding on there, another couple of laps back in 4th, and they're just a lap ahead of the second Autorama car, and then everybody else a little further back. But last time I looked, Nick, all of the 10 TCRs were still at least turning laps.
Yeah, I mean, they're tough little monkeys as well. I mean, they're a good car. I mean, and on the whole, they seem to be able to be piloted around. I think there's a kind of an advantage in the heat of battle with having a front-wheel drive car sometimes, because you kind of, if things are slightly go wrong, you can pull yourself out of trouble, can't you? As most of the damage is caused by ending up in some sort of spin, and it has been demonstrated very often to anyone who's ever watched the BTCC that you can get a front-wheel drive car back from a ridiculous angle with application of throttle when the wheel's in the right direction.
Yes, you still can't overcome the simple laws of physics, and if you go into a corner too quick, the back end's either going to come around on you, and at that point you have really gone into the balance before that, you're right, or you're just going to plough on with terminal understeer. But yeah, I particularly enjoy driving front wheel drive cars in the wet. I find them a really lovely challenge. It does take a little while, and I've raced both in real world, and it does take a couple of laps for you to remember when you go charging into a corner and you go, okay, I'll just steer into the skid. No, I won't. I'm in a front wheel drive car. Get me foot down and turn the way I want to go. And of course, it depends how much power you've got going through those front wheels, because if you've got a drastically underpowered front wheel drive car and you start to lose it, if you haven't got the power to start pulling you back out of that skid, then you're not getting it back. But it is counterintuitive, isn't it? If you start to lose a front wheel drive car, to put the throttle hard down, and instead of steering the way the car is sliding, to steer the opposite way, which would just loop it if it was a rear wheel drive car.
Yeah, I think also the way it's modelled, I think you don't get this sort of accelerated spins you get with the other 3 classes, because it's an engine in the front for a start, and drive at the front. So you kind of, I think your accidents are less spectacular and therefore less damaging, and therefore you are more likely to be able to keep yourself turning laps, as all these TCR cars have. The problem you've got, is you are constantly being overtaken by the however many are running of the GT3 cars, and not all of them are particularly polite. Now, obviously, people like me, send out an invitation and ask you very nicely to get past, but there's a lot of buzzing going on as well. So you've got to have your wits around you. When you're the slowest car on track, it's very, very difficult, because you never get a chance to get into a rhythm because you're always being overtaken.
This from the marvellously named @Chocktails.
Oh, nice.
I did a little happy sigh hearing the Radio Show Limited team commentating on an endurance race today. I felt that if there was a little normality back in my life, as Ferrari goes off the track, just for a moment. That was the 6th place car as well. That is the Sorg Rensport car. Happened there with the 48, Maxi Peckel. Right in behind the... Oh, that's a battle for position. That's 6th and 5th. And did he get a little hip check here from the Black Falcon car coming into the second chicane? He was just ushered gently off the track.
The TCR on the outside was stealing space, which perhaps Black Falcon might have given him, but couldn't, and so they ended up without enough space. And see the TCR there, it's taking the space. The Black Falcon can't stick to the right, gets a right squiggle on there. And then the Ferrari should have backed out at that point. He wasn't going to make it. He's no harm, no foul. He'll get a +1.
In IMSA racing there, the the Black Falcon car would have got a penalty in
Really?
real life.
He was squeezed by the.
Didn't give him racing room. Did not give him racing room. They were side by side.
You
going
feel the
into the last
TCR
part.
took that ability away from him.
If you've got somebody there on the exit of the corner, you can't use all the exit of the corner and take the guy's line from him.
Fair enough.
Listen, Jeremy Shaw and I have discussions about that all the time, and Bo Barfield, our wonderfully brilliant race director in IMSA, when we grew up, we all want to be as cool as Bo Barfield. He is suave, sophisticated, and a Texan from Houston, or lives in Houston now, and just has his work-life balance absolutely right. Mean guitar player as well. Built his own custom motorcycles, and he knows how to live life. He's immense. It was a very good single-seater driver, right up to Indy Lights as well. So he knows what he's on. And no, Bo wouldn't have been happy with that. He'd have been looking at that. But anyway, Maxi is back right on the tail of that Kermit Green AMG GT3. And this is the battle, as I say, for 5th and 6th, excuse me. Colin Carazani and Maxi Peckel. It looks to me as though the Ferrari is a little nicer package underneath Maxi, and that Colin's just struggling a little bit with the handling of the AMG GT3.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure where they are in the individual runs, and whether perhaps the Black Falcons is trying to double stint. I'm not also sure about the relative sim talents of Colin and Maxi, but it does appear that Maxi's got a little bit on the Mercedes, especially in the areas you wouldn't normally expect, which is in the braking zone. So it's possible that the Black Falcon is carrying. We actually know the Black Falcon is carrying some damage. So you can pick up that bonnet damage, and you can see he's lacking a few miles an hour, and he moves out the way. So he let him go.
Yeah.
So
still
not too politely, and now
through the first corner side by side.
He's got the drive. He's on the clean side, so he didn't let him go. He tactically decided to go that side, so he knew he'd get the drive on the clean side of the exit from the first chicane, and up through Curva Grande. I'm not going to call the new name. It's Curva Grande.
Right, Colin's just got in that car a couple of laps ago, so he's still getting his tyres up to 10, whereas 18 laps in for the Ferrari at the moment. And there's a mistake by the Black Falcon. That was a bit naughty. He cut back across in front, and that's upset Maxi. Made a mistake and then tried to cover it. Now, who's this coming up behind them? I think this is the second place Audi that's coming up behind them.
WRC cars, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, this is a nightmare for Peter, because he's now got a squabbling pair of cars which are effectively there or thereabouts the same speed. And how much interest they have in letting the second place guy through to lap them is probably limited to nothing. But they will be getting the blue flags in the cockpits. They know he's there. He's within 1.5 seconds. But they are focused ahead, not behind.
Yeah, down towards the parabolic. Ferrari getting a bit of a tow here. The Audi getting a double tow. Now, WRT. I'm surprised how little grip that AMG GT3 seems to have. It seems very loose going into the corners, and not much confidence by the driver. That's why I think Nick, you mentioned you thought it might be on a tyre run. He's on brand new tyres, but the car is heavy. Down the inside again in the first corner, and the WRT Audi in second place is following through. So the battle for 4th and 5th, and the second place car
get run out.
This time the Ferrari's on the cleaner part of the track, but still can't convert it. Put the right-hand handcooks in the dirt.
Yeah, I mean, both times he's not been lined up correctly coming out of the first corner. The Mercedes has got very good drive. I mean, it's got a very torquey engine. You can hear the difference. It's a big lumbering, throaty, torquey thing rather than a revvy, high, whizzy.
Both
Ferrari.
V8s, of course.
Yeah, but a completely different way of doing things.
Flat plane crank on the Mercedes, isn't it? But it was interesting to see just what short work the Piotr Jagodinski made of the pair of them. I mean, down into the first chicane, they were side by side. The Ferrari looks favourite all the way through the braking area, gets to the first apex first, then is very fair and doesn't chop across. In fact, gives himself so little room, he runs the right-hand side, Hancocks into the dirt. That's the first of them passed by the WRT car in second place. Quick flash of the headlights, took him behind through Cova Grande, and then Buffalo Gals round the outside. Thank you very much. Easy as that. My V10's better than your V8. Bye-bye.
Yeah, I think at that point, in fairness to Colin Cadesani, I think he realised and let him through. So he knows he should let the cars lap in. And much the same with Maxi Peckel. He'd made the mistake. He'd gone wide. He didn't bother to put the power down. He used the fact that half mistake could be paid off against the fact he'd have to lose some time anyway, letting the second place car through. So he thought, well, I'll just ease that back, and then I'll try and pick a bit of a toe up and ease back towards the Black Rock Mercedes.
So what the Ferrari driver needs to do next time around is get to that same position, and then just as he's getting towards the apex of the first right-hander, and guess what? They've come together.
Yes,
they've come together.
Not a surprise.
No.
But where are they? No.
Oh, that's an unsafe rejoin for both of them there. And still, the MG gets off ahead. That was
Sorry exit? No, the exit of Lesmos. So, sorry.
So that's the first corner, and he just nails him coming through the first corner, isn't it?
Yes, but the reason being, the replays were playing, and you hadn't told him what he should do.
I wasn't quite finished, yes.
So he's waiting.
He's on the wrong side at that point, and he's got a car ahead of him, which he doesn't want to be anywhere near, because that's the second place car. Hang on, brake test.
Maxi knows he's done wrong here, so he's waited. He could have driven past the car, but he's waited because he's trying to avoid picking up a future penalty.
Was there an extra little dab on the brakes by the 4 car?
Let's have a look.
Down into the braking area. Brake. Dab on the brakes there.
It really depends. I don't think there was any sort of brake test. It wouldn't make any sense because he's going to get whacked up the backside. And then they carry on going. He waited for him, and then he gets going once they're both rolling. I'm not totally sure he knew that he was going to miss that PCR car.
And by the way, Simon Herring's back in your car, 17th position. The penalty, by the way, was for an unsafe rejoin for Ben. Right, now here's another chance for the Ferrari, getting a draft from the 11th place GT car, which looks like is that the 55? No, it's another Merc. So the 11th place car is the Earl Bamber Motorsport with Reid Harker.
They're doing well. They've climbed well in the last couple of hours.
Yeah. So now the Ferrari's trying to get back at them. 5th and 6th.
I think they've managed to avoid damaging either of them when he just tapped him, because it's very, very low speed. When you get to that second part of the first chicane, you're not doing any speed. You're probably doing about maximum of 40 miles an hour. And then the closing speed is probably about 6 or 7. So the actual cars run low, you've got no aero.
Ascari, here we go. Long braking area. Through, sorry, that's second chicane. Renfilio. De La Roche, excuse me, I'll get it right in a minute. My advice to Maxi, as I say, is to get up the right-hand side into turn 1, get all your braking just about done, and then just roll off the brake and roll in front of the Mercedes and block pass him so that you're exactly where he wants to be in the second part of the corner. It'll completely mess up your exit from the second part of the chicane, but it'll mess his exit up as well, and the only choice he'll have is to run into the back of you. And you've shown him how to do that already.
I think Colin so Maxi was thinking he might get a run now with the toe, but unfortunately, of course, or unfortunately for him, Colin Cassani is getting a toe from the Porsche, the
GT4 car.
No, that's a 911.
Oh, you're right. It's the third place car.
Yeah, now they've all got in the kerfuffle, and
there's a chance. Get the drive out now. Get on the throttle now. Got to get in close. Wasn't close enough up behind the Merc there.
Too much traffic. Too much confusion.
And the Baz Kooten NKPP Baz Kooten car.
There
he goes. Got to go to the right. Got to go to the right now. He missed his chance there.
And he must have dabbed the brake when he did it as well. Must have spooked him because he didn't. All his gains stopped there.
Right now.
But he's taken the advantage.
Stay on the outside. Now roll it in. You've got to You've got him now. Get on the
Pow,
throttle.
pow, 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 pow. No, too much drive for the Mercedes. You need.
No, and also Baxi oversteering there. He didn't let the steering off. Did you see the twitch?
Yeah, but that's because he's in the marbles there. The clean line is what Colin was on the Mercedes, which anyway has good drive. The Ferrari was in a great grubby marbly line.
Right, let's round the outside here, and this is lovely. Now roll off the brake, get to the next apex. He's nearly there. Watch, he's held onto the lot. Oh, yeah, maybe you're right.
You're absolutely right. He's got to block him in the middle. He's not going to get the drive.
Correct. I still think, by the way, when they came together, brake lights were on at the apex, and the wonderful Alan Prosser has absolutely nailed it for me. So the previous incident where those two came together, brake lights were on at the second apex, or the third apex, excuse me. So there was a little dab on the brakes there. It's going to be 2 weeks next Tuesday, by the way, before the race stewards get to the end of all the incidents tonight.
They are having a lot of catching up to do. It weren't too far. It was only about 45 minutes till we got ours, so they're not that far behind. But there are a lot going on.
This is fabulous, these two battling out for, what is it, 5th and 6th position. Far back is Dan Wells. Oh, he's a lap off those two. Right, here we go again. Down the start-finish line. And again, the Ferrari just starts to pick up the toe. Yeah, he's got to go right now. Got to go right now and stay right. He's there. He's got a chance here. Oh, we're moving.
Oh, that was naughty.
That was naughty again.
Now,
roll off the brakes. Roll off the brakes.
Oh, no. And he's going to slow down as well, so he's going to have to slow down.
And he's on the dirty side of the track as well.
They'll have to let him through because he's got to slow down. What a slow down means is you get a warning, a flag in your cockpit saying slow down by whatever it may be, between 1.3 and 3 seconds. And then you have to effectively roll off the pace enough so you have about 4 corners to do it, or you will get a black flag for not giving up that time.
I think that was naughty moving across in front, don't you? It was just before the braking area.
And that unsighted him. So I think that's a 2.2 doing that. He had to roll off, so he lost a bit of drive, so he lost some of that anyway, but he'll have to drop off a little bit behind him, and it'll take him a couple of laps to get back again.
See, it very purposefully goes left there, the AMG car, and then snaps back to the right. That's very dangerous. I'd not be happy with that if I'm in the Ferrari.
They're having a right old tussle battle. I'm sure they're probably enjoying it because there's a long distance of the car behind them, a long distance of the car in front. But the thing you want to avoid is one spearing off. Is he? No, he's not.
No, he's not. Sorry.
Because he had to slow down. He would have lost not just a couple of yards. He'd have to slow up another second. So I'm sure he's about a second behind from that slowdown.
Yeah, 1.4 now the gap as they head into the Parabolica. Still an hour and 25 minutes to go. The two WRT Audis lead.
I mean, that is one of the things, John, that sim racing does better than any real racing can do, is the awarding of mini penalties. Like, if you speed in the pit lane, they always know. It's an absolute. You don't need a report from an observer's report about cutting a corner. It knows, and it knows what you've done, and it knows if it's going to let it off or not. And so that sort of slowdown stops the abuse, and there would be massive abuse of the chicanes here at Monza by the drivers. It wasn't, in fact, they know they can't actually cheat it because you get an automatic slowdown, which you have to do in the car, or you get a black flag. That's a 30-second stop and go.
Yeah. That's Nick Damon, John Hindorf in the Global Broadcast Centre. We are apart by, how far is it from me to you? Approximately 40 miles?
About 35 miles, 45 minutes.
Yeah, okay. Across the Northamptonshire countryside, but in our hearts and minds, we're at Monza, where it's just after 10:30 in the evening, and it's the evening of Saturday, the 28th of March. And that's the reasoning behind that, is that's when this race should have taken place. So it got dark a bit earlier. The clocks would be springing forwards at 2 a.m. tomorrow morning in the scenario we're playing out here at Monza. By the way, the leading car, if you want to follow the leading car on Twitch, twitch.com/Kenton Koch. That's KentonKoch. And you can follow Kenton. I think that might mean he's going to do the last stint, but the Lottie is not far away. from the end of his second stint now. In fact, no, he's already got out, and it's Marcin who's got in. So Stripshak's got back in, did another 29 lap stint. No, hang on, sorry, I'm talking complete nonsense. I haven't gone far enough forward. He's got 8 laps still to go, Mirko.
I was looking at the time machine going, what? And going, have I not refreshed?
No, that's what I didn't do. Silly old fool that I am.
The Ferrari is now back on the tail of the Mercedes again, so they've got a bit more medium speed traffic, including the 15th place car, the BMW, 15th place in class
Tippett
BMW.
Racing. That's Tippett Racing, who were behind you.
Irritating. His 15th was my target position for class, and if he hadn't had that second accident, we could be there or thereabouts. What a blow! What a blow to my head.
Oh, straight on.
Yeah,
now, really good chance here for the Ferrari, because the avoidance of the 5th place green AMG has really nosed up the exit from the second chicane through Lesmo 1 onto the grass, onto the AstroTurf. Lesmo 2, this is the one you've got to nail. Oh, the Ferrari goes too wide. The Ferrari almost disappearing behind the big AMG GT, but getting a good run in the...
He's going to dive, he's going to go for it.
Got to go. He's there for Ascari. Can he get it stopped? Down through the gearbox to second. No, he bottled it. He had the line. And went down to second. Could have surely taken that. That's third, isn't it, Ascari? Even on a compromised line.
No, it's third. 6 down to 3, yeah, absolutely.
Got the run. Right there. Just needs to ease to the right slightly at that point. He's too honest. Way too honest and fair. Maxi, I applaud you, mate.
Oh,
he's right there again.
Got a little bit of a oversteer going through the parabolica there. Controlled it. Lost a bit of time though.
Yeah, well, he's coming.
We're going to toe this time. I think he just went in too hot, and he had to control a little bit of rear wheel over. It is possible to just overwork the rear tyres, and you have to wait for them a little bit to come back to you. So he's
correct.
He'll wait now. He probably, if he just takes it easy, because obviously there's not a lot of, most of the braking is in a straight line. And most of the power is in a straight line as well at Monza.
How many laps have we been watching this now? This is quality. This is why I like endurance racing. Real, virtual, skill, or full size. Got a great run. Oh, he's pushed him off. He's pushed him off. They're going to have a huge shunt. Huge shunt.
Massive. I think, no, he hasn't got away with it. He's got a huge error on the front. Not sure about the Mercedes. They both slid. Oh no, the
Mercedes in real trouble.
The front wheel out.
I'm afraid. I'm going to put that down to Colin Carasani.
That's not our surprise face, is it? Did he know the guy was? He's taking his line.
He's got to know.
Taking his line. Oh no, the car's on the outside. He would have got the spotter, and he's got tipped by the 6th. Tanks that back into the Ferrari. The Ferrari, that would have. That's lucky it's a virtual car, but there'll be a yellow flag to fix it. And yeah, he's lost the front wheel there as Colin, and the Ferrari. You can see how much damage the Ferrari's got. It's got visible damage, but it's just a oh no.
Ouch.
That's a big one.
Yeah, well, it was a great run. We were on board with the Ferrari. Great run through Curva Grande. He just opens his hands out. I think there's a move. I think there's a late move from the AMG, and he's been doing that.
Not the line anyway. The line into second chicane is to stay on the right hand side.
You don't drift that far out naturally.
That's a block, and that's not on.
No.
That's not the line of the million years. There's no line is ever that for the Curva Grande. You stay on the inside, shortest route, and you want to get far over. Look, you can see the tyre mark showing where the line should be.
Yeah.
We got a second little tap, didn't we, from the Tippett Racing BMW?
Bonnet's gone, and I mean that's a nightmare.
That's a big repair job. I'm just interested to know how much repairing Ferrari's in the pits.
Both in the pits. Both in the pits.
Yeah.
And meantime, Rami Sassam and Luke Breukers have come in as well. Now they are much more standard stops. That is not the line. There's no way the Merc needs to be out there.
I know what's happened is that he's come across, and the Ferrari has tagged him first, in fairness, but he's come across to block a car that's got a run on him through both better drive, better power, and the slipstream, and that's not the line. And there's no need to do that either.
But let's review the evidence going back a couple of 3 laps. He brake tested him in the middle of the first chicane, which led to contact. He's been moving around at or near the braking area into turn 1. He's fighting a rear guard action, but I think he's gone across the line there. I really do. And then the Tibber car comes through as well.
Yeah. I mean, you cannot defend that. That, you know, whilst if you look at the bare bones, it was the Ferrari that touched him first. It touched him because he completely took away where he should be. He was never in a million years beyond that line. And I have to say that's 100% Colin Carasani's fault. He is going to pay big because there's going to be a big amount of time in the pits. So this is good news for Leiper E-Sports Real Yellow and Preet Louis with his Mercedes. It's good news for
BMW Fun M, Team ABBA moving up.
Well, it'd be interesting if Sam Neary, both these cars go. It means that after they're plucky carrying on despite everything, could see him getting top 7.
Could be top 6, top 7. You're absolutely right. Absolutely right. Nick Damon's voice there. There is the Fun M BMW. That currently sits in 8th position, but with 2 cars in the pits for what we expect to be lengthy stops, then the lap or so deficit that they've got is going to disappear very quickly indeed, with a lap of about 1 minute 50, 1 minute 52 in for the last stop from the lead of TCR, Felix Luding. Now, is he going to hand that car over, or is he not letting anyone else play it?
No, it's mine for it. Oh, that's it. No, it's me.
Black Falcon car getting a lot of work done there. So
yeah,
Felix Luding's, I think.
My question is how long the Ferrari needs to be in the. From looking at the damage in the Black Falcon, that's going to be several minutes. The Ferrari, you can't really tell how much he's going to need to be in there, but they are both still in the pits.
Diogo's in the car. Diogo Cipinto, who is the man I think we decided with the highest iRacing rating at just over 9,000 in this race.
Sorry, I'm quite impressed by that. He won't make silly mistakes then.
And they have got that TCR car up into 24th position, so more than halfway up the field in that case. And that's their last stop, by the way. They can do the 41 laps that are remaining, and that's 41 laps for the leader as well, of course, rather than for the TCR car. Rolling again, Diogo Cipinto, coming off a good run a month or so ago in the Nürburgring 24, also in TCR, and it's been a very good run indeed by Duo, by Sim RC. Duo, one of the Preventic teams, teaming up with Sim RC. Yes, indeed, that is their car. They're leading 2 classes at the moment, the TCR class and the Porsche GT4 Club Sport class.
So Leiper Esports Yellow and Fun M Motorsport have now gone ahead of the Black Falcon and the Silver Sport GT3. So that has already cost them 2 places. The guys in the pits still being repaired. No one's rolling yet.
So what did I say? 40 laps remaining. Let's check on the strategy. 40 laps remaining. A stint of fuel is 29 laps. Bertolotti, 4 laps to go, which is going to give him about 36 laps still, we reckon, to go. So that's spot on. We thought about a little while ago he was going to be 7 laps short. That's still what the numbers are saying. Piotr in the second place car is handed over to Kenneth Gulbrandsen, and he is, what is he, 4 laps into his stint. Nick Foster's in 4 laps time as well, but he's off the lead lap, isn't he? Yes, he is, in 3rd place. And then there's a lap from 3rd to 4th. Red Camel Esports are going to be so annoyed with themselves here. Rick Broiker's back in that car, having got in Just a lap to go. 29 lap stints by Luke. They are going to be so annoyed with themselves.
I didn't need
Sorry,
to have
Luke, go
that.
ahead.
So Luke's going to sit there going, I was on my in lap. I didn't need to do that. And, and that's taken them out of what was certainly, I'm not saying they would have won because they were being reeled in by Kent and Cook at the time, but, it would have been an absolute battle royale and would have made it a little bit less relaxing when Team WRT didn't have their teammate as the second place car, which obviously always slightly reduces the pressure.
Fastest lap of the race for the second place Porsche GT4 of their race, at least a 1:59.266 last time around, and that's actually twice they've done that exact same time, down to the third decimal place. It's round about 3/10 away from the fastest lap of the race in class, which is still held by the duo by SimRC Cayman, 1:58.1. So still time to be found out there, Nick, with the track cooling down. Duo by SimRC still leading, Marcel Fassbender.
I think the 48 car, John's retired. The Sorg Rennsport Esports GT3 with Nicholas Schneider, that now is greyed out in the tyre, which is the normal indication of a car that's retired. So they may have had an engine blow and they think they've got an hour to fix it. So I'm not certain of this, but certainly everyone else who's greyed out has retired and not come back. Still being serviced is the Black Falcon Esports team. So that accident looks like it's taken out the number 8 car. And obviously the 48 car, its place as it is at the moment. And the number 4 car, the Esport Team Black Falcon, is taking a long stop. Currently, they have been in pit lane for 7 minutes and 18 seconds.
Mirko Bortolotti twice more past the start-finish line before he makes his last full stop. I do wonder... No. You just pull him in at the end of his stop. You do another 29 laps, and then you just put fuel in for 7-8 more laps at the end.
Yep.
Yeah, that's exactly what you do.
It's a sensible thing to do. Because remember, the key point is you have no worry about a code 60. You have no worry about a yellow flag. So you haven't got to worry about the safety car because it's never going to happen. So you can just say, right, we know it's green the whole way. We haven't got to do, which might be a concept if is to get that final 8 laps of fuel as quickly as possible to avoid being caught out, because you can't be caught out. Yeah.
The only way that could be caught out is if one of the other cars behind them doesn't have that splash to make.
Yeah.
And that's not the case.
No.
Gilbranson is 9 laps into a stint, so he's got 20 more laps to do on this tank, which will take him down to 18 laps to go.